everybody. Welcome back to Motor Racing Legends. We're here at Donington Historic Festival at the amazing Donington Park. We have had the most incredible weekend so far, and I have no doubt that today will be just the same. Yesterday we had 9 incredible races. I tell you what, folks, Donington is the gift that keeps on giving. We've got almost 400 of the most iconic cars and the most legendary drivers. And as they all pipe up now as the free war is about to go out, we are going to continually have some incredible racing, particularly, folks, because the weather is a little bit more leery than it was yesterday. Right, let's have a look at the timetable. So today we kick off right now with the Mad Jack for pre-war sports cars. This is their race 2. Yesterday Rudy Friedrichs won. 10:55 we've got the Historic Grand Prix Association. 12:20 we've got the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Sterling Moss Trophy. At 1:55 we've got the HRDC Jerry Marshall Trophy Series. At 2:50 we have an F1 demo, yet again celebrating the F1 icons that kicks off later this year. At 3:20 we've got GT3 Legends, yet again that was a great race yesterday. 4:25 the HRDC Top Hat Pre-66 Touring Cars. At 5:25, all being well, we got the Historic Touring Car Challenge. At 6:20 we've got the HRDC All-Star with Classic Alpha Challenge. Woo-hoo-hoo! Some drivers laid down a benchmark yesterday, and I have no doubt they are going to be doing the same. Drivers going to be looking for redemption, and a lot of these in a lot of these races, particularly the longer ones, it's all still to wait for. Right.
Pre-war sports cars from the 1920s and 30s. These are machines running in road-going trim, wings, lights, even pump fuel, as close to possible to how they originally raced. This grid celebrates a transformative era when racing cars evolved from road machines into purpose-built racers, with marques like Bentley, Alfa Romeo and Bugatti leading the charge. Aside from a few minor modifications in the name of safety, they're almost identical to their period spec. These cars may be nearly a century old, but they demand total respect, physically demanding, mechanically complex, and often unforgiving.
Well, thank you very much for that excellent introduction there from Alexandra Legui. And it is a cooler morning, so we've been blessed with sunshine. And Rudy Friedrichs will be starting today on pole position as we work through the grid. We've got the BBs alongside their Fraser Nash, an array of cars, so many Bentleys down there. But Max Sauber, expect better things from him today, the Talbot Lager. We had a half spin yesterday, which didn't help. But we've got some glorious cars in this pre-war battle. The Maserati HC3000 is one that makes us an engine note of its own. It's absolute racing royalty from the early 1930s. But the racing yesterday was tip-top in this. Very different conditions today. And the drivers are going to have 2 green flag laps so they can just get the feel of this slightly greasy circuit. It was heavy rain last night and a little bit of drizzle this morning, including in the session that was just before this first race of the day. So following the Hyundai pace car they go round, nose to tail, but it's the black Alvis Firefly Special which is at the front, and the first one to get the feel of the circuit. But these cars, as pointed out by Alex, are some pretty much a century old, but they still race absolutely beautifully.
Yes, in fact, 2 of the Bentleys are 102 years old, 1924 cars. I suspect there's been a spanner put to them since then, but nevertheless, they are original chassis and the basic running gear from those 1924 cars. And want to quickly mention that you'll see coming through, we hope, if it lasts the 30 minutes, is Sue Derbyshire, a fan favourite, the 3-wheeler Morgan. Sue was right at the front of the grid yesterday, battling for 6th place, but had a failure of the valves in the engine failed, she was telling me last night. They've rigged up a fix, but they don't know whether it'll last the race. I do hope it does, because Sue is such a character.
Oh, and quite simply, it adds something very, very different. A lot of people might be coming to the Donington Historic Festival or watching it here with us on the live feed, and they may never have seen a 3-wheel racing car before. It takes a lot of getting your head around, but think nimble, Have we seen her in the running order?
Yes.
Oh, you have spotted her.
Second from the back, because the grid is based on the finishing order of yesterday's race, so unfortunately she retired, so she's at the back.
Okay, still distinctive, but what we saw yesterday was just how nimble yesterday's race winner was, Rudy Friedrichs, in that glorious Alvis Firefly. He just seemed to be able to put the car wherever he wanted, but others that feature were the BBs in their Fraser Nash TT replica, and that is another car worth watching. And right in the middle of your screen, car number 35 is the tiny little three-wheeler with Sue Derbyshire we've just been talking about, but some other cracking shapes. A tall Talbot there, car number 105 in the pea green livery, certainly had a huge amount of success, and the handful of Bentleys, including one of the blower Bentleys, the ones that just absolutely monstered their way around the moor as the 20s went into the 30s in the very, very early days of that great French Enduro Classic.
And something to mention, certainly the Fraser Nashes are all chain drive, so they have no differential in the back. So the two wheels at the back are driving the car, both turn at the same speed, so they will go sideways. That's the only way to drive them. And Rudy Friedrichs likes going sideways as well, so in the Firefly Special, he'll be sideways as they come round to take the rolling start.
Waiting for it, and let's just see, they will obviously be approaching Redgate at greater speed this time around, but the field is really bunched up very, very nicely. They have listened to the instruction to starting in 2x2 formation. Of course, they're now looking towards the lights on the starting gantry. They're all red, they're illuminated, and when they go out, that's the moment they can absolutely put the hammer down. A long hold, and a very good start from pole position from Rudy Friedrichs. He's got half a car length, a full car length ahead of the TT rep. Fraser Nash down to the first corner, down to Redgate they go. How much grip will there be down there? Well, don't forget, these are change for second position as well, because the tall Bentley number 99 with Richard Hudson goes through ahead of the TT rep Fraser Nash, and as they sweep out of Redgate through Hollywood down the hill to the Craner curves, the field's spacing out a little bit, but Rudy Friedrichs, it wasn't this far cleared yesterday, but clearly very confident than Alvis of the track conditions. Slightly greasy, slightly slippery, but you know, these cars from the 20s and 30s actually don't mind going sideways at all, and it's all about getting some heat into their tyres. But remember, these aren't slick tyres, these are treaded tyres. They don't need the same heat build up, but it's about just confidence with the race circuit as it is on this Sunday morning. And right now, Rudy Friedrichs just looking completely on top of his art. There he is, car number 8.
I love Rudy Friedrichs' style, and I like this car. He's out in a number of other cars this weekend, but it's such a big steering wheel, and Rudy leans into the corners, trying to improve the weight distribution just a little bit in the right-hand as he's leaning to the right, having to make a correction there mid-corner. The car's starting to slide out, and you can see him working away at the wheel. Obviously what you can't see is what his feet are doing, and I'm sure he's hard at work on the pedals as well, but just lovely style that Rudy's got. Turns it in, just clips the curb, comes across the left-hander round to complete the end of the first lap, and it's Rudy Friedrichs who leads in the Alvis Firefly Special, but a great battle for second place between the number 6 Bentley from Clive and James Morley. It's father Clive who started the race, and he's racing against the BBs in the little Fraser Nash, and that should be father Rob who started in that one.
It is, and what you see in this battle for second place, the little Fraser Nash is so much more nimble than the Bentley, but then in a straight line, of course, it loses out in the horsepower stakes. Down through the Craner curves, there should be little difference between them, but it's how the little Fraser Nash, tucked in behind the TT rep, can address the next corner. Here they are, coming down into the old hairpin. Both will slide a little wide, but as you can see, the Bentley lumbers a little further towards the outside of the curve, gets the power down, up through Schwantz curve they will go, but all the time they're seeing the Alvis Firefly, the one we're looking at the moment. No wonder it's called a special. It really is very special indeed, and Rudy Friedrichs is edging clear. He was just short of 3 seconds clear on the start-finish line after the first flying lap of the race, the first racing lap after those 2 formation laps. He's moving away, but when we get to somewhere like the chicane, that is where I expect the little Fraser Nash to fight back against the Bentley. It's so big, the Bentley, that it's not the tallest one in the race. The Bentley blower is taller than this one, but the Morley car's still in front. But look, you can see trying to get alongside through the twists. That is the advantage. Oh, hello, waving to the opposition there, looking up and waving from the Fraser Nash. So Rob Beebe will be smiling as they think, right, we're coming, what's next? The chicane's coming next. Who's got the more nimble car? Well, the one that brakes a lot later is the smaller one, surprise, surprise. Into second he goes. If he can get a tidy exit, he should stay in that second position for a bit, but the Bentley just can't get its power down, not wanting to go on the curbing at the moment today, because with that greasiness, that could lead to, let's say, a loss of grip at the back. So I think the Bentley losing out because it doesn't have the same choice of lines, simply by being a much, much larger car. But back into second place, having started second, goes the BB family, Fraser Nash TT Rep. There it goes.
And notice there, as he changed down through the gears, which is chain drive, so he's moving cogs basically across to different chains, and as he came down into the chicane, it's an external gear lever on the car on his right hand side, so there again you see his hand out of the side of the cockpit, just changing down to go into the old hairpin. And I do have a question in my mind whether that's Josh Beebe and son Josh and son James in the Bentley, but we were told it was the other way around, so we'll stick with that. Through comes the leading car, number 8 of Rudy Friedrichs. Just getting to grips now. He's not getting caught out quite so often by changes in grip, because I'm sure, Bruce, that as they go around the track there are sections that are a little bit drier perhaps than others.
Well, you've got to keep the drivers on their toes, and by now I was going to say everyone should have a feel of the grip, and the 135 is in the gravel. That's Vijay Mallya's BMW 328, a car that really was, top of the tech pile when it was introduced in the 1930s. It looks far more modern than that, but right now, sadly, it looks like half the wheels of the car are in the gravel, a little bit of a shove, but this is where you realise pre-war cars of certain sorts can be rather heavier than required when you've just got two people to put that one clear. But I expected a faller, and then a massive moment. I was talking about how the number 6 Bentley for the Morleys, Clive and James, was having trouble getting its power down, coming down to the start-finish straight, was trying to avoid the curbing, and then it did precisely what I suggested he didn't want to do. One wheel onto the curbing, and it snapped sideways, but a really good save from the Morley Bentley crew there, and lost a little bit of ground to the second place Fraser Nash, but did not spin coming onto the start-finish straight.
Marshall's recovering to their point of safety, having helped Vijay Mallya out of that gravel trap.
But it's actually quite an unusual place to go into the gravel trap. That's losing it through the Craner curves to arrive in the gravel trap just before Old Hairpin. Most people would have their problem further into the Old Hairpin and be in the gravel on the exit of the corner, but Vijay obviously had a moment at the bottom of that compression and snap left and just kissed the gravel trap. But good to see that BMW back out of there, back on racing.
And there's a good battle going on for third place, a little bit further back from the three leaders we've been focusing on. That is Josef Rettenmeier in that gorgeous Maserati 8C. And Max Sowerby, thank you to our production team, focusing now on that battle, which is Italian Maserati versus the Max Sowerby British Talbot Lago T23. And already at this stage, looking at these cars versus the Bentleys, the slightly earlier Bentleys, you can see that the cars have started to get lower and a little bit sleeker. There wasn't really any aerodynamic work being done because those big cycle wings, mud wings on the side there. But nevertheless, the cars starting to get lower, the drivers sitting lower in the cars than the perfect there with our shot on our live stream. The Bentley at the back, much more upright. Great big radiator at the front, driver sitting on top of all the drivetrain. These two at the front, the designers have gone for a much lower, sleeker style.
Well, in fact, looking at Josef Rettenmeier in that dark red number 36 Maserati, that is something that's
38.
38.
Yeah.
So car 38. Beg your pardon. Yep. Again, it was effectively a Grand Prix car, whereas some of the others were not. But the big change came at 1952. So long after these cars, but a lot of these cars would have still been raced after the Second World War, simply because they hadn't had time in that 6-year interregnum to make any cars. But at the start of 1952, cycle wings were banned. So you had suddenly sports cars, lots of young British sports cars, suddenly they had wings properly, incorporated into the car. Cycle wings were no longer de rigueur or even allowed. That was the point.
Yes,
so that's when you had that big change of appearance of cars.
That's right. And it was the same in Grand Prix racing, wasn't it? We had cars from pre-war still racing post-war, particularly the British marques, because nothing had been developed over those 6 years. So it's interesting to see that in this arena, which is for sports cars. And you might be wondering what Mad Jack means. Why is it called the Mad Jack Trophy? Well, Mad Jack was the winner of the 1935 Grand Prix here at Donington, and the race took place on the what was principally a very, very similar circuit to the one we have today.
Just looking at the gaps, first to second is now out to 7 seconds, and the real battle is actually still the Joseph Rettenmeier Sarby battle. Max Sarby, they're fighting over 4th place. They're covered by just a second, but first to second is out to 7 seconds overall, but just looking comfortable. Rudy Friedrichs had to fight a little more yesterday, but the pace he went off with at the start of this race, so very comfortable. And the real battle is from 4th place, looking at this right now, and the little Talbot tucked behind Joseph Rettenmeier's gorgeous Maserati in front, but no real place changing happening at the moment.
No, there's close racing, but they're not he's not managing to close in on the Maserati. Sorry, I should have said Mad Jack was Richard Shuttleworth. He was known as Mad Jack, and he raced. He was from a fairly wealthy family, decided he wanted to go racing. Came to Donington in 1935 in an Alfa Romeo and won the first Donington Grand Prix. So this race named after him.
Right, this is a 30-minute race. Almost 10 of those minutes have elapsed, and that means if he carries on at this rate, that Rudy Friedrichs will multiply his lead by 3, and he'll be winning by about 25 seconds. Yesterday it was a whole heap closer, but look down the order with some of the Aston Martins in the middle order. Car number 177 is the speed model, Robert Breakmore and Simon Boreham. He's got what he needs. He's got some company there, and he's in the middle of a wonderful little scrap. In fact, he's just at the front of a 3-car scrap. And what's tucked in behind? Another Aston Martin, the bright red one of Edward Bradley, father of contemporary and historic racer Richard Bradley, tucked in behind and making a move as they come down from Coppice towards the chicane. And he's shown his intent in that much brighter red car. I can have the inside line. He's also braking a tiny bit later. But just look at the difference. You know, one has great big headlights, whereas the Bradley car does not. So that makes it a little bit more streamlined. Its headlights are just behind the bottom of the grille, and that all helps. So even then, when you look at these cars with cycle wings, there were people trying to work out ways to make them a little sleeker in a straight line. Put the headlights down lower. Some look more like rallying headlights, which of course they weren't.
The Aston Martin Mark was very successful in long-distance racing, which was common for manufacturers to put their cars into long-distance races to advertise how good and strong their cars were. Aston Martin had great success. And Edward Bradley's car, if you've not been close to it, Bruce, and anybody that's going into the paddock, go and have a look at Edward's car. It's got such lovely patina. It's not been resprayed. It's still quite dull red because it's been raced for so many years. And pit stops will be starting. In fact, the pit window has just opened. Yes. So we've got, I don't think we've mentioned, there's a mandatory pit stop in this race. It's only 15 seconds stationary, so including time in and out of the pit lane, 30.3 seconds will be what they lose in and out of the pits. So we'll start seeing those happening in the next lap or two.
Good to see lovely driver manners there. The car being lapped, indicating which side it's going to go, and a hand raised by the BB crew saying thank you very much, still drifting beautifully through the old hairpin, and then adjusting the car to get to the right hand side of the track to get the widest sweep up through the Schwanz curve. But that's one of the beauties of these cars. We've talked about this before. You can see the driver leaning within the cockpit and even out of the cockpit to try and get the balance in the car. And again, you can just see how hard they're working. You know, no onboard cameras required with these. You can see the drivers doing what they need to do, those continual adjustments. Still waiting for the front runners to come and make a pit visit, but no real need to hurry as they file in Vijay Mallya's car, the BMW with that waterfall tall grille, second from the back. There's the blower Bentley tucked in behind it. That's car number 7. That's Stuart Morley. And driver out.
Leader comes through, doesn't come into the pit lane.
So the BMW that had its little moment down at the old hairpin, that is being taken over by Pat Blakeney-Edwards. So Pat, normally you'll find him in, well, you don't find him normally in anything because he drives so many different cars, but inextricably linked with Fraser Nash's. So doing something a bit different being in the BMW 328. Rudy Friedrichs continues on the way, and with the BB, Fraser Nash coming into the pits from second place and slowing down accordingly as it went in. His lead is now 13 seconds. And good to report that Sue Derbyshire is still going great guns, up to 7th place from the back of the grid. Okay, 4 or 5 cars have pitted from in front of her. That's the little Morgan three-wheeler. Car number 144, rising up the order, Paul Pocciol. Bentley 3, 4.5, the most popular car in this race. Much sleeker, smoother than the blower Bentley, smaller, lower, but a really enjoyable car to race, and you can understand why we've got about 4 of those coming out to play. And these greasy conditions shouldn't concern them too much. And Paul in number 144 working away. And the pit window's open for a while yet. It's a half-hour race with the mandatory pit stop, and you can be sure he will be coming in at some point in the near future.
And going back to the car in second place, this is going to be interesting now. It was actually Rob Beebe who started, so my apologies to those that gave us information. I questioned whether it was son Josh who'd started. It wasn't, it was Rob, and he's had a very, very good run indeed to keep that car in second place. Josh is quicker than his dad, so interesting now to see whether Josh can close in on Rudy Friedrichs, who's led this race, I think, from the start, wasn't it? He went first into Redgate.
He was, the changing of position was for second and third positions behind him, and he made a very good opening lap of the race. And interesting, again, in any race where you've got to change of drivers, when the second driver might be a fair bit quicker than the first driver, because in this series, the Mad Jack, it's always the owner who gets to start the race. They define where the cars start on the grid. Still waiting. There's no reason for Rudy Friedrichs to come in until he feels like it, until he knows he's getting to the end of the pit window. But it's a half-hour race, and I think it's open from 10 minutes in to 20 minutes in. So the middle third of the race you can come in. But no pressure at the moment on Rudy Friedrichs. And there's advantage now with the chasing cars, including that Fraser Nash of the BB family, having made their pit stops. He's 42 seconds clear. But remember, the pit visit is 15 seconds stationary minimum, and the in and out time on the pit, which is the speed, how long it would take you if you came into the pits, dropped down to the 60 km/h limit and drove out the other end, you had another 15.3 seconds. So let's call it 31 seconds with a little safety buffer between friends. And in comes our race leader. So he was sitting on that margin before the pit stops of just around 10 seconds. So we'll see already with some of the second drivers out on the track, including Josh Beebe, that they may be closing in. But certainly yesterday on a dry track in the sunshine, Rudy Friedrichs was out front, not by an enormous margin, but he did very nicely indeed to take the victory. Can he make it a double today?
Well, that's all the family. The Wiltshires pushing the family Bentley number 46. That's Dad who started, Duncan Wiltshire, and is it Freddie or George? George, right. So George is sharing with his dad in this one. Freddie shared with his dad in a different race yesterday. But needing a little bit of help to get going, the number 46 Bentley. But we'll allow it that. It's 100 years old, so needs a little bit of help to get going. Now we'll keep a very close eye now on the Josh Beebe number 59 Fraser Nash, because Rudy Friedrichs has been in and done his pit stop. We'll get a time as they come across the line next time around as to how close they are. Yeah,
but what I did see on the outlap, Josh Beebe did I want to see his next lap to see what sort of pace he's running. The fastest lap in the race is a 1:32, but I might suggest that outlap wasn't enormously fast from Josh, but let's see once he's got it wound up what he can do. But Rudy Friedrichs into the pits, out of the pits, and proceeding with 12 and a bit minutes remaining in this race, seemingly peerlessly at the front. Background of the shot, look at the difference between one of the 4.5 litre Bentleys and then the size and the lack of wheels. One wheel missing, but not at all. That's a design of the little Morgan. And Sue Derbyshire, who knows this car and its technicalities very well, hunkered down so low. And if that pulled up alongside the Bentley at the traffic lights, they wouldn't spot it.
And it's missing some cylinders as well, because Sue's Morgan, you can see the engine out at the front of the car. It's a V-twin, so it's 2 cylinders, arranged in a V format. You can see very clearly at the front of the car there the V shape of it, the car number 35, and exposed valve gear, so you can see the valves rushing up and down, which is what caused the problem yesterday. Hopefully they're still rushing up and down as they should do, and Sue is now up to a remarkable, from the back of the grid, a remarkable 6th place.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you want to turn the car around, you just walk to the back, pick up the tail end, swing it through 180 degrees, no need for reverse gear. So just looking in and out of the pits went our race leader. Here he is, car number 8, Rudy Friedrichs, the Alvis Firefly Special. I was saying yesterday, I do like the name. Slightly concerned about the pace of the BB Fraser-Nash, because picked up its pace, but driver going past, Josh Beebe, might have just been waving to his pit crew, but he was certainly signalling as he went down the start-finish straight, and I don't think that is quite the full ticket. But let's go down, because Alex Legui is with Duncan Wiltshire, who's just got out of his Bentley.
Indeed, Bruce. It's a little bit drizzly down here, but it's sort of not making enough of an impact on track, is it, Duncan?
No, sadly not. At the back of the grid, we've been praying for heavy rain all night, so it's a bit disappointed to find the track's actually pretty dry out there.
It's your fault it's raining. You were doing the rain dance. Don't do that again.
Well, I thought I had a hotline to someone important, but clearly not good enough.
What's it like out there today then? Give me a little bit more information about track.
Well, it's almost dry. There's a very good dry line out there. It's a bit greasy. The little 3-litre Bentley goes extremely well in the wet, so we were really hoping for a monsoon, and I think we could have moved up a lot, but sadly it's just not wet enough. It's not full dry at all, so 1 or 2 are being a bit sensitive out there, so I thought we might have picked them off, but sadly not.
What a shame. Never mind, there's always next time. Well done, Duncan. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Alex Legui down there. It's damp, but not quite damp enough for some, and too damp for others. There we are. Drivers, such picky beings, aren't they? But nobody is having any choice in whether they can tackle the man at the front. Still going well. Everybody chasing after Rudy Friedrichs, and that little Morgan, it puts a smile on so many faces. When you see people coming across that in the paddock for the first time, let alone seeing it out on the track, they can't believe how small it is, and all the technology, as Alistair pointed out, the engine hanging out the front. It's just something very, very different. But sometimes you ask yourself, if an idea is so good, why did no other people tend to go towards it? I do remember they started building some replicas of those actually up in Norfolk, just outside Norwich, in the early 1980s. And I think they sold quite well. And then, of course, Morgan revisited that design, if I say 15 years ago, I think I'm there or thereabouts. And they were picked up and do look spectacular on the road, but very much I don't think it's the day-to-day car. Well, it should be, shouldn't it?
A lot of the drivers using the sort of hunched over the steering wheel style. Little aero screen on the front of the number 6 Bentley there, which is currently in 4th place. That's the Morley family car. Morley's, the dynasty of Morleys in Bentley continues with grandfather, sadly, who died last year, I think it was, late last year, but son Clive and grandsons James and Stuart, all still racing in Bentleys, very much involved in Bentley racing and Bentley preparation.
Well, there's a massive social scene. What I love in the shot, we have 5 cars with the Invicta on the left. That's the white long-bodied car, very elegant. 2 Bentleys, a tiny little Riley 9 Brooklands, almost disappearing in sight in that batch. 5 cars. 2 of them pretty similar, 4 entirely different, and the sheer difference in scale is what really makes pre-war sports car races just such lovely, interesting things to watch.
I'd agree with you, Bruce, that the BB Fraser-Nash is not altogether happy, is it?
Well, it's still second, but
yes.
But it may be able to stay there, because I'm just looking at its margin. It's now 22 seconds down on Rudy Friedrichs. Remember, before the pit stops, it was sort of half of that, but just still waiting for the car in 3rd place, which should be the Talbot Largo of Max Sowerby, which it is, comes across the finish line, but that is not likely to trouble the BB family car in the remaining just under 8 minutes, because it's nearly half a minute back in 3rd place, and then there's a tiny bit of a gap. Then we're waiting for the Morleys to come through. We've just seen them in their own battle. Car number 6 crosses the line now. They're about 10 seconds, 12 seconds down on 3rd place. So it looks like the top 3 positions are fairly nailed down, and the real racing for position is somewhat further back down the order. Nobody, though, can get close to Rudy Friedrichs. Tall driver, I mean, half of his torso sitting up above that lovely little Alvis Firefly. Here it comes. Side-by-side racing as Pat Blakeney-Edwards is picking up a few positions, but with VJ in that BMW 328, that's car number 135. That was the one that was stuck in the gravel for a bit, so no magic from PBE will take that a great deal further forward.
Yes, that's worth watching though, because Patrick is one of the most spectacular historic race car drivers. He's quick, but he's quite spectacular as well, so worth watching. The number 135, little Fraser Nash, little BMW from Vijay Mallya's stable.
Rudy Friedrichs was very self-effacing yesterday. Was it on Friday where he described himself as the bloody German, but he's a bloody successful German. He took victory yesterday and he's sweeping towards it here, and he just says this is one of his favourite circuits. And he said also with a lot of the people he races against, for many of them it's their local circuit. They know it well, but for people, if they're looking at Donington Park for the first time, it's a circuit that offers just fantastic flow, and the person using that fantastic flow just saw Pat Blakeney-Edwards picking off a much larger Bentley in his BMW 328, just able to put that car, which famously had astonishingly good handling, and BMW took time out, but the technology that he had in that car after the Second World War, a lot of people were copying that. But for Bentleys, I mean, there's a shape, isn't there, for Bentleys, and those pre-war Bentleys, epic, and the chasing white car, the Invicta, I mean, to me, that's the embodiment of elegance. Maybe too long in the wheelbase to be effective as a racing car, but I tell you what, if you wanted something to waft with great style, across to the casino in, wherever in France, that's the car to do it in.
That's a lovely word for an Invicta. Waft. You're absolutely right.
And the place I was trying to think of was the Touquet, so the closest casino to England, I think, at the time. And then years later, you used to be able to fly from Lydd in the bottom of Kent, and the British Air ferries, and land just outside Le Touquet. What a way to travel. The nose came up. Of course, British Air ferries that ran those was the Keegan family empire, and we lost the great fun Rupert Keegan a couple of years ago. Of course, his father Mike propelled him up towards Formula One, and he did the rest in the Playboy days of Formula One racing. Right, Rudy Friedrichs' gap continues to stretch out. He's absolutely having consummate style, but everyone else enjoying their racing down through the field. And we talk Morley, and it's a number 7. It's a Stuart Morley in the Blower Bentley, the biggest car in the field in terms of altitude for the driver. Not the longest, that's the Invicta, but it is actually chasing down the Invicta. Look at this glorious white Invicta. Down the slope it goes, through the craner curves. Wafting, but with a bit of steering as well. Here we go, getting it slightly sideways. Didn't really want to turn it at all to the old hairpin, so I think a different line. And then the Ryland, look at it, car number 22. This is a car, think of Brooklands, the circuit with the famous banking down near Weybridge in Surrey, and of course there. If you talk about a smooth circuit, that was not, was it? Those famous shots of John Cobb, airborne, all four wheels off the racing surface by hitting a bump on the exit of the big bank corners. And for a long time, that was sort of the spiritual home of racing in Great Britain. First ever permanent race circuit anywhere in the world. But still, you could imagine. We're talking about yesterday, Alistair, about the branding of cars. If your car did well, that sort of win on Sunday, sell on Monday. If you put the name Brooklands on a car back in the 1930s, that had a lot of resonance and definitely would be the sporting model.
Very much so, yes. And one of the sporting models of Bentley is the number 7, or 07 as it's marked up on the side of Stuart Morley. That's the Blower Bentley, which if you get a chance to come into the paddock, which I suggest you do if you're here at Donington, you can see that supercharger, the Blower as it's known, sticking out at the front of the engine. Something that W.O. Bentley didn't altogether agree with initially, but then when they started winning Le Mans, I think he came around.
Well, I think he thought it was incredibly inelegant. I think he thought racing was below the elegance of the mark. But then suddenly victory led to sales, and you know what? You can be persuaded to like things. And for the Bentley boys, it was a golden time in motor racing. And the endurance of some of the drivers, Wolf Bonato in particular, he'd try and do the race single-handedly if he possibly could. But he really dragged Bentley forward, and they had a lot to thank him for. But the car that's leading is not a Bentley, it's an Alvis. Look at it right now, car number 8, clocking off the laps. Oh dear, the Tall Torbett, the pea green car, the 105 team car as it's called from 1934, is having another pit stop, not scheduled, and I would guess that's retiring from the race. So bit of disappointment there for Tom Rawlings. No disappointment though for Rudy Friedrichs, more than half a minute clear, and at the moment Josh Beebe is hanging on in 3rd place, but will be out 2nd place, will be able to take it because he's still got a 20-second margin over the chasing Max Sowerby in his Talbot Largo.
Across the line, he'll get 2 more laps before the flag comes out for Rudy Friedrichs.
It was interesting hearing from Duncan Wiltshire that it wasn't wet enough, he wanted wet, but actually it's beginning to get a little bit brighter here at Donington Park, and certainly you can't really see a wet line, you can see a dry line. In fact, almost to the extent that the damp areas have just in this time, it's evaporated off a little bit. And in terms of pace in the race, the fastest lap was set some while ago by Rudy Friedrichs, 1 minute 32.6, the best of anybody else is about 2 seconds slower. Except for Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who's actually just done a lap that is a few thousandths of a second off the pace of the race leader. He's in that BMW 328 all the way down in 15th position. That was the car that was in the gravel with Vijay Mallya, so it's likelihood of a result. But if Vijay had stayed on the black stuff, I mean, Pat would have been putting that comfortably in the top 10, maybe the top 4 or 5, and he's certainly on the charge, but the clock is not his friend because we've only got what's left, 1 minute and 20 seconds, so he might gain another place. His next target is car number 177. That's the Blakemore Simon Boreham speed model Aston Martin, car 177 in the dark green livery. Here comes Pat Blakeney-Edwards, black helmet. Sorry, that's the BB car. I beg your pardon.
Yes.
See, yes. I saw a Fraser Nash. Of course, I think Pat Blakeney-Edwards.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. He's very, very linked with Fraser Nash. And worth mentioning as well, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on Sue, but she's kept that car going. She's in 6th place, remarkably, in the little 3-wheel Morgan, number 35, the dark green car. She wasn't very sure last night when she was chatting with me that car would last. She said, we've made a fix, but not sure it's going to last for half an hour. But so far, still going. And we've got 30 seconds remaining.
What is so good for people like the Derbyshires, they've run that car forever and a day, so they know all its various foibles and whether you can have a bit of a shortcut fix. Will it be good? For this is a half-hour race, and you hope it's going to be secure enough. But knowledge of car, comfort with the car is definitely something that is a great element of historic racing. Down, sweeping through the Craner curves, the wonderful flow, the rise and fall of this circuit. We're going through the fall, getting to the lowest point on the circuit, the old hairpin. Here is our race leader, Rudy Friedrichs. You'd have to say it's going to be 2 wins in 2 days. One in full dry conditions on Sunday, on the Saturday here at Donington Park at the Donington Historic Festival, and one in slightly dank but brightening conditions here on the Sunday morning. The clock has counted down to the end of 30 minutes, so just the end of the lap to be completed by the Alvis Firefly Special. We talked yesterday about great names for cars. I rather like that one. It certainly has a sort of sporting connotation. Number 46 Bentley, that's the 3-litre model. We heard from Duncan Wiltshire, that's his car with George, one of his sons, on board, and tucked in behind it is our race leader. Pat Blakeney-Edwards goes on to another lap, and he's picking up another position or so, but he won't make the top 10 as he charges in the BMW. But our race leader coming down towards the end of the final lap, and it's only just coming up to 10 in the morning, and it's not bad to have a second trophy coming your way. And fastest car all around the circuit, out of the final corner, Rudy Friedrichs sees a checkered flag with his Alvis Firefly Special, 2 wins in 2 days. And yesterday it was close. Today he absolutely went off and hid from the opposition.
Yes, certainly questions in my mind over the BB car, whether that was actually running as it should. As you say, they've held it on in second place, but didn't look to be putting the times in that we expected.
No, at first I thought it was a slow, gentle out lap, making allowances for that, but the form seemed to fall away. Still waiting for the second place car to come. Car number 59 coming down towards the chicane, and it should be coming through. Robert Beebe handing over to Josh Beebe. Crosses the finish line now. Eventually the gap is 37 seconds, which I think very much tells the tale that Fraser Nash was not running as cleanly as it could and should, and they hoped for. But still second place in the Mad Jack for pre-war sports cars. A very nice result to put in the bag. It looks like the Morleys are going to come through, looking for car number 6, Clive and James Morley. They should be through, but about another half minute back, and the bulk of the field has been lapped. Some have been lapped a couple of times.
Unfortunately, we lost Max Sowerby on the last lap. We think even on the last straight down to the chicane. We saw, he dropped out of 5th.
Well, let's take a look at the replay, and Max Sowerby has shortened his race. Now, we talked about the track being a bit greasy, but you can imagine the grass is a whole lot worse. So Cop is such a difficult corner, and he was sort of racing on his own. So that is a real shame, because he had a little moment in yesterday's race, and Max will be a little bit frustrated with that, but he will come through, I'm sure, to take the finish if the car is finishable, but yeah, he suddenly tumbled right down the order. But victory to Rudy Friedrichs, second place to the BBs with their Fraser Nash, chasing that Alvis but losing that battle, and third place the number 6 Morley crew in their Bentley. That's Clive and James Morley. So a masterclass there from the Alvis Firefly Special and its driver Rudy Friedrichs.
And Max Salby's late retirement means Sue Derbyshire moves up to 5th in the Morgan. Good result for them. George, her husband, looked after that car for her, and Paul Potchkill finished in 4th place in his Bentley number 144.
So race 1 of the Sunday at the Donington Historic Festival. Tick that box, it is done, and Rudy Friedrichs has made it 2 wins in 2 days in his Alvis Firefly Special. And when we get to the results, and here are the results, and of course these are provisional at the moment, like all results will be. Let's have a look. So we'll just run you through with the top 6 finishers. It's Rudy Friedrichs by 37 seconds ahead of the BB with his Alvis, ahead of the BBs with their Fraser Nash, and they have a margin of 50 seconds further back to the Bentley of the Morley family, Clive and James. Then Paul Potchkill, number 144, that's another Bentley, into 4th place. Sue Derbyshire rose to 5th with that demise of Max Salby on the final lap. And the final place in the top 6, car number 99, which is Ewan Getley, and another Bentley, but it really belonged to the nimble Alvis Firefly Special. It looked fantastic in the dry, very good in the greasy conditions, and Rudy Friedrichs, its driver, absolutely loves this circuit, and he's got even more reason to do so. And so quick is he that he has probably already pulled into position in Parc Fermé. You have to go through a little gap between the pits and the buildings beyond, and before you get to the hospitality suites, and Parc Fermé's behind the pit buildings, and then the podium is over there as well. So people in the paddock who are just taking a look at the teams and cars, and some of the hospitality can also join in the podium ceremony. It's very much a feature of races at Donington. But today, already, race 1 complete. Rudy Friedrichs totally on top of the conditions. And here are the cars. The second place, Fraser Nash, coming into Parc Fermé. That's the BB family car. It finds the board and is ready.
And then there's no podium, because obviously it's quali.
So drivers still coming through for the pre-war sports cars. Race over, and Rudy Friedrichs a victor on Saturday and again on Sunday here at the Donington Historic Festival. Just looking to see where his car is. We're looking at the BB car, that's Fraser Nash TT Rep, that came home in 2nd place. And it's pulled up alongside the podium. That's the, you can see in the backdrop. A few people. It doesn't look as though there's any rain in the air down there, I must say. Things looking comfortable. And then Father BB, Robert, comes along to speak to Josh. Josh has got a smile, but let's go down and join Alex Legui down in Parc Fermé.
Let's indeed, and seeing as you guys have decided to turn up over here in Parc Fermé, let's have a chat to you. Josh, well done. Was something going on here?
Yeah, unfortunately we lost 3rd. So, had 3 gears. Well, actually had 2 gears to play with, because you're not really using first round here.
Oh.
So, yeah, Rob was doing really well, hanging on. And then Rudy's got a 15-second penalty, so if I was to go out... No, 15 seconds, because he's not HTP, so we get the slight advantage. So if it had gone out and kept on the pace, we may have... But when you don't have 3rd gear around here, that's quite challenging.
You do need 3rd gear. He obviously snatched it at some point, and the chain broke, because it's chain drive.
Right.
So it'll be in the car somewhere. We'll put it back on. But we get it. 2nd's okay. We've had fun.
Yeah.
We're smiling, aren't we?
I would say Donington Park is serving you rather well. It's not been the most shabby weekend for you, has it?
We've taken a few pots home, which is always nice.
Yeah, good.
It's always nice to be chatting to you guys, because that means we're doing well.
It's always very nice to chat to you too as well.
Brilliant to race with your son.
Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? Good. Well done, lads.
Thank you very much.
Look at this, iconic shots. Everyone needs a photo of this. Hello, sir. Another accolade to add to the legendary mantelpiece of Rudy Friedrichs. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was good. It was slippery, really slippery. And I ran out of brakes. You know, I had this problem yesterday. So the last 5 laps, no brakes at all. So just brake it down.
What do you need brakes for?
Yeah. Now, David Brabham yesterday said to me, my father said, if you want to win a race, less braking, more throttle.
Right.
Very easy.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'll bear that in mind. So you say it was quite slippery out there. I mean, do you think that how much is it going to affect today's racing generally? It's sort of not doing anything, is it? It's not drying or getting wet enough.
Proper rain would be better.
Yeah.
Because it is still a little bit wet, and especially the pre-war cars are dropping some oil and wet is perfect. Perfect mixture to slide around. But yeah, we managed to arrive all safely. But one car I saw, he ended in the ditch somewhere. I hope all is fine with him. Now, I enjoyed the race, and thank you to all the marshals everywhere around, in the sunshine, in the rain. They're always standing there for our pleasure. So thanks to all of them.
We couldn't have racing as we have it without our amazing marshals, could we? Thank you, Rudy. Thank you for entertaining us as always. Let's head over to our P3s, the Morlays. Hello, Clive. Nicely done.
Thank you. It was. I wasn't expecting this, and very slimy and slippery out there, but the poor old Bentley did really well.
Yeah, it looked very good. Yeah, we were just discussing, sorry Freddie, just saying, James, that it's sort of not quite wet enough, and it also doesn't seem to be drying. Talk us through this Bentley. I've not been up close and personal with this before. She looks lovely.
Thank you very much. So it's a 4.5, so it's a 3-litre Bentley chassis with a 4.5-litre engine in it. Slightly modified, also there's no back seats or anything like that. And no, it goes really, really well, especially in these conditions.
It obviously serves her well. Well done, boys. Enjoy your podium. Let's go and do that, shall we? Come on.
So here we have confirmation of victory for Rudy Friedrichs in that Alvis Firefly special. It was great to hear those interviews with Alex Legui so we could find out exactly what was going on. And a missing third gear, well, that was the problem we identified for the BB family, Fraser Nash. They dropped back a little accordingly, but it was still ahead of the best of the Bentleys in third place of the Morley family. Paul Pocciol moved up a lot in the final few laps because we lost Max Sowerby when he had a little moment up at Coppice, and that promoted Sue Derbyshire in the three-wheel Morgan to fifth, Ewan Getley to sixth. Second of the Morley family, Bentleys in seventh overall, and then we went down to that glorious Invicta, the Brown family Invicta in eighth, and the little Riley that was nipping at its heels in ninth, and Edward Bradley with the Aston Martin Ulster, that glorious red racer with that original patina, taking 10th place. So conditions are fine, and here is the podium ceremony coming up.
Thank you very much, Bruce and Alistair, doing a stellar job. That was the Mad Jack for pre-war sports cars, and a lovely way to start our second day here at the Donington Historic Festival. Please, ladies and gents, let's have some energy. Give a huge round of applause for Car 6. It's Clive and James Morley. Keep up that energy as we bring for P2, Rob and Josh B. And yet again, taking his second win in this category for the weekend is Rudy Friedrichs. And Duncan Wiltshire will be presenting the trophies. Our chairman of the Royal Automobile Club.
There we are, chaps. Yes, you have to bow. What do you need? Unfortunately, I don't kiss you either. Oh, well done. I couldn't understand why I was dead.
Great work. Your official photographs. And that was the Mad Jack pre-war sports cars. What a great way to start another full day of racing. Folks, we're going to go for a short break now, so go and grab yourselves a cuppa and we will get ready for some more action. See you shortly. Matt, tell me a little bit about Silver Tiger Logistics.
So, Silver Tiger, we've been in the motorsports game for a very long time. We move anything that is a race car, anything that is a show car, anything that is a concourse car, anything that you wouldn't want to be damaged in any kind of way, by air, by sea, by land. we will move it door to door, take all your paperwork, do it all for you, and it turns up ready to drive.
Well, that makes life very simple. What is it about Motor Racing Legends then? Why was that partnership created?
So Jay, the founder of our company, and obviously Sean Lynn have a very long, very good history together. They get on very well. So I think it was a very natural sort of evolution for us to join up and join forces, especially as we know Motor Racing Legends developing now into their European series, something that I feel we can really help with, really collaborate with, because we're really specialist in moving things door to door. So all the UK teams, we can grab them, get them all grouped together, get them all in the pits ready for the event, and it's really a natural sort of evolution of the existing relationship for us to start helping Motor Racing Legends expand Europe-wise.
How important, so here in Donington, for example, one of the most iconic circuits in the UK, how important is that as well to you?
We love all things motorsport, and obviously there's a huge history of racing in the UK, so the UK racing scene is hugely important to us. Jay, the founder, British, born in Britain, myself, born in Britain, a lot of our staff, Britain, and all of us lovers of racing and motorsport, so we love getting to these UK events, especially when we get as good a weather as we've had this weekend in Donington. I am quite surprised that we're all in short sleeves or suffering in long sleeves 1st of May, but it's lovely to be racing in Britain as well.
Great to have you. Thanks.
Thank you.
It'll be raining on Monday as well.
I know, but we won't be here.
I'm here with Jonas of GT Parts, and I'm very intrigued because you have quite an interesting story, don't you?
Hello Alex, nice to meet you. So I'm definitely have an interesting story. So we basically started out a few years ago just with the love of cars, supporting old race cars, and my own passion to find spare parts for race cars which are not maybe nowadays racing anymore, but a couple of years ago. And it's actually started out in my living room, having parts there, and moving to a one-car garage, to a small storage, to now quite a bigger storage, and supporting the MRL and the GT3 Legends with spare parts for all of the great machines, especially the GT3 cars from six-cylinder Porsches to 12-cylinder Aston Martins. Whenever you need parts, we're here to help, and
My word, that is quite a journey, isn't it? Congratulations. And like you say, here you are supporting MRL and the GT Legends.
Yes.
How important is that relationship to you? What are you gaining from that?
Well, of course, we already have lots of people in the grid we sell parts to, but I mean now it's getting even bigger and better. Especially with the ever-growing series of the GT3 Legends and the massive interest, and of course when cars get out on the track they need parts, and so that's a big opportunity for us, and we're very proud to be a part of that.
And what's the future for you then?
Well, keep on growing the spare parts business step by step. I mean, I guess the historic races will keep on for years and years and years. More modern cars will get into classic car series, and we'll be out there supplying parts, finding parts, sourcing parts, helping out the owners to keep those great machines keep on racing.
Wow, long may it continue. Congratulations, Jonas.
Thank you so much.
As you can tell, it was a little bit sunnier yesterday. Today is not quite so sunny, but it's still good, and it also adds for a little bit more entertainment in terms of racing for us. So we've got an action-packed calendar today, and for the season, I had a chat to Pierre to find out a little bit more about what's coming up. Check this out. Pierre, Motor Racing Legends has quite an impressive calendar already. One thing I want to know is, how do you go about creating a calendar that works for the heritage, brings out the heritage and the emotion of these cars, but also continues to keep things fresh and exciting?
Yeah, I think that's all the point, is trying to bring every year something new, something different. In the UK we've got 3 strong events. We've got Donington this weekend, we've got Brands Hatch with the London Historic Trophy in June, and we will have BRTC Classic in July at Silverstone. So these are 3 core events for us. And on top of this, we are trying to expand in Europe. So we're gonna organize a race weekend at Checkered in France, which was considered by Sir Stirling Moss the best racetrack in the world, the most beautiful one in the world. It's in the middle of, on the mountains, volcanoes, It's really hilly. It's a fantastic racetrack, and it's really fit for historic cars.
Wow, that's amazing. What else? You got more, haven't you, on the pipeline?
Yeah, we've got more. We've got new grids coming. We've got 2-liter sports cars series coming for the first one at Brands Hatch in June. So dedicated only to 2-liter sports cars from 63 to 76. So all the cars that race in the European Championship in period will race back to the racetrack they were in the 70s, so Brands Hatch and Checkered and Silverstone. So we are always trying to get new ideas, new series, new events coming to bring some, fresh air to the world of historic.
And I love the fact this weekend you've got the GP icons here, and that's a celebration of what's to come for GP icons as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think we are trying to answer the needs of all clients and drivers, and some of them owns these Formula Ones, and they said, okay, I'm going to bring 1 car, 2 cars, should I bring my F1 as well? I say, we can create something for you. So we're going to start with 1 event in 26 and hopefully having a full calendar for 27.
Incredible. It's just going to keep on going up.
Here we go. Just the beginning.
Just the beginning. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it doesn't quite. Oh, I don't know.
Go one up.
We are live, Jake. How do I look, folks? What are we thinking? Do I feel like I feel very on trend? So, the atmosphere and ambience around here is good today. This is like a big open museum. Just have a little look around here, Freddie. We have got almost 400 cars dating back from the pre-war era all the way up to the GT3 category, which terrifyingly, folks, is actually considered historic, seeing as it's celebrating 20 years of the category. That doesn't make sense for my age. But yes, there's all sorts going on. And it's also a brilliant place for the drivers because they get to hang out, they get to have conversations with each other, and they have got this driver's lounge, which is where I was a moment ago. All sorts going on. Last night we had pizza, we had live music, we had DJ. I'm going to show you around. This is a VT that I made yesterday. Check it out. The atmosphere and energy here in the paddock is incredible, and that's just from my perspective. But not only do the drivers get that experience, but family and friends do as well. Come with me. I'm going to come and show you the MRL Drivers Club because it's hustle and bustle. This is where we've got magic happening, okay? So people can grab a coffee over in that area there, thanks to Motorsport Coffee. Motorsport Coffee, that's Rob Huffy's company. Now here we have a live stage, we've got bands playing, we've got a curry night where there's going to be sitar players, the works. We've got energy and atmosphere happening every evening. Okay, come with me because I just spotted what I think is the best part of the MRL club. Look, this is proper old school sweets. Like, going to spend a lot of time here this weekend. This is what's going to fuel the live stream. Brownies. Oh, diet's gone out the window. Oh, and look. Something that's really charming about motor racing legends is this inclusivity of bringing in the friends and the families. So there's nothing about this historic world that's going to be stuffy, particularly not here at Donington Festival. Everyone's having a really enjoyable time. Conversations, the stories that will be shared in here are huge, and it's a really good place for drivers and their families to come together and enjoy themselves and eat some incredible food, although I am probably going to spend most of my time eating 1980 sweets. In this area here, if you have a look over there, we've got Goodyear activations. They're going to be running all weekend. Having a nice time, gents? Happy? Yeah, good, thank you. Yes, very good, thank you. We've got displays, and what else can I tell you? All sorts. You need to get yourselves down here to Donington this weekend. It's going to be the best weekend ever. I now going to enjoy this. As you are. Look at the timetable. So it's 10:55 for the Historic Grand Prix Association. They're just getting ready in the assembly area now. 12:10, you've got the Royal Automobile Club Woodcock Trophy and Sterling Moss Trophy. That's a big one, folks. Make sure you're watching that. 1:55, HRDC Jerry Marshall Trophy Series. At 2:50, we've got another F1 demo. That was pretty special yesterday. It will be special again today. 3:20, we've got the GT3 Legends, and at 4:25, we've got the HRDC Top Hat 366 touring cars. At 5:25, we've got the Historic Touring Car Challenge, and all being well, assuming we're on time, at 6:20 will be the HRDC All-Star with Classic Alpha Challenge. Another key one to make sure you're watching. What an amazing day that is. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens. Yesterday, a lot of these drivers set the benchmark and set a precedent for today's racing. So we look forward to seeing if we can top that. I have no doubt that we will, because Donington is just the gift that keeps on giving. Should we carry? Oh, sorry. Should we carry on? Come on. I don't know. That this is the beauty of live stream TV, isn't it? What are you throwing to, Alex? Oh, nothing. Didn't think that through, did I? Right, Freddie's going to do some backwards walking, and we're going to go and have a chat to car 45 with any luck. So this is the assembly area. This is where they all line up, getting ready to head out to either qualifying or to the race. Oh no, we've not got any drivers. Right, well, let's just have a little look around, shall we? Freddie, come and have a look in here. This is when I need someone like Bruce or Alistair to give me some full information. Come on, let's go and have a look over here as well. We might have some drivers that we can chat to.
Race 12, Historic Grand Prix Cars Association making way to the area now. That's all cars for race 12, Historic Grand Prix Cars Association to the assembly area now.
So yesterday we had a lovely conversation with Pierre as the F1 cars were out on track. This is a really big deal for MRL. We had 6 cars out on track. We had the Benetton, the McLarens, like iconic Formula One cars that looked and sounded incredible. And that is launching the GP Icons, which will be kicking off later on this year. The anticipation is that we're going to have around 20 F1 cars on the grid later this year. Can you actually imagine that? That would be an incredible experience for our fans, spectators who are really missing the sound and the energy of Formula One. Let's have a little look at the F1 cars on track from yesterday. So it was an incredible thing to witness and experience out on track yesterday. Is our F1 icons took the stage, and we caught up with Rachel to find out a little bit more. Rachel, I mean, we're standing in front of some of the most impressive GP icons. Talk to me about what's this about?
Oh, this is about celebrating Formula One, and for this season, Motor Racing Legends is also launching GP Icons, which is about the 3-litre period of Formula One, which are the big noises, the wings, when it all started to change and liveries became part of it all. So, they're fantastic things. They are, they really get your heart going as well, and they're so recognisable. Everyone here will have seen that and know what that is. So, they're new to Motor Racing Legends, but they're here this weekend to actually do some demos as well.
What do you think that's going to bring to the calendar that you haven't had before?
I think it'll bring a different dynamic. It will open up some different events that we can go to, bring some new people in who've got other cars at the same time. And, the breadth of what Motor Racing Legends will do then will be, amazing. We have an amazing amount of series anyway, but then we're going to have 12 race series looking at so many different types of cars. So I think it's going to be fantastic.
And fans, can you imagine how much fun the audience is going to have now?
I know, they love these cars. I think it's the noise and the colours of them. So I just think they're fantastic. These are part of my passion. I've worked with them for a long time and I absolutely adore them.
What a 2026.
Who can wait for that? How exciting.
Okay, so next up is the Historic Grand Prix Car Association. And here is a little bit more about it. These are the cars that shaped Formula One. And yesterday, okay, see if we can dive in. Hello, sir. This is incredible. Can you talk us through what you're sitting in?
This is called a Ferrari 246, nicknamed Dino, F1 car. It's the last of the front-engine cars, 1960 spec, and as I say, front engine. So they got destroyed ultimately by the rear engine revolution at the end of the 50s. But this is the last front engine type of car to win a Formula One race.
Wow. How special is it to be racing it around Donington Park?
It's a great track. It's going to be slippery today probably, but it's nice with the undulations and the craner curves. It's absolutely fabulous. And it quite suits, when it's slippery, it quite suits a front engine car because the weight is over the front axle, so it can turn in a little bit more easily. So the rear engines obviously will have the advantage, but the gap hopefully will be slightly less than it usually is.
It's incredible just sort of being able to see this up close and personal, the difference in the F1 steering wheel of modern day compared to the old school. I mean, where are all the buttons?
Where are all the buttons? There's not a lot of buttons, as you can see. The interesting thing in this car, if you look here, if the camera can see it, is the gearbox.
That's amazing.
You can see the layout of the pattern. It's very strange. Look at that pattern from 1 across to 2, 3, back cross 4 times. Amazing. So when you've been driving something else and you get into this, you've got to have your wits about you to make sure, hang on, am I going in the right gear? Wow. It's a fantastic thing. It's really a pleasure to drive.
Wow, amazing. Thank you. Have a great race. All right, let's see if we can grab someone else. Let's head down that way, Freddie. That's the sharp end of the paddock. It's honestly incredible when you see these guys up close and just see that they are literally inches off the floor. Many of them are almost horizontal. Don't get run over, Freddie. Hello, sir. Hello. All right, so you're at the sharp end of the grid. This is where you need to be.
Yep. After an amazing race yesterday, looking forward to another good one today.
What do you think? I mean, it's quite different conditions to yesterday. Exactly. What are you anticipating?
It's drying up a lot, it looks like, but it's it's going to be slippy and greasy, so I'm sure all of us are going to just be aware of that and give each other enough space.
Can you talk us through this beauty, please?
Say it again.
Talk us through this beauty.
Absolutely. I want to come back. All of us want to come back with all 4 wheels and the bodywork in place. Absolutely.
How tricky is this to drive? And as a professional racing driver, how hard is it to switch from the more modern cars to the driving style of this era?
I wish I was professional. I'm having a go, but they certainly slide much more. And these cars, the front cars here have all got 2.5 litre engines, about 250 horsepower. The cars weigh about 450 kilos, so the power to weight ratio is incredible. So the driving it, a lot of it is on your foot on the throttle, and the steering. You'll see any on-board stuff. The driver's hands are just going around all over the place, just trying to control the power really.
What's the pedigree and history of this particular car?
So this is 1962. It was the second Grand Prix car that Jack Brabham built, and he owned it, and he raced it himself in Australia for a season whilst he was world champion. He then sold it on to an Australian who put Graham Hill into it for a season down under of the Tasmanian series. So it's got a really good Graham Hill and Jack Brabham and then Graham Hill pedigree. It was then in a museum in the States for most of the 80s and 90s and noughties, and then came back over here and was rebuilt in about 2019, which is when I bought it about then. It's a beautiful car, and it's nice to have a Brabham amongst all these Coopers, the boring Coopers, so a nice Brabham.
Yeah, amazing.
Thanks a lot.
Have a great one. Okay, let's head over here and see if we can speak to car number 40. Hello, you are also at the sharp end of the pack, Tom, exactly where you need to be. How much of a advantage does this actually give you though in this race? How close are these boys?
If it was a completely dry track, it doesn't give you that much. I mean, it's always best to be in control, but when it's like this and it's a bit greasy and there's one dry line, if you can get into the first corner first, it makes it much more difficult to get past. So hopefully a nice clean start, but I'll be starting on the wrong side of the grid, so I might have a box. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I have to pinch myself every time I drive it. Real is yeah.
Wow. Fun. Let's have a little look at who else we can have a chat to. I mean, what key names? Excuse me. Oh, for a moment there, I thought you were going right back to proper F1 old school. No, bring it out. What have you got in your hand?
A ginger beer. It gives me some energy. Ginger beer from Australia.
And back in the day, Rudy, would that have been actual beer? You know?
No idea, really. It was completely different racing. It was funny. David Brabham, the son of Jack Brabham, who drove this car in 1960, was here yesterday next to me, and he said, "My father said to me, when you want to win a race, less brake, more throttle."
Sounds about right. You must have some incredible stories that you can tell us. What, when you look back over your incredible, very decorated history, what is it that means the most to you?
It is the camaraderie in the paddock, especially with the HEPCA. It's the best association I've ever joined. The wives are playing a role. We're racing in South Africa, in near Joburg and near Cape Town. Have a few days in between doing game drives and stuff. Or in Sicily and all over Europe. So it's very, very good people. I enjoy that very much.
Yeah, I have spent most of my career in, I would say, more the modern side. The historics is pretty new to me. But what is glaringly obvious is the family, the atmosphere, the jovial nature of everybody. All of you look like you're having so much fun.
Yeah, we do. We really do. And we love what we're doing here.
Yeah.
We know we are blessed that we can do this here. Yeah. We are blessed that we've got all the marshals around helping us. Guys like you, everybody that makes it so special.
Yeah, it's special for us, special for our viewers as well, who've been really enjoying the live stream. What are your thoughts on this season, looking ahead at the calendar of motor racing legends?
Well, there's lots of good races. So in 3 weeks' time, we're in Brands Hatch, which will be great. I love Brands Hatch. Almost like Donington, yeah. I think we are in Mugello and in Checkered. A nice Checkered will be fantastic. It's a Mickey Mouse circuit, but it's so much fun, and these guys down there are so happy having the HEPCA cars there. It's lovely. No,
I feel like Checkered just ticks the box for what MRL is all about, right?
Yeah. No, it's lovely. Yeah.
Good. Lots of nice champagne and things like that.
I don't drink champagne, but yeah, I'm enjoying parties who are. Yeah.
Incredible. Thank you, Rudy.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Hi, good morning.
I know you're heading out very shortly, but a quick, speedy word as your, I guess, relatively sharp end, third row in the grid. What can you do from here?
From the sixth position, hopefully get to the front a little bit more.
Well, that would be a good plan, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about this beauty.
It's BT4. It's the same as number 2 at the moment, Tim Child. 1963 2.5 litre. Yeah.
And how will she fare in this not quite dry, not quite wet track?
I think she'll be fine. I think the track is dry, so I'm quite confident. Hopefully, we have a dry setup, so if it's not, then I have a problem. But
Good. Have a great race. All right. Well, they are about to head out. This is going to be a great race. Bruce, Alistair, your turn.
Let's celebrate the shapes, and we're about to get the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association back out onto the track, so very much looking forward to that. So, Historic Grand Prix Cars Association, one fantastic run yesterday, and Tom Waterfield took victory in that, so he's going to be starting from pole again in his Cooper T53. Great to have those interviews down there from Alex Legui. Just talking about what we have, and what we have is cars with the engines in front, and then those that superseded them, where they put the engine to the back, and the change of the face of Grand Prix racing happened very quickly indeed. But I'm delighted we still have in this association, we have cars that have the engine at the front too, because right there we have one of the most beautiful cars. Car number 22 in that dark red. It's the car that really defined the late 1950s in Formula 1, the Maserati 250F. Elegant, but also super effective for a good 5 seasons of racing, which is really quite an incredible record.
Yes, and I think as I was growing up the side of race circuits watching races, and we had the historic races at the end of the day of the Grand Prix, as a way of sort of splitting the cars leaving, the people leaving the circuit, try and help with the traffic. The Maserati 250F was the one that caught my eye, and it's always been a favourite since in the front engine Grand Prix cars. It just looks right. The Ferrari 246 Dino, we've also got an example of one of those. It runs it close second in my mind, perhaps better in yours, Bruce, but both red, both front engined, both took world championships. Tremendous cars. The car we're looking at now on our live stream screen is the Cooper Maserati, which was Cooper Bristol. What am I talking about?
No, some were fitted with Maseratis rather later, though. That was in the 1960s. I think one could only say, a mother could only love that particular child. It's not a thing of beauty, but it was hyper effective. It's really not sleek like the Maserati 250F we're looking at in the background, but it did upset some of the front runners when Mike Cawthorne turned up at Goodwood and produced a phenomenal performance. Suddenly his name was on the map, and in short order he became a Ferrari driver and Britain's first world champion in 1958. But the sport was moving so quickly at that point.
Well, effectively Hawthorne was driving it as a Formula 2 car, wasn't he, in a Formula 1 field. So yes, apologies for saying Maserati, that just slipped out. It's Cooper Bristol, which actually the Bristol engine was a development of the BMW engine, which was, shall we say, liberated at the end of the Second War, brought across to the UK and then developed into the Bristol engine, which appeared in all sorts of cars. There's another one. That's the right colour for me, black with a yellow nose. Number 33 on your entry list, which is Chris Phillips in his Cooper Bristol Mark II from 1953.
An ex-Ken Wharton car. A lot of drivers moved around, but now, hold on, this one surely must be a little earlier, and it certainly is. Car number 42, Alfa Romeo, still one of the epic body shapes as far as I'm concerned, and that's Joseph Otton Rettermeier with his P3 from, bear in mind this field of cars is from the 50s into the cusp of the 60s. He's running something from 1934, so very, very different indeed. And the car with the very pointed nose is Chip Fudge in the Assegai. Remember in 1961, the shark nose Ferraris, as we called, cleaned up in the Formula 1 World Championship. The first year of the 1.5 litre formula. There was a very strong scene down in South Africa, and a lot of the builders down there decided, you know what, let's stick that nose on our car. We'll get lots of attractive looks, but a lot of these things like the Assegai, they didn't have the power. They were often running with little Alfa Romeo engines which were very popular from the Italian entrance down in South Africa. But, you know, I celebrate the diversity in so many ways.
Cooper T43 here first. No, it's not. It's yes, it is T43, but not the driver. I was expecting it's Charles Gillett. Car number 143, the Cooper T43 from 1957. This really was the beginning of the rear-engined railroad of Grand Prix racing and any Formula racing, open wheel racing, because John Cooper had an idea really stemming from his 500cc Formula 3 days. Let's put the engine behind the driver, and the big manufacturers like Ferrari Oh, no, we'll stick with front engine. But, of course, within just a matter of 2.5 years, it was rear-engined all the way. And it was the Cooper T41 and T43 which really led the way in that.
In fact, the car that's going out last is one of the sleekest in the pack. It's Barry Cannell who really steers the GPCA, and that was a Lola, but he's had a Cooper over the years. It's also been out in a Lola, just double checking what he's out in this. It's a Lola T60, CX British. It's the Midland Racing Partnership car that looks so fated. But let's take a look. This is the second race for the GPCA. Tom Waterfield on pole, yesterday's winner in the Cooper 253 alongside Tim Child, who really pushed him very hard in his Brabham BT34. So two great constructors of the period. Will Nuttall right up with him in his Cooper T53, and the similar car of Rudy Friedrichs just hopped out of his Alvis a short moment ago to move up through the years. Justin Mayers going better and better in his Cooper T53, and Michael Kuiper will start 6th in his Brabham BT4. Then we go to Michael Gantz in a slightly later Cooper, the T79, and likewise Rod Jolly, always a backbone of this series. He'll be starting 8th. Going down to 9th place, it's the first of the Lotuses, the 21 of James Denty, and Tom Dark, the Cooper T51, will start in 10th place. Going to row number 6, it's Richard Wilson in the 246, that Dino, the front engine Ferrari Formula 1 car, and Nick Taylor in the earlier Lotus, number 8, the Lotus Type 18, another Lotus 18, Wolfgang Hensler, and Nick Toplis, the low-line Cooper, slightly sleeker than its predecessors, and Tevian Salisbury Lotus 18, and the first the Maserati 250S, Elliot Hahn, will start alongside him. 17th on the grid is Will Nuttall's father Ian, a great preparation company, Cooper Bristol, and the Lotus alongside him. Then Nigel Batchelor in the one and only Keith GP car, the loudest car in this race, great sound. Eddie Maguire in his Cooper Bristol. Oh no, the Alpha P3 has gone off at the edge of the circuit. That looks less like a mechanical failure and more like someone just looping it around, and it's on the approach to McLean's by the looks of things on the grass. So hopefully that can be given a shove and get into the race, but at the moment it's almost the furthest point for any marshals to get to it, because their marshal post is either up the hill or down the hill. So the car's arriving on the grid. I don't know if we're going to have a start delayed because of this. No messages on screen as yet, but we would rather like that Alfa Romeo out of the way. He's got it going again. He's got some traction, so well done. Dearie me, what a moment in that 1934 Alfa Romeo, but well gathered, well collected by Joseph Otto Reckenmeyer, and hopefully he can come down and at least join the very tail end of the grid.
On the second row, and no doubt if we have a race like yesterday, we'll be involved in the lead battle. We've got the two Team Coopers from the 1960 World Championship. And number 12 was driven by Jack Brabham in period, and he won the championship from, in second place in the championship, his teammate Bruce McLaren, who drove number 10. Not necessarily those numbers in period, but those cars that you're looking at. 12 was Jack Brabham's championship winning car, and 10 was Bruce McLaren's car. Tremendous to see those out on track. And one straight into the pit lane, I'm afraid.
Barry Cannell,
yes.
We mentioned his Lola, the little T60 in the pit lane, and maybe straight back into the paddock. That's a shame. We've best of the front engine cars is the Maserati number 22, and wave green flag at the back of the grid, so we're good to go. The Alfa Romeo's made it back, so all lights for this standing start for the GPCA. The race is almost about to start, waiting for the lights to flick on the gantry. It's a 25-minute race. The lights are on. Very quick start from James Denty from the middle, about 10th position on the grid, but from pole position the job done supremely well by Tom Waterfield. Makes it neat and tidy. Any change in behind? Well, as Rudy Friedrichs hung on to that second place, but we're going to have Coopers galore chasing Tom Waterfield. Drivers don't want to get out over the curbing. It was damp overnight, heavy rain as we were leaving the circuit last night at about 8 o'clock. But that wonderful sweep from Hollywood down through the Craner curves, very much line astern. Just looking to see the big movers. The main mover is the man from pole position. Tom Waterfield has got this very much under control. He's got about a second's advantage halfway round the lap. Now they're making the ascent up the slope to McLean's.
And it's Cooper 1, 2, 3, 4, and Brabham 5th. Quite a start for the cars from the second row, with Tom Waterfield leading in his T53, and then it's the two works cars for Brabham and McLaren, with just ahead is Rudy Friedrichs in the number 12 car, and then it's number 10 Will Nuttall.
We do sort of feel that Tom Waterfield is rather shy. He's getting away from any conversation, and in behind the three works Coopers with that green livery with the white stripes, and still the car that's making the moves. It's Justin Mayers who's gone up very, very quickly indeed to get ahead of that pack. Now we've got a safety car out on circuit because we've got one of the Lotus 18s stopped on track down at the bottom of the slope. So it looks as though suspension at the front isn't perhaps the recommended settings, so there may have been a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact down there. So very quick work from the race officials. They identified it, and that's the case of the marshals calling in as much as them looking down from race control. And that is where the drivers have every reason to thank our race officials. The person who would be a little bit upset there, but not really, will be Tom Waterfield. He was already starting to pull clear from pole position, and the battling behind was really changing, because up from 5th on the grid in the battle of the Coopers came Justin Mayers. So we got Cooper in the lead from Cooper. There you go. And then Kuiper, who's in car number 63, just as we work our way down. And he is driving a Brabham. It really rather ruins it, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you can't drive a Cooper, then have a name Cooper. So Michael Gans in 6th place, number 17 in his Cooper, the slightly later T79, or much later T79 for Michael Gans, and in 7th place only from the front row of the grid, and yesterday's winner, wasn't he? Tim Child in the Brabham, but had a poor start.
Yeah, and the person who said the least, he's now going. I was looking to see, car number 13 was the car that stopped down. That was Wolfgang Hensler in his 1960 Lotus 18. He's got it going again, so whatever the problem was, the good thing about it is the fact that the safety car, hopefully that message as it just turns into McLean now with the snake of cars behind it, hopefully they can say, you know what, you can turn those lights off on your roof because the problem has cleared itself. So there's the safety car leading the field around, and of course lights still just on the roof. That's entirely what Tom Waterfield has to look up at, because he's going to control the restart. But the big question is it going to be when they come around this time or one further lap? The lights are still flashing, so this gives a chance for Wolfgang Hensler, who's just going over the start-finish line now, to chase and see how close to the tail of the pack he can get. The pack is only now just exiting Coppice to come back down towards the chicane, which will be the final sequence of corners onto the start-finish straight. But the lights were still flashing, illuminated on the roof of that car. This may give more of a chance, but hold on. They may have gone out, because it very much as though, look at our race leader Tom Waterfield, looks like he's choosing his moment, looking into the chicane, out of the chicane. Lights are out, so we're going to go. That's really good officialdom there. But what we got Justin Mayers made a good restart, but even better was number 10. And that is Will Nuttall, looking as though he's going to make a move to try and take 2nd place. Doesn't get the job done. In fact, I sense he got a bit too close to the car in front. Justin Mayers coming onto the start-finish straight, had to back off a little bit, and so nearly had an advantage, but couldn't pull it off. And what did that do? It allowed Tom Waterfield to already start trying to make his escape. But Justin Mayers is going really, really well in 2nd place, and this time around he's keeping our race leader honest. But down through the Craner curves, Tom Waterfield is completely on top of his Cooper T53. Comfortable. Will Nuttall makes the move and takes 2nd place. That is a move of commitment, and Justin Mayers is about to maybe lose another one up the outside, because we've got the Tim Child Brabham making a move. It's the red car in the pack, but out front with what he will now think of as breathing space is Tom Waterfield.
Well, there's a very common link between 3 of these cars up here, and that's Jack Brabham, because he drove, as I mentioned, the number 12 car, but he also drove Justin Mayer's car in period, and he drove the Brabham with his own name on it of Tim Child. So Jack Brabham certainly got around racing in a number of series, not just Grand Prix, but also the Tasman series down in the Southern Hemisphere. And Tim Child, hard on the brakes. Will he be able to get through? I think not. He's going to stay behind Justin Mayers. So the red Brabham with the green nose, also driven in period by Graham Hill, comes up the Wheatcroft Straight to complete another lap. So leading is Tom Waterfield in the Cooper. 2nd place is Ian Nuttall in his Cooper. Then it's number 53, Justin Mayers, in a 3rd Cooper. Then it's the Brabham, number 76 of Tim Child, being chased by Michael Kuiper.
But we've just lost Rudy Friedrichs, who was running in that front batch. Remember, he started the race from 4th on the grid in that all-works Cooper 2nd row of the grid. He is reported, so everybody else is promoted, with Tim Child 4th. And a big off-track moment for the aforementioned. That's Michael Kuiper, and he's sort of rejoining the circuit with a bit of a bounce and a bit of puff of dirt, but that would be something he'll focus his mind for a little while, I'd suggest.
Well, that may well promote Michael Gans, number 17, up a place. Michael Gans in his later Cooper T79. Michael, very experienced driver, he may well be able to move up, but it's Tom Waterfield all the way, isn't it? He's starting to ease away a little bit now from Will Nuttall, very, very experienced race driver, and as you mentioned earlier, with his father Ian, involved in car preparation as well. Tim Child locks front right brake on the number 76 Brabham, and just trying to find the latest point at which he can brake, but just slightly too late there and just snatched a brake. And also in the mix is still Justin Mayers, number 53.
Yeah, having reported that Rudy Friedrichs came into the pits out of about 5th place, he drove pretty much straight through. So maybe in the style of Peter Usanov's Grand Prix du Rock, he suddenly remembered a good insult to offer to his team boss, came through and channeled it. Of course, I joke, but maybe it was a problem that was happening and he came into the pits and then it cleared and he's just gone. So he'll be fighting his way back up the order. But just remember, Tom Waterfield driving beautifully, but even though the T53 looks remarkably similar to the predecessors, that's the car from 1961, so another tweak, another year of development, and he's very much making the most of it. Looking at a Cooper Bristol here, much more sit up and beg. Car 21, that's Ian Nuttall, father of Will. He's running down the order, but at the moment, just been flashing out the fastest lap of the race. No tricky element there. It's the driver who's leading the race, Tom Waterfield, fastest of all.
And let's have a look who's leading the front engine. It's probably the number 38 car. Yes, it is. In 10th place overall, it's Richard Wilson in that glorious red Ferrari 246 Dino, type of car that was driven by Mike Hawthorne to the World Championship in 1958. And the last World Championship for a front engine car, because 1959 was Jack Brabham in one of the Coopers, not the T53 but the earlier T43. There is the Maserati 250F that we were talking about earlier. That's Elliot Hand's car, not an original car, one that was built some years later, but to absolutely identical specification by Cameron Miller.
Yeah, I was going to say he built, I can't remember how many there were. Let's
11,
say,
I think.
I was going to say 12, but there we are.
Yeah.
But a lot of people just thought, that car is so glorious, I've got to have one. But of course, you compare it to the Lotus 18, the little white and black striped car alongside, and it's a giant in comparison. Driver sitting up so high in that dark red, Maserati racing red, Italian racing red 250F. It still works for me. And that exhaust that seems to go on forever down the left-hand flank of the car. You try and get out the other side, by the way.
Well, it was a car that did win the World Championship with Juan Manuel Fangio in 1957, and it was also the car which Sterling Moss was recommended by the team manager of the Mercedes Grand Prix team to go and buy one of those and come racing in Grand Prix and show your mettle, and we'll maybe take you on next year. Well, 1954 he drove Maserati 250F, privately entered, and he then moved on to the Mercedes team.
Right, it's really race on at the front. Tom Waterfield is no longer escaping. The traffic maybe slightly hampered him a bit, but Will Nuttall is on the hunt. 8/10 of a second down in the battle for the lead. They're just about turning down the Craner curves now. And I think they've actually just got clear of traffic. Looking at that Ferrari Dino, just such a glorious car. Then the start-finish straight pretty much empty at the moment, but down through the Craner curves, this is the battle just behind our race leaders, and you can see traffic to the left, to the right, and trying to work his way through. Little Lotus 18 finding its form. There's our race leader going past the taller Cooper Bristol. So Tom Waterfield, the T53 Cooper from 1961, car number 40 in the background. Will Nuttall looks so he actually lost out a little bit. It's just where you find the traffic. The drivers are very good at keeping out of the way, but sometimes they simply cannot. And the older hairpin is very much an example of that point, because the less experienced drivers want to take the tighter line, the more experienced drivers happier to go to the outside. But sometimes you can have diminishing returns. But two cars in the one shot. Will Nuttall, car number 10. Green with the white works Cooper stripes on it, chasing all the time Tom Waterfield, making him work. Tom won yesterday's race, and that was quite a toughie. Today's looking so it's going to be tougher still, because now with nobody around them, down the start-finish straight they go. I think the margin will be the same, just around a second, 9/10 of a second between first and second. And the good news is I think they'll get this lap in before they catch the next back marker, who's only now exiting Hollywood. They may just catch him before the end of the lap, but it's where they find him, whether it's this lap or the next one. Tom Waterfield really carrying a huge amount of speed through the Craner curves, that wonderful sinuous descent to the old hairpin. Now look, as he sets up that Cooper, he's going to slide it, fantastic, but it's a nicely controlled slide, an even tighter line down at the bottom of the hill there from Will Nuttall. He's got the scent of the hunter.
Indeed he has, yes. This is turning out to be a great battle. We had this yesterday, didn't we? We had two cars pulling away, two further back in third and fourth, and then they all closed up towards the end of the race, and things changed on the last lap. But it's Tom Waterfield who leads. It was 9/10 at the line, but I I get the feeling visually that Will Nuttall is slightly closer. There's some traffic coming up. You mentioned it was going to be this lap. Well, it certainly is. There's a Cooper Bristol to be passed. Both leaders do that, but they're both caught behind the next slower car as they come into the chicane. Who will this favour? There's the Lotus 18 there between them. Will Nuttall goes for a wide in, tight out. They both come past the Lotus 18 pretty quickly, and then they're passing the Kieft GP, the unique car, down towards Redgate. So in the end, actually, Bruce, they got through those three slower cars very efficiently.
They did, and the Kieft they just went past was a car that coulda, shoulda, but didn't, and they were convinced it didn't have the power to go racing, and latterly they found actually it did. So the project was pulled. It still makes one of the loudest noises you can have in a paddock, and I'm quite a fan of that, in all honesty. I'm a very simple being, but certainly if someone doesn't know what to expect, it gets fired up. But these cars, the little Cooper Climax, the Climax engines, bear in mind, the derivation of Climax as a company, they made pump engines, largely used by the fire brigade, but then they found something a little bit more exotic to do, and it very much is a typical story of sort of British industry, almost a cottage industry of the time, and they found a very, very good outlet in racing, and certainly that gave them a whole new lease of life. Right, Will Nuttall still chasing 0.6 of a second down on our race leader Tom Waterfield. Time to go, 12.5 minutes, so time aplenty for a move to come. I think it's going to be traffic defying because they seem really, really equal in terms of their pace.
They do indeed, yes, but you can see actually visually Will Nuttall is closer, isn't he? And he takes a slightly different line through the chicane, and you've already said down at the old hairpin, a slightly tighter line for Will through there. He seems to favour that. In the end, they're very close on time, but slightly different lines through the corners as they go down into Redgate. Across the line that time, another 0.2 shaved off the lead by Will Nuttall. Will is on a charge. He's going down now through Hollywood into the Craner curves. Fabulous sight as both cars four-wheel drift through there, just balancing the car on the power and the steering through into the old hairpin. Actually, Will takes the same line there as Tom, so no change in position, but certainly Will Nuttall is closing in, isn't he?
I mean, it is just one of the most glorious elements of historic racing to see a car being set up for a corner and just sliding, not sliding in a sort of lurid I'm a drifter way. It's a balanced slide, balancing it on the throttle, but the traffic. And again, another example, the back marker in the Cooper Bristol raises his hand, saying, I've seen you, which is what the cars that are coming through need to know. They don't want to guess the driver in front has seen them. But again, in cars this period, you can see the driver's arms from the car in front because the cockpit's sides are pretty low and they can make signalling very, very clear indeed. Fastest lap of the race still with our race leader Tom Waterfield, but certainly chipping away. 0.4 of a second down in terms of lap speed is Will Nuttall, but Will's going faster and faster. The traffic is coming at them thick and fast down the start-finish straight. They go. They got the Alfa Romeo P3 from the 1930s, just 2 cars ahead of them. They're going to catch those as they exit Hollywood and drop down the slope. Now,
which way are they going to go?
Well, entirely because they get past the Alfa Romeo, but it was also trying to be passed by one of the Coopers. So guesswork is required, but favouring at first Tom Waterfield, then he went too wide at the bottom of the Craner curves, and that allows the chasing Will Nuttall to hook the wheels over the inside, not quite rally style, not rally hooking, but yeah, just there. That's the consequence. We talk about where you find the traffic. If someone is on the tight line going down the Craner curves, you've got to be on the wide line, which makes it harder to swing back to the left to get and turn into the old hairpin. But you know what? One gains, one loses. But with every lap that we go past, with just 10 minutes remaining, it's getting tighter. Will a move come? Quite possibly. Where? Anybody's guess.
Well, we're focusing on the 2 leaders quite rightly, but the only other driver in the 1:16s on the laps, in fact Tim Charles just dipped into the 16s, but Rudy Friedrichs, you'll remember, came into the pits at the beginning. He's down in 14th, making his way back through the field. He's just gone up to 13th. He's also lapping in the 1:16 barrier. But we are focusing on, what a lovely shot on our live stream of the yellow and blue and white helmet of Will Nuttall as he wrestles that car through, trying to close in on Tom Waterfield. The gap now is so close that it shimmers between 0.3 and 0.4, but it's all about who came out of the chicane with a little bit more speed and comes to the line first. But it's Tom Waterfield who's leading. Lots and lots of cars making their way down. What a lovely selection of rear and front engine cars we've got. Very colourful. Tim Child is being caught by Justin Mayers, isn't he? That's for 3rd and 4th places.
Well, Justin's had a very up and down race.
Yes.
He started 5th on the grid, powered himself up to 2nd by the 2nd corner, and then lost the position. Oh no, suddenly the car in 2nd place. Will Nuttall, did he push? Was he shoved? But he's up with just about some motive power, and that was something that went wrong at Schwanz curve on the way up the hill. Remember, he was just 0.4 of a second down on race leader Tom Waterfield, so I wonder what happened. Did he get too close? Was there a back mark and he went on to a slightly damper line around him, or did he simply lose it, which isn't really a Will Nuttall thing to do? Very smooth drivers, so we may be able to pick up a highlight, replay, we may not, but suddenly our lead battle has been obliterated. But they were 11 seconds clear of Tim Charles Brabham, so he should still be okay, but there seemed to be a lack of traction when he tried to get going.
I think he stalled the car and he was trying to bump start it, wasn't he, as he went up the hill.
He's got a misfire as well. Suddenly just come across 8 seconds down on Tom Waterfield, and suddenly pop a whole pall of smoke, and as he passed the pit exit, Will Nuttall has pulled off very wisely, but well, he might have sensed something that might have caused what happened out the back of the circuit, but he would be hypersensitive to that car. You know, he doesn't just race it, he engineers it and sets it up, so he'd have been aware something was wrong. Hopefully that's nothing terminal, but certainly something has gone a little bit pop.
Yes, and where he's pulled off there, he's done his best to get it far off the track, and also it's kind of in the lee of the pit lane as well. So we do have a yellow flag, obviously, but at this stage, no sign of any further intervention, which hopefully will continue for the remaining 7.5 minutes of the race. The drivers will soon get to know where that car is. It's not really in the line of fire, and it's Tom Waterfield now comfortably, but it was 11 seconds. It's still around 11 seconds. And we can see there on our live stream the smoke coming out of the back of Will Nuttall's car as he pulled that car to a halt just after the pit lane. That's a fairly major engine failure by the looks of it, Bruce.
Shame, that was an absolutely cracking battle. That would have taken us all the way to the checkered flag. The checkered flag's coming fairly soon. Hopefully it's something that is a minor failure, not a major failure. But again, the calibre of the driver to know where to stick the car, to try not to interrupt the race after his car's demise. Oh, fastest lap of the race. We talked about the recovering Rudy Friedrichs, who came in for whatever reason and drove straight through the pit lane. He's recovered last time. He's down the middle order. He's not going to get a great deal higher, but he's put a lap in the 1:15s. Fastest lap of the race. So there was plenty of potential. We saw that yesterday when he raced a 4th overall in that ex-Jack Brabham championship winning car. But today, it's just a fight back. That's all he can do. So whatever the problem was, it was fleeting, it was temporary. He's up to 10th place overall, fastest lap, but nobody's going to be able to hold a candle to Tom Waterfield. It'll be 2 wins in 2 days in 6 minutes time when the checkered flag comes out. But in all of that, it means with Will Nuttall withdrawing, Tim Chard with the Brabham breaks up the Cooper monopoly, and he's in that bright red number 76 Brabham, there he goes now. He's up to second. Justin Mayers, number 53 Cooper, is about 1/4 of a second behind, in fact falling even more. He's in car 53, and he's actually got a bit of company because Michael Gans is tucked in behind him. Michael driving a white later Cooper, there it is, kind of a 17, white with a black stripe. So suddenly a bit of battling, but we do suffer from the loss. There's Rudy Friedrichs, car number 12. Remember, he should have been at the front end of the field. He was a very early pit visitor, drove straight through, dropped to the back of the pack, but has been setting fastest laps, and he's picking people off for fun at the moment.
Well, he's many seconds quicker than quite a few cars ahead of him, but there is a fairly big gap in front of him. But he may well make up some more places after his quick trip through the pits very early on. He was a front runner yesterday in the 4-car battle we had for the lead. But, there he goes. Rudy Friedrichs just loves his racing, absolutely adores the cars that he owns and races.
And you know what is so fantastic is the fact you look at these cars, the Formula 1 cars of the period, a couple of Formula 2 cars, front engine, rear engine, but they're still relatively small. They still make lots of space on the track. We enjoyed on Friday afternoon 2 races for historic Formula Junior, and they're pretty much the same size, and some of the very best racing anywhere in the world is with small single-seaters because they can get really close to each other. And right here, also, I love the fact with a bit more power, these Grand Prix cars of the day can slide a little bit more. Whereas the smaller engine Formula Junior, if you went sliding, it could lead to a sapping of momentum, which would take a while to build back up again. But today, the driver with all the momentum is Tom Waterfield. Rudy Friedrichs going past the 1930s Alfa Romeo, the P3 with that lovely... Oh, suddenly, that's saying thank you. I was slightly worried it might be another Works Cooper going pop, 60-something years after they were in their pomp, 66 years to be precise.
Just thanking Tazio Nuvolari for letting him through in the Alfa.
Change. And now we saw Michael Gans getting closer and closer to the tail end of Justin Mayers, and Justin is now no longer in a podium position because he's dropped to 4th place. And number 17, the white Cooper of Michael Gans, has moved up to 3rd. They were a quarter of a second apart. May well be that Michael Gans is under a second down on 2nd place now. He can set off after the Brabham of Tim Child, car number 76. But our race leader has things under control. That Alfa Romeo P3 just keeping out of the way again, enjoying its own race, but very aware of the other. 2nd place is now very, very close. Michael Gans is closing in. The little white Cooper in the background behind the red Brabham with the green nose, the car that raced in South Africa.
And the Cooper of Justin Mayers still there as well, looking at quite old compared to those two cigar tube shaped cars ahead, which had developed that sleek shape. Tim Child brakes for the chicane. Michael Gans right behind him. Michael looked to be going a little wide, but I think that was just a slightly different line he chose to take there. As they come across the line, it's Tim Child, Michael Gans right behind him, less than a lap length, and he pulls out to the inside as they go up to Redgate. Can he outbrake? I think not. No, Tim Child's able to take the line. So it's Child from Gans from Mayers, and Michael Gans posed for a different line.
Well, it was the slower in, faster out routine. I thought he got the job done the second part of Redgate, but certainly allowing Tim Child to try and control him. But I think he's now he's got close. He's going to have a little look around the remaining couple of laps and see where Tim Child's strengths are. They go past the Keith car, making an enormous sound, but obviously from the mid-50s, not with the pace of these cars from the very early 60s. So Tom Waterfield is a dozen seconds clear, nearly 13 seconds clear, but the battle for 2nd place, well, Justin Mayers is falling off the tail of it, so it isn't a 3-car battle, it's a 2-car battle. Red ahead of white, Brabham ahead of Cooper, to keep things nice and simple.
As they turn through at the top end of the circuit, the highest point, Coppice, double apex right-hander, quite tough to get right, and they come out almost side by side. Michael Gans desperately trying to get the inside line because that's the best line for the chicane, but Tim Child knows that and he takes the racing line, as is his right, of course, as the leader of the race, with just under 2 minutes to go. Still leading is Tom Waterfield comfortably now, and there's the battle for 2nd crossing our timing line and out down towards Redgate. Once again, Tim Child is able to outrun Michael Gans down to Redgate. Just seems to have a little bit more top speed, but who's come back into the mix again? Justin Mayers is right behind them again after that slightly slower lap.
Yeah, when you look at these cars, you automatically tend to think, of course, 1.5 litres, but a lot of these are just before that. They've got the 2.5 litre engine and are not giving away any power to anyone. So I don't know how Justin, maybe it was traffic, how he fell behind this group, but actually he's got a nice little toe there. But I think the move from Michael Gans has got to come very, very soon indeed. It does seem that Tim Child's in that red Brabham with the green nose has got a little more oomph out of the corners, but Michael Gans, he's measuring him. I don't think he's quite close enough this time around, and this will be the penultimate lap. Our race leader Tom Waterfield, he's 13 seconds clear. We'll offer them one more opportunity, one further lap of this circuit, and yeah, definitely as they go around the upper part of the circuit, the red Brabham has just got a little bit of breathing space. Out of Coppice they go. Race leader onto his final lap, 39 seconds left on the clock, so he is not home and hosed, but he's got no challenges. But 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Tim Childs in his Brabham, Michael Gans in his Cooper, and then behind him Justin Mayers, car number 53 in his rather older Cooper. That's just falling off their tail again, but there are possibilities. 2 Maserati 250Fs minding their own business, but they're effectively halving the cornering width of the Redgate corner, the opening corner. Is it advantage to Tim Childs in 2nd place? Perhaps. But as they sweep into the Craner curves, the white Cooper in 3rd place, Michael Gans is getting closer and closer, but with every corner they go through, it's one corner less opportunity for the chasing Michael Gans. I don't think he's going to be able to do it anywhere apart from possibly down into the chicane. That could be a risky move. Let's see. I agree with you. I think what Michael Gans will try to do here is, as they climb up towards McLean's, he'll try and get a good run through McLean's in the white car to close in on the red car of Tim Child, then maybe get to try and force him to stay left down the long straight. Michael there going through on the inside, did exactly what I thought, but slightly earlier than I expected. He wanted to get that inside line because that's the best line for the chicane. So Michael Gans, if he can hold on to this, and there's no saying Tim Child won't slide through on the brakes, but Michael Gans, great move there up at Coppice. Well, I really didn't expect that, and the race victory goes to Tom Waterfield. Meanwhile, as they say, in behind him, about a dozen seconds back. Well, what a drive from Michael Gans to get up to 2nd place, and he's happy with that, the fist pumping out of the top of the car. So Cooper first, Cooper second, Brabham third. Tim Childs had a good weekend, but just got caught out. I didn't expect him to leave maybe the gap up the inside up at Coppice, but he had Michael Gans grabbing the first real opportunity he had to take second place. Justin Mayers chasing them home, and as you can see, our race leader backed off a bit, victory by 10.5 seconds, but the 3 cars behind covered by less than a second in the order of Michael Gans with that penultimate corner move, Tim Child and Justin Mayers, and then nearly half a minute further back is Michael Kuiper, who had really quite a quiet race while those around him sort of pulled ahead and fell back. But Tom Waterfield, what a weekend he's had for the HGPCA. Set out, took victory yesterday, took victory today, and he ran off. But just remember, we did lose the challenger. We lost Will Nuttall off his tail, and at times he got to as close as a third of a second down on the race leading and eventually race winning car of Tom Waterfield. So a big shame. Hopefully that's something that is fixable, or is it an entire new engine? But the IN crew will sort that one out. But victory to Tom Waterfield, and thoroughly enjoyable, Alistair.
Absolutely, yes. One of the races, it is the race of the day so far anyway, and it was amongst the races of the day yesterday as well. What a cracking battle we've had. Great respect between the drivers. That's always lovely to see. Give each other racing room. And the vote from Ian here in the commentary box is that Michael Gans' move was the move of the weekend so far in terms of an overtaking move. What a great move that was, as Tom Waterfield makes it back to the pit lane. He'll be making his way down to Parc Fermé, and the second, third and fourth place cars all making their way in as well, so it won't be too many minutes before they're all ready for interview down there.
Yes, you really want the set of the drivers, second, third and fourth, to be together with a bit of hubbub, but it's always sad when someone's been in the mix and they don't get into the limelight at the end of the race. I mean, Tom Waterfield deserves all the plaudits. I feel very sorry for Will Nuttall not being able to make it to the end, but for Michael Gans, that was a fantastic move. Came way before. I didn't know how he found enough momentum up the slope. He must have been not bothering with the brakes a great deal at Coppice to make that move, but Tim Child gave him space, so massive respect on that count to get that move done without calamity.
I think it actually all started at Redgate, because there's no doubt that the back markers there, they didn't try to get in the way, they tried to get out of the way, but inevitably it was very tight there, and I think that they just lost a bit of momentum, and it was Michael that kept that momentum up a little bit more, and it carried all the way up to Coppice, up the top of the hill.
But that always at Coppice, a move there requires bravery, because you really can't see a great deal as suddenly the track kicks up in front of you. But for Tom Waterfield, just the pleasure of driving these cars, that's first and foremost. But he didn't, apart from being challenged for 2/3 of the race, the last third he could relax once Will Nuttall had his problem, but those behind couldn't relax until, what do we have, 2 corners to go, and that was where the move came that Michael Gans moved up into second place. Third place for Tim Childs. Here he is pulling up in his bright red Brabham. He'll have enjoyed that race. He would have liked second place, but you know what? You go racing to race, so he certainly had plenty to enjoy in the HGPCA action out on circuit.
Proudly displaying Graham Hill and Jack Brabham as previous drivers of Tim Child's car. Tom Waterfield there enjoying a moment with one of his team, and in the background is the second place driver Michael Gans. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that move, and he'll be telling Alex all about it in a moment.
By the way, Rudy Friedrichs went charging up the order, got into the top 10, set the fastest lap of the race, but didn't get to the end of the race. He came back into the pit, so he could have been in this mix as well. We could have had 4 or 5 cars fighting over that second position, but it was still fantastic race action from the HGPCA, which is something you simply come to expect. But let's go down, because Alex Legui has all the drivers who should be in the top 3 positions. She's herding them again.
Congratulations. When I grabbed you in the assembly area, you weren't 100% certain how this race was going to go, but it obviously worked in your favour.
Yeah, it came out well in the end. Yeah, it was just great. Good start. But I had Will behind me the whole time, until he stopped. And knowing how good he is, I was like, I can't relax, just got to be neat, no mistakes. And he was just slowly getting there and just going, whoa.
Did it feel like the track was clearing at all?
Yeah, track felt pretty good. There was the odd bit where you'd just suddenly go, oh, it's massively sideways. But most of the time it was good. Yeah.
Good. All right, well done. Well deserved win. Michael. Hello, sir. Good. A nice podium result for you.
Very unexpected. I was very uncomfortable in the car yesterday. I completely fluffed the start. I went from, I think, 7th to about 15th. I in great effort, battled way to 2nd. No, sorry, just 7th. And today it just sort of worked. I follow the guys in front of me. It's great to see them do what they do, and sort of, for me, it's monkey see, monkey do.
Well, that's a great expression. Where are you from?
I'm originally from New York, but I've lived in Europe for a long time, and I've raced HGPCA since, I shouldn't say this, since 1997.
Wow.
So long time.
Yeah.
It's when I was 6.
Wow. a few years, just a few handful of years. Another nice podium.
Yeah, pretty happy with that. I mean, lost another place on the last lap like yesterday, but anyway, it's been a good day, really good day.
Good, loving it. All right, let's get ready for our podium, shall we? Well done, folks.
So plenty of happy drivers. Looking back at the start of the HGPCA race for Grand Prix cars from the 50s into the 60s, some even from the 30s in the background shot. Brilliant start from Tom Waterfield in the number 40 Cooper. Had clear line of sight down into the first corner. Had 2 car lengths in behind, chopping and changing. Lots of Works Coopers. Brabham's in there as well. A little problem early on for Wolfgang Hensler. That car did get out of the way, which is very good. It had stopped on the track. It did have the safety car come up so it could be cleared, but it only had to do a lap at the front of the field, so we were racing again in fairly short order. For Tom Waterfield, he lost the early lead in terms of his advantage, but as soon as we were racing again, just some brilliant battling, and Justin Mears doing a great job there, but not such a good shot. But car number 63 running very, very deep into the hairpin. Michael Cooper, a spin then from Will Nuttall, and then later in the lap he crossed the start-finish line and his engine appeared to expire. So the challenger, who'd been right under the tail of the race lead, there is the puff of the smoke and the retirement of Will Nuttall. He pulled off, tucked the car into the line of out of the line of fire into safety, and then we had this brilliant scrap, and on the final lap a move for second place at coppice of all corners on the circuit. Really brave from Michael Gans in the white Cooper, going past Tim Childs' red Brabham, and Justin Mears tucked in behind, but they were still a full 10 seconds down on car number 40, crossing the finish line mid blue with that orange stripe. And it's Tom Waterfield, 2 races, 2 wins here at Donington Park. Great. What a shame he lost Will Nuttall off his tail though. So in terms of the results, it was Tom Waterfield leading from Michael Gans at the end by 10 seconds. It was Cooper ahead of a more modern Cooper. Then Tim Child in his Brabham was 3rd. Justin Mears in his Cooper was 4th. Michael Cooper was 5th. And Rod Jolly had a good solid race in his Cooper to 6th place overall. And now let's go down to Alex with the podium.
Off the podium for our HGPCA. Please put your hands together and welcome in 3rd position, Tim Child. Keep up the energy and welcome Michael Gans on P2 of our podium. And on the top spot, it's Tom Waterfield. Paul Denman is kindly presenting our trophies. Paul Denman from Trinity Bridge. Very nicely done, folks. Please come together for your official photographs. And another big round of applause. We have a 2nd podium. For our front engine winners. Please put your hands together and welcome Ian Nuttall to the podium, 3rd position. Congratulations, Ian, brilliantly driven. Please welcome Elliot Han, P2. Yeah, you need to do this bit. And a big round of applause and a big whoop whoop please for Richard Wilson, top step for front engine podium of the HGPCA. Once again from Trinity Bridge, Paul Denman is presenting our trophies. Nicely done, folks. That was a great race. Yeah. So we've had some big festival, and among them is Tony Jardine, who has just recently launched a very special tour called the Rewind Tour. I'm now down in the MRL Drivers Club with the legend Tony Jardine, who has got something very exciting to talk about. You're laughing. You are a legend, Tony. Tell us about Rewind Tour.
Yeah, Rewind Tour Britain is bringing back the magic from the 70s when you had the Avon Tour of Britain, which was racing drivers against rally drivers. And many people might remember James Hunt won the first one in a Camaro. He beat all the rally drivers, and the rally drivers didn't like that. So we've taken that magic and we're bringing it back in the current idiom. Call it Rewind Tour Britain, but it's for cars, classic cars, historic cars, Appendix K, based on production cars. So we want to get Camaros, Sierras, we want to get the Lancia Stratos and the rally guys there. And we're going to go to racetracks, we're going to create special stages, and we're going to hill climbs. We've got Shelsley Walsh, we've got Prescott, we've got Castle Combe, we've got Thruxton, and we've got special stages in Wales, in Epping, which is really going to sort the men from the boys and the girls from the ladies. Trust me, they are going to be epic. And then we're going to end up at Bowood House, a big estate with a special stage. It's just going to be glorious. Everyone so far said, we want in, we want to do it.
I'm not at all surprised, and not only, I would imagine every driver under the sun would like to be involved, but this is like a fan special, isn't it? What has the response been like? You launched at the beginning of this year, didn't you?
We launched in January at Thruxton, and we've already got nearly 60 expressions of interest. So anybody who is interested, go on to the Motor Racing Legends website, onto Rewind Tour Britain. They can see on there, and they can put their expressions of interest in there. Regulations and entry forms are going to be coming out in the next month. We expect a lot of rally drivers and racing drivers. I mean, people like Colin Turkington, 4 times touring car champion, David Brabham, Matt Edwards, 3 times British champion. They're all going to do this event, and they want it.
I am not at all surprised. I cannot wait. Rewind Tour Britain. It's going to be a good one, isn't it? Thank you, Tony. Best of luck with it.
Thank you.
If you grew up watching touring cars in the 70s, 80s and 90s, this is your grid. These are the cars that defined an era. Big personalities, big rivalries, and racing that was and still is second to none. Careful, Freddie, you're about to fall over a child. There we are, all good. Yeah, incredible. And these are the cars that made it really, really special. And if you're here in person at any of our MRL events, you can literally get up and touch. You can get that close to them. Anyway, so what do we got here? Old school touring cars, the Nissan Skyline, the Ford Sierra, the Beamers, cars that absolutely defined this era. The BMW, what do we got there? The 2002, one of the cars that helped define early touring car racing. Simple, lightweight, hugely competitive in its day. We've got the Chevys down here. The Ford, come this way, Freddie, because we've got the Ford. There you go. You've got your Ford Escort RS 1800, lightweight, nimble, all about agility. It wasn't actually the most powerful car out on the grid, but on the right circuit it was incredibly effective. And then if we head down here, the Nissan Skyline Godzilla, and we've got Chris Middlehurst, who is not only the owner with he and his dad, he's also the driver. This is then, like, what a cool piece of kit this is and was.
Yeah, absolutely. In its day, it was obviously ahead of its time, being 4-wheel drive and active 4-wheel drive. 2.6 litre twin turbocharged straight 6 engine, the legendary RB26, built and tuned by Rickwood Motorsport, ran by Middlehurst Road Racing Classic. So we're a father and son team, me and my dad, and buzzing to be here. We were on pole yesterday, but unfortunately a contact at turn 1 meant we had a DNF. But we'll go again today and go for the win from the back.
which is possible in this, to be fair, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got around about 700 brake horsepower, so yeah, plenty of power. It is also quite a heavy car compared to others on the grid, so you have to be careful with the tyres and the brakes and make it last. It is a 40-minute race, so you can't just go crazy, especially with full tanks, 110 litre tank. You don't quite fill it for this one, but yeah, she's a heavy car, but she goes very, very well, and I've just been loving driving it. I really, really have.
I am not at all surprised. I've spent 14 years in the pit lane for World Touring Car, and you know, as incredible as that is, nothing quite compares to this era, does it? Or the era of the cars that are being represented here. And the fact that you boys can get behind the wheel and sort of replicate what we had back in that time must be so much fun as a driver.
Yeah, I think MRL, you know, done a fantastic job of branding this whole, you know, championship with the HTCC Historic Touring Car Challenge. You've got such an amazing variety of cars down here and on the grid, but having the Skylines out and the Sierra Cosworths in the M3s, all those, you know, legendary cars that were battling back in the day, and these now are, you know, got modern technology and modern influence on them, so they are faster and better than ever. But yeah, with the old school influence. But yeah, this car's a, you know, a fire-breathing beast. It's, you know, spits flames out the side of it, and, you know, sounds incredible, looks incredible, and yeah, very fortunate to be here racing it.
Can you show us, can we have a little look inside? Can you, come on Freddie, get in there, talk us, have a look in there Freddie. Chris, can you just talk us around it a little bit more for us?
So obviously you have to kind of keep some of the interior, you know, standardish, you know, as it was back in the day with the dashboard, things like that, but we've got a carbon fibre Corbeau seat in it, and trying to, you know, keep the interior quite retro and original in terms of steering wheels and clocks and dials, things like that. We have got modern engine management. We've got a V-Box system in there, so we can look at data and things like that. But yeah, the shell, the fabrication work that goes into the shell obviously is fantastic. Like Rick Wood does an amazing job of the seam welding, and you can see, you know, all every seam and everything's all, you know, yeah, seam welded for strength. All the paint and things are beautiful, and yeah, we really, you know, as a team, we want to keep the car looking great as well as obviously going quickly. You see the original, you know, door cards, try and keep this all, you know, as it was, and period correct in that respect. So I'm quite a, you know, purist and love that authentic Group A, you know, vibe on the inside, not too modern where you'd start flocking dashboards, and it's just quite in keeping. Even the labels I've kept old school with the old print and things like that. I love things like that.
Amazing, I love it. And I think what's also really cool, and what we really saw yesterday and we'll see later on today, is that each of these cars have their own personalities, don't they? And they fully, you know, like what? Each of them had their own personality, and each of them brought their own addition to each race, didn't it? I mean, how happy is she around Donington, for example?
I mean, you know, it is quite a much of a power circuit, so we have got, you know, a bit more horsepower, say, than the RS500, for example, but that car's a bit lighter as well, but yeah, rear wheel drive, and we're four wheel drive, so I think it's quite close between the Cosworths and the Skylines on a one lap basis, but over a race distance they work the rear tyres more, being rear wheel drive, and we're four wheel drive, so we can kind of cruise round and keep that pace a bit easier. It's just making them last, you know. They're quite highly tuned cars, and so we need to be mindful we need to last the distance, so being kind on the brakes, kind on the tyres, kind on the engine, you're not revving it too much, and just bringing it home really. So that's the kind of key to today. We are coming from the back, I'll have to push forward to get through the pack, but I've got to be mindful to, like I say, make it last, because they are old cars in that respect. You know, you've got modern technology, but they're still fundamentally, you know, the same as what they used to be.
Amazing, love it. Can't wait to see how you get on later. So Nissan Skyline, the Cosworth, the Sierra. Oh, in fact, we can have a little bit more of an in-depth look at the Sierra, as I caught up with it yesterday. Check this out. Julian, RS Cosworth, what a legendary car, and this one has some particular pedigree, doesn't it?
Certainly has, yes. It was raced in period by Andy Rouse and Guy Edwards and did quite well that year. Didn't win the championship, but properly raced all season long. Had a few battle scars. So yeah, it's a famous car.
And how is she going to fare this weekend, do you feel? You've got quite a lot of legends among the grid, haven't you?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Yeah, there's a lot of really fast cars and really fast drivers. Always goes quite well at Donington, this car. Kind of suits it, fast flowing, not too many tight little niggly corners that the four-wheel drive Skyline's like, and it can outgun the M3s on the straight. So yeah, it should be up there at the sharp end. I can't say exactly where, but hopefully fighting towards the front.
And what duties are you on this weekend then?
I've got 4 races, 2 in this, and I've got an Audi R8 V10 that I'm racing as well in the GT3 Legends.
That's quite a switch then. How do you go about navigating that?
I've got a few cars and they're all very, very different. I was racing a Fun Cup VW Beetle a few weeks ago, which is totally different.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just another car really.
Epic. Amazing. I hope you have the best weekend.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good fun. It's a scary car.
Yeah.
It's my only car I get out and I'm shaking like a leaf, which is a good thing.
It's a good thing. Honest.
Yeah.
The HRDC Top Hat Pre-66 touring cars are out on the track, stretching their legs, going through qualifying. It's a 25-minute session. It's a Mustang at the front, car number 119. A lot of cars in the pits. Driver changes going on because it's going to be a 2-driver race this afternoon, and what array of cars. We've got the Mustangs, we've got the Ford Lotus Cortinas, we've got a Studebaker Lark, we've got little Alfa Romeos, and a whole host of other shapes, and Alfa Romeo Giulios, a Volvo Amazon in the mix as well. So it really is a melting pot, Alistair.
It certainly is, yes. And at the moment we've got touring car star Tom Ingram, who set the time in car number 119 at the top of the tree. He's now handed over for the rest of the session to the owner of the car, Jack Riddell. Ford Mustang, 121.4 for them. That's nearly 9/10 of a second quicker than our second place car, which has the same engine and the same badge, a Ford, but it's the Falcon rather than the Mustang. And that's number 16, which is Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. Sorry, they're in the Mustang, aren't they? Not the Falcon. That was an earlier car that is still up there, but sorry, apologies. Yep. That's another Mustang, Matt Johnson and Robert Ross, number 16. And then it's number 6, the Brustang, the Ford Mustang of Alex Brundle and Scott Mansell. Car number 6 is third quickest.
So still 119, top of the pile, just going through Coppice, the highest point of the circuit. So number 42, Ford Lotus Cortina, Simeon Moore and Andrew Usher. That's the car that's being passed. But the grunt of the Mustang, that 4.7 litre engine, or 289 cubic inches in American terminology. Good power, and then the braking coming down into the chicane. But then in the field with Minis, an Austin A40, or possibly even 2 of those, real variety. And the glorious little Alfa Romeo Giulia, it just never fails to tickle my fancy. Looks brilliant, but in terms of the ultimate pace, it's going to be one of the cars with the bigger engine. There's a little Austin A40, car number 114, slipping and sliding around the circuit and actually going very well in behind the big Ford Falcon as well. That's a car that you'll find closer to the front of the grid. Not quite yet, though, still finding its form. That's the Clarkson family car of Chris Clarkson, Ford Falcon Sprint.
Somebody may have mentioned that the Austin A40 was your school run car when you were at school, Bruce?
I think only on about Thursdays. we entered a whole host of other things.
And the big Falcon passing the Austin A40, and in fact the Mark 1 Cortina in shot just behind is also, I think, going to get through, or certainly will very shortly get past the Austin A40. Minis, always popular. Minis out there as well, and surprisingly quick, as we see returning to the track number 49, which is one of our quicker Mustangs. That's Michael Whitaker, car number 49, which is currently lying 6th on our timing screens, but certainly capable of perhaps pushing that car a little bit nearer to the front.
So again, what you have with the Mustangs, it's an excess of power over grip, but you know where they handled far better than people expected when they were brought over from the States. They were brought over because they had the grunt, and then they thought, we don't have large-engined British cars racing in saloon cars, bring those over. But it took a while. They sorted them out. They got the braking under control. They worked on the suspension. They became incredibly wieldy after that, and remained ever popular. Of course, it was a brand, a new creation for Ford in the States in the early 60s, led by Lee Iacocca, who was sort of head of marketing, and he really pushed and shoved the big management to go for it, and it was a formula that really worked, because for Americans it was a cheap, locally built car by one of the main manufacturers, General Motors with Chevrolet responded. Unfortunately, the Ford Falcon, we talk of Ford Falcons, and we have one off at the edge of the circuit. And the telltale skid marks in the background of the shot leading up to the impact with the tyre wall suggests a big four-wheel drift to the outside of the circuit. Is that the exit is that Hollywood are we looking at there?
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
So out of Redgate and simply didn't keep turning right enough. That's a very simple explanation of the situation.
And up to second, while all that's been going on, has come John Spear's car, but with Nigel Greensall at the wheel, and that's Chris Clarkson is the car that's gone off into the barriers at Hollywood. But the car now into second place with Nigel Greensall at the wheel is car number 179, the blue Mustang. We've got another car stopped now. That's got damaged front right that we can just see in our live stream shot. I wonder whether there's been a coming together there and there's another car involved that we can't see.
Well, he's at the foot of the crane of curves, effectively on the exit of the old hairpin and remarkably close to the edge of the track. I'm not entirely sure. We may not have a safety car coming out, sitting where it is. The drivers can see it as they come down the hill, but still as they're coming out of the old hairpin, naturally their cars will go to that side of the circuit as they come up the hill. But I think you have applied logic to the meeting of two vehicles. Ford Falcon off the track and the Andrew Usher Simeon Moore car. Let's take a look at how this may have happened. Cortina on the outside, Mustang on the inside. Cortina simply looping out of the old, clipped one of the Alfa Romeos and spun himself around. So there it is. It wasn't the Falcon that was involved, but for the number 42 Lotus Cortina, Simeon Moore, Andrew Usher, contact and red flag. Cars already acknowledging that and reporting to the pit lane. Time left on the clock, 8.5 minutes. Because sitting where it is, half on the track, half off the track on the exit of the old hairpin at Lotus Cortina is not in a position that many people would consider a safe place to leave it.
Marshall's rushing into action to get that cleared as quickly as possible. We've also got the Chris Clarkson car we think is still parked at the side of the road at Hollywood, so a couple of cars to be recovered. We noticed very quickly when that incident occurred, Nigel Greensall straight into the pit lane. No point in going round with a yellow flag because you're not allowed to go through that zone at anything like racing speed, and so he came in. He's now parked actually at pit exit, so he's not got out of the car. He's just waiting now to restart the session, as has Guy Smith as well, 2003 Le Mans winner Guy Smith, running in car number 713, which is not a Mustang as we thought in the programme, but he's actually brought the usual Cortina that we've seen him in for a few years. As we see a replay on our live stream, that's a shame, that 105 shape Alpha getting quite a bash from the spinning Cortina. So two cars, sadly, with a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I've been looking, it was the Halusa family Alfa Romeo that took the brunt of the spinning Lotus Cortina, and can't see if that's made it back to the pit lane. I'm just looking on screen, car number 155. It was running mid-order, but it's, I think, listed as maybe not getting its way back. And still looking as the last few cars come in. During this red flag period in the HRDC Top Hat Pre-66 Touring Car qualifying session, just as things were shaping up. But again, when you've got such a packed grid of cars, if someone has a mishap, it's quite possible you're going to have contact with someone else, and that's precisely what we saw down on the approach and then on the exit of the old hairpin, with Ford Lotus Cortina meeting little Alfa Romeo Giulia.
And certainly a colourful sight looking at the pit lane as the recovery crew comes to pick up the unfortunate number 42. That's Simeon Muir and Andrew Usher's Cortina. We're not told who's in the car at the time, unless we can spot the driver getting in or out and the colours of helmet and so on. We are not told who's driving, so either Simeon or Andrew was at the wheel of the number 42 that unfortunately came together with the Halusa Alpha.
Well, we were in the second half of the qualifying session, and generally the second driver would have got in on that board. So if it's on the basis that the driver listed as driver one has done the first part of the session, probably the car owner, it could quite possibly be Andrew Usher, but there's no point guessing. But certainly got very busy down at the old hairpin, and when someone goes sideways, suddenly their pace drops off enormously, and if you're on a full racing line, you're still carrying the speed, and sometimes there is nowhere to go. And for the Halusa family, Alfa Romeo Giulia, they were on the outside with their GTA, and unfortunately the Lotus Cortina came towards them, clattered into them in the rotation. Front end damage for Lotus Cortina, and I dare say a bit of a ding in the door of the Alfa Romeo as well. The Ford Falcon is still there. We've got a Mustang also in the gravel
That's at the chicane.
At the
isn't it?
chicane, so
Yes.
just out of our sight, there's a building between us and them, and it's a sort of pale, sort of moss green looking car, I think, he says, looking at a black and white monitor. But frustrations down at the old hairpin, still waiting. It is it's a pale green car, sitting in the gravel, driver suitably in the way, so we can't see the door number. I did see it go past.
88, I think that is. Yes.
Okay, it's Cristiano Nardoni. That's a shame. I thought that was a very good-looking car. I saw it go past. I thought quite unusual. If you think sort of moss green, not quite Aston Martin green, rather a bit more yellow in the mix there if you're going through the Farrow and Ball paint chart.
That's unusual to have 3 completely separate incidents all at once, and quite how that Nardoni car ended up there we didn't see. But Nardoni racing on his overalls, that gives a bit of a clue. But it looks like the front wing has been pushed back into the wheel. The marshal was looking at that, maybe that they could pull that out and then push the car out, but it's stuck in the gravel at the front, isn't it?
Right, just keeping an eye on the time, of course, with the red flag, the countdown clock has stopped, but the queue of drivers at pit exit indicate they're very keen to get back out and finish their qualifying session. This session for the Top Hat Pre-66 cars is followed at 12:10. That should end at 11:55 in just 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes from now. And then what follows at 10 minutes past 12 is the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy, the longest race today, a 1-hour race. There is a lunch break after that, actually, for 45 minutes, but it may well be some of that time is going to be taken up with this. Of course, the time we have to look forward to is the end of the day, not because it's the end of the day, but sometimes you get a curfew, and that's just before 7 o'clock this evening. So the stricken Lotus Cortina is winched up onto the flatbed down at the old hairpin. That needs to be cleared. It is being cleared. The Ford Falcon that went off down the Craner curves, I think, has been moved, and the Mustang is sitting up at the chicane, still in the gravel. Okay, well, while this is happening or not happening out on the track, let's go back down to the paddock and join Alex Legui with her latest findings.
This is one of the standout races of the day. So while we have a red flag, I thought I would take the opportunity to come down here and spend some time in the assembly area, because we've got some serious cars to talk about. So this is the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. So this is 2 eras combined on one paddock. And Freddie, I don't think you can come with me, so just you'll have to just zoom in, because I'm going to come over and have a little chat to our poleman, Gary Pearson, who's actually also in the car with Alex Brundle. Alex Brundle's not here because he's out on track. Gary, let's come in and then have a little chat to you, if that's okay. Right, first of all, can you tell us a little bit more about the Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy, and how good it is to bring these 2 eras of cars together?
It's great. Yeah, so the Woodcote Trophy is for the slightly earlier cars, up to sort of like 55 really, and the Stirling Moss is for the cars up to 1960-61. So we're in the quicker group here with the Lotus 15. You know, they were competitive against each other in period. Then lucky enough as well to be driving a D-type in the same race. Amazing. I'm starting with this one, and Alex is going to jump in about half distance.
And you're going to jump in.
Yeah, so brother John's in the D-type, so we have a quick swap over in that one.
That's amazing. So obviously qualifying went well. Tell us a little bit more about this beauty.
It's Lister Jaguar, 1958 Lister Jaguar. It's super original car. It's even got its original body, which is pretty unusual for a car of that age. It's just a wonderful thing, and it's lovely here at Donington. It's a proper good circuit for the old cars.
What's her history, her accolades?
It went to America. It was raced in America, and it was sort of retired from racing pretty early, which is why it's still so original. And it's all got the original bodywork, still got the original paint on the chassis. It's so we've never over restored it. So for that reason, it hasn't got a sterling period competition history. But Dad and I, we've been racing it for I'm totting up the other day. I think it's about 32 years this year. Same car, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it's a wonderful car. It's a big part of the family history for us. So.
Oh, how lovely. Oh, good. Okay, we'll have a great race. Hopefully I'll speak to you on the podium, huh? Let's take the opportunity to come... Jelly, you're up. Come here, because this... So now we are in the Woodcote Trophy category. So tell us a little bit more about this. I'm going to come on this side of you so I can use my right hand.
It's a D-type Jaguar, another one of the Halusa collection cars, driven by Lucas.
Of which you seem to have quite a few.
Yeah, High-Tech Motorsport run a big proportion of the cars. As I said yesterday, this is one of the other cars that Martin and the family own, and it's one of the original lightweight chassis, so it's a beautiful car.
It really is. All the licks and shapes, like we don't have anything quite like this these days.
No, it's beautifully made. I mean, if you look at the back here, if you just walk round, it's all hand beaten. Can you
have a look at this?
Can you see the way that it's all been made old school and manipulated with English wheels and guys with tapping hammers? The whole thing is beautiful, and the way everything fits. It's not just, it's not full of filler. It's just beautifully handmade and finished as they were in period by super talented craftsmen, really.
Amazing, and driven by, I mean, these cars demand a certain type of driver skill, don't they?
Oh yeah, they get out of one single seater, 400 kilos, that does everything you want it to do, and then they get into a much heavier, bigger car on taller tyres, and it's the art of driving, isn't it? And you've got to sit in it and go with it rather than sitting on top of it. And modern motoring has lost a lot of this skill. But if you consider, in period, these guys were at Le Mans with goggles and leather helmets, and they were doing 160, 170 mile an hour down the back straight in the dark with headlights that were not very good. They were real warriors,
Insane. Like even the kickback of stones and stuff like that. Like it's bad enough when I go out on my motorbike. Don't even have that. My bicycle, let alone sitting on one of these with this lot kicking up.
Yeah, no, it's they enveloped all the bodywork purely for aero, not for safety. There was no halos, obviously, and the windscreens are there for aero. But beautiful cars to drive. Very rewarding when you get it right. I think that's the way of doing it. The car in front is a Lister Nobly, different spec car, but they're running 2 races in one here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're all up for their individual glory, aren't they?
Yeah, of course. All right, have a great race. Okay, another car. I'm hoping that we can have a chat to Doug Muirhead, because I want to know a little bit more about the history here.
So it was originally an 11, and then in 1961 it was converted to a sports car, so it had a roof and everything. And then around 25 years ago, the previous owner pulled it back to an 11, hence you see all the scars and dinks from filling in the various panels. And I thought I'd save 10 kilos of weight by not having it painted.
I quite like it as well. It looks a bit rustic. And what is she like to drive?
Beautiful. Honestly, the trueness of the steering is quite incredible. If you get a bit of rear slide, just flicker the wrists and she's back in. It's just a wonderful car to drive.
Sounds very simple.
Well, yeah, I suppose so. I mean, some of these bigger cars take a lot of muscle to get around the track. The little 11s are beautiful. The engineering behind them is incredible. And she weighs about 440 kilos.
Oh, my good Lord. She looks like a rocket. Okay, amazing. Doug, have a great race. Let's go... Oh, Duncan's over there. Let's have a little chat to our friend Duncan, the chairman of the Royal Automobile Club. Sorry, Rudy. I'm going to rudely interrupt you and step on your toes. Right, Duncan, tell us a little bit more about what the benefits are of running these two together. What is it that's making this race so special today?
Well, you've got the Stirling Moss Trophy and the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy. Woodcote Trophy is for pre-56 sports cars. Stirling Moss is for the later cars. So in the early 50s, you've still got cars that would have been, so even the D-types would have been driven to Le Mans in period. The later cars, no question, they're much more thoroughbred race cars. Putting them together just makes basically makes you've got the volume. You end up with a much bigger grid. You end up with a much more active, lively race and a great spectacle. The cars work very well together on track. But it's and as they would have done in history, the D-types would have been racing against the Lotus 15s and the Cooper Monacos and the Listers by the mid 50s, by the mid late 50s, I should say. So it's history just repeating itself.
If you are a spectator and you're new to this era, as I am, who should we be looking out for?
Well, that's a good question. We're standing beside John Pearson's D-type. That's definitely a car to watch in the Woodcote Trophy, I would say. And brother Gary is up the front. If I'm honest, I think anyone here could win this. The Lotus 15s always do very well. We've got a few of them up the front here now because they're much smaller engine than the likes of the Listers and the D-types, but they're much nimbler. So they're much lighter. They're much they can brake much later, and they're much quicker on the twisty bits. But of course, the D-types and the Listers and the likes have got the power down the straights. So I think my money would be on a Lotus 15, but it could be any of them, to be honest.
Yesterday, Duncan and I were very privileged. Poor Bruce and Alistair up in commentary thought I was down the pit lane, but I wasn't. I was swanning around with Duncan in the Royal Automobile Club lounge drinking glorious champagne, which is what I have the sense that MRL is all about.
I thought that was a secret. I didn't think anyone knew.
I think it's very obvious.
I got in serious trouble. I was sitting there chatting to you over the champagne thinking, I hope to God my wife doesn't appear. And I thought I got away with it. This morning she said, yes, I snuck in the box and saw you chatting her up, so I thought I'd leave you to it.
Well, it's just how it goes.
I didn't realise we'd been rumbled.
Right, let's, speaking of RML, let's through to our conversation with Sean that I had yesterday to find out a little bit more. We stand in one of the most beautiful, impressive paddocks ever, and I am here with Sean himself, the owner of Motor Racing Legends, who has created this dreamboat of an event and series. Firstly, tell me how this all came about.
Duncan Wiltshire's an old friend of mine. I've raced with him for many years, and about 3 years ago I started talking to him about the potential of maybe purchasing the event of the race series from him, and we carried on talking over a period of time, and in the end I convinced him slowly to definitely release the reins over to me, and we did a deal, and Duncan still remains with us now as we continue to grow and build this.
Yeah, and growing it is. What is it you think that makes it so special?
I think the competitors, the cars, the events that we go to, the tracks, really try to put a lot of emphasis on having fun, enjoying it. The grid is for everybody. It's not just for the guys that want to win. It's for the collectors. It's for the enthusiasts to really come along and enjoy it. We put a lot of emphasis on eligibility, driving standards, having good fun. Yeah. And it's also on the track and off track. So off track we try to put on good hospitality and very warm and welcoming. But then on track, it's about having great fun as well, and being correct and driving correctly, but also having great cars as well, and making sure they're period correct as well.
Yeah, it's very apparent that authenticity means a lot to you.
Yeah, look, we know that with engineering developments, the cars have moved forward slightly. What we want to try and do is, we understand that. We want reliability. We want people to have good, fun racing, and for cars to last, a reasonable period of time. But at the end of the day, Red Bull are not calling us. They're certainly not calling me. So we want people to just have great fun. That's the most important thing.
They're not calling me either, sadly. You touched on the fact that it's about, it's an event for, a series for the whole family, and that's really apparent for me. But for the viewers out there who may not have ever attended an event, what sort of things can they look forward to if they were to come along?
So we give much better access. I think one of the big things we've done is we have tents where we put cars into the tents rather than just an awning or stuck in a garage. We try to give people absolute great access to all of these cars to see all the beautiful shapes and sounds and noises. So we try to give all the spectators a great viewing area. Also, with the guys in hospitality, it's really welcoming for children, for the whole family. great viewing area for them as well to see trackside viewing, so they can really feel that they're part of the event rather than it's just dad goes off or mum goes off and the rest of the family don't go. This is encouraging, come along for the whole weekend. Some race series and some are, come in the morning, leave in the afternoon. We're not that. Motor Racing Legends is not that. This is come for the weekend, have a great time, meet lots of old friends and really enjoy yourself with them.
There is an incredible schedule this weekend. What is it that really gets you excited? Which series?
For me, the Pall Mall it's great. I'm doing it with my son. And we're driving a little Lotus Elan, and we love sharing with each other.
Yeah, that's really nice and really special. It's a mega weekend, and you should really come on down. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers, Alex.
So, narrow tyres, no driver aids. As we've seen and heard, the clouds are coming in, and it is starting to if I was a cow, I'd be lying down right now, quite frankly. So that could make this race even more exciting. The drivers here, it's been fascinating to speak to them. It's going to be all about balancing the car, especially through somewhere like the Craner curve. I mean, Donington really suits this kind of machinery. Fast, flowing, it rewards commitment. And if you can get into a rhythm, then these cars will really come alive. The pit stop will be crucial here. Fascinated to hear the likes of Gary Pearson is jumping out of his Jag and jumping into another little further down. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see the pit stops. We'll make sure that we're there ready to grab drivers as they hop out, seeing how they cope and whether they're still in contention towards the end.
Both together with the array of cars.
It's a very competitive field, very competitive era. It's going to make this race very fascinating. Some of these cars will be much stronger in the straights, some of them will be stronger in the corners, some will come alive much later in the race. It'll be about managing a very long, technically a long endurance race. So it's unlikely to be the fastest car that wins, it's just the one that manages to survive it. Incredible drivers behind the wheels. And there's something really special about seeing cars racing like this. They're not museum pieces, they're actually being used, being driven. We're actually, honestly, if I could emulate or pass through the camera lens of what these cars smell like, then I would. It's really, really impressive. And now you can hear the engines fire up. This era of racing produced some of the most iconic names in motorsport. So let's find out a little bit more about what the Woodcote Trophy and the Sterling Moss is all about. Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and the Sterling Moss Trophy share the track, bringing early and late 1950s sports cars into one spectacular grid. Named after Woodcote House, the club's Surrey home away from home, the Woodcote Trophy is home to earlier pre-56 cars, while the Sterling Moss Trophy hosts cars pre-1961. Sterling Moss Trophy is more than a name. At the end of the year, the winner takes home the trophy Sir Sterling was awarded for his first ever Grand Prix victory at Aintree in 1955. Cars like the Jaguar C-Type, D-Type and Lister Nobly defined an era of global competition from Le Mans to the Mille Miglia. Now they return to race once more with Motor Racing Legends.
Welcome back to Donington Park. It is the third day of the Donington Historic Festival. People did bring brollies, they did bring coats with hoods, but it's dry at the moment. We've got a 1 hour race up ahead of us, and doesn't the circuit look truly fantastic? So well kept with those beautiful swirls in the grass, but also, to me, it's the way the track moves up and down the terrain here that gives it the flow. You know, one corner very much leads to another, and you can sometimes start a move at Redgate and bring it to conclusion, maybe even up McLean, half a lap later. Side-by-side racing, very much in essence, but just good to see people. Some people have very much got themselves ready for the day with their tents, their awnings, and those who are wise enough to get up to the top of the grandstand there at Hollywood with that wonderful view. They can see the cars going into Redgate, out of that first corner, down the slope, through the Craner curve, then into the old hairpin and all the way up the hill on the far side. So Donington Park always providing a brilliant place to go racing. So many car clubs in the midfield, in the infield, from Aston Martins to TVRs to Volvos in the middle of your shot, in the background Ferraris, Porsches, and the clubs come together and they all then talk about their cars and then get on the banking to look at the racing. We've got a 1 hour race to lead us into the lunch break, and then this afternoon a whole host more. But great to see so many people here enjoying the sounds, and some down in the paddock just taking a look at the car. These are the cars in the assembly area. They're going to come through a gap into the pit lane, and these pre-56 and 1957 to 61 sports cars are going to show us what they can do in a 1 hour race with a pit stop somewhere in the middle point of the race, Alistair.
Yes, and what's nice about this era of cars is if you take the colours off, make them all the same colour, you still know what the car is. They look different, and particularly in the later stages of this period that we're looking at, the Lotus cars starting to come through. Colin Chapman's great designs, wonderful chassis, very lightweight, different engines fitted, but always competitive, and there's a few of those near the front of the field, particularly the Lotus 15. But also the name Lister, perhaps not a name that's familiar these days, but certainly at this period the Lister company making very, very good cars. Never won Le Mans, but had lots of success in racing around Europe.
Car on screen at the moment is all on its own, a Bond bug, not a big collectors club anymore, but cars that were certainly very, very interesting in period, generally in that wonderful orange livery. We had the three-wheel Morgan in the race, but that's a different way around, the one wheel at the front. Lola T70s parked on the bank, and we've got some Ford GT40s. These are cars that very much of my childhood. And now, of course, we've got a brand new road-going version of the Lola T70, the T70S, that's just been launched this year. But I just love the love that people have for their cars, that they bring and they talk, and it is a peculiarly British thing in so many ways. At any point around the country on a summer's weekend or a spring weekend, there'll be a car meet somewhere, and some of the cars that they collect are really not cars you'd expect, which is part of the beauty. And of course that whole market changes as people, the older people, are no longer out, and suddenly the cars that are desired are cars from the 80s and 90s, whereas long ago it was anything from the 50s and 60s. But that's great, and it's good to see some people here enjoying what's on offer with a glass of champagne in hand, a view of the circuit. But the next race, as people need to scurry back into position, should be starting really remarkably soon. Red lights at pit exit, but we are waiting for this 1 hour race. The second of the Royal Automobile Club races. We had a 2 hour race for the Pall Mall Cup that took us out into early evening that had that little element at the end called rain falling at Coppice in the final 2 or 3 laps. It didn't lead to anything untoward, but it must have given some drivers a little bit of food for thought, Alistair.
Indeed, yes, and a good chance while it's a little bit quiet just to mention that there's a mandatory pit stop in this race. We're pretty used to those with Motor Racing Legends, but this one is halfway through the race, so a 60-minute race. After we've had 25 minutes of racing, the pit window will open for 10 minutes and then it will close again at 35 minutes into the race. So they've got a 10-minute window to get this very, very large field indeed in and out of the pits. Even if you're driving solo, you still have to do the pit stop, and you have to be stationary at your pit box for 60 seconds. And it takes 15.3 seconds for those that want to watch the timing screens to drive from the pit entry to the pit exit. So your total pit time must be less than 75.3 seconds. And it's a skill to get that timing just right. And we did see some penalties yesterday, didn't we, for drivers who just shaved the time a little bit.
It doesn't matter what class of racing anywhere in the world. You always get people who undercut their pit stop time and get penalised. VW camper van absolutely decked out with a mini me on the roof, so to speak. That's actually just opposite our commentary position, just on the exit of the chicane, so people really going the further mile. And then a wonderful array of British sports cars alongside. Austin Healey 100, and then TR4, a Jaguar XK150, perhaps a Lotus Elan Plus 2, etc., etc. A really diverse group of cars. But the first few days of this meeting, you could have believed, been convinced it was summer. Now it feels a bit more back into spring, with people wearing more than one layer of clothing. But let's have a look at what's coming up this afternoon. We've got this Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy at 12:10, a 1 hour race. It'll take us past 1 o'clock. Then we kick back in after the lunch break, the Jerry Marshall Trophy Series. saloon car racers from the 1960s and 70s. Formula One demo, we had 6 cars out yesterday. They certainly not only made a very good noise, they also got some pretty good lap times as well. They were certainly getting wound up. Then GT3 Legends coming at 3:20. This is the real change in historic racing. Cars that weren't too long ago, they're racing as contemporaries, and sort of 12 years later they're here among historics. That is a big field. Then the Top Hat Pre-66 touring cars, we've just seen them have their qualifying session. They go out for 2 races from the end of the series of the day here in the afternoon, and an hour later at 5:25 the historic touring car challenge, another epic field of cars with BMW M3s, Sierra Cosworths, Nissan Skylines, and bringing up the end of the day the All-Stars with Classic Alpha Challenge, taking us through to race ending around 10 to 7 this evening. So the flags billowing a little bit, the MSV flags billowing here, but again more car clubs in the background, the Lotus T70, the Ford GT40, and all having a different mixer, but just bringing their pride and joy to sit here on the banking.
Yes, there's a car there with Marlborough colours on it. Looks perhaps Noble. Is that a Noble, do you think?
I was trying to guess, but the flags are obscuring half of it. But again, now we've got cars that we do have definitive body shapes on, and we have ideas to what they are. These are the cars coming out for the Royal Automobile Club. 2-part race in many ways, because it's two races together, the Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy. Remember, the Woodcote Trophy is for cars from 1956 and forwards, and then Stirling Moss Trophy for the slightly newer ones from 1957. But our mix of cars as they work their way around the field, it's Lister Nobley on pole, Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle we're showing that in this 1-hour race, alongside Kyle Tilley and Christian Glazel in the little Lotus 15. Talk about completely different types of cars. There, as the grid graphic comes up, it's Glazel, not Albrecht, after a driver change. Both called Christian, but they come from different families. That's the front row of the grid. Lucas Salusa, he's had an up-and-down race meeting, always quick, not always lucky. His Jaguar D-Type starts third. Fred Wakeman and Mike Grant-Peterkin in the Cooper Jaguar alongside. Then Spencer Shinner, who's been out in Formula Juniors and many other things, he's going very nicely, starting 5th. John Pearson, so frequently in the Jaguar D-Type, that's the short nose, and Doug Muirhead in his Lotus 11 will start 8th. Rudy Friedrichs in and out of all sorts of cars, now a Jaguar C-Type, starts 9th. Tom Dark, Cooper Monaco, pretty little sports car, starts 10th. The Jaguar Alton, that's an unusual one, that starts 11th for John Burton. Olivier Gonzalez in another Lotus 11, Small and Nibble, and a further Lotus 11, Paul and Bourne, Malcolm Harrison, Cooper Bristol. And then the Wilmots jumping from car to car there in an XK140, that's the GOM Special. And the long-nose D-Type, Benjamin Eastick, he knows that car, he loves that car. Paul Pochol, James Hansen, a Jaguar D-Type starts 17th. Lister Jaguar Nobley, Chip Fudge, and working on down, more Lister Chevrolet Nobleys. Expect those to come forward. We had a few slightly interrupted practice sessions. Chris Jolly, Aston Martin DB2, and the David Reed, Peter Snowden car. They've got their own little battle, these sports cars from the early 1950s. And don't forget that they also did rallies back in period. But right now, Lister on the left and Lotus on the right. Car number 23 is our pole starting car, Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle. It's Gary Pearson on board at the moment. I think it's Kyle Tilley who's going to be starting the Lotus alongside. Into the chicane they come. 1 hour of racing lined up ahead, a real mix of cars. I'm sure we're going to have some great moves in the middle of the grid, but waiting for the lights. They're red, they're held. 2 by 2 we go, and a long hold, and they flick through, and the Lister's going to have more grunt than the Lotus down the middle of the track. Car number 23 goes on the outside of the track. That's the right hand side is the Lotus, which is going to try and sweep in, and there's been a bit of about 10th position. I think we very nearly had a bit of tail ending there as the braking happened. I caught out one of the drivers in one of the Lotuses, and of course could brake deeper into the first corner, caught out by something more powerful, heavier, that needed to get the braking done early. But the first 2 cars already making their break, and it looks as though Fred Wakeman, I think, may have moved up from 4th into 3rd. Already those first 2 cars, the Lister and the Lotus, making a tiny bit of a break.
Fred Wakeman actually in 4th place, so he stayed where he was on the grid, but in 5th place behind him is the Spencer Shinner Lotus 11, the light green car, but it's Gary Pearson who leads in the number 23 Lister Jaguar Nobley, as it's known, because the way the wheel arches go over the wheels. And then in 2nd place is the orange Kyle Tilley Lotus 15, and they are starting already, aren't they, to pull away as they come round Coppice Corner to complete the first lap down at the chicane. And in 3rd place it looks to be
It's Ollie Crosswaite who's come up from 6th on the grid, so that was very, very impressive. That's why I couldn't immediately guess who was there. In fact, down at the old hairpin there was a bit of a sort out. There's a Lotus that's come up through into 4th place, and Fred Wakeman would lost a bit of ground in his Cooper Jaguar in the background of the shot coming through.
Actually, he's lost 2 places, hasn't he, Fred? Yeah, back to 6th now, and ahead of Fred is Lucas Alusa in the D-Type, and as you say, Ollie Crosswaite in the Cooper Monaco, which is a little bit different to some of these cars. It was starting to go rear-engined, and that Cooper Monaco is indeed rear-engined, whereas the 2 cars are... Oh, smoke from... And that's...
second place cars just pulled out of the race.
Is it a tyre that's gone on Kyle Tilley's car? It seems to be down on the front left, and there was smoke from the tyres, so I wonder whether he's picked up a puncture in the little Lotus 15, number 81. Either way, he's out of the race, which puts Gary Pearson into a comfortable lead now.
Oh, that's just such bad luck. That was going to be a wonderful David and Goliath battle, large being the 23 Lister Nobly, small being the lower, lighter, less powerful Lotus, and we've lost that comparison now. So suddenly it looks like a sprint rather than a race packed full of cars, because Gary Pearson has clear line of sight in front and a lot of space behind him, and he's stretching the advantage all the time. So Ollie Crosswaite comes up in that pale green Lotus in the background, Cooper Monaco in the background. He's got view, he's got space behind him, so suddenly the order has changed comprehensively. But you've got to feel for Era Motorsport with their Lotus just pulling out at the side of the circuit there.
Spencer Shinner it is in second place in the much smaller car, but a very effective car from Lotus in second place. Third place is Ollie Crosswaite in his Cooper Monaco, and then closing in, I think, is the number 14 Lucas Alusa short-nose D-Type, as he's coming up to Redgate on the start of the 3rd lap. So a good battle in offing there. Fred Wakeman, who was leading Woodcut Trophy, remember there's 2 races in one here. It's actually now Lucas Alusa, number 14, who leads the Woodcut Trophy and trying to pass one of the leaders in the Stirling Moss Trophy for the later cars.
Well, just
has done.
Yeah, just so much speed. Ollie Crosswaite, I don't know if there was a missed gear or something, but the Jaguar D-Type just found his way past. Really unusual to see someone get past between the Craner curves and the old hairpin, but it was good level of bravado there from the Halusa family car, number 14, so that's now up into 3rd place overall. Seeing it there with that tall dorsal fin behind the driver's head. Up the slope they climb. From McLean's they go up to Coppice. There it is, the double apex corner, top of the hill, the highest point of the circuit. And now we'll see what Lucas Halusa can get up to, because he's certainly dropping Ollie Crosswaite. Ollie was a very late entry to this race, in that, but the Cooper Monaco actually not falling away. I don't know if maybe it was simply a missed gear, because I couldn't really understand why suddenly the Halusa car was able to sweep by into the hold hairpin, but there's the Crosswaite car.
You can see from on our live stream there. And he's coming in the pits. Oh no, another problem.
Oh dear, so there was a problem down towards the old hairpin, and suddenly step up everyone else behind, and the red. I can't see. Can't really. It was flaming out a little bit coming to the pit lane. I really don't know what that is at the moment, but yeah, it could well be gearbox. He couldn't get the gear to match everything with it. So suddenly Gary Pearson has had this race. He got into the lead. Remember, he was being challenged, about 3 minutes ago by the Lotus of Kyle Tilley. That then parked up, and his lead is out to 4.5 seconds. On our screen at the moment, the Lister Nobly, again, almost very hard to find anyone in behind him, because the best of the rest is back to being the Lotus now of the really fast starting Spencer Shinner. He started 5th, he moved up the order, down the order, and he's now back up into 2nd place overall with the Halusa car. Up to 3rd now, Lucas Alusa at the wheel of that one. Now, bodywork up on the back of that Cooper Monaco, the Crosswaite car. The highs and lows of motor racing.
And also making its way up is another of the Cooper Monacos. That's Tom Dark's red car. So he was in the back of our shot a few moments ago. See where he comes through. He was 4th past us last time. Here comes the leader, Gary Pearson, in the Jaguar engined Lister Nobly. Second place is the number 59 Spencer Shinner Lotus 11. Then it's the number 14, also of course Jaguar engined in the Jaguar D-Type of Lucas Halusa, leading the Woodcut Trophy. Then it is the number 223 of Tom Dark, driving the another of the Cooper Monacos, the rear-engined car. And behind Tom Dark is Fred Wakeman, who started his own car. He'll hand over to Mike Grant Peterkin, car number 11. They're second in Woodcut Trophy.
Another fastest lap from our race leader, 1 minute 20.6. These are quick laps being put in by Gary Pearson. So Alex Brundle in the pit will go, right, so 1 hour race, we've got a pit stop. Can either go soon? But actually, Gary Pearson in a Jaguar, well, it's sort of a marriage made in heaven. They've been for so long, so expert, Pearson's engineering, preparing them. But the real racing is further back. Not real racing, of course, we're not taking away from Gary Pearson. He's doing exactly what he should be doing. We're looking now at a battle which is further down the order. Car number 118 having its own little run. It's the Beckett family car, and that is Justin at the wheel. Jaguar C-Type coming on to start for the straight. But actually, we've got one of the 3 Aston Martin DB2s in the background of the shot. And that should be Jonathan Lupton car. But the DB2 battle is being led by David Reed, car number 53. He's up in 18th place, so he's at the top of that trio. He'll be handing over to Peter Snowden, a long-time colleague of mine. We'll see what Snowy can do, but right now, David Reed doing a very nice job. But again, Alistair, you look at a shot and you have 4 cars. There'll be 2 with roofs, 2 without. Everyone is a totally different shape. It was a really pivotal time in sports car racing, and of course, for British fans, the success of Jaguar at Le Mans was something that was a real fillip to the national feeling in the 1950s. First the Jaguar C-Types, and then with the dorsal fin, the D-Types, just for 4 years running, just made Le Mans all their own.
Absolutely, yes. They won the C-Type twice and the D-Type 3 times.
Yeah, 5 years, wasn't it?
5 years.
With the Curia Cross really playing a big role.
Yes, in the final 2 years, yes, absolutely right. And then it was a long time, 1988, before Jaguar won overall at Le Mans again. The great Lofty England, very tall chap, that's why he was called Lofty. He ran the Jaguar team, and very effective it was, with drivers like Mike Hailwood. That's Mike Hawthorne.
I knew what you meant.
You knew what I meant, thank you. Mike Hawthorne and Duncan Hamilton, those sort of people racing Jaguars in period. That's a great time.
You can tell that was an English nickname. If it was an Australian nickname, Lofty would be for someone very short. They always do things the other way around, which actually makes me smile a lot. So, Ruby, talk about Gary Pearson just building with every lap his advantage, waiting for the second. It's 6.7 seconds now with that pale green Lotus that's 59, Spencer Shinner. He's really enjoying incredible meeting to drive cars of such diversity like Formula Junior, small, nimble, and suddenly get up and to be running second. But certainly he's got to keep on his toes, because the Halusa number 14 D-Type, the one that just wagged its tail going past the much earlier the Jaguar sports car versus Jaguar racing car, got out of line. But certainly Lucas is finding the flow down the hill to the old hairpin. Rebby did that really good overtaking manoeuvre, which actually was a great manoeuvre at that very point, the old hairpin, but it was important to problems for Ollie Crossthwaite, because clearly he couldn't change gear. In fact, a problem, one of the DB2 Aston Martins has just come into the pits, so that's a bit early. That might be number 65, the Lupton car. Let's have a little look. That's the green one, so no, is it Chris Jolly's? Well, it might be, anyhow, I can't tell at the moment, but Lucas Halusa, there he goes, the D-Type Jaguar up to the high point of the circuit, and a little bit of a gap. The 2 cars behind are not on the same lap.
I think you're right, it was the Lupton DB2 that came in.
Yeah, Chris Jolly's still out there, David Reed is still out there, respectively 21st and 18th apiece in their DB2 scrap.
What we're looking at on our screen is 2 versions of the Jaguar C-Type. It's the original car was the XK120, then they developed it for racing into the XK120C, which universally became known as the C-Type. So basically the same platform, but when they moved on to the later D-Type, it was a whole new platform, very successful. And then of course we got the E-Type, and much later, more recent past, the F-Type Jaguars.
Yeah, that hasn't won Le Mans yet, has it?
Back out on track, you mentioned the DB2 coming in, Jonathan Lupton's car, number 65, getting back out onto track again after whatever problem they've sorted out. And that's Chris Jolly's car, isn't it? Yes, it is Chris Jolly in his Aston Martin.
When those DB2s and some of the earlier, more road-going cars come past, they're relatively quiet. But when the Lister Chevrolets come past, they certainly have a massive rumble. Here's Spencer Shinner again, picking his way around the track in that little Lotus 11. relatively unusual colour scheme for it. There, the pale green with the 2 dark green stripes. Our race leader, Gary Pearson, car number 23, the Lister Nobly, coming down the start-finish straight. He was 6.7 seconds clear last time. He's got a bit of traffic up ahead. Looking in the background, the pale green car that's running second just off the top of the shop there. So looks like it's holding station or thereabouts. Actually, that said, another second and a bit gained by our race leader. The gap between first and second now 8 seconds. A further 5 seconds back to the D-type, number 14 of Lucas Halusa.
Gary Pearson there just raising his left hand to say thank you to the Austin Healey that just moved over slightly to allow him to pass uninterrupted in the lead. And Gary, you mentioned briefly earlier on, is sort of wedded to Jaguar name, but Gary's been out in all sorts of historic cars. He's always quick. He was out a couple of years ago in a Ferrari 512, and you'd think, that's interesting. But he was quick in that as well, and I think if he still owns it, he's got one of the 88 to 90 Jaguars that won Le Mans in his workshop, as we see a problem for number 10, Ollie Crosthwaite.
So it hasn't been fixed. We reckon it was a box full of neutrals he had when he reported the pits. Remember, he was fighting for third position at the time, and so hugely disappointing. It's a 1 hour race, a real race you can get your teeth stuck into. But alas, maybe the gearbox is locked in, the teeth of the gearbox are not actually meshing in the way that they would have wanted. So, further advantage for the race leader, Gary Pearson. Lucas Halusa, the better of the Jaguar D-types. Look at car number 9, also a Jaguar D-type. That's Ben Eastick's car. That started around about 12th position, I think it was, on the grid. And at the moment, Ben is
12th.
In 12th position, there it is. I looked above, I looked below, and so it was a pretty good guess. It was there or thereabouts. Number 11 is the Fred Wakeman-driven Cooper Jaguar. Last weekend competing at Monaco. Couldn't be a more different circuit to rush up here and get out onto the more wide-open sweeps and flow of the Donington Park circuit. So he's running in 5th place overall. He's just 2 and a bit seconds behind Tom Dark, who's running in the bright red and yellow Cooper Monaco, car number 223.
And a driver who's usually somewhere near the sharp end, started last on the grid, was Andrew Guy Smith, number 22, in his Cooper Monaco. But just been pointed out to me, he's coming up the timing screens rather quickly. He's now up to 8th place. And he's only, well, he and Doug Muirhead are battling with Gary Pearson's brother John, who's out in the family D-type. And John is lying in 6th place, but it's a line of 3 cars battling for that position. So a good start from Andrew Guy Smith in another of the Cooper Monacos.
Now we've got the safety car going out onto the track. Wave yellow flags in the start finish straight. I'm looking around. We thought there might be a little flurry of rain at the far side of the circuit from our vantage point. I can't tell you what or where or how. Looks like there's a car off on the inside at, is that McLean's, or I'm looking at a marker board. So the safety car going around, the Hyundai safety car is going to try and pick up the race leader. Just remember the advantage that Gary Pearson had in the number 23 Lister Nobly was 9.4 seconds over the Spencer Shinner Lotus, which in turn had 9 seconds over Lucas Halusa. This will all close up, of course. There may be a car off at the exit of the Craner Curves, maybe the exit of Hollywood. I can't quite tell on a closed circuit TV as we have a look, but a lot of people, some people deciding to report into the pit lane. The safety car out on track, wave yellow flags on the start finish straight, nothing in sight from our commentary position, but what will happen is some people are coming in. The pit window is not open, unless I'm mistaken. Hold on, how far into the race are we? No, 45 minutes still remain, but 4 cars have come in, but they're just driving through the pit lane, in one end, out the other.
Yeah, it's not quite sure why they're doing. One driver actually stopping at his pit box. Is that number 25? Yes, Jan Dobber in the Fraser Nash stopping, but quite why they came.
Well, I didn't see any instruction when they came out of the final corner, the chicane.
Nope.
The safety car is up at Coppice, coming down the exhibition straight.
The leader's here at the timing line.
Okay, so this is going to take a bit of sorting out. And when you get the safety car, oh dear, it looks like it's over and out for car number 20, which is Rudy Friedrichs. He's had such a great meeting, already a winner today, a winner yesterday, but not looking happy with something with his Jaguar C-Type.
You may try.
So only one of the cars that peeled in the pits has remained. The others have come in and gone out. I don't know if they just misunderstood a message. Right, the safety car comes onto the start-finish straight, and the car in second place in the race is the one behind. But unfortunately, Gary Pearson, our race leader, has eluded the safety car. So this is going to take a bit of sorting. And between Spencer Shinner, who's first in line, we've got the David Reed, Peter Snowden maroon car known as Maureen. I'll explain that reason later, or perhaps not. Third in the line is Lucas Halusa in his D-Type, and he is third in the race, third in the line of cars. But our race leader is probably, because he can't overtake anyone, going to be coming round and joining at the back of the pack. And look out for car number 23. It's the Lister Nobley, waiting for him to come round. So this is a situation that is difficult indeed. There'll be some much slower cars in front of his. He's just going to have to wait. They need to try and catch up the train of cars behind the safety car, but number 23, our Lister Jaguar, still not coming out of the chicane as the safety car is down through the crater curves, probably at the old hairpin now.
And Gary Pearson only just coming out of Coppice. He's on the exhibition straight, so he's the last car in the queue, I think.
And there
yes,
he is. There he must remain, of course.
Yes.
So down the start-finish straight. Once upon a time he was leading the race. Now he is still leading the race, but he's at the back of the pack because the safety car unfortunately didn't quite manage to catch him, and just managed to get out in time to catch Spencer. There's Spencer Shinner, the car number 59. And we are getting little reports of a little flurry of rain at Coppice. It seems it's something that is organised by the Royal Automobile Club, because they popped it out there with 2 or 3 laps to go in the Pall Mall Cup last night. So don't know if someone is off at Coppice. Maybe they got caught out by the early flurries of rain, but certainly a few cars that came in through the pits then have been a little bit caught out. Rudy Friedrichs we saw come into the pits, park up, get out, so we know he's out of the race. But the safety car leading around. We're getting up to the 1/3 distance point in this race in the next couple of minutes, and when you're running behind the safety car, one lap is more than a couple of minutes, so we will be at the 1/3 distance point. Can't yet see what needs to be rescued and from where. Car number 23, there is our race leader. Instead of being at the front of the queue, he is at the back, so he has gained, in effect, 3/4 of a lap, I would suggest.
I can see that car you referred to a while ago by the barriers, but I don't think that's actually causing a problem. There's nobody working on it, so I think they're happy with it there. So why are we under safety car?
Right, now what's happened is our safety car is no longer at the front of the queue. It's dropping back, letting the entire field coming through. So Spencer Shinner's job, he was the car immediately behind. He was second before the stoppage. He has to get going and try and come the whole way around the field. And actually, with the field as large as it is, so many cars have to pass down the start-finish straight. Our safety car is waiting to pick up car 23. Background of your shot, Gary Pearson will know what to do. Just ahead of him, all the other cars have to go past the safety car. That's the wave by, and Gary Pearson, as they go down at a really abated pace to Redgate, the first corner of the lap, he tucks into the position, and then the rest will have to come round. So that means even if the situation is being cleared up that led to the safety car, we have to get the pack of cars all the way round onto Gary's tail. He will lose that 9-second advantage. This car, the pale green and darker green striped Lotus, Spencer Shinner, he's got to scurry around as fast as he can, and once he and all the rest of the field have joined up line astern behind Gary Pearson, only then can we start to get the signal for the race to go back green again. So there we will have the line of cars. Nobody else can do any overtaking, so Spencer Shinner will come around and get second in line behind Gary Pearson. Lister ahead of Lotus, and the best of the Aston Martin DB2s, David Reed on board. The car he shares with Peter Snowden will be a lap down, giving away a lot of performance, but at the restart will be starting third in that line of cars, ahead of the car that's third in the race, the Lucas Halusa driven Jaguar D-Type, car number 14.
And as we get the second placed car across the line, Spencer Shinner, I can see on our fixed cameras that Gary Pearson and the safety car have just gone through the old hairpin, so it's still half a lap that they've got to catch. But of course the train of cars is going much faster than the safety car and Gary Pearson, which has slowed almost to a crawl now. Must be quite difficult for Gary to keep the car going without stalling it, because racing cars aren't designed to go quite so slowly, but he has all the experience. He'll just be in fact just glancing in his mirror there, Gary Pearson, just thinking, when are they going to catch me up? Shouldn't be too long. Spencer Shinner there going out of McLean's up towards Coppice. Where is Gary Pearson? He is, I think, yes, just going up to Coppice now. So they've they're close. They're on the same straight now. Spencer Shinner coming out of McLean's, Gary Pearson just going into Coppice.
We'll have to have a further lap, because at the moment Spencer Shinner has gone off after Gary Pearson. He will catch the back of the train only becoming a train when he gets there in second place. But the rest of the field is really rather strung out. And the trouble is, of course, the car in third in line is the Aston Martin DB2, the dark red one, the maroon car, and that is not going to be as quick as those two ahead. But as long as now they've slowed right down, it should be able to catch up, because the fourth car in this train will be there it is in the background, there's Maureen, is the D-type Jaguar in the background. That's the car that's third overall. First, second, a lap down the Aston Martin DB2, and third is car number 14. So it's Lister, Lotus and Jaguar in those top three positions in the race. But the lights are still flashing on the roof of the safety car. Decision is taken to go one further lap behind the safety car at the least. But least in the background of the shot, still the waved yellow flags up at Coppice, but we can see the bulk of the field is now line astern, which is where they needed to be. And that's going to bring us up pretty close towards the point at which they can swing open the window for the pits. What have you got down as the pit window time on this one, Alistair?
25 minutes in, so that's 35 minutes to go for 10 minutes until 25 minutes to go.
So at the end of this next lap, we can have people diving in.
3 minutes, pit window will open, that's right. It's certainly the choice usually of the clerk of the course to not have half a pit window during a safety car, if you know what I mean, because it gives some cars a huge advantage. If they've passed the pit entry, they're at a disadvantage. It's much preferred to have it all under green, and I think that's maybe what they're aiming for, isn't it, to get these cars going next time around, which is about when the pit window will open, perhaps just a little bit after the leaders have passed the line.
Yeah, I think it could actually fall into place nicely. I think it was really close, the safety car peeling in last time around, but because the field had been strung out and because they had to chase round to catch up once the number 23 race leader, the Lister of Gary Pearson, had been picked up by the safety car, it's only fair to let the others get back in on the mix. And you do feel once they're released, actually Gary Pearson might be just looking at the clock. There must be so many messages being put out on pit board saying, next time, come in, come in. Alex Brand will be jumping up and down and saying, yeah, come in, because I want to take over the race leading Lister, and we will wait and see if that is indeed going to happen this time around. Maybe one further lap, but I do expect, well, the lights as they exit Coppice are still going on the roof bar, and out they go. Okay, there's the signal. So we will rejoin racing, and nobody can lead number 23 Lister over the line. No overtaking. Into the final corner they go. The Hyundai safety car will peel into the pit lane, and then racing will resume. Gary Pearson will floor the throttle, and they haven't got by in time for the pit window to open, so it will have to be at the end of the next lap. Anyhow, the Aston Martin keeps out the way. Lucas Alusa makes a dive down towards Redgate, so the first three cars now in the first three positions. Fourth car is the red and yellow striped Cooper Monaco in the middle of your shot there, just about to turn and going ahead of the second of the Aston Martin DB2s, which is just Chris Jolly's car. But already Gary Pearson stretching his legs. Spencer Schiller giving chase in that green Lotus, and in the background of the shot, down through the Craner curves, the D-type of Lucas Alusa. They are the class acts in this field, and for Tom Dark to stay close to them, he's got a bit of overtaking to do past some cars that he's already lapped at this point in the race.
And Spencer Shinner giving away more CCs than the average modern family car, in fact quite a lot more. It's 2.3 litres smaller, so 3.8 for Gary Pearson and 1.5 for Spencer Shinner.
We're still trying to get to the foot of what caused the safety car period. Oh, unfortunately we have a spinner, and that's Jaguar C-Type 118, which is Justin Beckett's car. But it looks like he's had a spin and maybe possibly kissed the oh dear, the grass is still wet. Maybe there is a bit more rain than we thought. We heard it was up at Coppice, but it may be lower down the hill at the far side of the track as well. But at the end of the first flying lap after the safety car restart, 1.5 second gain by Spencer Shinner. Sorry, Gary Pearson over Spencer Shinner. Lucas Alusa has lost another 2.5 laps. Pit window, of course, is now open. We've just got but it wasn't when the race leaders came round. Again, it was always going to be quite close. But right now, it just makes sense for the start drivers to have a few more laps to settle. Those further back in the pack. Of course, the pit window was open by the time they came round, by the time they were able to dive in, so they'll have an empty pit lane for the start of the pit stop. And Alistair, can we reiterate what exactly it is in terms of how much time they need to be at a standstill?
Yes, the cars must remain stationary for 1 minute, plus the 15.3 seconds it takes to drive in and drive out of the pit lane, so we're looking for times less than 75.3 seconds. And I haven't got them in front of me, but we've got these elite driver compensation times as well. I'm not sure there are any in this race, but I'd rather not talk about that because it's just way too confusing.
Way too confusing, but I'll just throw in one. The Gary Pearson, Alex Brundle race leading cars got an extra 30 seconds at a standstill. So we'll put that one in.
Yes.
And the cars chasing do not have that same degree. Spencer Shinner, who's driving solo in the Lotus that's in second place, does not have any time penalties. So for Gary Pearson, those laps behind the safety car would have been a curse.
Yes.
He wanted to build that advantage. It was around 10 seconds. He could have stretched it maybe 15 and then try and claw back another 15 in the second half of the race. But in he comes, car number 23 into the pit lane. That's the Lister, that's Lister Jaguar Knobley coming in behind a sister Lister. And Alex Brundle with the Brundle Junior helmet, white, the blue and the red, a sort of echo of Father Martin's helmet, can be seen just moving to the door. Out gets Gary Pearson, in lowers himself. One of the modern drivers who's just absolutely lapping up everything he can do with historic racing. And he's racing a Mustang here, he's racing the Lister. Oh dearie me, there must be a bit more rain than we thought, because around goes Lucas Halusa. Remember, he was third. Still third. Can he get it back on the circuit? Yes, he can. He's just had Tom Dark sweep past. In fact, he's lost 3 places in the blink of an eye. But when you go in the gravel, you never know if you're going to get the traction to get out. So that's a little element that's given another twist in this race. And how did it happen? Let's take a look at the replay. All on his own, pitching it into the old hairpin. Pitching, and a slow glissade, I think that's called in ice skating terms, but importantly those rear wheels not bogging down, and again very nearly did as he tried to get the power down, but suddenly shedding of position. So Spencer Shinner leading the race, hasn't reported to the pits. Lucas Halusa should be in second place, but of course with that rotation that allowed Tom Dark to go past. I think Fred Wakeman and possibly even Andrew Guy Smith went past. I got very confused when I saw Andrew's name on the entry list, because he used to be a Formula Ford racer in the 80s called Andrew Guy Smith, but with an E on the end, and he was someone who beat a young Michael Schumacher when he came to the Formula Ford Festival. I'm pointing out he possibly did it in period as well. But right, driver change, a minute stationary. It does look as though you've got time for the paint to dry, but Alex Brundle has to sit there. But it's a minute and a half for him. Let's just point that one out, because if it was just a minute, he'd be underway. But the extra penalty for the driver rankings mean that Spencer Shinner, here he is, hasn't had a pit stop in that pale green Lotus, but when he does, he will be stationary for a minute. He will gain 30 seconds. So expect him after the pit stops to come out ahead of Gary Pearson, Alex Brundle's Lister, but then expect that one to fight all the way back. Half an hour and a little bit of small change to go in this race.
And Lucas Halusa's spin, importantly for him, has lost him the lead in the Woodcut Trophy, because he's now third. Fred Wakeman has now taken the lead in the Woodcut Trophy, third overall, but leading the race within the race. And John Pearson has gone up into second in the Woodcut Trophy. Lucas Halusa down to third.
Right, a little message on the bottom of our timing screen. Safety car restart under investigation. I'm not going to guess for why, but we'll just keep an eye out for that, because sometimes penalties follows. It's a bit like a protocol in a race. You often have start under investigation, but in from second place, in from the lead of the race, the car that was running second before the safety car period is Spencer Shinner. He took over an entry that was originally Michael O'Brien for the GP59 crew, but their Lotus handed over to Spencer Shinner. Oh dearie me, it's not the day for the Cooper Monaco's. Car number 22, that's Andrew Guy Smith. Sorry, I just mentioned you when this happened, but he's pulled off at the side of the circuit.
Yeah, I've seen Andrew Guy Smith retire in that Cooper Monaco on a few occasions. It seems to be today certainly something that the Cooper Monacos are having problems. Tom Dark's example is still in third place overall, although he's behind at the moment the Woodcut Trophy leader Fred Wakeman, who will be handing over to Mike Grant Peterkin, and Lucas Halusa recovering 1 place. He's up to fourth. He's passed John Pearson after that spin down at the old hairpin. Spencer Shinner into the pit lane, so he's not changing drivers. Doesn't have to get out of the car, chooses not to. Quite comfortable in there, but still has to stop for the 1 minute regulatory stop. You see the team there just checking. Not much of the wheel that you can see. Typical Colin Chapman design. Everything's fared in. They can just get to the tyre pressures. That's what's happening there. They're just adjusting tyre pressures on the number 59 Lotus 11. And away goes Spencer Shinner.
So we'll have the shuffling of the pack, but Spencer Shinner should be in the lead of the race when he comes back out. Fred Wakeman, of course, pressing on, car number 11. That hasn't made a pit stop. In fact, that goes into the lead of the race and into the pits. Oh dear, little Fraser Nash has had a moment. HBC1, will that it's actually gone into the very trough, I think. No, it's further up the hill. Sorry, it's actually on the entry to exit of Redgate, but he got into the gravel and got out again. I thought it was where we'd seen Lucas Olusa go off. It wasn't. It was effectively part way around the first corner. When you get things wrong in Redgate, there's an awful lot of grapple up ahead of you, and you know you're going to end up in it. But he's kept it going, kept it out. But Spencer Shinner, there's often an advantage if you did the first part of the race to do the second part too, particularly if there's been a slightly greasy surface, as apparently there was up at Woodcote. A little flurry of very light rain. So at least Spencer will know what to do. For all the others drivers who are changing, when they get up there on their first lap out of the pits, they might just not have enough warning as to what's there. Their teammate might have got out and said a little bit slippery up top, but yeah, but how slippery is a little slippery? One of the best looking cars in the race in my eyes, this Jaguar Alton, dark red, number 15. Just it's incredibly short of nose and abbreviated of tail, but it just looks so purposeful. In the 1950s, you know, elegance was very much something that could still go hand in hand with racing car design.
It's more of a chisel nose than the Jaguar that it's based on.
Alex Brundle has just whacked in the fastest lap of the race. First driver under 1 minute 20. That was his first flying lap at the pits, so I think you can say that Alex is at one with the car. That's important because the gap, the margin that the Lotus we're looking at now, Spencer Shinner has over the chasing Alex Brundle car, that's the important thing, because he's got to get probably 15 seconds clear, because Alex is going to be chipping away. Just remember, Gary Pearson came in from the lead. He'd had his first lead taken away, and then sideways a little bit more, adjust it. So it does go to show, pressing on in that Lotus, Spencer Shinner's going to see where he can go. But in the first part of the race, the Lister Jaguar was faster. It had its lead compressed, basically taken away by the safety car having to come out at the front of the field. Then the extra 30 seconds in the pit stop means Alex Brundle is a long way back, but he's on the move. I think he's already up to 6th place overall. His last lap at 1 minute 19, whereas Spencer Shinner, his last lap was a 1:21.6. So we can do some maths. We'll make it simple by waiting a bit longer before we put some numbers to that. But certainly Alex Brundle's got one job. He knew he was going to have to do it, and that is to give chase. But the advantage that driver pairing should have with Gary Pearson, Alex Brundle, was so great that they gave him, right, you're so good, you can have 30 seconds penalty. It gets a bit harder if you spend 10 minutes behind a safety car, because your chance to stretch the margin that has earned the penalty is somewhat reduced. Here comes Alex Brundle, car number 23. He's head of the Wakeman car, which now has got Mike Grant Peterkin on board, and goes up to 4th place overall. So first pit stop, delayed pit stop, length extra long pit stop for the number 23 Lister, and he's making good time. But at the moment it's Lucas Olusa leading the race.
And important, Lucas Olusa has just come out of the pit lane, and he came out right in front of the Fred Wakeman car number 11, which is, as you say, now Mike Grant Peterkin. That's for the lead of the Woodcote Trophy. And another additional change to our entry list is that Gary Pearson is sharing with his brother John Pearson. We weren't told that. It's not unusual, they usually do, but we were told it was only John driving. But I just saw the pit stop there for the number 5 car, which was second in the Woodcote Trophy at the time it came in. Gary was getting in, so Gary Pearson has done the first part of the race, leading in the number 23 Lister Jaguar. Handed over now to Alex Brundle, and then Gary's jumped in to number 5, which is the short-nose Jaguar D-Type, Pearson family car, to take over from his brother John. So a busy race for Gary Pearson.
Yeah, certainly as a commentator in historic racing, you do need to bring a full pencil case of tools to take down all the changes. But just checking lap time, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 19.3 seconds by Alex Brundle. The next lap he did 1 minute 19.8, and the next lap 1 minute 20.1, up into 2nd place. So he's quickly moved ahead of the Olusa's car. And just also remember, the Lusa D-Type lost time when it was sitting in the gravel down at the old hairpin, managed to get it back in, is resting in 3rd place, and at the moment lap pace. I know it goes up and down in traffic, but it's about a 3-second margin per lap, and it's down to next to nothing. It was 1.8 seconds on the start-finish line. We're looking at our race leader, but he is very much the hunted, and the hunter is there. Car 23, Alex Brundle, head bobbing around as he accelerates hard out of the old hairpin. And again, we talked about the differential in shape and size of these cars, but really the main issue is the 2.3 litre difference in terms of their engine capacity. The Lotus, very much small and nimble at night, and Gary Pearson handed over a car to Alex Brundle that's got a lot more grunt. The Lister still in second place, but maybe even accelerating down from Coppice can make a move and dive up into the inside at the chicane to go back into the lead of the race. It's going to happen even halfway down the exhibition straight. No contest.
So Alex Brundle takes the lead in the number 23 Lister Jaguar from Spencer Shinner, who's driving solo in the Lotus 11. Just lost the lead there. They're both racing in the Stirling Moss Trophy for the later cars. And in third place, we haven't had confirmation of this across the line yet, but yes, we can see it in front of us. Lucas Halusa comes through after his pit stop. Third place overall, actually not that far behind the leaders, considering I appreciate that Pearson and Brundle have had an extra 30 seconds in the pit lane, but Lucas Halusa's been into the gravel, back out again, and he's still third, leading Woodcote Trophy, and only 7 seconds down on Spencer Shinner.
Wow, if you'd said don't look at the timing screen and guess how far you are behind. Now we got some, oh, dearie me. So just looking down, it's Pearson and Brundle leading the race. We've got a couple of cars in the pit lane, 3 cars in the pit lane, 2 stopped and 1 with the bonnet up. But we've got drive-through penalties for number 9, number 1, which is Ben Eastick's long nose D-type. We've got number 144 and 145 also drive-throughs. That's Paul Pochiol, James Hanson, their lovely Jaguar D-type, and Chip Fudge with his Leicester Jaguar Nobly. That's all 3 of them restart penalty after the safety car period. But let's go down to the pit lane with Alex.
In the car with one of the Pearson brothers. I'm here with the other one. It's quite a family affair, isn't it? You guys are doing very well out there.
Yeah, absolutely. We bought 4 cars this weekend. We've had a ball all weekend. So yeah, things are going pretty well at the moment. My brother Gary's a real specialist in D-type Jaguars. He's driven thousands of miles. So my job really is to give him a good car that's in contention and just let him see what he can do from there. But yeah, things are going really well so far.
What's the circuit like out in that first stint? It feels like, well, we sort of had a bit of smattering of rain, didn't we, at one point? Did it affect it massively or not?
Not really. Donington's Donington. It's a beautiful circuit for historic racing cars. It's fast and it's flowing and it's perfect for our old cars. I mean, the little wisp of rain makes no difference at all. It's just, yeah, it's been fabulous. It was fabulous here last night. I had a ball last night. So, yeah, I'd just like to thank Sean Lynn and his MRL team for doing such an amazing job putting on a fantastic festival. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you drivers seem to be really enjoying it. And obviously, when you get out of any of these cars that we're seeing over this weekend, there's a lot of very beaming faces. But as you alluded to there, it's not just about the behind the wheel action, is it? There's so much on for you guys and for the spectators.
What I've been really pleased to see is the number of families that are here as well, not just the car clubs and things, and it's not just about us die-hard racers. It seems to have brought a big crowd in with a lot of families, and that can only be good for our sport. So yeah, good job.
Really nice. Good. Well, I'm sure you need to go and see how your car is getting on. Off you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex Legui. Just directing operations in the pit lane there, pushing drivers where they need to go. But lovely thoughts there from John Pearson about what is developing in front of us and the array of cars that are here at the Donington Historic Festival. And I did like his point about seeing loads of families together, because a lot of us start with a first visit to a race circuit and who knows where that's going to take you. But right now out on the track, well, it moved. It was inevitable. We saw the move for the lead per the Pearson Brundle Lister Jaguar. There it is, car number 23, and since then Spencer Shinner has not been able to keep up. No surprise there. We've got a car trickling into the pits in the background of your shot there. That is not a car with a great deal of motive power.
87 it is, which is Mark and Simon Ashworth's Lotus 11. That's as you say, not no engine running there. It's just rolling into the pit lane, but thankfully it's made its way into the pit, so no interruption on track.
Yep, so that phrase the Americans like to use, dead stick, nothing happening. Right, Tom Dark in all of this has suddenly moved his way up the order. He got as high as 4th. He's in the red and yellow Cooper Monaco, the T49. He's in 7th at the moment, but he's actually very close to the Muirhead car, kind of a 61, Doug Muirhead, another of the Lotus 11s.
Who in turn is just behind Gary Pearson, who's taken over the number 5 from his brother John. And that's just ahead of them on track, although it is 3rd in the Woodcote Trophy. The other 2 cars actually not in the Woodcote, they're in the Stirling Moss Trophy.
Yeah, so the Stirling Moss is the newer cars, but that was the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th, and so it's Lotus 11 reported to the pit lane. Sadly, I think their race is run, and we're just past the 2/3 distance marker in the Royal Automobile Club. Let's just go through the Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy. The Woodcote Trophy is for the cars up to 1956. And up to 1961 is what we get in the later grouping. And the best of the Woodcote Trophy cards, as you pointed out, is number 14. Number 11, just going through our shot, number 14 is Lucas Alusa with the Jaguar D-Type. There he is. And the Fred Wakeman, Mike Grant, Peterkin car is about 3 seconds behind in 4th place overall. That's the very elegant, very smooth car just coming into the background of a shot, which is it's the Cooper T38 with the Jaguar engine. Here's the car that's leading the Woodcote Trophy. But, of course, his little spin into the gravel down at the old hairpin would be further clear. But, in fact, looking at the assembled and combined lap times that Lucas Alusa is doing, he should be considerably further clear because he's been super consistent. Number 2, another of the Lister Nobblies. This one's a little bit further down the order in 8th place overall. It's the Hudson and Morley car. That's Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley. And, unfortunately, Spencer Shinner has just lost 2nd place because as he coasts across the line and then suddenly gets some power all over again, past goes Lucas Alusa into 2nd place, and Fred Wakeman, Mike Grant, Peterkin's car is also going to get by into 3rd place just before Redgate. But there was silence as Spencer Shinner came out with clutching around for gears and finding none until he literally, having left the chicane, hooked it up as he got onto the start-finish line, but that's about 100 metres.
So a change for 2nd overall, and Lucas Alusa goes through. Spencer Shinner was passed by Mike Grant Peterkin for 3rd, so he's down to 4th. He may well be able to close back in on Mike Grant Peterkin, but we'd already spotted that Lucas Alusa was closing on Spencer Shinner prior to Spencer's problem, so he was the quicker of the 2. He's got himself up into 2nd, a little bit easier than perhaps he thought.
And there is the car nicknamed Maureen. Someone asked me yesterday why this DB2, David Reed's car, is called Maureen, and apparently someone said, oh, these cars need a nickname, and they suggested one they thought was a female name from the 1950s, and Maureen stuck thereafter. Right, the Lotus is coming back. So Mike Grant Peterkin on the right-hand side of your shot in the number 11, which is the Cooper Jaguar, doesn't have the answer to the speed of the recovering Lotus. The Lotus 11, Spencer Shinner into the chicane, out of the chicane. This is the point where he had no drive last lap. This time he does. Cooper Jaguar has more grunt. You'd expect a much larger engine, but at least Spencer Shinner is back in the fight. He'll lose out on the run to Redgate, but he'll be later on the brakes, so he'll just put his nose in front exactly as he manages to do. So he's holding on to 3rd place, but it really is up the chart, down the chart. And remember, he fleetingly led the race when Gary Pearson dived into the pits when the pit window opened, but he came in. He didn't have 30 seconds extra to stand still. That meant he came back into the lead of the race, but then Alex Brundle took over from Gary Pearson, has chipped away, taken the lead, and is now best part of 20 seconds clear of Lucas Alusa's rather older Woodcote Trophy class Jaguar D-Type.
And I think the only remaining Cooper Monaco in the race, the red one with the yellow stripe, it's not dark coloured, so perhaps it's more reliable. Tom Dark, number 223, was closing on Gary Pearson, number 5, last time around. We'll wait to see when they come through whether Tom Dark's managed to move up a place. As the leader, Gary Pearson's other car, Alex Brundle now driving, goes through to complete another lap, number 23. Leading the Stirling Moss Trophy, leading overall, and since Alex has got on board, he's really just driven away from everybody else. Through goes Lucas Alusa in 2nd place.
Right, the Cooper Monaco you were talking about, you came out with a very interesting theory there. It's 223. It's more mechanically reliable. It's just getting out of our shot because it's a lighter colour. Is this a sort of little bit of witchcraftery?
Well, it has actually passed the Gary Pearson D-Type, so as I thought on that lap around the back of the circuit, this red Cooper Monaco Looking rather strange in red. It sort of accentuates the treatment at the back of the car, which looks quite wide but very effective, with the engine in the back there. And there behind is the dark green D-type Jaguar of Gary Pearson, who is coming down into the old hairpin, but looks like Tom Dart's got the better of him, so he's up to 5th place. And Spencer Shinner, meanwhile, continues on his way and catching. Yes,
he's catching. He took a 2.5 seconds last lap or thereabouts out of the 2nd place Lucas Alusa. Here is Lucas in the dorsal fin Jaguar D-type, top of the hill. He's just going around Jonathan Lupton's DB2, but in the background of the shot, coming in, closing all the time, and maybe going to get the better of the traffic until, let's hope, the gearbox holds together and acts the way it should. Car just diving into the pits right now is Ben Eastick, because he had that drive-through penalty, didn't he, to serve for safety car restart infringement. Right, gap between 2nd Lucas Alusa and Spencer Shinner. It's come down a little bit, but actually, yeah, it's 22. No, he's catching him, but Spencer Shinner has got to find a little bit more. He's under 3 seconds down. I think traffic could play, but I think in that Lotus, once you get it in your mind that you may just not have the right gear at a certain point, it does really focus the mind. It will be quite exhausting, but sweeping down through the Craner curves, that pale green Lotus going very, very nicely in Spencer Shinner's hand. He's had a phenomenal meeting here at the Donington Historic Festival, and one of the things that really strikes me is the fact that quite a few drivers like Spencer jump from one car to another that really is from chalk to cheese, and yet they still manage to deliver, which is a real feather in their cap.
Lucas Alusa as spectacular as ever in that gorgeous D-type. That dorsal fin, as you describe it, just sets off the lines of that car. That was added to the car for partly for driver comfort, to reduce the buffeting at high speeds, particularly on the Le Mans Mulsanne Straight, which is 4 miles long, and but partly also for stability at high speed.
Jaguar Alton coming into our shot. It's having its own particular race, but the D-type, we're looking for Lucas Alusa. He's got a lot of traffic up ahead of him, and that could give chance to Spencer Shinner. The gap between, I'm just looking first and second, 1.9 seconds. So Spencer's coming back in that Lotus, as we reported over the last few laps. So he's certainly closing in. Race leader Alex Brundle is 24 seconds clear. But then this wonderful gaggle coming out of the chicane. In the middle, the red Cooper Monaco. Lotus tucked in behind, and Gary Pearson's gone past, back past Tom Dark in the Cooper, and Doug Muirhead tucked in behind. So they're covered by, just 0.6 of a second, but down. Again, of course, the Jaguar D-type isn't as good on braking as the lighter Cooper Monaco. And then the best of all of those three is the one in the background, the Lotus 11. But then it gets to the straights, and the Lotus 11 doesn't have the grunt. It will fall away again. So the ebb and flow, they've gone past one of the Aston Martins there, down through the Craner curves. They sweep. Clock continues to count down. It's a 1 hour race, this Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race. We've only got under 12 minutes remaining as Tom Dark presses on there. Here's car 223 in 6th place overall.
And Gary Pearson managed to get past him at the beginning of the lap, so we'll see whether the ebb and flow, as you describe, of these three cars, all very different in their power delivery and handling, whether Doug Muirhead, for example, in the little nimble Lotus can get back on terms through the tighter sections of the circuit. But it's Gary Pearson at the moment in the car that's been in his family, I think, since the 1960s. Used to be used by his mum for shopping trips and taking them to school. But they've run this car in racing for decades now. Very, very original car.
The sister family car that's leading the race, the Lister Jaguar, car number 23. I'm just going to keep an eye on it because Alex Brundle's done the best lap of the race, 1 minute 19.3. It seemed a little ponderous as he accelerated past our commentary position last time around, but maybe he's sitting on a buffer of 25 seconds. He's not having to eke every gear change out of it, but just something to pay attention to. 10 and a bit minutes remaining in the race. The lead is huge, but is there something? His last lap at 1 minute 22, so 2.5 seconds and a little bit small change away from his best lap. There may have been traffic. Here we're looking at Alex Brundle into the chicane, out of the chicane. Does he accelerate smoothly? Yeah, he certainly seems to, but is his lap time, what's it going to be? If it's a 1:21, all is fine. 1:20.9, there we are, spot on. So it was just my imagination of possibly a bit of traffic, but running on his own, he just, one gear change seemed a little bit quieter than normal coming past the pits, but all under control. And again, that Lister Knobley, just so effective. I was talking to someone who was doing the one of the other races, I said, what's your ambition? You're new to racing, just in your second season. He said, a Lister Jaguar, cars from the 50s, which is very cool, Alistair, for someone who was only in his mid-20s to look to these cars and have that as the tip of their particular iceberg.
Yes, very much so. And I guess if you're watching from the sidelines, thinking about going racing, sitting in a car that's got more power than grip, it's open, so you can see what's going on. It has its attractions over a modern car where you're sitting so far down you can hardly see the driver, and they don't move around much these days. And the Ecurie Cos Jaguar XK120. Ecurie Cos was a Scottish racing team which won Le Mans twice for Jaguar in the mid-50s. This was one of their earlier cars, which is the Jaguar XK120. Still got the Scottish Saltire on the side, a very original car that.
And of course, Ecurie Cos has had various other iterations that came back into touring car racing in the early 1990s. Then, of course, they came back to do British GT racing with some aplomb, and still a very strong affinity. And don't forget, it wasn't the only Scottish team. There was also Border Reivers as well. So people, that would be the sort of Jim Clark area of the country.
Exactly, yes.
Whereas Ecurie Cos was based, where was it? Merkiston Mews, wasn't it, in Edinburgh?
Yes, certainly Border Reivers was the one that brought Jim Clark through to greatness. Started out driving in little club races in the borders of Scotland. What a lovely sight on our on our live stream screen here. Two Jaguar D-types, a Cooper Monaco and a big rumbly V8 Lister, which comes through past them all. Is that for position? I
Correct,
think it might be. Yes,
Tom
yes,
Dark
it
has
is.
lost position there. He's in the red Cooper Monaco in the middle, and the white gutsy Lister goes rumbling past. That's one with a Chevrolet engine, and you can hear a very different engine note to our race-leading Lister, which has Jaguar power. And really, it was your choice as a customer of Lister what sort of power plant you wanted, homegrown or from across the pond.
And in fact, it's the Pearson Engineering Company that prepares that white Lister Jaguar. It's now in the lead of this group, so they'll know that car very well indeed. Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley. Now up into 5th place. It doesn't change the Woodcut Trophy though, because Gary Pearson in number 5 is still sitting 3rd in the Woodcut Trophy. The white car runs in the Stirling Moss Trophy, as does the red Cooper Monaco as well.
But right now, the best placed car in the race is a Lister, but of course it's the Gary Pearson Alex Brundle car sitting on a lead. It'll be getting close to half a minute, I would think, when it comes across the line next time around. The clock is counting down, just 7 minutes out of the hour remain, and the best that Lucas Halusa can do surely is second place. About half a minute, 29.884 seconds. I think that's what we call about half a minute. That's the margin between Alex Brundle, the number 23 Lister Jaguar, and then the D-type of Lucas Halusa, who's got now just found a little bit more of a gap over the 3rd place Spencer Shinner in his Lotus.
Yes, and behind them it's Michael Grant Peterkin in Fred Wakeman's Cooper Jaguar, but behind them it's anybody's, because we've got the big Lister Chevrolet, which actually has got through and is now starting to ease away, requiring a lot of steering input going through Redgate. Also Tom Dark and Gary Pearson involved in that battle with Doug Muirhead in the all-silver aluminium-bodied Lotus 11.
I must say, in terms of place changing in the order, I think that the red Cooper Monaco's done more than most, because Tom Dark loses a position, gets it back the following lap. He's got Gary Pearson right on his tail in the number 5 D-type. They've chopped and changed, but past that car is this one, the number 2 Lister Chevrolet, going better and better. The Hudson and Morley car, started by Richard Hudson, now Stuart Morley on board, pressing on. He's up into 5th place. He's 8 seconds down on the Wakeman Grant Peterkin Cooper Jaguar. I think the clock will not be his friend. He won't quite catch, but he's certainly lap on lap, taking a second out of it. But yeah, the clock will run down to the end of an hour. Now we're looking at the cars in 2nd and 3rd positions. Lucas Halusa still about 2 and a bit seconds clear of 2.3 seconds to be clear of Spencer Shinner there in that pale green Lotus. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Fred Wakeman and other people giving chase, but I think Fred's car in the hands of Mike Grant Peterkin, the Cooper Jaguar, should be safe in 4th place, but heading surely to victory in the Woodcut Trophy element is the car 2nd overall, that number 14 Jaguar D-type, just going out of shot, still being chased by that pale green 1959 Lotus 11 with Spencer Shinner, but I think he's got the answers to whatever questions Spencer's going to ask.
Well, Spencer's got the gap at around 2 seconds, but their lap times, well, Spencer was quicker last time. He's closed it down a little bit, but not by much. And you kind of wonder whether Lucas Halusa is just keeping his powder dry, looking in his mirrors, thinking, yeah, well, if he gets any closer, I'll just speed up a little bit, because Lucas has shown that he's very, very quick in that D-type. As down through the Craner curves comes Alex Brundle in the number 23 Lister Jaguar, known as the Knobbly, as opposed to the smoother bodied car which is known as the Costin. I don't think we've had any Costins in this race, but this one has been the quickest car from the lights out.
Yeah, it's been in control, and just remember, of course, we had the safety car coming out that affected the race a little bit, and certainly for Gary Pearson, who'd been escaping in that Lister Jaguar, his advantage was hauled back in, but then at the second time of asking, that car did precisely the same again, but with 30 seconds extra at a standstill during their pit stop. It really hampered their chances, but the combined excellence of Gary Pearson, Alex Brundle, who's bringing that number 23 Lister Jaguar home, and the car itself, they're out front, easily out front, more than half a minute clear now, and the clock simply counting down in their favour.
And in fact, Spencer Shinner has done another faster lap, and he's got the gap well below 2 seconds now, about 1 3/4 seconds on Lucas Halusa. Although Halusa may feel that I don't think he'll want to give up second overall, but he is leading Woodcote Trophy and under no pressure at all from Mike Grant Peterkin. But he will want to finish in second place, I'm sure. But Spencer Shinner, having got past that little moment where it would appear he lost his gears, but since then had no problems at all, as we look at the very, very pretty shape of the Jaguar D-Type. And you can see in the background the light green car of Spencer Shinner, which is chasing him for second overall. Spencer looking down into the cockpit there. Now, what's there that he would be looking at? Maybe it felt like he was looking down, or it looked to me as though he was looking down at the gear lever in the middle of the car there, but he's sawing at the wheel a little bit, but everything seems to be okay. But what was it? 1.5 now, so Spencer Shinner is still closing in, but I get the feeling, Bruce, that everything is not as well as it could be in that Lotus.
No, definitely. It's intermittent. Oh, bit of a mistake from Lucas Halusa. Wanted to turn into the old hairpin, didn't want to. That'll give a bit of encouragement to Spencer Shinner, just coming into shot now. But in fact, I think at the bottom part of the hill, Spencer's actually appears to have fallen away a little bit. Oh dear! And this is one of the Lister Jaguar Nobblies. That's Chip Fudge, John Chip Fudge. He got in the gravel, but importantly, he got out of the gravel, and he was running a little bit further down the order, 14th place overall, just behind John Burton, but lives to go through to the end of the race. 2 minutes remain, and just waiting for the interval. Gary Pearson's car with Alex Brundle at the wheel is pulling ever further clear. It was more than half a minute clear of that battle for second place, and has Lucas Halusa blotted his copybook with that little skid down at and run wide down at the old hairpin, waiting for them to come through. Lucas Halusa. Now I think we've got further problems for the Lotus, because suddenly Spencer Shinner's fallen back. He was 1.5 seconds down, wasn't he? 4.3 seconds down, so clearly the gearbox problems happened again for Spencer Shinner. You were quite right, he was looking down in the cockpit. We'd already had a slow exit a handful of laps ago from the chicane, when he was literally coasting past our commentary box, hooked it up, got going again, closed in. But right now it is closing in on the end of an hour for the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy races, both combined. Woodcote Trophy race for those from 1956 and earlier, and the younger cars from 57 on in the Stirling Moss Trophy element. But Gary Pearson started the race, Alex Brundle is going to finish it, and it will surely be victory for them. But another lap to come. Here's the number 23, the car leading this race, the Lister Jaguar, down into the first corner, down into Redgate, goes past one of the other D-types. That is car number 9, Benjamin Eastick's car. He keeps out of the way.
And I'm sure that Alex Brundle and, of course, Gary Pearson, it won't have past their attention that what they're actually racing for is it's known as the Stirling Moss Trophy. Well, what it is Stirling Moss's first Grand Prix winning trophy, which was the 1955 Grand Prix at Aintree. That's what they're racing for. Stirling Moss donated it to the series many years ago, and that's the prize that they receive. So it's quite something for particularly somebody like Alex, who is steeped in motorsport history.
Yeah, he's the third generation racer, because his grandfather John used to do lots of auto tests and things based up in where sort of Lincolnshire meets Norfolk, lots of road rallies. And obviously Martin, what an illustrious career he had.
And Martin's brother, uncle
Robin,
who used to race regularly as well in racing on the tracks, but also in autocross as well. I remember seeing the Martin and Robin Brundle car out on an autocross.
Turn right, turn left, get onto the start, finish straight, plant the throttle. That's exactly what Alex Brundle's going to do. So Gary Pearson will be delighted. Another win in the bag, and as a pairing, they're becoming very, very effective. Victory by, it'll be north of half a minute. Alex Brundle could back off on that final lap. In fact, he could have backed off a while earlier. And the fact they took in a 30-second time penalty in their pit stop and still managed to come out on front, that is their advantage in the Lister Jaguar. It looks like second place will certainly now go with just a run down to the chicane and then a blast onto the start finish straight to the D-Type Jaguar, which will win the Woodcut Trophy for the earlier cars, and that is car number 14, driven beautifully by Lucas Alusa. One little slip up, but he recovered from the gravel down at the old hairpin, and he's put this one in the bag. And of course the chasing Spencer Shinner had a real problem last time, and he's kept it coming, and now he finishes in third place. So ifs and buts and maybes, but he did fall away by about 4 seconds in the last 2 laps. Still waiting for the rumble of the fourth place car, the Hudson Morley listed Chevrolet that comes through, takes fourth place, and then who's going to come in fifth? It's going to be very close, but it's Mike Grant Peterkin in the number 11 Cooper Jaguar, waiting for Tom Dark to come through. In and out of the final corner he goes, so his Cooper Monaco 223, red with the yellow stripes, takes 6th place. But the race today belonged to Gary Pearson. It belonged to the driver who chased him home. That was Alex Brundle, and the number 40 D-Type, second overall for Lucas Alusa, and also winner of the Woodcut Trophy race as well, the class for the older cars, 56 and earlier. So lots of class reckonings up and down the order, but no doubting from the very early stages of the race who was going to come out on top, which car it was going to be. The Lister Nobly that started on pole position. Gary Pearson first, Alex Brundle second. Job well and truly done. And eventually their winning margin, pretty much 38 seconds over the older Jaguar D-Type of Lucas Alusa, and third place to the Lotus of Spencer Shinner. So after an hour of racing, a flurry of rain, a little period behind the safety car, driver changes, few penalties, but it didn't affect the front running cars. Gear change problems, it seemed to be an issue. But just remember, very early in the race we lost the car that was running second from the start, Carl Tilley's Lotus. It's actually parked up again on the exit of Redgate Corner, so that was challenging, and it looked as though it was going to be the only car that could challenge the Pearson Brundle Lister, but it was out super early in the race, which for Tilley and Christian Glazel, that was a hard bullet to take, it must be said.
And Gary Pearson finished in first place and in 7th place with his brother John in the D-Type.
Yeah, so it's always quite tricky getting the logistics right when you're jumping from one car to another, but did it very nicely indeed. So, you know, you feel they do deserve not just a cup of coffee, but a pat on the back when you can do all of that and be super quick. But the fastest lap of the race went to Alex Brundle, who took over that Lister Jaguar, 1 minute 19.3. That is a properly quick lap, but you know, Listers have such fabulous poise. There they are parking up. There is Alex Brundle, the aforementioned, clambering out. I mean, you know, you think he had a contemporary racing career, but really his world now is historics, and he does it so very well. Raced at Le Mans, following in the family footsteps, but he's got an increasingly nice stable of cars that he gets let loose in. And he's always such an arch enthusiast, so I'm sure he'll be bubbling with excitement when he gets to speak to Alex Legui down in the collection area, the Parc Fermé, for the top 3 runners. It's a very nice way. You come through the archway, through the sort of vacant garages, you can see the cars in the background. The top 3 finishers are being gathered, and they're right by the podium, so you get the interviews with Alex Legui, and then they literally have to go across. And speaking of Alex, lo and behold, there she is, Alex.
This lap, job done.
Yeah, it was really good fun. I've been seeing you all weekend on the screen. It's actually good to see you in person.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, Pearson Jaguar engine's quite a thing. So all I had to do was drive it around, really. Gary brought it in P1, and round we go.
You guys make it all sound very, very simple. I'm sure it's not quite as easy as that for us laymen.
No, this is just a brilliant tried and tested thing, and no substitute for grunt in historic racing. Have you been dealing with this echo all day? Really tough for you. Well done.
You understand.
Yeah, brilliant.
Well done. We'll have a chat on. Well, no, we won't have a chat on the podium, but we'll see you on the podium shortly. Are we ready? Ooh. So Sterling was first. Yes. Okay. Brilliant. Well done. Nice to see you again. Congratulations. What a race.
Thank you very much. I gave myself a heart attack. Got lucky that I didn't get too stuck in the gravel.
Yes, good.
Stupid lapse of concentration, but super happy with how it went. And I'm not sure what happened to 59, but I got lucky that he had a bit of an engine problem as well. Really, really happy. Yeah.
Well done. We'll find out. What happened?
We were just struggling with temperature issues, but the car was brilliant the whole way through, and we didn't have the displacement to keep up with the top guys, but it's brilliant to give the car justice, so well done GP59.
Well done to you. You all provided us with lots of entertainment. Let's get ready for the podium. Well done, lads.
So let's take a look back at the highlights of the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race, and it was the Gary Pearson lister in the middle of the track, leading to the first corner, chased by the Orange Lotus 11 of Kyle Tilley, in behind an amazing array of cars. But suddenly for Kyle Tilley it was over now. It looks as though something went at the front end of the car. He managed to steer to the side of the circuit. That was not the dream start, and suddenly for Gary Pearson, his chief challenger was out of the way. He wasn't the only car in trouble. Another front runner, Ollie Crosswaite, Cooper Monaco, he was out of the race. Then we had a safety car period with effectively 3 different areas of the track needing to be cleared up, and then it came down to a few cars retiring a little bit early. But out front we had Lucas Alusa having what we've just heard described as a bit of a moment, but he did get back out of the travel down at the old hairpin and would recover to win his class and actually finish second overall. Another foot or so into that gravel, it might have been a happy story at the end, but he had the pace and he had a fantastic battle with the green Lotus that led the race for a while. This is after a pit stop, extra time in the pit stop for the number 23 Lister Jaguar, with Alex Brundle at the wheel setting fastest laps with the extra horsepower and cubic capacity. He now moved back into the lead of the race. Then there were a few, we thought gearbox, but it might have been engine problems for that green Lotus, and that soon allowed the D-type of Lucas Alusa to get onto his tail. But then at the end it was Alex Brundle, car 23, acknowledging the checkered flag. Victory for him and Gary Pearson. And let's take a look at the results. There we are. Pearson and Brundle, victory eventually by the tidy margin of 38 seconds. Lucas Alusa recovered from that moment in the gravel at the old hairpin to win the Woodcote Trophy race within the race for the older cars. Then Spencer Shinner, third in the little Lotus 11, and the Hudson Morley Lister Chevrolet came charging up the order, eventually taking fourth place, not too far ahead. Fred Wakeman and Mike Grant Peterkin in their Cooper Jaguar in 5th place overall. Tom Dark up and down the order, but always scrapping in that red Cooper Monaco. He came home in 6th place, just ahead of the other Pearson car, with Gary hopping on board that one and taking that D-type through to the end of the race. Doug Muirhead 8th in his Lotus 11, another D-type that went well, Paul Pochchiol and James Hansen. And then the Wilmot family Jaguar XK140, the very special, GOM special, took 10th place overall. So fun and games from start to finish, but a clear victory in the end for Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle. And let's head down to join another Alex. This is Alex Legui with the podium.
What an incredible race that was. The Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy. So let's kick off with the podium. Please put your hands together for the Woodcote Trophy. In 3rd position is car number 5. It's John and Gary Pearson. And in 2nd position, car 11, Frederick Wakeman and Michael Grant Peterkin. And beautifully driven. Please put your hands together and a huge round of applause for Lucas Alusa. Our champagne is provided for the Woodcote Trophy by the Royal Automobile Club and presented by our chairman of the Royal Automobile Club, Duncan Wiltshire. Start opening those bottles, Champers. Go on, start opening this so that we can... They need to be all pre-unwrapped, otherwise it just takes them ages. We just don't want them to do it. I think most of them want to do it. Oh, it's a shame. Huge round of applause. Congratulations. Your official photograph. And the next podium is our Sterling Moss Trophy. Please put your hands together, give a huge round of applause and welcome up. In third position, it's Richard Hudson, car 2. And Stuart Morley. And keep up the round of applause, please. Put your hands together for car 59, Spencer Shinner. And welcome onto the top step of the podium is Gary Pearson and Alex Grundle. Brilliantly driven. Pierre Lecouture will present our winning drivers' trophies. Congratulations. Another round of applause. Please come together for your official photograph. Brilliantly done, brilliantly driven. Don't forget, folks, the prize giving is in the main tent at 2 o'clock. And for our live stream viewers, we are going to take a little break and we'll be back after the break with some more action from here at Donington Park.
Welcome to our factory in Zhongshan, China. Yeah, we do any kind of model cars, different scale, different category, and it's something very, very exciting. Yes, Spark is a racing brand, and this factory is our racing factory.
I'm here with Jonas of GT Parts, and I'm very intrigued because you have quite an interesting story, don't you?
Hello Alex, nice to meet you. So I'm definitely have an interesting story. So we basically started out a few years ago just with the love of cars, supporting old race cars and my own passion to find spare parts for race cars which are not maybe nowadays racing anymore, but a couple of years ago. And it's actually started out in my living room, having parts there and moving to one car garage, to a small storage, to now quite a bigger storage, and supporting the MRL and the GT3 Legends with spare parts for all of the great machines, especially the GT3 cars from six-cylinder Porsches to 12-cylinder Aston Martins. Whenever you need parts, we're here to help and yeah.
My word, that is quite a journey, isn't it? Congratulations. And yeah, like you say, here you are supporting MRL and the GT Legends.
Yes.
How important is that relationship to you? What are you gaining from that?
Well, of course, we already have lots of people in the grid we sell parts to, but I mean now it's getting even bigger and better. Especially with the ever-growing series of the GT3 Legends and the massive interest, and of course when cars get out on the track they need parts, and so that's a big opportunity for us and we're very proud to be a part of that.
And what's the future for you then?
Well, keep on growing the spare parts business step by step. I mean, I guess the historic races will keep on for years and years and years. More modern cars will get into classic car series, and we'll be out there supplying parts, finding parts, sourcing parts, helping out the owners to keep those great machines keep on racing.
Wow, long may it continue. Congratulations, Jonas.
Thank you so much.
Matt, tell me a little bit about Silver Tiger Logistics.
So, Silver Tiger, we've been in the motorsports game for a very long time. We move anything that is a race car, anything that is a show car, anything that is a concourse car, anything that you wouldn't want to be damaged in any kind of way. By air, by sea, by land, we will move it door to door, take all your paperwork, do it all for you, and it turns up ready to drive.
Well, that makes life very simple. What is it about Motor Racing Legends then? Why was that partnership created?
So Jay, the founder of our company, and obviously Sean Lynn have a very long, very good history together. They get on very well. So I think it was a very natural sort of evolution for us to join up and join forces, especially as we know Motor Racing Legends developing now into their European series, something that I feel we can really help with, really collaborate with, because we're really specialist in moving things door to door. So all the UK teams, we can grab them, get them all grouped together, get them all in the pits ready for the event, and it's really a natural sort of evolution of the existing relationship for us to start helping Motor Racing Legends expand Europe-wise.
How important, so here in Donington, for example, one of the most iconic circuits in the UK, how important is that as well to you?
We love all things motorsport, and obviously there's a huge history of racing in the UK, so the UK racing scene is hugely important to us. Jay, the founder, British, born in Britain, myself, born in Britain, a lot of our staff, Britain, and all of us lovers of racing and motorsport, so we love getting to these UK events, especially when we get as good a weather as we've had this weekend in Donington. I am quite surprised that we're all in short sleeves or suffering in long sleeves 1st of May, but it's lovely to be racing in Britain as well.
Great to have you. Thanks.
Thank you.
It'll be raining on Monday. we are in assembly, and this race is the HRDC Jerry Marshall, and this is in memory to the late great Jerry Marshall, who we lost 21 years ago. One of the greatest touring car drivers that ever lived. And I'm privileged to have a chat to his son Greg. What does it mean for this to be occurring and for you to be racing in your dad's name?
Oh, it's incredible. It's a real honour to be racing here, to have a series named after my late father, seeing all these fantastic cars, fantastic drivers. The weather could be a little bit better, not quite fantastic, but yeah, it means a lot. But I have to not let the emotion get in the way. I have to stay cool, calm and collected.
Tell us a little bit oh my gosh, right, I'll just put my teeth back in, shall I? Let's try again. Tell us a little bit about the car that you are behind the wheel of today.
Okay, so it's a Mark III 3-litre Capri. My colleague, or my friend, Mark Thomas has built it. It's brand new, a replica of a 1982 French touring car. This is the first event for it. We did 3/4 of a day testing at Goodwood. So yeah, this is the first qualifying session, first race. So yeah, the car looks great. I can't thank Mark enough for letting me co-drive the car with him, and just really looking forward to the race.
There are some really special cars in this grid, aren't there? Can you tell us a little bit about the history of some of these?
Yeah, no, of course. So there's 10 Capris, a couple of ex-Jerry Marshall Capris, there's Rover SD1s, BMWs. Yeah, some incredible cars, incredible drivers, and just going to love it. Brilliant.
I can't wait. It's going to be a great one for us to watch as well. Thank you so much. Best of luck. Yeah, what an important race this is. He truly was one of our greatest touring car drivers ever known. A frantic, mad dash here as we try and get the boys out in car 141. It's a little bit unnerving when it's like this here in assembly, but it's all part of the fun, huh? Right, Bruce, Alistair, let's go racing.
Let's do that very thing. So great to hear from Jerry's son, and great that he's out racing. But when you have a car that's brand new to racing, things may go wrong. Let's hope they don't. But it's fantastic to see these cars from basically the 70s into the early 80s. And, well, the big rumble there. The GTV6 Alpha, Alpilate sponsorship, ex-Nella Lombardi car. This is a car that's had its trials and tribulations, but it's back in a fantastic condition now. And that one is going to be... I would suggest up towards the front end of the field, but really as that goes out rather late, let's hope they can play catch up. But if you like your Ford Capris with that gruff bark from the V6, there are plenty of those to entertain. But on pole position, it is Tom Waterfield for the Jerry Marshall Trophy Series, and he has had really quite a meeting so far. Let's take a look down the grid. There we are, Ford Capri, Tom Waterfield on pole position with Ben Mitchell. We've got John Spears and Nigel Greensall alongside. Then Mike Whitaker, Rover SD1, alongside the best of the Alfa Romeos, which is starting fourth on grid. Adam Brittle with another Rover, two Rovers on row number 3. And then Jaguar XJS in one of those in the race, starting 7th, alongside a Ford Fiesta. Talk about little and large. James Colburn in the yellow and red BMW CSI, starting a middle order. And that Alpilate Alpha, Alexander and Forrest will be starting down around 12th or 13th position. Jan Bitterim in the mix. Graham Scarborough, Skid Scarborough, still racing, still in the Ford Capri. Not as close as the front as he used to be, but just great to have some of the drivers still in their cars of the period. Tim Dutton, they've had a Ford Capri for a very long time as well. And there's the XJS just going through in the background of the shot with the Ford Fiesta that will start alongside, little and large, as I said, behind a BMW and a VW Golf GTI. And in this field we've got two classes. We've got the main class and the Will Hire class, which is for cars that took part in the Will Hire 24-hour race in Norfolk from the 70s through into the 80s, and a lot of production saloons in that, so they're less high tech, but we've got some very near the front of the grid. It's getting brighter here at Donington Park as the field joins up, gets on the grid, and it's a fantastic pack of cars still coming out of the chicane as the first few rows are being just guided into their 2x2 positions. Ford Capris, Rover SD1s, Ford Escorts. What else have we got in the pack? A handful of Alfa Romeos. We've even got a little Metro towards the back, and something you don't see very often in racing, an MG Maestro, pale yellow, up at the tail of the grid, and a VW Sirocco as well. So plenty of variety, but the front end of the grid is Capri, Rover, Alfa Romeo, Rover, Jaguar XJS and Fiesta. Plenty of variety, and last few cars just being summoned into position. There is Spud You Like. The sponsorship, is that a period sponsorship? I'm not entirely sure. It might be, but anyhow, an MG Maestro, in all honesty, I'm not entirely sure I have ever seen one of those in racing trim before. Where has my life gone?
There used to be a Maestro one make series, didn't there? I certainly remember that. That actually didn't do much of qualifying, went off with a problem, but nice to see Spud You Like out on the grid in a nice shade of creme anglaise.
It's the
primrose.
The phrase of the meeting. And in behind the triplex Capri, expect that to go a little bit better. That's car number 14, which is entered by Andrew Willis. Had its moments in qualifying. And the Alpilati Alfa Romeo, last one out of the pit garage, the assembly area, that'll be starting stone last. And expect that to work its way forward. It's white, it's green, it's bright, it's noisy. That should be starting around the mid-grid order. So that little set, it's allowed to get into its grid position. So suddenly the 141 Alpilati Alfa goes up into, I think, effectively 11th position on the grid. So the bark of these engines, the soundtrack of tracks all around the UK in the 70s leading into the 80s, is about to be with us. 21 years since we lost the great showman, the supreme racer Jerry Marshall. And this is the Jerry Marshall series, the trophy series, all set to go. 45 minutes of racing, a bit of a rolling start potentially from the outside of the front row for the Herbetite liveried Capri, and that I think will probably have, well, it's handed back the position, but certainly it was on the roll by about half a car length. But our pole starting car, Tom Waterfield, puts his Capri into the lead of the race. One of the Rovers, the Sanyo livery car, going very nice. Sorry, it's Ben Mitchell, I beg your pardon, we swapped those round, starting the car from pole position. Side by side, one of the Capris in the middle order, getting on the grass between the first part of Redgate and the second, but down the hill, Ben Mitchell going well, and a change for second position because that Sanyo liveried Rover has made good strides.
Certainly has, yes, as they go through the old hairpin. What a great sight. Takes you right back to this period of saloon car racing here at Donington Park when we'd have seen cars just like this piling through the old hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Up to the top of the hill they go, and the Rover takes the lead and immediately goes off into the gravel. A little bit, shall we say, previous there in terms of not getting on the brakes. The Rover of Mike Whittaker going off.
I've got it, I haven't got it, but never mind, that'll be a story within the race as it comes back up through the order, so actually very close to the tail of the field. So suddenly it's back to Capri's at the front of the bunch. Of course, they would deliver their power differently and behave differently to the Rover ST1. So the Jaguar XGS having a little look, coming down to the chicane, big car. Track suddenly seems rather narrow when it gets down to the chicane, but the different engine notes, the Capri barking away, the pole position car, Ben Mitchell nearly a second clear of the Herbetite Capri that maybe just got a little bit of a roll at the start of the race. And then the best of the Rovers, two more Rovers, fourth and fifth, and the Jaguar XGS coming up the inside. He's going to go up into fourth place. There it does. Going to get the braking done into Redgate. So job done very nicely by Simon Lewis there, but he's deep into the corner, and the second of the Rovers fights its way back. Side by side, they will go down through the Craner curves. But our race leader, Ben Mitchell, he was a second clear on the start line. By the time they get to the old pin, he's gained about another half second. But the racing in behind, it's Capri against Rover, just as it was in period.
Absolutely, yes. And the Rover Jaguar battle went in favour of the Rover. That was Mike Whittaker, father Mike. It was son Michael who went straight on at McLean's on the first lap and dropped back to, I think, around 10th or 11th place. 11th place, yes, wasn't far out. So he'll be making his way back up. And now Mike Whittaker, number 6 in the Patrick Motors Group coloured car, that's the blue, yellow and white, has closed right in on the Rover immediately ahead. That's the number 12 triplex sponsorship colour, which is Adam Brindle driving solo, and looks like Mike Whittaker's going to go up the inside of Adam Brindle, but Adam Brindle is alongside a Capri as they come down into the chicane, and the Jaguar getting in there as well. What great racing, 4 cars into the chicane together, but out first comes Mike Whittaker in the Patrick Motors Group coloured blue and white Rover, followed by Triplex, which is Adam Brindle, followed by Motul Jaguar, which is number 2, which is the Jaguar of Simon Lewis, and he gets past Adam Brindle as well. So good driving from Simon Lewis in the big XJS.
Yeah, and conversely, I have to say that the Herbetite Capri that started the outside the front row may have a problem, because he was second coming out of Coppice. By the time at the chicane, he was down to 5th, and he's falling away at a rate of knots. So there may not be quite enough gears in that box at the moment for him. But the lead Capri, Ben Mitchell, he'll be handing over to Tom Waterfield at some point in this race, and the pit stops are much quicker. But the different engine notes and the roar of that Jaguar XJS, that's a great old sound. That really takes me back to period.
Up to the towards the top of the hill, through McLean's, and then continuing to climb up the hill. Mike Whitaker in second place. What was the gap? It was 2.6 seconds to Ben Mitchell leading in the number 59 Capri. There is Michael Whitaker, number 19, in the pretty much all blue Rover with the Sanyo livery. That's the car that tried to take the lead at the very beginning of the race and actually ran very wide. It's now coming up on the first of the Alphas, and also the very quick Fiesta of father and son team Richard and Ben Colburn, who put themselves right at the front of the grid.
They really did. Down to the chicane they go, the Alpha tucking through. That's an ex-Rouse liveried car, the ICS cleaning company, the main sponsor on the door of that. Pete Hall's company, but the Sanyo Rover is going to go blasting past. 2.5 litres against 3.5. Well, the bigger number always wins, but actually the Alpha being driven deep into Redgate, but not deep enough. So Michael Whitaker gains back another of the places that he threw away on the opening lap when he led, but unfortunately did not corner, and off into the gravel he went.
And it's lovely to see these original liveries on these cars. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the original car. A lot of them will be recreations, but they are certainly encouraged to use original liveries, which is great to see. The lead has come right down now. We've got the leader, Ben Mitchell, in the 59 Capri, has been caught by Mike Whitaker in the Patrick Motors Group Rover number 6 as they go up the hill towards Coppice. They'll burst into sight on our live stream pictures, and the Jaguar's there as well. Simon Lewis has brought himself into contention for a lead battle. So 3 cars it is now. Ford Capri, the 3-litre V6 engine, the V8 engine of the Rover, and the 12-cylinder engine of the Jaguar, all the way into the lead, but on the outside, so he's going to have to give best to Mike Whitaker.
Well, there is an absolutely clear example of the lack of grunt of the Ford Capri. 2 laps running, the car that was second got monstered and lost 4 places on the previous lap, and now the race leader has fallen back to third. So Ben Mitchell could do nothing about the V12 Jaguar XJS that's going to take the lead. No, not quite into Redgate, but the Rover with 3.5 litres, the extra 500cc, 2 extra cylinders, just seem to have the grunt that you'd expect from them, but even more so in so many ways as they exit Coppice. And around the lap, the Capri looks nicely balanced in the background, the Jaguar sweeping a little bit wider. It's a bigger, heavier car, but it has more horsepower. We heard earlier from Alex Brundle just getting out after the previous race, and he says there is no substitute for horsepower in historic racing. He's quite right.
Yes, this is an interesting battle. It's not one I've seen joined before in this particular race series. The XJS has come on, obviously, with a little bit of development perhaps for Simon Lewis. Guy Connew will take over in that car, and it's much more competitive with these Rovers and Capris than it was last year. So that's good to see. Nice to see 3 different makes, effectively 2 of them owned by the same overall company, but the Rover and the Jaguar at the front, the Capri just behind, and another Rover starting to muscle in on the scene, and that will be Adam Brindle in is that the triplex one in 4th place? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be in 3rd place very soon. Didn't quite manage to squeak into it past Ben Mitchell's Capri going into the chicane, but coming onto the start-finish straight as the number 6 Rover goes past. Mike Whitaker still leading his margin just over a second. And I think really Ben Mitchell's on borrowed time in 3rd place. The second of those Rovers really hunting him down. Yes, we thought it had problems, and unfortunately the John Spears Hermitite Capri started second on the grid. We were worried it had a bit of a roll ahead of the lights being switched out, but it clearly was losing power. And another car coming into the pits is the Alpilati Alpha that had problems getting away from the assembly area, so that too has surfaced. So strike one of the fastest Capris in the race.
Nigel Greensall all ready to go, but obviously too early for its mandatory pit stop, but he comes out to have a chat with car owner John Spears. Meantime, the team under the bonnet, so that's not a great sign for what could have been potentially a winning car, number 114.
Did we see John Spears get out of the car? I just saw someone walking away, and it could well have been him. Oh dear, the number 22 Capri's had its little moment. That's Tim Dutton's. That had a problem early on, and that looks... No, it's just rejoining the circuit, but... Well, bonnet up on the Hermitite Capri, and there is the Alpilati Alpha working on the front left there, so that's maybe a clearer problem. Might simply be a puncture Remember, that formed up at the back of the grid, was flagged to take its sort of middle-ranking starting place, but didn't have a match for the Rovers, didn't have a match for the Capris, and certainly not the Jaguar XJS, which looks to be the fastest car in the race. Still the fastest lap to our race-leading Mike Whittaker-driven Rover, but that Simon Lewis-driven XJS Jaguar has picked off car after car after car. It's in second place. It's closing in. The gap is almost precisely a second. He's got to hand over to Guy Connew later in the race, but for now Simon Lewis did a fantastic job in that XJS.
And soon to be joining that 4-car battle for the lead will be Michael Whittaker, the driver that went wide on the first lap at McLean's. He's gradually bringing himself back into the battle in the Sanyo Rover. That's the all-blue, or almost all-blue, number 19 car, Michael Whittaker. So he's coming to join the party. We've got Rover, Jaguar, Capri, Rover at the moment. As they come up to the top of the hill, sliding the car through goes Mike Whittaker, then it's Simon Lewis, and then Ben Mitchell turning through Coppice onto the exhibition straight once again. The long shot, we should catch the other two as we see into the pit lane, another of the Capris.
It's the Tim Dutton Capri. It had a problem on the opening lap of the race, and the car with the sort of effectively the golden checkered flag over its roof, not going anywhere fast at the moment. A lot of these cars, remember, are quite new as they're being reintroduced to racing. Some are replicas, but I've got no problem with that whatsoever because it allows us the sight and sound. Now the battle for the lead of the race is 1.4 seconds Mike Whittaker ahead of the chasing Jaguar, but it's the battle for third place. The Sanyo Rovers just gained another position. Adam Brindle down to Redgate was passed by Michael Whittaker. And the Capri on borrowed time, perhaps in third place, Ben Mitchell. Fastest lap of the race, still our race leader. If you're lapping in the 1 minute 22s, you're doing well. And the car in fifth place, Michael Whittaker, is doing precisely that. So he is playing catch up. The middle order Capris, they just don't have the grunt to live with the Rover SD1s, and certainly not with the Jaguar that's leading the race now, well, by an increasing lead. The Jaguar XJS, with all those cylinders under its very long hood. Mike Whittaker is being hunted down by Simon Lewis, and it's happening as we speak.
Let's see how close Simon Lewis can get in the big Jaguar. It was just under 1.5 seconds at the line last time around. But of course Simon will be looking in his mirrors to see Ben Mitchell, Adam Brindle, Michael Whittaker all there bunching up towards him, and they'll soon be on terms. Here comes the leader, having to go a little bit wide onto the curbing just to get past that Metro, but does so without problem. But Simon Lewis a lot closer, 1 second now, first to second. And then it's the battle for third place, so it's Ben Mitchell now being chased by Michael Whittaker in the Sanyo Rover, and Adam Brindle dropping off the back of that group.
Yeah, Adam Brindle unfortunately has fallen back by about a second, and that's going to allow some of the others behind maybe potentially to catch up. We've still got time aplenty in this race, 33 minutes remaining, so who's going to be kind to their tyres? Certainly you'd have to say the XJS is working its rubber very hard indeed. Simon Lewis in pursuit of the lead, a bigger, longer, heavier car, maybe a little more tyre hungry too. But the Rover SD1 still at the front of the race, the one in the hands of Mike Whittaker. There it is, car number 6 up the rise, hoping that the Alpha in front of him has seen him. I think it has, and he goes to driver's right, so that's all exactly as per plan. McLean's up the slope to Coppice, but the XJS does not get through before the corner. This might at least give a stay of execution for now for our race leader Mike Whittaker.
I thought I saw a little bit of smoke from the XJS there. It could of course have been a locked brake. We'll check that when it comes round. It looks like unfortunately Nigel Greensall and there is John Spears at the back in the black helmet pushing the car away, so that's out of the race as Michael Whittaker takes away third place from Ben Mitchell. So it's Rover, Jaguar, Rover now as they come across the timing line to complete another lap, and it's Michael Whittaker who gets up to third place, Ben Mitchell down to fourth, Adam Brindle in fifth place.
Well, at the start of the race there was a possibility we could have a Whittaker family 1-2. It's a 1-3 at the moment, but the Sanyo SD1 all blue with the white sign writing, that's in third place, but it's 7 seconds down on the second place Jaguar XJS, which is under a second, in fact 2/3 of a second only behind the race leading car of Father Whittaker. That's Mike Whittaker in his number 6 Rover. The Capri hanging in there in 4th place. Ben Mitchell doing his utmost and getting the wrong side on Alfa Romeo there, so I'm afraid any tow he was likely still to get from the Sanyo Rover that went past him will have been taken away from him there, getting the wrong side in a passing manoeuvre and falling off the tail of the car he's trying to hang on to, which is Michael Whittaker's Rover that's running 3rd, car number 19, but still, now he finally gets past. And that's Adam Brindle also getting past the Alfa Romeo. They've all had a little go at lapping.
So the gap at the timing line last time around was 2/3 of a second. Looking at the far side of the circuit as they came up towards Coppice onto the long straight, it looked to be about the same. Here they come now to complete another lap, and it is still Mike Whittaker who leads. What's the gap at the line? It is 0.685, so it pretty much hasn't changed, but that Jaguar is quicker down the pit straight, isn't it? He closes right up on Mike Whittaker as they go into Redgate. But I think for the remainder of the lap, it seems that the Rover has a slight advantage, perhaps the handling slightly better for this section of the Donington Park track. Coming down the hill, and Mike Whittaker just starts to ease that gap open again as they come down to the old hairpin.
He does. Up ahead of them is the Triplex Capri, car number 14, Andy Willis at the wheel of that. Where they come across it could have a bearing on the lead of this race. Up the hill they come, the headlights on, and the Willis car keeps out of the way very nicely, so thank you to Andy Willis there. Both cars, no, the Jaguar has not yet got past the Triplex liveried Ford Capri, so the exit from McLean's much better for our race leader. This is buying him a bit of time, but as we know, in a straight line, for example, out of this corner here, out of Coppice at the highest point on the circuit, the Jaguar has more grunt coming down the back straight, the exhibition straight, so he's got past the Triplex Capri. I guess the gap to him, between him and the race leading Mike Whittaker, Rover's sort of doubled because he got the wrong side of that car, but every time he falls back a bit, he's got the ability, he's got the power in that Motul liveried XJS to close right in all over again, which is exactly what he's doing. Loads of punch from the Jaguar motor as he comes onto the start-finish straight. The gap would be, well, almost exactly the same as it was the lap before.
But once again, just like last lap, Simon Lewis closes right in the XJS as they go up towards Redgate, but then he starts to gradually drop back because down through the sweeping Craner curves, perhaps not so much of an advantage on power because it's downhill, the Rover is quick, but it maybe handles a little bit better, can brake a little bit later, and Mike Whittaker starts to ease very, very slightly away as they go up through Schwantz curve, the uphill left-hander which leads into the right at McLean's. Here they come now, and up the hill to the right-hander, and once again Mike Whittaker just got a little bit of breathing space in the Patrick Motorsport liveried car, one that raced, not this car, but one raced like that, supported by Patrick Motors Group, a Birmingham dealership in the southwest of Birmingham.
Well, the next Gordon Spice looky-likey Ford Capri there, getting a little bit of a grassy moment and regathering itself. That was on the exit of Redgate. And the Alpilati Alpha closing in all over again. That was a car that, remember, had a pit stop, so that will be a good lap further down on the autocar. And a Motorcraft livery car, the Ford spare part business, into Redgate they go. Sideways, gravel, lot more gravel, and then back to terra firma, to the grass, eventually to the tarmac. But that moment when a driver, it just gets the message, it's not going to turn in. But he did a good job not to beach that Capri down there.
And another livery that appeared and has disappeared, Kenwood Hi-Fi in the what was 70s. Any house that had a Hi-Fi was often a Kenwood, and there they had sponsorship on this particular Capri along with the oil company Valvoline. We've got cars coming into the pit lane. Check my notes as to pit stop time is 15 minutes into the race, so the pit window is now open for 15 minutes.
And these are not long pit stops. It's driver out, driver in, off you go. No minimum pit stop time in this race in the Jerry Marshall Trophy Series, so it should be pretty quick fire. Unfortunately, the VW Sirocco is being pushed down the pit lane, no power, and I would presume being returned to the garage. Now this race, of course, is the Jerry Marshall Trophy race, and his son Greg Marshall. This is a Capri that's new to them, and he's taking over from Mark Thomas. It'd be lovely if they could get a finish, and Greg, hardly surprising, being son of Jerry, is an arch enthusiast, but what a big talent to follow in the wheel tracks of. But it's just absolutely right, Alistair. He's doing it in this era of car, which was Jerry's greatest period in racing.
Yes, and we mentioned earlier Jerry perhaps best known for his links with the Vauxhall manufacturing group, but he did also race Capris and Triumph Dolomite Sprint, amongst probably others that I've completely forgotten. But it's nice that Greg has got out in a Capri. He's been seen over the last few years in a copy of one of his father's Vauxhalls, but nice to see him, as you say, first time out in this Capri.
Yeah, and they're not always cars that race in the British Championship. This is one based on one that was competing in the French touring car, the Super Tourisme series back in period.
Oh, and a driver that raced exactly when these cars were racing and still is racing is Graham Scarborough, universally known as Skid. Skid Scarborough, number 24. That'll be the yellow Capri. Haven't actually seen it. Oh no, that was the BMW. But anyway, Skid always ran a yellow Capri. Marshall's Transport, I think, was the sponsor on that. But he is in 6th place at the moment. Still owes us a pit stop, I think. Yes, he does. Oh, and Gregor going off the track there on his very first lap. So the car not turning in exactly as he expected as he went up through Schwantz.
Get your surprise in early on. Change of the lead though. Finally Simon Lewis has got the nose of that Jaguar in front. Is it going to be enough to negotiate the first corner of the lap and stay ahead? It looks for once as though it is. So the difference is probably half a second to any of his previous moves, and he gets the nose in front, but down through the corner curves. You can see the Jaguar just wants to run wider, which is absolutely the essence of what you were saying, Russell, about Alistair, about the flow of this circuit and the way the Jaguar has to use its power. It's got an extra 1800cc. It's 5.3 litres versus 3.5 litres for the Rover that's giving chase, but maybe that is the decisive move.
Up the hill they come through Schwantz. Is he side by side? No, it's not. So coming up to the right-hander, and it's still the Jaguar ahead.
Well, let's take a look at how that overtake happened. Out of the chicane they came onto the start for a straight. Lap after lap, there's been more punch from the larger engine Jaguar. This time he looks like he's going to be going to the outside line by staying in the middle of the track, but it's so good with his exit from the corner, he was able to sweep across the inside line, at which point Mike Whittaker just thought, right, I'll go to the outside myself so I can get a better exit to the corner by swinging in wide. But now already, instead of being half second, 0.6 of a second down, the lead of the race is no longer just in the hands of the Jaguar driver, but he's stretching away. Oh, and a big sideways moment, and into the pits to make the mandatory pit stop comes Mike Whittaker. He hasn't got a teammate, so he'll just what do you do in this case? You have to come to a halt.
You have to open the door, climb out, shut the door, wave your arms in the air, open the door, get back in, belt yourself back in or with help, and off you go again. So there's a bit of fun involved in this. It's typical Historic Racing Drivers Club. For solo drivers, you'll see them waving their arms in the air just to signify that they are in and out of the car. We missed it on our live stream picture, but that's what Mike Whittaker will have done. Yeah. And actually one of the other Patrick Motors Group coloured cars not in the lead group, Jan Bitterim in as well.
Still waiting for probably half a dozen of the top 8 or so drivers to come in. Car number 12, the triplex livery car, Adam Brindle, running around in 5th place, may come in next time around. In fact, very few of the top cars have got 2 drivers aboard, so they will be going through the same protocol of stop the car, open the door, climb out, get back in, and get strapped in, and then rejoin the race. But we started the race with the Capri on pole, but really it was a case of borrowed time. And this is the car that started on pole, car number 59. Ben Mitchell started. He'd be handing over to Tom Waterfield. And, you know, Tom's had a fantastic meeting. Wonderful. Suddenly we're getting a bit of light in the sky at Donington Park. But I think we're going to have to see how Guy Connew can go when he takes over the XJS, because it's just coming into the pit lane right now out of the lead of the race. Simon Lewis did a lot of overtaking there and just got the job done a lap ahead of the Rover that it finally passed. Mike Whittaker pitted a lap before, so let's see where they rejoin.
So this is some of the leaders coming in. Still not come in is look to my left, Mike Whittaker. No, he's not come in. So Michael Whittaker hasn't yet come in, and also Ben Mitchell hasn't yet come in, number 59, the pole sitting Capri. No doubt they'll come in the next, probably in the next lap. They've probably got enough time to leave it for another 2 or 3 laps if they really want to. Through goes Mike Whitaker after his pit stop, number 6. He comes round in 7th place. And he, unsurprisingly, is the leading pit stopper.
Well, the XGS did not have the fastest of pit stops because it's come out behind the Triplex livery Rover that it was in its wake before the pit stops. There they are exiting, and I think the Triplex car, Adam Brindle's car, was in 5th before the pit stops. And just before pit stops, the white Jaguar XGS was in 1st, so clear loss of position there. And I think that will effectively, once everyone has made their pit stops, put Mike Whitaker back into the lead of the race. Still waiting for Michael Whitaker to come in and make his pit stop, so he goes into the lead of the race. That's the Sanyo liveried car that went off at Coppice on the opening lap of the race, spent the first part of the race then catching up. And in comes the Hertz liveried pole starting Ben Mitchell driven Tula Racing liveried Ford Capri, and that had fallen down the order, remember, to 4th place ahead of the pit stops, but that will come down towards pit exit, and Tom Waterfield will hop aboard. Ben Mitchell will hop out.
So door opens. With 2 drivers, they don't have to wave their arms in the air. That's only if you're a solo driver, but Tom Waterfield with the maroon helmet climbs aboard, and he's helped immediately by his co-driver Ben Mitchell to strap himself in. Remember, there's no minimum time, so the faster they can do this changeover, the faster they can get back out on track. The only minimum time is that you mustn't speed in the pit lane, so it must be 15.3 seconds to drive through, but other than that you can do it as fast as you like.
Now, with all but a handful of drivers having made their stops, we haven't talked too much about the Will Hire class. This is for production-based cars, and that's being led by Ashby and Grindle in your favourite car in the race, the MG Maestro. But this process is being jumbled up by the simple fact that some are yet to serve their pit stop. And the Sanyo Rover from the lead of the race, having risen back up the order, Michael Whitaker, son of Mike Whitaker, now reports to the pit lane, and he will be ruining that over-ambition on the opening lap, having just had the gung-ho passing manoeuvres. He started 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, looking to lead, and he's got his standard pit stop at pit exit.
And a nice shot on our screen of Skid Scarborough. Is the Track Marshal sponsorship is the yellow car with the blue writing and the blue bumpers. Through it goes. Skid, not sure he's ever stopped racing. He's 2nd overall now, but he was, and I believe this is his original car. I think I heard a couple of years ago that he'd found it and had it rebuilt. So the car he's racing is the one he had all these years ago. Still enjoying his racing. He's up to 2nd because he's not yet done his pit stop. Up to 3rd has come the 99 Fiesta of father and son Richard and Ben Colburn.
Guy Connew giving chase, still behind the Triplex Rover, and catching, and going to be passing down the start-finish straight. So much more grunt for the Jaguar. Move done, but he's got to start getting himself right up to the front. Oh, braked a little bit late and somehow nearly ran straight on at Redgate. I think the Rover may be able to get past. No, a bit more grunt in the middle, but that was a twitch to the left, a twitch to the right. Balanced the XGS and got enough braking done, but still with enough grip to turn into Redgate. Down through the Craner curves they go. Equilibrium re-established. Is he going to be okay down into the old hairpin? Turns in somewhere vaguely near the apex there. That heavier XJS, certainly more of a handful, and the Triplex Rover gets a tidier exit and therefore will close in as they go up to the Schwantz curve and then up the hill, perhaps towards McLean's. It's still the XJS in front. Now, of course, the heavier car will be rather harder on its tyres, and that will be something as we get to the end of this race that may yet be a factor that makes life difficult for Guy Connew.
Skid Scarborough comes in to the pit lane to do his mandatory stop, so most cars have now done the stop. The Colburns in the Fiesta still to come in, but the order being re-established with, at the moment, Michael Whitaker shown as the leader, but I think that's because he's just done his pit stop. We'll wait until it all settles down at the end of this lap. Should really be Mike Whitaker who is leading. There goes Guy Connew in the XJS. That's shown as being in net 4th place, just ahead of Adam Brindle. And you can hear the tyre squeal as Guy Connew coaxes the Jaguar around that long right-hander at Redgate. Oh, and the pole position car back in the pits again. Trouble for another of the Capris.
Tom Waterfield has not long ago taken that over, but at the moment I just want to say Little Fiesta leads race against larger saloon cars, and here we have the Colburn family car. Hasn't made a pit stop yet. I'm sure will probably come in this time around, but it qualified really very nicely indeed on the screen against cars with far more horsepower, but the Fiesta was very, very popular. I love to see the Haynes of Maidstone livery across the top of the screen there, but coming to the pits, most certainly. Time for a cup of tea? Maybe, but certainly that's been a real little against large challenger.
And we're told that son Ben started that. We'll certainly see when they change over. Is it... yeah, looks like Richard getting in. So yes, it was son Ben who started the Fiesta. Richard, dad, will get in now.
Right, what we do have is Whittaker 1 and Whittaker 2, but in the order of Whittaker 2 first. That's Whittaker Jr., car number 19, the Sanyo liveried Rover, is the race leader. The Patrick Motorsport car Rover, the other SD1 from the family, number 6, is down behind him by 1.5 seconds. So car 19, effective race leader. Now the Colburn Fiesta is in and now just about to accelerate out of the pit lane. And the yellow bumpered Rover, which is third in that group of cars we're looking at now. The Sanyo car is leading the race. That's son Michael Whittaker. The Maestro is not in the overall lead battle, except it is, because it's between the first and second Rovers, but it's father Mike Whittaker will be out the slope, still behind the Maestro as they go up to Coppice. Then he'll find his extra horsepower will help him get past, but he's suddenly seeing Michael is pulling away from Mike.
And the reason that Michael was able to vault into the lead was the pit stop. He did his pit stop 5 seconds faster than his dad. So the number 19 car, Michael Whittaker, much quicker in the pits than his father Mike, number 6.
Yeah, but just wind the clock back to the very first lap of the race, and Michael Whittaker in the Sanyo livery Rover went into the gravel up at McLean's. That cost him time, it cost him position, so he did keep chipping away. Then you factor in that faster pit stop with 5 extra seconds, or 5 seconds save. That's what's got him to the front, but a lot of the chisel work was done since that first lap moment when he went off into the gravel. He chipped away, and we look back to third place. It's Guy Connew in the Jaguar XJS, but he's another nearly 20 seconds down in third place. It's a family battle. Whittaker against Whittaker, Michael against Mike. Little Metro seems somewhat out of place, but being treated very nicely around the circuit. It's certainly very entertaining, but it goes to show not all cars were huge cars in period. Many a year the title was won by the smaller class cars in the British Saloon Car Championship as it was in the time, but Andrew Hack and Scott Kendall just doing something a little bit different, but they've got just only 1300cc in their black Metro. Then the older Mark 1 Ford Escort in Sunoco racing colours. You almost could imagine the Penske team running that, except not at all.
And you spotted that when the Jaguar came out of the pits, it was further back than it had been when it went in. Well, the reason for the loss of the lead was that Jaguar took 20 seconds longer than the Whittakers in the pits, and it's currently running around 20 seconds behind. So it's status quo really, except for that 20 seconds lost in the pits for the Jaguar.
Yeah, and look at their times now. They're back on the circuit. They're really very similar. But in fact, Michael Whittaker, our race leader, seems to have the legs on his father now. Last lap, he gained best part of a second. So that's a comfortable margin to be able to knit into the mix. But right now, our race leader is tucked in behind the Maestro, behind the Metro. Works his way past. He's got the Ford Escort to go past as well. Of course, his father will as well. But it's just a question of where they fall across your bows.
Mark 1 Escort successful in saloon car racing in an earlier period than the Capris and the Rovers, and very successfully driven by the likes of John Fitzpatrick and Frank Gardner, the Australian driver for the Broadspeed team. And coming down to the chicane, the two Rovers, the number 88 looks very, very similar to Mike Whittaker's car, but that is a different Patrick Motors Group car. So there's two in the screen now. It's the middle one, the Sanyo Rover, that's leading the race, and then just behind it the yellow bumper of the Patrick Motors Group Rover, car number 6, is in second place.
And for Michael Whittaker, car number 19, the Sanyo liveried Rover, he is trying to work the traffic. His margin is 3.5 seconds on the start finish line, but he does seem to have the pace over his father. The last 2 laps he's gained 9/10 of a second, then another 9/10 of a second. That's why the margin has gone out. Traffic will interrupt him with the number 74 Capri. He's going to put a lap on that one, and that is Paul Martin in the Valvoline livery car. But it's where you find them, how you pass them, that really can gain the advantage. Car number 7, black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits, but that's the Slaughter family car. That's the Juicy Jeans Ford Capri, so they've got to watch out for that. But what is the pace of the Jaguar XJS? It led just before the pit stops, now down in third place, as we've had pointed out, lost 20 seconds compared to its rival in the pits. It's lapping just as fast thereafter. He's roughly 20 seconds down. Therein, that tells you the story. Could all be together, covered by just 3 seconds for the first 3 places.
So Michael Whittaker comes through the chicane to complete yet another lap in the lead. His father, Mike, not as close, I think, as he has been. The gap was 4.2 seconds, and in fact, yes, Michael gained another 3/4 of a second on his father on that lap. But too far back, despite running at race-leading pace. Guy Connew in the Motul white and green Jaguar number 2 is on their pace, but not faster, so he's not closing the gap. It's still 20 seconds between Guy Connew and Mike Whittaker.
Well, my concern early in the race was the Jaguar might eat its tyres. Its last couple of laps have been a little bit slow. Look at the way the Maestro attacks back. Of course, the Jaguar will rather lurch into Redgate and then it will get itself settled, whereas the MG Maestro will be better balanced on the way. And of course, the grunt, that 5.3 litre motor on the Jaguar, gives it plenty of poke down the hill. But the last lap was a little bit slower. There may have been traffic involved, but instead of closing in, I fear it's going away. And then the bark of the 3.5 litre Rover engine in the Sanyo race leading number 19 Rover, sounding absolutely rock steady as he accelerates from Coppice down the slope, down the exhibition straight, and hold on, is that the sister car off on the grass? I fear it could be Mike Whittaker if we can see that number 6 on the door.
Or is it the 88 car? They're both identical liveries, aren't they?
It's not Mike Whittaker. Mike Whittaker's going through now in so having 2 Patrick Motorsport livery car. Well, gave us something to talk about for a moment there, but okay, keep the drama and we'll keep the second place car. There it is now, car number 6, 4.8 seconds down, so another lap in which he's lost more than half a second, so it's going away from him. You know, age before beauty, pearls before swine, etc. But the Jaguar, just its pace, it is just a tiny fraction slower, but having lost 20 seconds in the pitch, there's nothing that Guy Connew can do. Simon Lewis moved it up the field, got it in the lead. He's running pretty similar pace to Mike Whittaker in second place in the number 6 Rover. There that one is, but faster than both of them is our race leader Michael Whittaker in the number 19 Sanyo Rover 3.5 litre.
And I saw a shot there of the other number 8, the 88 Patrick Motors Rover that we saw pulling off. Jan Bitterim just hopping out and up onto the barriers, so that's a mechanical failure for number 88.
Oh dear, and the number 22 Capri is trickling back into the pit lane again. That's well, I think it'll clock up its 3rd visit for Tim Dutton, so I think they might as well park that one up. We've got 8 minutes remaining, but doesn't look as though there's a lot of alacrity of people running out to get that one sorted, so clearly some minor malady, hopefully an easy fix. Right, on to another lap, on to lap number 27 goes our race leading Rover, the ST1 in the Sanyo livery. It was 4 seconds clear. It's now a much better run, a second and a bit. It's now 5.9 seconds clear of the number 6 Rover, driven by his father Mike. So Michael pulling away, and just remember, this was the car that went off on the opening lap of the race when it was making a bold gamble to take the lead when they made the ascent up to McLean's into the gravel, importantly though back out of the gravel, then picked his way through the traffic, which took an element of caution, cost him time, but did manage to do it, and suddenly right in the mix. Capris, they're not in the mix at all. Best of those is Skid Scarborough, a man with the sort of comic book name, in 5th overall, and for so many years in so many races with Jerry Marshall, the man whose name is on the tin of this particular race. They had fantastic scraps all around the UK. It didn't seem to matter where they were. Skid Scarborough was always in the mix, but even more always in the mix was Jerry Marshall. So many race wins across so many sorts of cars. Aston Martins were also in the mix as well for Jerry Marshall for many a year too, so there was nothing he couldn't turn his hand to. Little number 8 Metro still going great guns. Andrew Hack, Scott Kendall, but they've only got 1300 cc, so they're not going to be punching with the big boys at the front of the field.
Yes, Ian just reminding me that Skid Scarborough was in the British Touring Car Championship for a couple of years, 86 and 87. I certainly remember him more for production saloon racing, but fair play, he was out in the British Touring Cars as well. And some penalties have been, I won't go through them, but some penalties have been put up on our screen for track limits, so 5 seconds, 10-second penalties for drivers who've gone across the track limit lines too frequently, but nothing affecting our leaders. Two of British Leyland's finest come across the timing line, the MG Maestro and the MG Metro.
Would you say they were British Leyland's finest? I'll leave that in your court.
Yes, perhaps I chose the wrong word there. But having said, I've had both of those in my time, and they're all right. Yeah, Metro was a bit slow, but the Maestro was all right.
Oh, you didn't get the MG Metro Turbo then, did you?
I rallied in one of those. Yes, when the turbo lasted more than about 10 miles, it was good.
Yes, when it wasn't just a name on the boot lid.
Yes.
And of course, the early days of turbocharging in road cars, you'd sort of press the pedal and it might go quiet for a bit, and then suddenly you might get a bit of a whoosh. But let's say pickup wasn't exactly instantaneous, no. And for a lot of them it actually wasn't really adding a lot of horsepower either.
In a Metro Turbo, it was usually press the throttle pedal, wait for a few seconds, a big whoosh, and then a bang. And it was another spectating event.
So Michael Whittaker leads from Mike Whittaker, the gap going out all the time, and the number 12 Adam Brindle Rover is in 4th place. He's 5 seconds down on the Lewis Connew Jaguar XJS. The clock is into the final 5 minutes of this race, so I guess the Jaguar XJS's tyres will be able to hang on. That was my concern, because it's a big heavy car, loads of grunt to be put down, but certainly lots of brio in the attack of Simon Lewis in the early part of the race, which could have taken the sweet edge out of the tyres, but Guy Connew's nursing it along very nicely. But he's not gaining, he's not losing to Mike Whittaker, and therefore it's going to be status quo. And looking for any possible change, if Adam Brindle can get a lot more get up and go, oh God, we've still got cars coming to the pits, there may be a change for 3rd position, but I think we're locked in. The number 30 BMW Shell Sport livery has not, and Radio Luxembourg livery has not made it the whole way. That's James Colburn bringing the 3-litre SI model in to park up. What a shame. And Greg Marshall is still going. He's doing a spot of overtaking there, going past, and getting the tail outs. Greg, son of Jerry. Jerry used to be sideways. That was sideways too from Greg Marshall. And he just hangs on. His white Capri just in front of the red Autocar Motorcraft livery car, down through the Craner car. And both of these cars getting incredibly tail happy in the latter stages of the race. But I'm not complaining. It's just great spectacle.
Yeah, unfortunately, Greg's picked up a track limits penalty, probably because he's showboating so much, getting the car sideways. It's not always the quickest way. It was the quickest way for his dad, but that took some skill to keep the car on the track. But he's got a 5-second penalty, I'm afraid, car number 3.
Frankly, I'd have felt quite offended if a car with G Marshall on the door was not going sideways. I like a little continuity in racing, and I'm sure Greg will be all smiles. No chance of victory. He's running around in 12th place overall, with the Cannell Capri tucked in behind him, so they're having good scraps. Reece Cannell will be enjoying this one. And again, I do like products that you can buy in the supermarket on the sides of cars. Of course, we had the Napolina Alfa Romeo, so I always used to buy their tin tomatoes and tea bags. There we are, the Quick Brew brand.
And we could refer back to the MG Maestro. Spud you like.
Yes.
And go and get your spuds from them.
Little Alfa Romeo, haven't seen too much of that in the race. I mean, it really has been looking at the front end of the field by and large with those Rover ST1s. The Capri's looking good, but then just running out of horsepower in comparison to the big Jaguar XJS. There it is, 2.5 minutes remain, sweeping by the Maestro at the back part of the circuit. But all along, Michael Whittaker is leading his father, pulling ever further clear. And aero braking was big for Mercedes at Le Mans in the 1950s, and we have it here at Donington as well. So afraid the family pet hopefully is left at home rather than falling out of the tail of that car. But the MG Metro wouldn't have been that quick with just 1300cc, but with a great big air brake as well. Hey, you can turn the pages on the calendar.
Well, the drivers of that car, Andrew Hack and Scott Kendall, are both experts in minis. They race in the old shape minis, and they've obviously decided to put together this MG Metro, but not quite the most efficient way of driving around the circuit. But they'll keep going to the finish.
Anything to get yourself on television, quite frankly. But no, it's very entertaining. I wonder how much he knows. It's a bit windy. Hasn't quite worked out. Things are a little different. And the two Capris go past him. That's Greg Marshall on the right-hand side. He's about to lose a place, I would think, to Reece Candles. Having a look who can brake later. Well done, Greg Marshall. Turns in, turns out, stays just out of the gravel. That's true to style. I mean, Jerry Marshall, his dear father, was someone who made a very short line around every circuit he raced at. And the Metro's carrying on. I wonder what his lap pace has fallen down to. Oh yeah, now they've backed it right off. They probably know that this is going to be the last lap of the race. And on to the last lap of the race goes our race leader as the Valvoline Capri also starts to run out of handling and goes through the gravel at the chicane. But into Red Gate for the final time at racing speed. The second place Rover is the one with the yellow bumper in the middle of your shot. That's Michael's father, Mike. 12.5 seconds the gap between them, so it is over and out. Or is it? We have to wait until the checkered flag is shown, but it is going to be Whittaker from Whittaker. Surely it is going to be Rover from Rover, with a Jaguar in third place, and certainly for the Jaguar crew of Simon Lewis and Guy Connew, they must be just going, why did we take 20 seconds extra in our pit stop? We could have been right up there challenging, but they ought to get through to a podium finish.
Certainly, and well deserved as well. In fact, come through, unless we've got a transponder problem. We'll wait and see if that updates. But
I looked away
no.
for a second and I feared that might be the case as well. I can't see at various points around the circuit where that Jaguar might be. And just a little consolation, Mike Whittaker, you never mind actually if you're beaten by your offspring. Michael will win, but Mike can at least say, I got the fastest lap of the race, unless Michael goes even faster on this final lap. Not far to go. Here we are, into the chicane, final corner of the circuit, first part of the chicane, second part of the chicane, adjust the steering, wag the tail, entertain the crowds. That's exactly as Jerry Marshall would have liked it very much indeed. So it's going to be a Rover 1-2. Let's see who's going to come home in third place. Did we just simply miss the Jaguar? The second place Rover is coming through now. There's Michael Whittaker being followed home by father Mike. Mike gets the fastest lap of the race, and then there should be a 20-second gap back, but I think it's going to be Adam Brindle, number 12, the triplex liveried Rover, making it a Rover SD1123. Here he comes down into the chicane, white, red and blue livery, no Jaguar to be seen, so really unfortunately they are tumbling down the order. So it went hard and deep into the race, but not going to get to the finish, so it seems, for the Jaguar XJS. Third place clinched another, it was 11 seconds between first and second, 26 seconds extra back to third place to Adam Brindle.
So Rover 1-2-3 in the end.
Rover 1-2-3, and then it should be Skid Scarborough. It comes through the final corner behind another car, but that's had 2 pit stops. There he goes, yellow with the blue flashes, the blue wheels, the track marshal livery, and at least one of the Capris got through to a decent finish. But it really was all about the Rover SD1s in this race, and a great challenge from the Jaguar XJS, and it didn't quite go the full 50 minutes. So entertaining. I tell you what, you shouldn't go the full 50 minutes. The race is only 45 minutes, waiting for the last few cars to come through. And the top car in the will hire class for more production saloon-based cars was David Margales with Jake in their Alfa Romeo GTV6, who came home in 5th place overall. So a very good run from them, it must be said, giving away horsepower, giving away handling. But let's take a look back at the highlights of the Jerry Marshall Trophy race. Capris on the front. One got away a little fast, a little smokily, but Ben Mitchell led away. He's on the left-hand side of your screen. One of the Capris onto the grass and finding no traction whatsoever. Down to the first corner they go. One of the Alphas, that's Margales' car, featuring very strongly. But already on the move was the blue Sanyo Rover. That got over ambitious on the first lap, and when challenging for the lead, went off into the gravel. But the story of the race, as the Rovers were beginning to put the Capris in their shadow, was the XJS Jaguar coming through, picking them off one by one by one. Plenty of grunt. The Capris entertaining, running those wonderful original race liveries. Not always getting Redgate right, but there you go. Gravel is there for a purpose, and as long as you don't get stuck, that is fine. Back onto the track. But it was the great to have the variety of the 3-litre BMW. That didn't go the whole distance. This was the battle for second place. Then it was the battle for the lead. It was the Jaguar outpowering Mike Whitaker on the start finish straight down to Redgate. Could he get the larger car on the brakes through the corner? Yes, he could, but Mike Whitaker kept on fighting back. And then we had the pit stops, and the story of the second half of the race was Mike's son Michael coming through in the Sanya Rover, car number 90, fought his way back from the early mistake. Out came the checkered flag, and victory to Michael Whitaker. So conditions getting nicer and nicer through the day, and it was a Whitaker 1-2. Michael ahead of his father eventually by 11 seconds. Rover's first, second, and with the demise of the Jaguar on the penultimate lap of the race, Adam Brindle made it a Rover 1-2-3. Best of the Caprice, Skid Scarborough, 4th place overall. Best of the Will Hire class cars for less developed cars, the Alfa Romeo GTV6 of the Margalises, and then another Capri, and the excellent Ford Fiesta, the little Ford Fiesta as Colburn father and son in 7th place overall. The Juicy Jeans Ford Capri in 8th. And Greg Marshall in the top 10 in the race, celebrating his late great father Jerry, the man who gave his name to the race. So 9th place for them. And the Lewis and Connew Jaguar didn't finish, but it ended up in 10th place overall. And going through the second page of results, the MG Maestro was a giant killer to get up to 14th place overall. The MG Metro with its rear, with its boot lid open, managed to at least get to the finish and took 18th place. But a real smorgasbord of cars there, but the race belonged to the Rover ST1s. Not all of them got to the finish, and we certainly lost one of the favoured cars with the John Spears Capri going out very early on. Started on the front row, didn't get much of a race. It was Rover ST1 country, and I think we're going to see some very happy people down in Parc Fermé when they go and join Alex Legui. The cars have all peeled off back going towards the podium ceremony, but it was Rover ST1 first, second and third. And I tell you what we're going to do, because the next thing out on track is the Formula One demo, and Alex Legui has headed that way because she's going to go and be drawn like a moth to a flame to cars that are going to make really quite a sound. They picked up the pace yesterday and were really cool. I think they're cool. Alex, I'm sure, thinks they're even cooler than I do. Alex.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Alistair. What an incredible race that was. And now I am here with a very important man, Christopher Perkins, who is pedaling one of the most iconic pieces of machinery ahead of the GP Icons, which is being launched later on this year. Tell us a little bit about your involvement and how you managed to get your hands on this incredible piece of kit.
I've been very lucky to race these Formula One cars really since the series started back nearly 30 odd years ago. And I became friendly with John Surtees, who I don't know why, but he looked after me and helped me, a bit like Rachel does here in the MRL. But yeah, looked after me, and one day he said, you know that car you're after? Just pick it up, it's on the floor in my way. So I got this car from John Surtees 28 years ago, restored the car, put it back together again, and had some great results in it. The car, Hale would test it in 72.
And look around, Freddie. Hang on, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, the car was tested in 72 by Mike Elwood, and then Pat J drove it in date in 72 and 73. It was the last car that John Surtees drove as a Formula One car, and yeah, so it came direct from John Surtees, so a one-owner car. And you know, very excited now that we've got this new series, hopefully coming out within MRL. And very much looking forward to being a part of that.
Can you imagine, as a fan, a spectator coming to see, 20 odd of these incredible cars back out on track again together?
No, but as a little boy I never imagined driving one, so I can't believe I'm privileged to own this now, let alone just having spectators watch it. Well, for them it should be really exciting. The cars they're exciting to drive, they're great fun to watch, they're noisy, they're loud, and they're iconic. And we're very excited to be part of this new package that's coming along.
That Cosworth engine. I want to know what it really feels like to get behind the wheel, and to what extent do you, when you're behind the wheel, do you really feel that F1 historic charm that we all dream about?
It's an awesome car to drive. It's a bit like a Formula Ford on steroids. It never goes in a straight line, it slides everywhere, but it's a really forgiving car. They are fabulous to drive. The ultimate driving experience. You've got the noise, you've got the power, the grip. Not a lot of aero. They are phenomenally fast in a straight line. That big wide nose cuts through the air really quickly. Not as good through the corners of the ground effect cars, but yeah, they slide around, but they're fabulous to drive. just so privileged to own this toy.
Yeah, incredible, amazing. Thank you, Chris. Let's continue round. I think we can probably come over here and have a look at Nicky Lauder's. Hello, sir. Right, you are the person who's privileged. Mark, isn't it?
Mark.
You're the person who's privileged enough to get behind the wheel. I mean, you must be one of the very few who gets to experience this. How is it?
It's an amazing car to drive. So it's very special because it's the first carbon fibre chassis. So when Nicky Lauder retired, Ron Dennis had taken over McLaren, and he got John Barnard to build a carbon fibre car, which they ran in 1981. And he persuaded Nicky Lauder to come out of retirement to drive the MP41B in 1982. And he won a couple of races, and then it was the chassis was the basis of the Porsche and Honda engine cars that were then driven by Lauder, Prost and Senna to multiple world championships.
And it's incredible. Like if we look at the, we can come round, Mark, and just talk about. So, like when Mark's behind the wheel, if we just think about the difference between the current F1 cars, where the wishbones sit, and I mean, we know now,
you're sitting in between the wheels, which when you first do it feels very odd, but then becomes completely natural. So that's why one of the reasons why the carbon chassis was such an important innovation, because it's much safer.
Yeah.
So although your feet are forward, they're behind a very solid carbon bulkhead in this car.
Yeah.
So it's the other thing that's interesting about it is the last iteration of using the old Cosworth DFV and the Hewland 5-speed gearbox.
Yeah.
But obviously the chassis and the aerodynamics are quite advanced.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a transition car. And then obviously going forward, they brought in different engines and gearboxes.
Yeah, of course. Wowzers. And what do you think? You know, like when I was talking to Pierre yesterday and we're watching you guys out on track, I mean, that was just 6 cars out. Can you imagine what it's going to be like when there's 20 out on track later this year?
Yeah, but that's what I normally do. So I normally race this in Masters Historic. So we have up to 30 cars. And I'm usually in the middle of the bunch, so it does get very exciting.
It's incredible. What else have we got here? Let's hang
thank
on.
you. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you so much. Nice to talk to you too. Let's take advantage of yeah, sorry, I just thought I'd come and interrupt, seeing as you're actually in and behind the wheel, and it will just give you an idea of exactly what the driving position is like. You can't see an awful lot there, can you?
Terrible. I've got bruises all down this leg here from battering off the side, so
I mean, there's
yeah.
no space, is there?
And
That's like...
I'm not even that big, but yeah. So my leg's all bruised here, so I'm going to use like a knee pad to try and protect it for this run. It's pretty sore. Yeah.
But what is it like to drive from your perspective?
You're really low to the ground, and it kind of pulls you around a bit, especially when you obviously hit the floor with it. It's pretty impressive. You feel all your insides getting pushed to the back of the car, and you're just holding on. The helmet's going like this, and yeah, it's amazing.
Wow, very cool. And as the car starts to fire up, when I can't hear what I'm saying, and you probably can't hear what I'm saying either, the GP Icons is a huge addition to MRL later this year. Oh, it's going to be brilliant. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Alex. Bruce Jones here, looking down as the cars go out on the track, and they certainly had some great laps yesterday. And Alistair Douglas alongside. We had a fantastic array of noise, but these cars from the late 70s, early 80s up to the 90s, where we got in with the Benetton we're looking at now and the footwork. But majority of these cars, Ford Cosworth DFV, that soundtrack of Formula One of the period, it certainly sounded epic yesterday.
It certainly did, yes. And the Ford DFV engine introduced 1967 exclusively to Lotus, but then it was released to other teams, which if they hadn't, Lotus would have dominated, wouldn't they? But in the end, 155 wins for that engine. Tremendous record, which will probably never be matched because engines change so often now.
Well, engine regulations change.
Yes,
that's the real key. For a very long time, what changed in Formula One was the technology, and ground effects is something we see within this batch of cars. but then the high noses started coming in. You can see that on the Benetton here. Different ways about making the aerodynamics work. But what we enjoyed yesterday when the cars went out on track was occasionally just falling silent and listening to the engine notes, because some people who love their racing, they may never have been to a Grand Prix and heard a Formula One engine. These sound very different because the engine note did in period, but it is still something that is very, very visceral. Until you've had it trackside, you simply do not know how much it sort of goes up through your sternum. So great to hear about some of the cars down under the awning in the paddock. We're expecting, I would think, 6 cars coming out from Surtees, from Tyrrell, 2 McLarens, the Footwork and the Benetton. Yes, I've managed to add them all up correctly. Those are the ones we've seen, and looking forward to them getting out on the track today. And the day here at Donington Park, it started grey, but it's getting brighter and brighter, so looking forward to some really quick times coming. We're not timing them, but just quick performances out on the circuit.
And we'll also see in the range of cars the development of aerodynamics, because the earliest car out on track was the Surtees, wasn't it? And yes, it's got a big wing on the front and the back, but by the time we got to these later cars like this car with Schumacher and Patrese on the side, which gives you a clue as to who drove this particular specification of car, is so different. With, you mentioned yesterday, Bruce, actually the high nose on these cars with the flat plane of the front wing below the nose, which was so different to the earlier cars.
Well, you look at the depth of that front wing from front to back, it almost seems they had to move the wheels back to fit all those in. They're literally squeezing every bit of aerodynamic flow they can get. But that's actually quite a simple front wing. It's 2 planes, and then you've got the radiators on the side. But what we have in this array of cars is the rudimentary aerodynamics of the Surtees from 1972-73. It literally was front wing, back wing. Then you got the McLaren M29, ground effects, those enormous side pods, and it was all about the air going under the car as much as the air going over the wings. And then things simplified, but that's not that simple, is it? Look at that back wing with a front-mounted top wing and then 3 other elements below. So they were trying, and don't forget, in these days, it was not yet the day of CAD-CAM, it was the day of just guessing, and a lot of the expertise came from people who did aerodynamics or aeronautical engineering, viz. A certain Adrian Newey. Went down to Southampton University, that seemed to have the preeminent aeronautical aerodynamic faculty there, and it was his understanding of airflow that really has led to just so many championship wins. And what I loved, the first time I met Adrian Newey, even though Formula One was high-tech, he was walking around with a Cambridge ring binder, a ring file, just writing in it, in pen. Everyone else was using all sorts of other stuff. I like that old-school approach, but clearly in Adrian's mind, it's all there. It's how it stacked up. So just waiting for the cars to be released. The Benetton is the only one sitting in the pit lane at the moment, ready to go out. Well, we've got a packed day still here, the 3rd day of the Donington Historic Festival. After this, we've got GT3 Legends. Really looking forward to a packed grid of remarkably modern historic racing cars. But the Formula 1 cars are about to go on track. The first car we heard about, the Surtees TS14, is coming through, and the most famous driver in that, of course, was John Surtees, world champion on 2 wheels, then on 4. That was with Ferrari in 1964. Then he made his own team. Always a bold thing to do, but of course he could do it because of the Ford Cosworth DFV. It was a competitive engine that was available, provided you had the funds to buy it, and it wasn't the biggest fortune in the world. The Brazilian livery on the side is because he had Carlos Pache, a really popular Brazilian driver, driving it. He also had another ex-motorbike racer in Mike Hale would drive those as well. Mike had won the Formula 2 championship for Surtees just a year or so before with the Matchbox liveried cars that I'm sure lots of people had model car versions of those. I certainly did. I wish I knew where they were now. But weaving around, and again, high airbox, those got banned at the start of 1976. I did like the big airbox, and sponsors like the big airbox because it's a fantastic place to put your name. But as you can see, if you strip away the front wing and the rear wing, the body shape of the car is not that different from the Formula 1 cars of the 1960s. Before those first aerodynamics came in, Ferrari introduced in the Belgian Grand Prix in 1968 a rather cheeky little flip up the back of the car. Then you got wings started to be mounted on pillars, and then they went higher and higher, front and back. Imagine front wings high above the front axle. These got banned after an accident when one collapsed in the Spanish Grand Prix at Montjuic Park in 1969. And then we move on. You've got the ground effect McLaren, and then the one at the back of the pack, that's the first carbon fibre monocoque, the work of John Barnard with McLaren, and that took McLaren into new age, and everything that followed, like all things in Formula 1, followed incredibly quickly. The ideas are seized upon, and with small, nimble teams, they could keep changing whatever they could from race to race. So in terms of rigidity of the car, the red and white McLaren has just got so much more. Going full carbon fibre, full monocoque, made it safer for the drivers, but just so much better for being able to work on your suspension setup. Everything was so much more reactive. And then Benetton, the important name on the side of that car was Schumacher. He came in 1992, took that breakthrough win in a peculiar Grand Prix at Spa-Francorchamps when he was chasing Martin Brundle, noticed his teammate had tyres starting to blister and dived. That was the genius of Schumacher. He noticed in the blink of an eye, as weather conditions changed, he dived in, took a pit stop. Martin could have won that race. He never went on to win a Grand Prix, but Schumacher went on to great things. In 1993, his partner was Riccardo Patrese. Riccardo already a Grand Prix winner, but he knew at that point something had changed. Michael was taking Formula One to a new level. Right, listening out around the circuit, Russell, 6 cars coming out to play, 5 of them with Ford Cosworth DFE power, but this one, the footwork, has got a V10.
Yeah, the completely different soundtrack to that one. These are the ones that you really needed your ear defenders for, revving to, in the end, somewhere in the region of 20,000 RPM. Absolutely amazing pieces of machinery. And the nose treatment different again. It's still the high nose, but now the nose sweeps down from the front, and a much smaller rear wing. By then mandated that only 2 planes on the wing, quite a big gap between them. Still plenty of downforce at the back, but not the 3-plane effort of the Benetton that we saw from the 93 car.
Yeah, and just much simpler side. You don't have all those barge boards in front of the side pods. You've got very clear radiators. This, as we said, V10 powered. In period, Mugen Honda V10. In this particular instance, they've retrofitted a Judd V10, another engine that raced in Formula One. But the engine notes, and only last year there was a big clamour from fans of Formula One who wanted an engine that sounded a whole lot better than the current engines with their hybrid, and V10 was voted for. Yes, it was an amazing sound, but there was never a hope of anything happening in terms of them coming back in. Now the Benetton just moving around a little gently on circuit, but certainly some of the other cars are really getting the power down. Sun really brightening up, must have blown the clouds away, the noise of these Formula One engines. And the MP41, there it is, down into the opening corner. Niki Lauda tribute helmet there. Niki generally raced in a red helmet, but of course historical accuracy, he did race white. Where he had red with the white trim, he then had white with the red, and nicely picked up with the driver on board, so who's enjoying the downforce there. Don't forget, these are ground effect cars down to the Craner curves. And of course there was one Grand Prix here in period. It was Ayrton Senna's Grand Prix, one of his many Grand Prix wins, but one of the very greatest, in track conditions that were beyond awful, totally soggy underfoot. He fell to 5th or 6th on the opening lap, didn't make the best of starts, yet by the end of that first tour he was through to the lead of the race, picking off Alain Prost to finally take the lead from the Williams driver down at the bottom of the Melbourne loop. And his name was already up in the stars, but that just put him on another plane to everyone else. Chris Perkins driving this Surtees, as he said, he's owned it for 28 years. He looks totally at home with it, but a much simpler car to drive, and as he said, effectively like a Formula Ford car on steroids, and he's driving it accordingly. So he's got all the beans, about 500 horsepower from the Ford Cosworth DFV behind his shoulders. Fairly rudimentary downforce, but as you can see from that wide nose, wider than they had on the earlier Surtees, plenty of downforce.
And a very simple shape on the Surtees, the much earlier aerodynamics, and less of the sponsorship, although nice broad words, but with the footwork we've got the stripes. Footwork ran for not that many years. Arrows was the where it started. Well, it changed to footwork, didn't it, from Arrows?
Which in many ways sprung out of Shadow, of course. Jackie Oliver and the gang.
Yeah.
They moved across, and the first car they produced, they were told they couldn't race. It was too similar to the Shadow. So that was another car that had to be created very quickly. Now, of all the McLarens over the years, the M29 was one of the least successful. This is a moment where Lotus had introduced ground effects to Formula One in 1977. The other teams started to have a crack in 78. And for McLaren, it was really all at sea. The M28 was a much better looking car, but equally ineffective. This one didn't take them forward. But bear in mind, they moved on very quickly, moved into the world of carbon fibre, of monocoque, as they had on the car coming in the background. Just a few years different, very different body shapes, and the way they delivered their power was extraordinarily different. the footwork, the youngest of the cars out there. We did have a Tyrrell from a similar period yesterday, but doesn't appear to be on the track today. Another Alboreto car. This is an ex-Alboreto car. Also Aguri Suzuki raced for footwork in period, and the Japanese driver did manage to pick up a podium, but that wasn't with footwork, and he did it on home ground in Japan of all places. So well done to the charming Franco-Japanese racer.
And the McLarens of this period, right through to, can't remember the year they stopped using it, but it was Brundle years, was MP4, which started when...
Well, I tell you what, getting Formula One cars on track is always something that's hard work. But let's go down and join Alex in the pits with Rachel Bailey and Mark Constanduris.
Now, one of the best things about the Formula One cars is that they're very, very loud. One of the worst things about Formula One cars when we're trying to do an interview is that they're very, very loud. So you might hear some of this or none of it, but let's give it a go. So I'm here with Mark Constanduris, who was the person who brought these cars together. We'll start there and then we'll talk to you, Rachel. How did this come about then?
Well, for this meeting, I guess the idea was to give people who have got cars that they don't want to race the opportunity to demonstrate them. And so it was to invite those slightly more unusual cars out here this weekend to have a bit of a run. And we've got one of the most unusual, the car that's never been seen for 10 years, is the Footwork Arrows, which is amazing with the Judd V10 engine and all of that. And it's just it's fabulous to see. And the Benetton, again, a fabulous car. He only demonstrates it, never races it, so that's great to have that out here. And the Surtees, we haven't seen that for a long time. So doing demos and doing them here at the Donington Historic Festival is a perfect place for them. So it's fabulous to see.
And Rachel, how beneficial is this to have this?
The owners of these cars are going to get to come and race with us, and we would love to see a kid, such an emotive sort of a car to hear out there, as you can see as they go round, and definitely.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. I mean, we're talking about 20 cars potentially on the grid later on this year. That's huge. And for the fans and spectators who are sick to death of Formula One being a little bit too quiet are going to be overjoyed, aren't they?
Well, I think historic Formula One cars, the general public can really relate to them, because if you ask somebody what's your favourite car, it'll always be from the period that they remember growing up. And so to have things like GP icons and the demonstrations, you're bringing these older cars out, the public get to enjoy them, the owners get to enjoy them, and there will always be something in amongst a grid that's racing or demonstrating that you will just be cheering on regardless.
And they're racing hard as well, this is a demo, but when they come to GP icons, they're actually going to be racing, and that's a fantastic sight to see.
Formula One is literally what your blood as the Constanduris family is made of, isn't it? Is it like petroleum?
It's a bit like that, isn't it? Really,
No. Bob Constanduris commentated on. I don't think he's ever missed a race, and if he has, it's only ever been one or two.
No, that's very fair. I don't think he ever missed a race until he had a serious episode with his heart, which is now firing on all cylinders. And even then, when he had it, it was like, damn it, I've missed a race.
That's right, and it was only literally.
But so yes, motorsport in our family is just, it's there. You can't escape it, and we're involved in it one way or the other. And it's I love it. It's down to my uncle. I got involved in it, and here I am doing what was a hobby, but now is a job. And I love supporting people like motor racing legends, being able to put on demonstrations, and the family name does help.
Amazing. Well, thank you. I'm going to go and, I don't know, syringe my ears out now.
It's been done for you.
Well, thank you very much to Alex Legui. Trying to do any interview on a pit wall in any form of motor racing is hard work, but there weren't many cars in the demo, but they all seemed to go past at the salient moments. I tell you what we should do maybe now is just take a listen to a lap. We'll follow maybe the Surtees and just hear that Ford Cosworth DFV bar, because it's been worked very hard indeed. Take a listen. There, just flashing past the point where Alex has been trying to do those interviews. Just the Surtees, and hold on, 1, 2 McLarens. Great to see, great to hear. Just remember when the GP icons get out on track, we'll have that soundtrack magnified to 20 cars or so, maybe slightly more. There will be a phenomenal sound as well as the sight. So great to have these cars putting their performance. And if you fancy entering your Formula 1 car, you could scan the QR code on the screen. So driving via the MRL for the new MRL GP icons. And certainly I am so excited. Have no idea which cars they're going to hook in to play. And for a lot of drivers, it's about getting the right people to come to play with, to race with, and to talk with. And that will, of course, be streamed live. First race will be at the BRC Classic towards the end of July. And that should be really something special at Silverstone Circuit. Will you be there, Alistair, for that one?
I will, yes. We're actually on different commentary teams for that one. I'm on the circuit commentary team, and I believe you're on the live stream commentary team.
I believe so. At least we're getting some prep in early on as we look at these cars here.
Yes.
But it's
yes. So yes, we'll both be enjoying from different commentary boxes. We'll both be enjoying the first MRL GP Icons race. Really looking forward to that. A real extra feather in the cap of MRL this year.
Well, I'm already looking forward to drawing up my own imaginary wish list. If my top half dozen cars I'd like to put in that pot. I'm sure everyone will have their own different list. Ian in the commentary box with us, he won't be able to narrow it down below 600 cars, I think, the ones that you want to see. But they are always the ones that really got you into the sport in many ways. So they're the ones that stay sharpest in your memory. But
well, certainly one of the earliest car with a Ford DFV engine was the Lotus 49, launched in 1967 and then developed over the next couple of years. But that's my favourite shape, and that links up with my favourite driver, which is Jim Clark, who won the first race in the Lotus 49 with the DFV engine, but of course ably supported by Graham Hill. And went on for quite a few years, because Jochen Rindt chose a Lotus 49 in 1970, didn't he, for some races, over and above the Lotus 72, which he didn't like as much in terms of the way it handled.
No, he didn't, but of course that then was developed fully over the next handful of seasons and raced, I think, deep into 1975, the Lotus 72, with its chisel nose, but the shapes moved on, and here we have, as the cars are reporting back, good run from Chris Perkins and that Surtees. Lovely to see those two McLarens running in formation, with the MP41 moving ahead of the less favoured M29 in the background of the shot, and MP, that meant Marlborough Project, effectively, didn't it? It was the Marlborough money that came in, and it was the changeover to Ron Dennis taking over the team after Teddy Mayer took the reins. Of course, he got that team back together after Bruce McLaren was killed when testing a McLaren Can-Am car at Goodwood in 1970. He really had to rally the troops, and again, of course, there have been other points when key figures in Formula 1 teams have hit trouble, and team members have had to step up and take the reins. But for McLaren, I mean, look where they are now. They've had their down years, but predominantly up years. And when they ran with these Marlborough liveries, they did an awful lot of winning from 1974 onwards, with Emerson Fittipaldi taking the first of their world championships in 74, James Hunt the second in 76. Celebrating 50 years since that, so it's a year of celebrations. But great to have these cars, to see them, to admire them, to compare the differences, but also just to hear those engine notes. Still so crisp, that Ford V8 bark from the Cosworth. Well, I tell you what, the next thing on the programme is something new to historic racing very much in the last year or so. It's GT3, and let's have an explainer what it's all about.
This is GT3 Legends, a grid that still looks modern, but already represents a golden era of GT racing from the early 2010s. These are the cars that defined a generation. Audi R8 LMS, Ferrari 458, Lamborghini Gallardo, all still delivering serious performance. When GT3 launched in 2006, it changed the landscape of GT racing, bringing global competition and incredible variety to the grid. As it celebrates its 20th birthday, it's as thrilling now as it was then.
So GT3 Legends, huge fields are assembling these cars, not that old, but very, very popular. These are cars not made for sprint races. They have had a lot of sprint races, but these are cars that's, of course, the jewel in the crown for many years was the Spa 24 Hours. Tough circuit, any day and night enduro really tests the metal of these cars. But the beauty of GT3 racing, and I've had the good fortune, as have you, Alistair Douglas, to cover a lot of their races, it was the manufacture variety. So many makes came to play. And one of the essences of GT3, when organised by the Stefan Rattel organisation, is they have balanced performance. Some people throw up their hands in horror, but it means they have they're set up and made allowances so they should all have an equal lap time. So you could have 10 different manufacturers on the grid. And for example, you know, when you had the Bentleys, much bigger cars, and the big BMW M6s against the much smaller 458 Italia Ferraris and so on and so forth, you know, they had to be given different allowances. But if it meant you could have, sometimes we'd have 25 cars on the grid, the top 25 cars covered by just 1 second in qualifying. Super, super close. Everybody has their particular favourites, and actually for a lot of the fans it's great to see the liveries. And this Nissan, the Skyline GTR, what a car. And for a lot of people that might have been a car they had as a model as a child, it might have been a poster. But that was a car that, when it raced down in Australia, was known as Godzilla, because it basically battered everyone before it.
Well, the 05 car that I think it's very appropriate that Max Lynn led the cars out, because Max is one of the driving forces behind the GT3 Legends series. He's son of Sean Lynn, the owner of Motor Racing Legends. But Max, along with Jarrah Venables, who runs a company that deals in race cars, they've put this grid together, and it's very appropriate that Max came out first in what was a US factory car driven by Brian Heitkotter, as it says on the side of the car, and it was a PlayStation Academy car. But it also raced, you mentioned Australia, this car also raced at Bathurst in 2017, 18 and 19. I don't believe with any great success, but the car was out there when they brought it back. That's the Nissan. Now, those of you that were watching British GT in the early stages of the 2010s might remember that a car like that with the number 23 on it was entered by Bob Neville's team, RJN Motorsport, was driven by the great Sir Chris Hoy, who had moved across from cycling, where he had a little bit of success, and moved into motor racing, and shared with Alex Buncombe, and they had some great successes. And I interviewed Sir Chris Hoy. I was lucky enough too. He was one of those people you meet and you think this guy's just brilliant. He was so approachable, but just fantastic at what he did, and he applied all the effort that he put into his cycling into his motor racing as well.
He did, and I think he was so delighted. He'd always liked motor racing, but it gave him another competitive outlet. And when you've been so entirely focused on one element of sport, you think that's going to be it. But, you know, he looked, he listened, he learned, he was quick. And, you know, we wish him all the luck with his current medical condition, and he is an incredible ambassador for all that he does. But yeah, the cars here are simply glorious, and the word thing is knowing these are now in historic racing. Not so long ago these were contemporary, and the car that the middle of the shot there in the background, just about to find out the black and blue nose of the car that won the 2014 British GT Championship with Marco Attard. It's the Black Bull sponsored BMW Z4, and that makes an absolutely raucous noise. Up front, though, it really has been Aston Martin's looking very, very handy indeed. And of course, they had huge success in British GT and increasing success on the European scene with the GT World Challenge.
Well, one of the Aston Martins that's here at the front of the grid, on the outside of the front row, Graham Davidson, that was Graham's British GT car for 2018. It was a car that with earlier specification, so it does qualify for this series, which is for 2012 cars up to, with 3 years of modifications allowed, 2015. So he gets in with that car, but he moved on to a later car for 2019 and won the British GT Championship with Johnny Adam, the factory driver from Aston Martin. So Graham Davison, a British GT winner. The car you've just mentioned was the car that won the British GT Championship one of the years, and it's driven by one of the drivers who should have won, I believe, the British GT Championship at least once, Phil Keane, who is the driver that's won the most British GT races, with about, I think it was 21 or 22. We couldn't remember when I spoke to him on Thursday, but he's about level with Johnny Adam on that score. And also just walking off the grid, actually, Scott Mulvin is out in one of the cars in this race. Scott Mulvin, absolutely one of the fastest drivers in GT racing.
50 minutes of fun coming our way very soon. This is the second of the races for the GT3 Legends, and victory in the first. The opener went to Jonathan Mitchell. And let's go down to the grid because Alex Legui is catching the latest news. Down to Alex.
Row 2, I'm here with the Caterham King, Danny Winstanley. This is slightly different to the Caterham, isn't it? What can you do for Row 2 today?
Well, hopefully I can stick with these two guys at the front, and that's my plan, so we'll see how that goes.
How tricky was it yesterday, bearing in mind I think the track will be slightly different?
Well, I had a difficult race yesterday. I ended up in the gravel and I just got stuck, so I didn't have a really good start, so I'm hoping today I can just stick with the lads at the front now.
Good. Fingers crossed for a better race today. Thank you, Danny.
Right, Alex just catching that interview before everyone is escorted away from the grid. 50 minutes coming up and a pit stop in the middle. And what we saw yesterday was if you didn't make a good start, it was increasingly hard in these very fast cars, very well matched cars. I just mentioned the balance of performance to see if you could find a way past. So all eyes on the start. On the front row, it's two Aston Martins. Jonathan Mitchell on pole in the blue livery car, the white and turquoise Graham Davidson car alongside Danny Winstanley. He's the one we heard from in the best place of the Audis in third. And then a third Aston Martin is Nick Sampson, who's sharing with Max Bird. So off they go on the formation lap. Looking as though everybody's going to get away. We lost a few of the cars from the entry before we got to today's race, but just waiting for the last car to get going or not. Lights on, that means it's got power, and the Porsche, the Hankook Porsche, is getting away from the tail end of the grid. Andy Yang and Kyle Tilley in that car, so that should be able to catch up to all those in front. Now, a lot of you will remember a lot of these liveries, some racing Europe, but let's take a look at the grid. Jonathan Mitchell on pole, Aston Martin, another Aston Martin, ex-British GT champion Graham Davidson alongside. They're both running in Class C. Going to the second row of the grid, Danny Winstanley, Caterham racer extraordinaire in an Audi, and the third of the Aston Martins, Nick Sampson. He will start fourth. Then Max Lynn and Charlie Kennedy, the best. These had a great race in their equal Nissan GTRs yesterday. I expect the same again today. Jess Smith, British touring car racer, trying the Audi R8, and Richard Neary, a really good run from the Mercedes racer. Runs his own family team, Team ABBA Racing. He's loving this. Nick Mayton will start the Lamborghini Gallardo, and alongside another Lamborghini Gallardo, Craig Wilkins, 10th on the grid. Going to 11th place, Julian Thomas. He swapped Ford Sierra RS500 for Audi R8 LMS, and Massimo Vignali, who raced the GT3 cars in period in Europe. Fred Shepherd will be starting the one and only Ford GT in this race from 13th, and the Mullsdale car, the British Championship winning car from 2014, after him in 14th place on the grid. But we got going back down to about 10 rows of cars, so plenty more, but the formation lap of these quick cars is almost at an end, so we need to focus as the last car gets into the back of the line, coming down from Coppice towards the chicane. 50 minutes of racing coming up for the GT3 Legends, cars that you know you're getting on a bit when you commentate on them in period. A few years pass and suddenly they're historic cars, but these are robust cars, they're fast cars, they're loud cars. There's so much attraction to them. So through the chicane they come. Of course, the drivers, notably pole position starter Jonathan Mitchell, will be looking at the lights on the gantry. They're already on, but when those red lights flick off, it's blast off. It's a long hold, it's a long hold. Lights are still red. They've got to flick now, and so they do. And surprise, surprise, the Nissans with all their power trying to get away from the third row to get equal to third position. But from pole position, Jonathan Mitchell gets the job done. Trying to go up the inside is Danny Winstanley in the silver Audi, but it looks as though Graham Davidson has slotted the car from the outside the front row into second position. So it's still Aston Martin from Aston Martin, but the third of the Aston Martins has dropped 2 positions because the Nissans have come through. They've got so much get up and go. You can see them slightly bigger, bulkier cars. And oh dear, sideways backwards, is that the Richard Neary car? Just well down the cradle curves. I think possibly not, actually. I think he's further up the field.
Yes, I think that was Steve Osborne's car that's rotated.
Richards is blue.
Yes. But it's Jonathan Mitchell who leads from Graham Davidson, both in Aston Martins. Then it's Danny Winstanley who's taking it to them in the Audi. That's the car that spun, number 88. And then I think the first of the Nissans, we haven't seen it clearly yet, but I think it was Charlie Kennedy who managed to get ahead of Max Max Lynn. No, it's Max Lynn actually ahead. My apologies. Max Lynn ahead of Charlie Kennedy as they come down, and Max Lynn locks up and goes straight on at the chicane.
Well, he's not going to lose one position. He's going to leave 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 20 positions as the rest of the field comes through. But Jonathan Mitchell with an advantage of just over a second. And the number 2 Audi has gone around as well. That's Marcus von Euenhausen. So all sorts of events happening on the opening lap. Steve Osborne was the first to blink. One of the Nissans is coming in, and that, of course, into the pits is the number 5 car of Maxwell Lynn. Was there a problem that caused him to spin? And into the pits as well comes Steve Osborne after his rotation. But 007 Aston Martin leading away from pole position. Jonathan Mitchell, quick in anything you put him in. Put him in a Jaguar E-Type, he'll win a race. Put him in one of these cars, a V12 Vantage, he's doing just the same. And I cannot believe the margin he's building on the chasing Aston Martin of Graham Davidson. Graham is very quick, he's a British champion. But this lap and the opening lap, he was a second clear of race leader Jonathan Mitchell, way more than that. Is there any damage to this car that went forwards, backwards and sideways down the Craner curves? Team is taking a look, because often when you go into that compression you can damage the front splitter. But this is a phenomenal opening couple of laps from Jonathan Mitchell.
And Danny Winstanley quite close in by around a half a second behind Graham Davidson in second place in the Audi. Then it's the big Nissan of Charlie Kennedy next up, and Richard Neary doing very well in that Gullwing Mercedes. And then it's is it the number 8? Yes, it is the number 8 Lamborghini Gallardo of Craig Wilkins. Now that couldn't take the start yesterday. Craig was elsewhere, but he has come into the grid today, and he is a quick driver in that Gallardo, so watch out for him. That's the number 8 car.
At end of play yesterday, as Jonathan Mitchell stretches away, you just mentioned Richard Neary. He came up to me down by the podium. He went, "I love this series," and also the fact he'd had a good result certainly helps. And clearly his tail is up. So running in 5th place is very good, because Richard started down in 8th, so he's gained positions. Of course, one of those was gifted to him by the number 5 Maxwell Lynn Nissan having its problem, but he's driving very well. But nobody is driving as well as our race leader. He gained a second on the opening lap. He gained another 9/10 last time around. And Graham Davidson is now being pressured big time by the Audi of Danny Winstanley. And any slip up will have Charlie Kennedy in the family-built Nissan. That's something you've really got to appreciate. Not all these are big outfits running these teams. So Charlie Kennedy, very affable, clearly very quick as well, and they put that Skyline together very nicely. It took about 4 years, I understand, but the finished product is here just in time for the boost of GT3 racing coming onto the historic scene.
Yeah, I saw Charlie out in that at the very end of last year in a small club event. He brought it out for a bit of testing and had a great time, and he was smiling from ear to ear after the race. The car went well. A few tweaks, he said, but he's clearly got those tweaks right, because there he is running 4th in this race. And Danny Winstanley still putting pressure on Graham Davidson. Car number 47, the blue car with the white sides, is Graham Davidson, ex-British GT champion. Danny Winstanley, ex-multiple Caterham champion.
And a second pit visit for the number 5 Maxwell Lynn Nissan. Clearly, it's very unlike him to have made the problem down into the chicane. He came back into the pits, he had it checked out, went back on the track. But up front, though, still pulling clear by 2.2 seconds now is our race leader. But the pace is there for both the second and third place car. We're looking at Danny Winstanley, the 78 Audi, in 3rd place. They are almost matching the pace now of our race leader, but they're holding each other up in this battle for 2nd place. Oh dear, Nick Sampson in the car that started 4th on the grid. That has gone around, it's deep in the gravel, and that could lead. I'm just looking for any signalling. If that's sitting there in a dangerous position, it could very much bring out the safety car. Big heavy cars, they're quite difficult to shift.
Old hairpin that's at in the gravel, I think.
I can see, actually from our vantage position, I can see a yellow flashing light on the exit of the old hairpin, and he looks so he's waiting for a gap in the traffic and may be able to rejoin, which will be very good news, particularly for our race leader Jonathan Mitchell. He's built that advantage, 2.6, 2.7 seconds. He's adding even more tense as he goes around the lap. Wait for the rest. Here comes Graham Davidson into Coppice. Here comes Danny Winstanley in 3rd place. The Audi getting a better run through the double apex corner at the top of the hill. He's going to get right in the turf of the Aston Martin that's in 2nd place, but for Nick Sampson, well, he would have squandered about 20 positions there with that little slip up at the old hairpin. But the good news is he's back out on the circuit.
And for those of you wondering when the pit window opens, it opens halfway through the race. So 25 minutes into this 50-minute race, pit window opens for 10 minutes. So we'll see a rash of pit stops around about that time. But Danny Winstanley still putting pressure on Graham Davison as they come down through the Craner curves. That must be really focusing your mind, coming down there in a GT3 car and through the right-hander at the old hairpin. And starting to climb up the hill through Schwantz up towards McLean's. Graham Davison placing the car very, very carefully to make sure Danny Winstanley has no chance of maybe outbraking him into the corner. Then the leader, Jonathan Mitchell, up at the top of the hill at Coppice, 2 apexes to that corner. He makes that through very well indeed. Then we see the 3rd and 4th place cars, and I thought for a moment a lap or so back that Charlie Kennedy was closing in on Danny Winstanley. I think he's holding on, he's not losing ground, but I don't think he's closing now. Did look as though the big Nissan was getting a little bit closer.
Well, first to second is actually coming down. It's 2.4 seconds now, and I think what's happened is that Danny Winstanley just fallen a little bit off the tail of Graham and Davidson, so Graham can pick his line a little more accurately. But you know, we will see. We saw pace improving through the race, then falling away yesterday. But when we get into lapping, of course, that is when you hope, for the sake of all the front runners, they don't get interrupted as they're trying to pick their way past. And certainly the pace we're seeing from Jonathan Mitchell leading the race in the blue number 7 Aston Martin. He is flying. Best lap of the race, 1 minute 5.2 seconds. And most of the others actually, of course, because it's GT3 racing, their best laps are within a few hundredths of a second of that. So it's very competitive, as you can imagine. Good to see the Adam Ballon car going very nicely there, a car that was raced in period by Barwell Motorsport. And of course, Barwell Motorsport, led by Mark Lemmer, spoke to me last year. He goes, you know what, I think I'm going to prefer doing historic racing now there's GT3 than doing contemporary racing, the GT World Challenge, where there's so much pressure. Here there's a lovely feeling in the paddock, and yesterday had a quick word. He was sitting outside the race, Motor Racing Legends Hospitality, looking a picture of relaxation.
Typical Mark Lemmer, the arch strategist for the British GT races and the GT World Challenge races, as Danny Winstanley continues to pile the pressure on Graham Davidson as they come down through the Craner curves into the old hairpin. But it's still the Aston Martin that leads, the blue car with the white sides. Number 47 is Graham Davidson, 2019 British GT champion, leading Danny Winstanley. But it's Jonathan Mitchell who leads both of them in the blue Aston Martin, running the rather nice number of 007, as Aston Martin did in these recent years. Of course, harking back to the connection with the James Bond films, and nice to see them running 007 and 008 throughout the years. But it's Danny Winstanley looking to the outside as they come down the long straight. Where will they brake? There goes the brakes onto the Aston Martin. Impossibly late for what is a tight right-left, but Graham Davidson makes it through. Danny Winstanley just pulls out of the slipstream a little. That might be to improve the cooling on the car. He might feel that it might get a little warm if he goes so close. I think Charlie Kennedy's closing up again, Bruce. I think that big Nissan is getting closer.
By small margins. I do expect it to rather use its tyres up a bit more, getting that horsepower through it. It really torques them up. But not all these cars, you look at them in Britain, racing in Britain, but not all these cars raced in Britain in period. For example, the race-leading Aston Martin raced in the IMSA series in North America, entered by the Racers Group. British GT Championship car, well, that's clearly one that raced in Britain. The Audi in behind would have raced in the European Series and the great races like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, the Spa 24 Hours. We have some cars and have lost a few that were racing in full Japanese series trim. And they'll come back during the course of the season. One of them unfortunately went off yesterday and actually rose off 2 wheels and then slammed back down onto the deck on the exit of the chicane, coming onto the start-finish straight. Normally if you lose it, it's in the chicane, but anyhow, driver was okay, car not so much.
And tremendous pressure being applied now by Danny Winstanley, again pulling out of the slipstream of the Aston Martin down. It flashes the lights as well, just to try and make sure Graham Davidson knows he's there. I think he's fully aware.
Just had a change of 6th position. Jeff Smith had been hunting down Craig Wilkins. He's passed the Lamborghini and actually fallen back a little bit. So suddenly Richard Neary has got all the pressure from Jeff Smith in the number 46 Audi R8 LMS. British touring car racer having fun. Still the loudest car in the race is the Ford GT. That's running it around the middle order, down in 16th place, car number 38. with Fred Shepard, car entered by his father, Bill Shepard. Bill had a big accident a couple of weeks ago at Goodwood. Would very much like to be out here, but doctor's orders, so he's going to have to be the grumpy bear on the sidelines, I'm afraid, for the moment. But they always run big Ford engine cars.
And somebody else...
There is the Ford GT. And really, if you squint, of course, when that car was introduced in the early 21st century, it did look quite like a GT40 from period, a bit bigger, a bit bulkier. And certainly a lot of people found them great on the road. Then there's been a more modern iteration. We saw them racing in the Le Mans 24 Hours, the World Endurance Championship, with the likes of Andy Prio on board. But anyhow, it's good, and it makes a lovely big gruff sound. Jeff Smith, though, we're looking at the tail of Danny Winstanley. Where is the gap going to open? No, Graham Davison is not a guy who's going to leave the door open in that sort of teal. Well, oh dear, we got a spin, and the McLaren has spun out of the final corner. There's the car that went racing in Baku in 2013. And it cannot hook up and get going again. So Matt Home was going to be coming in to hand over to Andrew Jameson. He's coming in the pits right now, though, so pit window not yet open. But that would have been... I was talking about the difficulty of going through the final corner, then having a spin. And the number 3, Marcus von Uhren... No, sorry, it's...
Vignali.
Massimo Vignali. Number 3 Audi having its moment as well. So I don't know, let's have a look at the replay. Out of the final corner into the tyre wall. It does all the compression to take in the energy, and then sitting on the track. And for a moment I thought, please get out of the way, because if anyone else loses around the corner. But for the McLaren, the only MP412C in the race, that then reported to the pit. So there will be a little damage to the tail end of the car. Went in backwards, so simply losing it on the exit of the chicane, whipping back across the track. Now here comes a charge. Richard Neary's been hanging on. Jeff Smith is challenging in the white Audi, but Richard's going, if you want to go round, I'm only offering you the outside. Except Jeff Smith dives to the inside. You don't do your craft in the British Touring Car Championship without being able to change your line. But here, these big cars, so much faster than the touring cars he's used to. And for a lot of drivers getting into these cars, it's been a revelation. Richard again running a wide line, needing half an opening, but Jeff Smith not yet able to get through. But Craig Wilkins, who they'd passed, is sitting in behind them. He may be able to close in all over again in the best of the Lamborghini Gallardos in this race.
Jonathan Mitchell 4.5 seconds now ahead of the Graham Davison. Oh, as the Shepard, it lost a wheel, the Shepard Ford GT. Now, was that cause or effect of that incident? I suspect that wheel came off and caused the spin.
Oh, I'm fairly certain, but I tell you what, thank goodness for gravel traps, because there was absolutely nothing Fred Shepard could do there about turning into anything. So the car whipped round, that would have scrubbed off some speed. Fred getting out quickly. It'd be interesting to I wonder if we have a start of that moment. We'll wait and see. So for Fred Shepard, he'll be wandering away going, hold on, that's where you double check that you have actually only got 3 wheels on your car. And oh, the frustration there, mid-grid, but having great fun, and then suddenly a moment with that car whipping away from him with the wheel. There it is, the evidence is lying in the gravel. And let's take a look at what happened in the horror show. Down the Craner curves comes Fred Shepard in that Ford GT, and the wheel is clearly coming loose. He couldn't turn through the Craner curves across the gravel trap, and luckily misses Gregor Fiskin's Porsche, and deep into the corner. So that was, thank goodness it wasn't on the opening lap of the race, where there'd be a lot more cars up in front of him. And for Fred Shepard, he was simply a passenger.
That was, as you say, the Porsche turning through the corner. Very lucky that there weren't more cars in around that part of the track, because Fred Shepard completely out of control. As we turn back to our second place battle, which is still going on between Graham Davison and Danny Winstanley.
Who gets squeezed by Steve Osborne. The driver had a spin on the opening lap. That will separate them. And what's also happened is Richard Neary is no longer in 5th place. He's down in 7th, because first Jeff Smith and then Craig Wilkins went past. Quite possibly it was a move by Jeff Smith that may have caused Richard to slow back down, but Richard being Richard, he'll be fighting back. He's a feisty competitor, and he's really loving these GT3 cars in this new environment. But for Graham Davison, does not want to lose a second. He's just been given that little bit of advantage, as Danny Winstanley couldn't get round a back marker, lost time, and for a second in the background of the shot, Danny was losing yet more time.
I think he's through now and immediately behind, but there's quite a gap between them. Yes, there he is. Danny Winstanley is immediately behind, and that's allowed Charlie Kennedy to close up as well, with all that lappery going on, and Charlie flashing the lights as he comes down to the chicane in the big Nissan number 23. And Charlie Kennedy, it is in 4th place, as he's been since the beginning, or virtually the beginning of the race. He's trying to make his way past Steve Osborne now in the Mercedes. Hopefully he'll make it through on the inside. Yes, he does. So whilst Winstanley lost some time to Davison, he also lost some time to Kennedy as well as they come down the hill. Here's the 2nd placed car of Graham Davidson turning through the old hairpin, then Danny Winstanley next up. It'll be interesting to see how quickly Danny can close in on Graham Davidson, because now he's got clear track. He may close up quite quickly, which shows that he's fundamentally quicker, but he's got to get past Graham Davidson, which is the hard part.
I think Graham's going to be able to improve his speed now, because he's not being challenged from behind. He's having a much clearer line through the corners, and I'm not entirely sure Danny will be able to get back up with him. And likewise, I'm not sure if Charlie Kennedy in 4th place in his Nissan can do likewise. Suddenly almost 3 abreast, and number 2 Audi, Marcus von Euenhausen, taking a deep line. Right, race leader Jonathan Mitchell, the blue Aston Martin in the middle of the screen, go past the old Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini into Redgate. Now, 2.5 seconds is the gap between them. A much slower lap for our race leader. Could have been traffic, but he lost 2.5 seconds to the chasing Graham Davidson, and Graham's got 0.8 of a second deficit behind him, back to Danny Winstanley in the Audi, then the Nissan of Charlie Kennedy. Just lost out a little bit. So why was that lap so slow for our race leader?
It could be because he was behind a slower car through the yellow flag zone, which we're told there is a recovery going on out of our sight. We've got no cameras on it at all, but there's something happening down at the old hairpin, a car being recovered, and there's yellow flags up at
it's the Ford GT, of course, and getting shot of it being winched away, so that should have affected all of them. So I can't say that is the blame, but maybe a car in front of our race leader Jonathan Mitchell backed off a little bit more than he'd have liked, so he lost the 2.5 seconds, still sitting on a lead of 2.5 seconds. And you know what, the pace of Jonathan Mitchell, he's probably just going to build the lead all over again. But 2nd and 3rd in the background of the shot are much closer, because suddenly Danny Winstanley has found half a second to get onto the tail all over again. So your theory was right, mine was wrong, as the number 3 Audi is wheeled away, stuck in the garage, that Danny Winstanley does have the pace. But what we do know is Graham Davidson in the teal and white Aston Martin in 2nd place has the nous. You don't win the British GT title without being able to take a defensive line when it's required.
Absolutely not. That's right. And in fact, we're just looking in front of us with a bunch of cars going through, including Julian Thomas, who's in 10th place in his Audi. They're racing with the number 24 Leighton Tetley Lamborghini, which has actually Julian has just got past, so he's moved himself up to 9th place ahead of the black Lamborghini. And behind the black Lamborghini is World Touring Car champion Rob Huff, who's doing this race solo, number 14 car in the one of the Audi R8s. Richard Mine's not racing. Rob Huff is taking this race solo.
Well, if you're anywhere in a collection area, assembly area before race, and Rob Huff turns up, he's probably going to take the drive from you. He will just race anything, anytime, anywhere. Now, the Lippert Lamborghini car number 60 is reporting into the pit lane. That's got rear end damage. Something has clattered the left rear corner of that. Maybe it was another car, or normally is if it's a back end, or it could have been a rotation. But still waiting to see what's happening at the front of the field. The yellow flag, I think, has now been cleared at the old hairpin. I can still actually see a yellow flashing light down there, so maybe not. But in terms of lap pace, I wondered if Jonathan Mitchell could build a lead again. Oh yes, he did. It went down to 2.5 seconds when he lost 2.5 seconds, so his lead was half, but he's got it out to 3.9 seconds, so he is totally in control of this race. We've got someone moving very slowly down in through the Craner curves. Luckily it wasn't obstructing that battle for 2nd place, or even the battles a little bit further back. There is Rob Huff, the number 14 Audi with the Oakley sponsorship. And the next car in his sights is the number 24 Lamborghini. And just up, one position further up the track, is Julian Thomas. Here is the Maton Lamborghini, right in behind, running wide and very Rob Huff style, going to the outside, diving to the inside, but Nick Maton wasn't having any of that. But again, he runs wide on the exit of Coppice and expect a better run down from the highest point of the circuit of the chasing Audi. Julian Thomas will only be able to see it in his rear view mirrors as he goes down the slope. He'll be able to turn into chicane. Huffy knows he's not quite close enough. Nick Maton running very, very deep into the corner. Can he come out still with lots of traction? Yes, he can. A better exit from the corner. out onto start-finish straight for Rob Huff.
And Jeff Smith and the Craig Wilkins Lamborghini, Jeff Smith in the Audi, still battling away, which they've been doing for quite a few laps now. Jeff Smith, it is 46 Jeff Smith who is just ahead. Jeff, actually, since he left the British Touring Car Championship grid, is now racing in the old shape minis in Mini Melia racing, really enjoying himself. Quite how you reattune your brain from a little Mini to an Audi R8, well, that's something that I couldn't do, but Jeff Smith clearly can.
Pit visitors for pit stops, perhaps. The McLaren is back out, having had its rotation, but we're ahead of the pit stop window.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, we are. So the British BMW Z4 that won the British Championship in 2014 is in way too early. The McLaren that had a rotation there, it is car number 77. I guess that's probably running repairs on that one, because that had to spin on the exit of the chicane, and Matt Home brings that one in. But for those that are hoping to win the race, they remain out front, and it's still Jonathan Mitchell, 3.3 seconds to good, so he's eking his way clear. But then we will have those pit stops coming up soon. But certainly the Aston Martins have always been strong on home ground in Britain. We've got them first and second, but Audi's right in the mix with Danny Winstanley in third place overall.
And unsighted from us, a change a couple of laps ago with Jeff Smith and Craig Wilkins getting past Richard Neary in the Mercedes. So Richard dropped to 7th, but that puts Jeff Smith up to 5th, and then Craig Wilkins just behind in the silver Lamborghini. But this battle for second place continues, close as ever. Graham Davidson in the lead of that battle. Danny Winstanley in the Audi number 78 in third place in the race, just behind in this battle as they sweep down through the Craner curves. And Danny Winstanley must be thinking, where can I try and get past Graham Davison? Graham Davison is just placing his car beautifully all the way around the track to make sure that he doesn't give any opportunity to Danny to dive through, either under braking or on acceleration. He's just placing that car correctly.
Yeah, Graham Davison is notably very, very smooth, and he's giving half a suggestion as an inside line, but you know what, Danny Winstanley's not taking the bait as yet. This time he might be, though, because he's almost alongside as they come out of Coppice, coming down the slope towards the chicane. What happens? Graham Davison blocks off the inside line. So what does Danny Winstanley do? Slow in, quick out? Yeah, that's the approach he's taking. Looking for a slingshot, coming out a much better exit from the chicane he goes. He's not alongside, he looks though he is from here, but he's carrying a little bit more momentum. But no, Graham Davison, the Aston Martin, maybe that little bit sleeker, has him covered off into the opening corner, into Redgate corner. Did he brake too late? Not late enough that Danny could get up the inside and keep on attacking. All he can do is keep on pressuring. All he can do is look up the track or down the track as they descend the Craner curve to see, is there a slow moving car that we're going to pick up? And this is all, again, great news for our race leader Jonathan Mitchell. Gives him a bit more time when he can't be chased after by, of course, Graham Davidson there. Graham doing a great job in that white and teal Aston Martin, still just in front of the silver Audi, and Danny Winstanley continues to go one way, go another. He's just attacking all the time. One little misbraking point could be all it takes. But
well, he's forced Graham Davison to go very defensive at Coppice. That will mean that Graham doesn't get such a good run down the long straight. Danny tries to come up alongside. He's going left, he's going right. He finally commits to the outside line. Now he'll try and take a tight in, wide out line and come alongside.
Better.
And once again he gets alongside. They're side by side as they go down the Wheatcroft straight. But Danny Winstanley's still on the outside, but he is alongside, but he can't make it stick.
He had his bonnet in front, and yet that Aston Martin in the straight line, it seems to gather its speed as it goes down the straight, and at the end maybe his engine's got a little bit more get up and go, but certainly the ability and maybe the late braking ability on the Aston Martin is phenomenal. So that time you honestly felt that the Audi driver Danny Winstanley thought, last lap good, this lap better, I got my nose in front. And how deflating it must be as he finally worked his way past the pit exit and already was back into third place, having got his nose in front.
Well, they're up at the towards the top of the circuit now. This is where Danny Winstanley forced the defensive move from Graham Davison last time around, which definitely compromised Graham's run down the long straight, which in turn gave Danny the chance. And same thing's happening again. He's staying right behind this time. He's not feinting left or right. Finally commits to the outside line because Graham doesn't give him any other opportunity. And they come out. There's a slower car just pulling in. Is it coming into the pit lane? No, it's not. It's carrying on, but that's kind of snookered Danny Winstanley there, but he still goes for the outside. Now this is wide in, tight out. Will the Audi be able to pull up alongside Graham Davison on the exit of Redgate through Hollywood? He's right under the boot lid of the Aston Martin as they come down the hill towards the old hairpin. I don't think there's an opportunity really to outbrake into the old hairpin in these GT3 cars. They're just too big and too fast to make that opportunity, but certainly a chance further up the road.
Well, pit window open are 3 words we could throw in there. And do you just eventually go, I am not going to get past, maybe I can find an advantage by pitting? I almost expected, except Danny Winstanley thought, no, I'll give it a 3rd roll of the dice to see. As others are now starting to pile into the pits. That's Adam Bannon in the Barwell Motorsport, number 72. But not for want of trying, but everything that Danny Winstanley tries is being rebuffed by Graham Davidson. And meanwhile, at the front of the race, what's happening? Jonathan Mitchell is pulling ever further clear. 5.6 seconds to good. Remember, it came down to 2.5 seconds. And in comes Graham Davidson from second place. I thought we'd have the first blink from Danny Winstanley, but maybe now free, we can see Danny Winstanley try and find possibly the half second he needs to be able to make his pit stop on a subsequent lap and come out ahead. It's going to be super tight, but Graham Davison drove absolutely brilliantly through the first half of this race. There he is. Pit stop time. Of course, there are success penalty times as well, and Jonathan Mitchell will have an extra 20 seconds, so will Danny Winstanley, so will Graham Davison. There'll be no gain among any of those, but some of their rivals who don't have penalty, driver standard penalty times will certainly lose out. The Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini comes into the pits yet again. You only want 1 pit stop in this race, 2 not so good.
And you can see on Graham Davison's car the Oman Racing Team. That was Ahmad El Hati drove that car, as well as Johnny Adam back in the day. As Jonathan Mitchell crosses the line once again, that is 25 laps completed for Jonathan Mitchell with the fastest lap of the race, 104.989. Not quite as quick as Phil Keen's time from yesterday, but not far off. And the lead now over what is second place Danny Winstanley is 7.1 seconds. Now we need to watch Danny's times, don't we? 105.445 was Danny's last time. Wasn't as good as he's done earlier in the race, so he needs to be doing times quicker than Graham Davidson.
Yeah, the only comparison that counts is relative to Graham Davidson's, who's leaving the pits now, and yet the pit window is still open, and we're still waiting for the Audi of Danny Winstanley, number 78. It's where he will be when he's come in, made his pit stop and rejoined the circuit. And let's hope as Danny Winstanley goes through Coppice, let's hope all the pit stops are clean, and maybe, just maybe, this lap without Graham Davidson in front of him, and the lap before when Graham was in the pits, is enabling the Audi to really stretch its legs to its full potential. Jonathan Mitchell continues in the lead. He's lapping just metronomically in the 1:05s, and another lap giving chase. Danny Winstanley going through his gap to race leader, comes down because why? Because he set the fastest lap of the race. Sweeps right across the pit exit. I think the game is on. 21 minutes remain, and then please, for Danny Winstanley crew, do not drop the ball during the pit stop.
Well,
Danny Winstanley, do not undercut your pit stop.
For reference, Graham Davidson's pit stop was just 5 seconds over the minimum, probably a decent amount of allowance, but a 1 minute 40 second pit stop, which is 5 seconds over what he could have done. So we'll watch Danny Winstanley, because his pit stop must be the same time, minimum time, as Graham Davidson.
I'll tell you what, though, you just said it's a decent margin over the pit stop. I think you've got to be within a second of your minimum pit stop time, and particularly when the Audi is going even faster. It's going to be that competitive. The Era Motorsport Porsche just keeping out of the way, but Graham Davison, he's got to rebalance his car, go and press on, but we now know you're going to have to lap in the 1:04s if you're really going to be taking anything out of that race leader, who goes on to another lap. Jonathan Mitchell, what's he done? Oh, a slower lap for him there. That was a 1 minute 9 second lap, so he seems to lose about 3 seconds on that lap. I'm sure it's down to traffic. I hope it's not down to anything untowards on the mechanical front. Still waiting to see where our second place car, Danny Winstanley, goes through. He's 2 seconds now down. That gap was 7 seconds just a lap and a half ago, so the slower lap, for whatever reason, for Jonathan Mitchell, 1 minute 9. Why? Sunshine up at Coppice, shade round the rest of the track. And bear in mind, Jonathan Mitchell won 2 races here at the end of last year. So he's clearly the start of the GT3 historic period is the man to beat. But what was in that slower lap for him? Has he got a slight problem? Is there a car slowing on the way down the hill? Looking for the blue Aston Martin coming down the slope. And where is the Audi? Because certainly at the moment, Danny Winstanley, the fastest driver in the race. Onto another lap goes Jonathan Mitchell into the pits. Comes Danny Winstanley. They both, all the top three runners, have 20 seconds extra at a standstill because of their driver ranking. But how clean a stop would it be for the number 78 Audi? Driven really hard, really, really well. And for the crew from DW Motorsport, that's Danny's own team.
Also in is Charlie Kennedy in the car that was in third place, net fourth place with the pit stops. So Charlie Kennedy also in the number 23 Nissan. And I will keep a very close eye on Danny Winstanley's pit stop time and report to you as soon as he goes out whether he gained or lost on the Graham Davidson car number 47, which I think net of pit stops Danny would have been ahead, wouldn't he, because his times were so quick.
They were, but I'm just having a look at the pace that Graham Davidson's latched back onto, mid 1 minute 5. That is competitive pace, but we know that this car, the number 78 Audi, has banged in a 1 minute 4.6 seconds lap. Now, this is critical. We're dealing in tenths of a second here. Just remember, Alistair Douglas pointed out that the Graham Davidson pit stop was sort of 5 seconds over minimum. I would say that was a big safety buffer, and I don't think he can afford it. I feel he might be back in third place after the pit stops, and I'm just keeping an eye on Jonathan Mitchell. He came into the pits, he's sitting in the pits, we're waiting for him to go out, but I'm still worried by that lap where he lost about 3.5 seconds, because suddenly his 7-second lead fell down to just over 2, chasing Danny Winstanley. Danny pitted.
In fact, he's parked just behind.
He's parked just behind, but he came in a lap ahead of Jonathan Mitchell, so he'll be going while Jonathan has to sit there. And Graham Davidson comes past, and the Audi not yet on the move.
So should be moving within the. He's
going now.
Yeah, he's lost a bit more time on that stop. So a 1:51.8 against.
Was it 1:45?
Graham Davis 1:40.3, and that was a 5-second allowance. So for some reason, Danny Winstanley a 15-second allowance over the minimum. So he will have lost track position, I think, to Graham Davidson.
Well, it's very hard to put my finger on why that might have been. I guess we may find out when they finish the race, but who is going to be leading, because still waiting for Jonathan Mitchell to get going, but he pitted a lap after Danny Winstanley, who I think was 2 laps after we had Graham Davidson come in. Remember, the early stage of the race, it was 2 Aston Martins being chased by the Audi, those very quick laps before the pit stops from the Audi. Now the 007 Aston Martin gets going, waiting for it to cross the white line, then accelerate up to speed. Graham Davidson out of the final corner. It's going to be about 5 or 6 seconds gap between them, but the real loser in all of that has been the Audi of the guy who was chasing so hard, Danny Winstanley. Only now is he coming past the start-finish line. So that extra 10 seconds, potentially 15 seconds over what it could have been, has been very, very costly.
It has, and Jonathan Mitchell has just completed his pit stop, and he was just 2 seconds over the minimum. His pit work absolutely superb.
Yeah, don't let anybody tell you that in period, of course, they'd have been going for every nanosecond. In historic racing, they're doing precisely the same, but as we become more and more used to GT3s, the crews will get more and more used in historic racing to get them just as competitive in the pit stops as they would have been in the period, and those extra increments over above the minimum pit stop time will come down and down. But the top 3 crews, in terms of their running pace, they have been fantastic, really, really spectacular. The order, though, has been shuffled. Jonathan Mitchell comes to start another lap. Still 2 cars that pitted after them will have to shuffle down the order, but his margin over the chasing Graham Davidson is 5.5 seconds. And then we wait, and then we wait, and then out of the final corner, top of your shot there, comes the Audi of Danny Winstanley, and he is a further 10 seconds back or thereabouts. So we said he squandered 10 seconds in the pit stop over the car that he'd been chasing, which was Graham Davidson's Aston Martin, and that is absolute proof.
All that hard work Danny did when he had a clear track, setting fastest lap of the race, punching in those quick times. He was more than once below the 1:05 barrier, which nobody else has done. Mitchell has done, hasn't he? Yes. But that was all lost in the pit stop. And in fact, Danny has fallen back into the clutches of Charlie Kennedy. He's only 2 seconds behind now in the Nissan number 23. So although we think that Danny's quicker than Charlie, there's still some pressure coming from behind as Jonathan Mitchell comes round to complete another lap. He should go to the top of the timing screens. Yes, he does. 31 laps completed. Graham Davidson goes through, 31 laps completed, and the gap between them 5.9 seconds.
In fact, the fastest car on the track is Danny Winstanley in third place. He's lapping in the 1:04s, but he's 1:05.0, still in third place, still got a tidy margin, nearly 4 seconds over Jeff Smith. Jeff has been the sort of quietly undersung hero in many ways. He's been chipping his way up the order in his Audi. That's car number 46. And he's got ahead of Charlie Kennedy and looks though he's got the pace to stay there. But the driver who's quickest at the moment, look at him now. And it's the silver Audi of Danny Winstanley, but I don't think there's anything he can do about the cars ahead. We've got 13.5 minutes remaining in this race, and he'll still be asking questions. Why did I lose so much time during the pit stop? Wide over the curbs, but it's surely a mountain for him to climb. And working down through the order, Julian Thomas, top of Class B, which is they're done according to age. GT3 Class A is cars that were 2006 and 2009. They're the oldest in field. Class B, including Julian Thomas, who's leading that in 8th place overall, is number 192. That's his Audi R8. That's 2010 to 2012. And the youngest cars, 2013 to 2015. Well, surprise, surprise, they're the youngest in the field. They're filling the top 7 positions. But Jonathan Mitchell, our race leader, he's tucked in behind a Lamborghini Gallardo. That's the one from that's Keith Freeze's car. Of course, the Gallardo in time was replaced. The Huracan came to be. But at the time, the bluff-tailed Lamborghini was very, very popular. But the Aston Martin, both sides of the pond, and in fact, all around the world, the D-Station Racing team soon came to run them in the Far East. But always been popular in the American racing scene. This is one entered by the Racers Group, along with Aston Martin Racing, and Jonathan Mitchell just doing an exemplary job. He's being slightly cautious in traffic, but he's sitting on that lovely buffer of 5 and a bit seconds, comfortable, and when he has clear track, he's always able to lap about 1/4 of a second faster than Graham Davison, thus this ability to build the lead. Graham has not backed off. He comes around the final corner. He's got to get past the black and white Blancpain liveried Gallardo, and still in the background of the shot, still catching though, is the 3rd place car of Danny Winstanley. The Audi goes over the start-finish line, and he's just put a new fastest lap of the race. He's closed the gap to 6.7 seconds to the Aston Martin we're looking at now. The white car flashing its headlights with the blue flashes, still wants to get past the Blancpain and that's Gallardo, and that is going to give extra help to Danny Winstanley. He does get past before the old hairpin, but he's on entirely the wrong line. He'll be slow all the way up the hill, through Swans Curve, through McLean's, and that will slow him the whole way in terms of momentum all the way up to Coppice, and that means the race leader Jonathan Mitchell will gain even more of an advantage. And he had a slower last lap.
Graham Davison took 2 seconds out of Jonathan Mitchell on that last lap, so he is closing in on the leader Jonathan Mitchell, and in turn, as you've been describing, Danny Winstanley is closing in on Graham Davison. It's a question of what if for Danny Winstanley. He lost so much time in that pit stop. It'd be interesting to know what went on there, but he'd have been comfortably in the lead. But we'll see now whether Graham Davison continues his charge. It was 3.6 seconds last time around. It's 4.9. Okay, so it was Jonathan Mitchell a little bit slower than he would have liked to have been on the previous lap.
I think he knew he's sitting on this buffer about 5 seconds. I think he's just been a little bit cautious in traffic, and why not? He's feeling in control. One car that's not in control is the McLaren coming in for its 3rd pit stop. That's the one that looped around, car number 77. Got a little bit of tail end damage. They taped it up, but otherwise got away pretty lightly with that exit of the chicane accident. But right now the clock is counting down. 10 minutes and a little bit of small change left in this race. 50 minutes of roar away fun for the GT3 cars, and I can just see how this series is going to become, if it hasn't already, super popular. Great looking cars, great sounding cars, and very, very quick indeed. And don't forget, of course, the development in GT3. A lot of these models have subsequently been superseded, apart from the Audi R8 LMS, which is absolutely evergreen. great little battle between a couple of Lamborghinis. Here they are, fighting over 9th place, and Jack Tetley in the black car is just being passed by, well, guess who? The man who keeps on winning British GT, but not getting past. So Phil Keane won't be too chuffed with that at all. Thought he got the move done into Redgate, was shoveled a little bit wide, but if anybody wants a feather in their cap, keeping Phil Keane behind you in any car is really quite an accolade.
It certainly is, yes. The number 72, Adam Ballan's traditional number, with Phil Keane sharing with him in this race. So the lead has gone down again with a better lap from Graham Davidson, down to 4.6 now, and ever closer comes Danny Winstanley, only 3.4. Now, not 3 laps ago, that was over 9 seconds. So
he gained a second and a half on the car he's chasing last lap, who in turn gained half a second on the race leader, or a third of a second on the race leading car. What's left on the clock? 9 minutes. Can he do it? Will traffic be kind to Danny Winstanley in his chase, or will he simply get onto the tail of Graham Davison where he was before the pit stops and get stuck all over again? Still the battle for the Lamborghinis, the tail end of the top 10. And let's take a look up the inside. This time goes Phil Keane. Bang goes Jack Tetley across his nose. You're not coming past into Redgate. Graham Davidson, the Audi, is getting closer. The second place Aston Martin there turns in. That's the white and blue one. The other Aston Martin getting very close, but that is a lap further down with Max Bird on board. But Max very quick indeed. He may try and unseat Graham Davison, which is the job. He's a lap down in the red and white Aston Martin. This had the problem in the opening lap of the race or thereabouts, but this may actually also help the chasing Audi in third place of Danny Winstanley. First to third, it was about 15 seconds. It seems a blink of an eye ago. It's down to 7 seconds, but our race leading Aston Martin, the number 007 car of Jonathan Mitchell, now has a 5-second buffer, and he's being helped by the difficulty for Graham Davison, who's had to let Max Bird go through. Max is a lap down, doesn't want to be interrupted, but in the background of the shot, what is coming? It's a silver Audi, and it's right up to his tail. Danny Winstanley, oh my gosh, what a drive from him. He's going to look for the moment, and he was rather hoping, I think, the other Aston Martin could stay behind for another lap, and then he could maybe try and make a double move. But this is going to be exciting. Coming out of the chicane, they go onto the start-finish straight. A better exit this time from the chasing Danny Winstanley. It's like trying to resist Quicksilver. Down to the first corner they go. Nothing you can do. Now, again, what we've frequently seen is this deep line taken by Graham Davidson into Redgate. Now, there's an SLS Mercedes up ahead as they approach the Craner curves. Is that going to help them? It's Steve Osborne's car. Oh, it's going to be right in their passage when they get to the old hairpin. Is he going to leave the door open for the 2 cars? He can't. He has to turn in. That is saviour sucker for Graham Davison. He'll hold on to that second position for now, and finally Max Bird has got out of the mix. He's a lap down and he's pulled clear. So it's as it was before the pit stops. It's second place being held behind Jonathan Mitchell by a second Aston Martin. It's still Graham Davison, former British GT champion, but Danny Winstanley, how can he resist this charge? He's got to do it for another 7 minutes or so. Side by side out of Coppice they go. Surely now this is a move on track that's going to work. But again, as we've seen so many times, the Aston Martin's so quick in a straight line. But this time Danny Winstanley's having none of that. Takes the inside line. He worked so hard to get it. All he couldn't do in the first half of the race, he's managed to do now. And now what's he got to set? He's now 8.7 seconds down on the race leader. Jonathan Mitchell, during all that sparring over second place, has managed to just ease it away, settle down to running competitive laps for about 3 laps running, and that surely has secured the second place that he needs, the buffer he needs to take victory in the race. But really, in all honesty, drive for this race in terms of sheer attack has come from Danny Winstanley in the Audi. Up from third to second he goes.
Indeed, yes, that was a great move, and we're watching Julian Thomas here battling with Richard Neary. Now, he's taken a few laps to get there, but he's gradually closed in on Richard, and Richard Neary has, in fact, it's the other way around. Richard Neary has been closing in on Julian Thomas and has just got past. So he's moved up to 7th place, Julian down to 8th place in the Audi R8. Fairly new to his stable. I think got that last year, so he's relatively new to that car. And the leader has crossed the line to complete 39 laps. Winstanley goes over for the first time on our timing screens in 2nd place, and it's Graham Davidson just behind in 3rd place. Charlie Kennedy remains in 4th place.
Yeah, and Jeff Smith's not too far behind Charlie Kennedy, so Audi's sitting at the moment in 2nd and 5th positions. Then there's a little bit of a gap, and the best of the Lamborghinis goes across the line, just waiting for Craig Wilkins, goes past in 6th, and then comes Neary, and then comes Thomas down the start-finish straight. But the driver's still chasing. Surely it's got away from him. 5 minutes remain in the race, and Danny Winstanley, the number 78 Audi, is still pressing on, looking to see where he can end up in this mix. It looks surely as though it's going to be 2nd place, because here comes our race leader, car 007, the blue North American Series car, entered by the Racers Group, on to another lap. It'll be 40 laps being completed. Background of the shot, still waiting for the silver Audi to pop out into the background. Now it does, just as the braking zone for Redgate is reached by 007, by Jonathan Mitchell. 8 seconds the good, so the gap's come down, but with just 4 minutes remaining, that is all fine, one has to feel, for our race leader Jonathan Mitchell. So super smooth, and the advantage for him was he just managed to break the toe to those behind, and then he settled down and gradually built the lead, and really down to the fact that Graham Davidson was harried for lap after lap by the Audi of Danny Winstanley. Danny finally, after pit stops, including his extra slow pit stop, he lost a lot of ground. He would have been 2nd if it had been an average pit stop, but he lost about 10 seconds to his rival. He's fought back, but there's nothing he can do as the clock counts down about catching the 007 Aston Martin. Yesterday's winner, and yesterday the finishing order was 7, 47 and 30, so today's likely race winner, here it is. He's heading for 2 in a row, surely. 47 was Graham Davidson. He's going to be heading for 3rd place today. And car 30, that's a bit further back today, it's Richard Neary, but he had a really good run. He was 3rd yesterday, and he's running around in 7th place at the moment, but it's very tight. He may gain a place, he may lose a place, but you feel fairly sure that Graham Davidson there, he is in 3rd place, white and teal Aston Martin down the start finish straight. He's got a bit of a buffer. Charlie Kennedy in the remaining Nissan Skyline. He's driven valiantly. He was 4th yesterday. He's going to be 4th today because he's another 11 seconds further back. But as we get into the final 3 minutes, this 50-minute blast, the 2nd of the 2 races for GT3 Legends here at Donington Park, all is under control at the front of the field, but this is the battle for 7th place. Richard Neary and his SLS Gullwing Mercedes, and each lap it's getting tighter and tighter. It was 0.3 of a second between him and the chasing Audi of Julian Thomas and that very elegant dark blue and white livery, but Richard's got the inside covered off. He enjoyed getting on the podium enormously yesterday, but he enjoys a good scrap as much as anything else. So the driver who races frequently the British GT Series with son Sam is still holding station, so he's got to stay for another couple of minutes. But Julian Thomas is looking very good, very, very attacking into the old hairpin there in number 192 Audi. That's one that's not racing in period livery. This is effectively his own livery, but pretty much everyone else is running in the liveries that these cars would have raced in any time between 2006 and 2015. Julian Thomas looking one way, only being shown the outside. Up to Coppice they go, the Gullwing Mercedes with that amazing Basso Profundo rumble exits from Coppice down the hill. They just have to keep the line tight for another couple of laps, but Julian Thomas not close enough to look at the inside. Still over in this battle for 7th place, it's Neary ahead of Thomas, and Neary's in the top class of cars, and for the middle class of cars, by dint of being slightly older, between 2010 and 2012, is the car tucked in behind of Julian Thomas. And the gap between 1st and 2nd, by the way, in the race continues to come down. 5.7 seconds now, but with just 1 and a bit minutes remaining on the clock, maybe the only passing manoeuvre will be in this battle, the battle for 7th place. Can Julian Thomas find a way past Richard Neary, very quick through the Craner curves? And here is our race leader, 007, down to Redgate, and with just a minute left on the clock, that means this is the final lap of the race. The marshal on the in the box on the pit wall can start unfurling that red, black and white flag, and we'll be able to wave it within about a minute's time. But Jonathan Mitchell's driven absolutely brilliantly down the Craner curves, no interruptions for him, into the old hairpin, swinging to the right, arcing to the left, going up the ascent. Swans Curve comes next, and then you start cresting the slope at McLean's. But clear track ahead of him, and the Racers Group Aston Martin raced on the North American Series tracks. You think Daytona, you think Sebring, and a host of other fabulous circuits, and the V12 Vantage just looks cool. Super balance for Jonathan Mitchell, and he runs wide, but has no real concern. He can pretty much match the pace within half a second of the Audi that's chasing. But Danny Winstanley back 5 seconds further back, into the chicane, out of the chicane, and let's have another win for Jonathan Mitchell. Doesn't matter what the margin is now. Oh, he's actually come through slightly short. I thought he was going to be about 2 seconds in hand. I shouldn't have started writing my results down on a sheet of paper. So it's another lap for Danny Winstanley to give chase. Oh, that was super close. Another chance for the third place Aston Martin. Here it is, Graham Davidson, car number 47. Oh, I thought it was going to be one side of the 50-minute mark, but it was the other. Therefore, we keep on racing. For some drivers, that's good news. For others, it could be potentially disaster. But with a margin of 5.6 seconds and lead the race, the 007 Aston Martin has this one under control. The one thing he didn't have under control was the clock. If only he'd been told he could back off by just lift, not lift and coast. It's not a very good thing for racing, but lift out of the final corner and acknowledge. But such has been his form. He's been able to respond every time of asking. Julian Thomas has got ahead of Richard Neary now, so it was a lap too long for him. And this time around, here comes Jonathan Mitchell. This time he'll see the checkered flag. He must have been so close to getting it bang on after 50 minutes, but into the chicane, out of the chicane. The Audi will be possibly closing in the background. Danny Winstanley, job done, and the checkered flag is waved. So victory to number 7, and Danny Winstanley, huge credit. Eventually backed it off a tiny bit on the final lap and ended up 6 seconds down, but he fought. And then Graham Davidson coming home in third place. He really tried his hardest, but just remembering all of that Danny Winstanley lost about 10 seconds to his rivals with a much slower pit stop. If he'd taken that time, given it back to him, he could have won that race. But then again, there's no way Jonathan Mitchell would have made it easy. They'd have fought tooth and nail. 4th place to Charlie Kennedy. That's 2 4th places in 2 days for the family Nissan team. And Jeff Smith ought to come through into 5th, which he does. And then a lap down, Craig Wilkins in his Lamborghini. Julian Thomas just in the Class B entry. His Audi just got ahead of Richard Neary in that wonderful scrap for 7th place with just a lap to go. And only now does he take the checkered flag, and Richard Neary tails it off. He knows he had the battle, he lost out, but he'll have enjoyed the scrap very much indeed. But no one had any answers to Jonathan Mitchell. 007 on the flank of that blue Aston Martin. Got the job done yesterday, got the job done today, but really also hats off to Danny Winstanley. What an excellent drive he had. Super attack, and he had the fastest lap of the race by a margin of about 0.6 of a second. That is an impressive time, but Aston Martin always so strong on home ground in UK, and they've done it again. But I think you can safely say GT3 Legends is here to stay, here to grow, here to expand, and very much here to entertain. So that was fun. We had a few spills early on, but a very nice, tidy race. And in fact, the last 2 days have been hugely entertaining for GT3 Legends. And now they are historic racers after toes in the water last year. And this is a scene that's only going to grow and grow, both here in the UK and across Europe. And just great to have so many different manufacturers offering. But let's take a look back. 50 minutes of racing. Let's have a look at the highlights. A nice tidy start from pole position on the left-hand side of your screen by Jonathan Mitchell. The blue Aston Martin would lead down into the first corner. 007 was the number on the nose. Danny Winstanley had a look in the silver Audi on the inside, but both of the Nissans, the Skylines and the GTRs went up 2 positions to run 3rd and 4th. Steve Osborne had a bit of a slip up at the bottom of the hill, so the rest of his race was simply playing catch up. But here came the Nissans, swinging one way, swinging another, not a lock up. And here, the mystery incident for Max Lynn. He ended up parking that car in the pits, so something untoward, didn't want to turn into the chicane. Everyone else did very well to avoid him, but a little bit of contact. Gregor Fiskin's Porsche catching the tail end of the Marcus von Oeynhausen's Audi. No damage done. He eventually got it back onto the track and came back to play a little bit more. But up front, it was all about the 007 Aston Martin. Battles all the way down the field. And there's the Van Oeynhausen car back in the field. The GT3 car is very spectacular, huge wings, and unfortunately a little bit of a change of the shape of the rear end of the McLaren that went round on the exit of the chicane. The tyres did their job, and then unfortunately Masso Vignali getting to visit the giant gravel trap. But through the course of the race, one of the peculiar moments was a wheel coming off the Ford GT. Bill Shepherd was on the sidelines, having to watch Fred Shepherd 3 wheels on his wagon, and luckily the gravel trap did its job down at the old hairpin. Then a fantastic battle with a couple of Lamborghinis, tail end of the top 10, and it was Phil Keane on the outside. Eventually, it took several attempts to get around Jack Tetley. That wasn't one that worked, but he did manage to get it to work later on. But it was the chase down towards the end, the silver Audi, seeing what it could do, and it finally got past in the hands of Danny Winstanley, past Graham Davidson. But victory today in the second of the two races, as it had been yesterday, was to the 007 Aston Martin. Here it comes, one headlight on, and there is the checkered flag. Jonathan Mitchell. So that was an enormous amount of fun, some fantastic driving there. And here are the results of the second of the GT3 Legends race. Victory in the end by 6 seconds went to Jonathan Mitchell. He had the performance when he needed it. Danny Winstanley hunted and hunted, finally got past Graham Davidson to make it Aston Martin, Audi, Aston Martin. But if it hadn't been for a slow pit stop, he could well have challenged our race leader, Jonathan Mitchell. Graham Davidson, no disgrace in third place. Another brilliant run from Charlie Kennedy, Nissen to take fourth place. Jeff Smith, he fought his way up the order in his Audi, the touring car racer, coming home in fifth. And Craig Wilkins missed yesterday's race, but he proved very effective in his Lamborghini Gallardo to take sixth place today. And Julian Thomas, in the first of the Class B cars, if you will, the slightly older cars, moved ahead of Richard Neary in his Audi, ahead of Neary's Gullwing Mercedes, who ended up in eighth. And Adam Ballon and Phil Keane came out in the battle of the other Lamborghini Gallardos ahead of Nick Mayton and Jack Tetley, 9th and 10th overall. So, after what was a firecracker of race, let's go down and join Alex Legui.
As it ever has been. Danny, you provided us with some epic battles there. What a race!
No, it was brilliant. I really enjoyed it. I mean, it's tough, 50 minutes of that, but yeah, after yesterday it was a disaster. So I got took out yesterday in race 1. So yeah, I was made up. I got the confidence in the brakes, and yeah, I managed to stay with the two in the front. That's my plan. And then I had a great battle with Davison. He was, that's how it should be, really fair. You know, I gave him room, he gave me room, and that was top quality racing from us, so I made up, yeah.
Car looks so comfortable around Donington.
Oh, it's amazing. Me and my dad set the car up. Me and my dad have always, from the start, have always had that bond where we, you know, talk to each other, how the car feels, and the car just feels amazing. Yeah, it felt really, really good. So, yeah, it was brilliant.
Incredible result. Well done, Danny.
Cheers.
Well deserved podium. Graham, we can come to you, and you also provided us with some great battles, and what a good result for Aston as well.
Yeah, it was a really good fun race, quite exhausting.
We can have a wander if you want to the podium and keep walking. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, it was a really good start, and I just had to play the defensive game with Danny. He's a really experienced, fast racer, and I had the energy to do it up until the pit stop, and then after the pit stops, when he got to the back of me, I just didn't have the energy. I'm not fit enough for these cars anymore. But yeah, it was really good, clean racing. There was a lot of close battling and traffic and all the other things to deal with. So really happy with the weekend, and yeah, it was good to see the Astons doing well. Yeah. But a little bit more practice, and maybe I'll be able to keep up with some of the others next time.
You can really tell why this GT3 category is quite as popular as it is, and long may it continue, right?
Yeah, it's really, the cars are fantastic. The Paddock's really good, nice people, yeah, and a good atmosphere. But the cars are easily maintained and run, so we don't have all the fancy trucks and pit crew. It's a couple of guys that are experienced, and the rest are just my friends that want to get involved and help out, and that makes it more satisfying when you do well.
Yeah.
So.
Nice. Well, enjoy your podium. I'm sorry that I made you walk and talk while you're trying to catch your breath, but great result, and thank you for providing us with some fantastic entertainment.
Thank you.
The Historic Touring Car Challenge. If you grew up watching touring cars in the 70s and 80s, this is the grid for you. From screaming BMW M3s to turbocharged Sierra RS Cosworths and even the mighty Skyline GTR, this is a proper touring car time machine. These cars move, they lean, they fight. This is touring car racing as it used to be. And with icons like the M3 and RS Cosworth celebrating 40 years, the history is just as powerful as the racing.
No, that'll be in the prize giving.
So moving quickly from GT3 cars to historic touring cars, and the Donington Historic Festival, they bring the racing through very, very quickly indeed. And there was a great qualifying session this morning. And really, if you wanted to be at the front, you needed to be in a Ford Mustang. However, just tucked in behind is a Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1, and that was Guy Smith, Le Mans winner 23 years ago for Bentley, but his family loves its historic racing. His father, Peter Smith, is also out there, so Guy Smith did a brilliant job. So pole position, it's the Spears Greensill Ford Mustang, the Ruddle Ingram, that's Tom Ingram, touring car superstar, alongside him on the front row. Guy Smith, the best of the Ford Lotus Cortinas. His final lap put him third on the grid. And then more Ford Mustangs, including a Brundle-Mansell combination. But that's Scott, not Nigel. The Cullens going very nicely in their Lotus Cortina. And Tom Sharp in one of the two Ford Falcons in the field as well. And then the cars that famously went on three wheels, loads of Lotus Cortina down the middle part of the grid. The best of the Alfa Romeos sitting there in 12th place on the grid. And plenty to entertain. The older Lotus Cortinas still spectacular to look at. They don't cock their wheels as much as their predecessors. Great to have a couple of Ford Falcons as well. Don't forget they were very entertaining in the British Saloon Car Series as it was back in the mid-1960s. Some glorious little Alfa Romeos as well. And what you see when you see some of these grids are drivers who do multiple races here in multiple different cars, so they've got to keep their brains very well attuned to all the action ahead and try and remember what car they're in as they get to the charge down to Redgate. So just look out on the start of the race. The blue Lotus Cortina, the bottom right hand side of your picture, that's got Guy Smith on board. He will be short of Grunt on the run down to the opening corner of the circuit, and expect the two Mustangs behind to get a better start than him, or if they don't get a better start, have more Grunt to take it down to Redgate. But Guy Smith, when you get to the twisty part of the circuit, he's proved himself to be very, very quick indeed. And again, master craftsman in keeping things super, super smooth. So Nigel Greensill will be starting from pole position. Jack Riddell from second. Those two Ford Mustangs on the front row of the grid. Guy Smith, he's driving solo in his Lotus Cortina, will start his. Michael Whitaker, that son of Mike, who went so well earlier today in a Rover SD1. So we're moving back to earlier touring cars here, of course. We'll see how they go. And Scott Mansell will be starting rather than Alex Brundle in the blue number 6 Mustang. And great to have some older cars as well, including the Jaguar a long way further back, as you'd expect on this grid of cars for the Historic Touring Car Challenge. But what a field of cars we have ahead of us. And the race is scheduled for 45 minutes. And this is the Top Hat Pre-66 touring cars about to come out and play. This is run in conjunction with the HRDC, running in conjunction, of course, with Motor Racing Legends. We've got Austin A40s, we've got Minis, we've got a Riley. We have an amazing array of cars, but really it's the Mustang Grunt that's the feature right at the front of the field. And the best of the Italian machinery is starting sort of relatively near the front. Actually, it's Christian Glazel who'll be sharing with Tilly in where are we looking? Row number 6, 12th place on the grid. Cars still feeding in. It's a monster grid of cars. So you're looking all the way to Mark II Jaguar at the back of the field, waiting for the flag to be waved, but not everybody yet in their requisite grid positions. So we're missing one or two cars, or maybe a couple of people have wrong slotted. Little Austin A35 on the pit wall side, just behind the red 199 Austin A40. You can look on the right hand side of your grids, and the Riley in behind is doing a slalom, I think, at the moment, trying to decide where it needs to be. The Marshal's doing a great job of running up and down and making sure everybody is where they ought to be. Oh yes, and good. Where I thought we had some gaps in the grid, people are sorting themselves out. The number 39 Lotus Cortina managing to slot in position. That's Julian Hindle sharing with a Charlie Hindle. So we're nearly ready to go racing. Penultimate row of the grid has got that blue Alfa Romeo, and we are pretty much ready for blast off. And as I said, it's going to be 45 minutes. And the Top Hat Pre-66 touring cars. HRDC is about racing, it's about having fun as well. And if you like a little bit of novelty, there's a Studebaker Lark. Don't look at the front of the field for that one, it's up towards the back, but it's something different. Fair bit of grunt in that, but not quite the handling. That's a 4.4 litre V8 engine on board now. We were just waiting, looking towards the front of the field. Standing start, blue Mustang on pole position, that's Nigel Greensill, Jack Riddell alongside the black Mustang, that's car 119, and look to see how much is gained or lost by Guy Smith, who's starting third. The Ford Lotus Cortina, he makes a good start. The Mustang alongside him absolutely does not. Another Lotus Cortina is going, but trying to go up the middle. He's not going to have the grunt, but Guy Smith is doing his very best not to be overtaken by Ennos. But there's a rocket. Well, it's a quarter Ford Falcon, and it's moved up to third place. And actually, I think he might have even rubbed Guy Smith a little bit. Guy's gone out wide. Nigel Greensall has held on very nicely in the race, and the Michael Whitaker Mustang was going nowhere fast. The second of the Lotus Cortinas is getting really stuck in, and Tom Sharp in that Ford Falcon, well, he was the rocket. Everyone else was relatively tame. There were some losers. The white Mustang with the big black stripe, about 8th place coming in. That started 4th, so they'll be cursing. Little Austin A40s, the old Jaguar towards the back of the field, but Nigel Greensall has got clear. But I must say that rocket start from Tom Sharp in the number 10 Ford Falcon means he may be able to go and play. But look, Nigel, even when the tyres are cold, is happy to swing the tail out on his Mustang. One moment he's in a Cobra, one moment he's out in something else entirely, a Lister one day. He's racing all around the world in historics. Oh, Guy Smith, a good line through Coppice. He'll be able to get up the inside of Tom Sharp, who's Falcon's handling won't be as sharp. But what happens here? You get horsepower on the acceleration down the slope from Coppice. And Tom Sharp puts his, it's a Ford 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it's the difference between Mustang, Falcon, Cortina, Mustang, Cortina, another Mustang. Really sideways, some of them coming onto the start-finish straight. In fact, best the rest that doesn't have the blue oval on is the red Alfa Romeo in the middle of your screen in about 15th position. But a really good opening lap from Nigel Greensall. Tom Sharp hanging on to 2nd place, but he has been challenged, it is being challenged. And then to inside wheels on the grass on the inside at Redgate is Guy Smith. And the longer he's delayed, more people who made poor starts are coming back, and a little bit of rubbing further back. I think that was Scott Mansell in the Mustang, the pale blue one with the 2 white stripes. Definitely gave a kiss, a smooch or whatever, but he's been challenged by the one in the Alan Mann Racing colours, car number 16, and that is slipping and sliding, and that is Matt Johnson, who's showing with Robert Ross, and Robert is the driver at the wheel at the moment. It's when you have these big bits of metal on tiptoes, they're there and there, but then if you get a little bit of momentum being added by somebody else, that is when they go around, because they're really on the very limit of adhesion there. Robert Ross, a little bit of opposite lock. I never complain when I get to watch that, but Scott Mansell will have gained because he was smoother at Coppice. Here we are. Well, as you get into Coppice, there's push and shove, and this is why historic racing is so brilliant. When you have these different types of cars trying to get can produce a similar lap time, but the person who can't produce the lap time is poor Guy Smith, got compromised at Coppice, and the car tucked in behind car number 111 with Nick Jack Ruddell has moved past, so Guy Smith's going to have to do it all again. Just remember, at Redgate at the start of this lap, he was on the grass. That cost him fairly big time. Oh, talking about time, Nigel Greensall's got lots of time in his hands. He's 4 seconds clear. That is remarkable after 2 racing laps, but all the fighting is in behind. It's going to chop and change. Robert Ross is still fighting with Scott Mansell, and the Lotus Cortina just in front. Guy Smith now down into 4th place, but he's going to hang on. But of course, what happens when you've got the heavier cars? What do they do? It might be a shortest race, but they are eating their tyres, they're eating their brakes. Down into the old hairpin we go. Who's going to brake first? Actually, very hard to tell. Both absolute even Stevens. Look at those little bonnets up a little bit, maybe on the number 6 Mustang with Scott Mansell. Could have been popped with a little bit of contact, but what we got now, Tom Sharp still holding on in 2nd place in his Ford Falcon. Looking back to number 6, the metallic blue car with the white stripes, that is running around in 6th place. 5th place now, of course, it's got past the Robert Ross car. Sorry, of course, they swapped at the start of the lap. Who is going to settle down? Well, I'll tell you who's going to settle down. His name is Nigel Greensall, because he's got nobody on his tail. He can lap as he wants. He would be the fastest driver out there anyway. In fact, I tell you what, when he watches the replay, he'd probably like to be down in the pack, juking around with these other cars, but he was 4 seconds clear. He's now stretching it again, neat and tidy, but still with a little tail wag onto the start finish train. No one else in sight, and then you have the thunderburst around the final corner. Comes the Falcon, Tom Sharp, then Jack Ruddell, and then Guy Smith still hanging on. He hasn't got the grunt, but when you get to the corners, that little 713 Lotus Cortina is so much more nimble. He brake way late of Redgate, not close enough, or is he? Not quite, couldn't quite make a move, but he's right on the tail of Jack Ruddell, who's holding 3rd place in the 119 Ford Mustang. There it is again. As soon as you get to the acceleration, the black Mustang pulls away. In fact, he's actually catching Tom Sharp in 2nd place in his Falcon. You get to the old hairpin, just approaching now. What's going to gain? Who can break laces? Well, of course, it's the Lotus Cortina with Guy Smith. Slight compromise line on the exit from Tom Sharp. This is an opportunity not just for Jack Ruddell, but coming up the hill through the Schwantz curve. Suddenly the little Lotus Cortina, the blue one with the white colours on its flanks, is closing in. But then what wins out? Horsepower wins out. Later in the race, perhaps it'll be handling, but at the moment, horsepower is still the name of the game with this American muscle. Of course, you get to the top of the right, you try and carry momentum, but it's so difficult. Double apex corner over a brow, up at Coppice, but every time the better handling of the Lotus Cortina keeps it in the mix, and now Jack Riddell's having a little look at the Ford Falcon. I think he's got the job done, certainly in terms of pulling alongside. If you're on the outside, well, hold on, this could be half a chance for Guy Smith, because the Falcon's going to be compromised going in and out of the chicane. They're both sideways, all on the grass. Jack Riddell, oh, this is fantastic. Tom Sharp on the line, goes back into second place by what? Well, they said 23 thousandths of a second, and the others behind are going, you know what, I think we might just join in this battle sideways. Even in the commentary box we're sideways, and there's Guy Smith trying to make them go sideways by pushing them round Redgate Corner, and in behind Scott Mansell, Robert Ross are going, don't leave us behind. This is fantastic racing in the Top Hat Pre-66. Oh, Guy Smith has gone by, Scott Mansell's come through, so Guy, just one moment of slight inattention, and the better acceleration of the Ford Mustangs enabled that change of position, but Guy will fight back. Oh, but he might be pushed wide right there. Robert Ross having a look in the red gold Mustang at the old hairpin. Fast and furious. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, by the way, Nigel Greensall pulling ever further clear, 6.7 seconds to the good. But these cars, they're compromising their line. They're not compromising the fun. Let's look at some of those in a bit more sedate pace at the back of the field. The little Austin A35, and they really are tiny, not big enough for anyone bigger than a child in the back of that one. The Riley tucked in behind the Austin A40, giving away so much horsepower, but absolutely not giving away any of the fun whatsoever. So great to see those as well. Of course, in period, they would have been monstered by these bigger cars, but the British Saloon Car Championship would have been, well, I tell you what, 2 cars in one move by Scott Mansell. I reckon the Falcon of Tom Sharp is really losing its handling right now, and Jack Riddell is fighting back. Oh, a little Alpha Giulietta in the way. Let's hope that can stay on driver's right. It does, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 8 cars come past on the start finish straight, and all along Scott Mansell, well, he eventually gets it in a straight line. Can he get the braking done? He's faster into the corner than Tom Sharp. Tom's going a little bit wide. Jack Riddell is coming up the inside of the Falcon. It's chopping and changing, and all along Guy Smith is hanging in there somehow. It is remarkably underpowered but brilliant handling Ford Lotus Cortina. I think the red and gold Mustang just behind the graphic there looks like it might have a little bodywork damage, a little bit of smoke coming off that, or maybe, well, who knows. Guy Smith's attacking it. There is the number 16 car. It was just, it went down through the cane of curves. It might have been bodywork just kissing the top of the tyre. And welcome back to Alistair Douglas. Nothing much has been happening in the first few laps of the race. Do come and join us.
Well, Top Hat, nothing happens in Top Hat races. And I come to a screen full of V8s and 4-cylinder Fords. Great show going on. 3 abreast. How can you get 2 Falcons and a 2 Mustangs and a Falcon side by side going into what is Coppice Corner?
What's happening though is suddenly we got not 1, not 2, but 3 Lotus Cortinas, and Guy Smith isn't leading that little gaggle anymore. He was running right at the front early on in that battle for 2nd and 3rd position. The Mustangs inevitably will come past, but inevitably they'll eat their brakes, and the best of the Lotus Cortinas is the pale blue one just coming through in the background of the shot, being sort of shoveled out onto the grass by Tom Sharp's Ford Falcon that's really lost form in the last couple of laps. Just waiting to come through, and number 96 very, very much in the mix in the battle of the Lotus Cortinas, which is Michael Cullen's car, shared with Vic. So absolutely fantastic. Alistair, this is just stormingly good racing.
Oh, it's great, and it's good to see the Top Hat name back again. That was retired for a few years, but back for the title of the Pre-66 touring cars. The Top Hat race goes back many, many years with Historic Racing Drivers Club, and a great battle just behind this Tom Sharp Falcon for the 2 Cortinas, and it's Michael Cullen with Guy Smith just behind. Couldn't be any closer really as they pass the Mark II Jaguar, flash past, but then it's ahead of them is a couple of Mustangs, and it's the 119 car started by Jack Riddell. He'll be hanging, I'm sure you've said this, but he'll be handing over to British Touring Car Champion Tom Ingram. What a better, how could you have a better co-driver?
I tell you what though, Tom Ingram would have loved to have started the race where the cars are really, really close together. It's been chopping and changing, and the car that's made the progress has not been 119, it's been the number 6 car, Scott Mansell, now into 2nd place. And actually last time around didn't lose any time to our race leader, and our race leader is Nigel Greensall, who after 1 flying lap was precisely 4 seconds clear, hasn't had to sully his race by having any competition, but the battles are chopping and changing behind, but they're getting in among the back markers. Guy Smith is now back into 2nd of the Lotus Cortinas, Sorry, he's back into the lead of the Ford Cortinas. The Cortina, they're just passing the two Mustangs there. Is a lap down. He's trying to stay out of the way. Guy Smith trying to find where the circuit is at Redgate.
Yes, he was almost in the next county there, wasn't he? So wide he went. He needs to be careful of track limits, but coming down through the Craner curves, and the Riley 1.5 there just waving out of the window saying, you come by on the right. I don't think the Mustangs would have gone any other way. They're going so much quicker than these much smaller class cars as the leading car goes up the hill.
Nigel Greensall now best part of 8 seconds clear. In second place, the number 6 Scott Mansell driven car giving chase. They're pretty much matching their lap times to within a few hundreds, but the important thing for the number 6 crew, Alex Brundle will be taking over, is the fact they're just building a little cushion to the rabble behind this sort of seething mass, as you can see. But Guy Smith is still hanging in there. He's doing a brilliant job. He's giving away so much horsepower. The early stages of the race, while you were rushing back from the podium ceremony, he'd still attack them at Coppice, and then they'd accelerate away from him time after time down the straight. Deep in from Robert Ross, hangs the tail out of the chicane. Be a better exit speed from the chasing 119. Jack Riddell about to pull alongside it. Guy Smith was better than both of them in the twisty part of the circuit. That little Mini's going to want to be anywhere other at Redgate. As it gets to Redgate, starts to turn in. Luckily you can see the red nose of Robert Ross's car, and he's just going to have to stay on the outside, and compromise line for Jack Riddell. So who's fighting back? Guy Smith. He gets his Lotus Cortina up alongside, but as they accelerate through the second part of Redgate, go down past through Hollywood, Guy Smith still hanging in there. He will break later when he gets to the old hairpin, but suddenly this battle for fourth place may have the Lotus Cortina tucking in. Yes, he is super sideways. We talked about braking. I'm not sure any was done whatsoever.
No, hot knife through butter is perfect description of how Guy Smith drives. He doesn't look that quick, not all the time anyway, but he's just so fast through the corners, keeps the speed up, and there he is, just drifting the car through, well ahead now of the 119 Mustang behind of Jack Riddell. So he's up to fourth place. Now he's heading off after the Alan Mann coloured red and gold Mustang in third place. Guy Smith in fourth in the light blue Cortina. Down to the right-hander and the left-hander at the chicane that closes the lap, and they're passing the Lark as well, aren't they? Another large American car that came over here to race.
Yeah, not quite at the same level of competition there. You can see Robert Ross just charging past, putting a lap on it, but it's what's happening in the background. Jack Riddell is falling away a little bit in that black Mustang, and now we've had a change of the Lotus Cortinas. Who's leading that particular class? It's no longer Guy Smith, it's Vic Cullen at the moment, but only by small margins. Our race leader, Nigel Greensall, has headed off into the wild blue yonder, or this afternoon, wild grey yonder here at Donington Park, but it's dry, and that certainly is suiting him very nicely. But anything that he can do is being matched pretty much by Scott Mansell, who really works so well. He moved ahead of about 4 of his class rivals. There he is in the number 6 metallic blue car. Alex Brundle will be waiting in the pit lane to take over. Now, hold on, track limits warning, car number 10 at the old hairpin. Well, lots of people have been running wide down there, so the warning's going to Tom Sharp in the Ford Falcon, and Tom has been falling away somewhere. He's down into 7th place now. Remember, he got up to 2nd on the opening lap of the race after an absolute bullet of a start. But he was caught, he was passed, and one of the cars that went past is the blue and white Mustang in the middle of our shot. Coming down the exhibition straight, he's got the gaggle, he's got the Austin A40, the Austin A35, the Riley 1.5. Luckily for him, he doesn't find them in the chicane. He should be able to accelerate far harder than they can down the start-finish straight and get past, well, at least 2 of them before he gets down to Redgate. No, I tell you what, probably all 3 of them.
And Michael Cullen still the leading Cortina, as Tom Sharp decides to go very wide at the chicane. Whether that's a point where they're measuring the cars against the track limits, that might be another strike against him, as Guy Smith tries to go wide round the outside of Michael Cullen in the Cortina. That's in the battle of the Cortinas, but of course they're both interested in also getting past Jack Riddell for 4th place overall as they come down through the Craner curves into the old hairpin. Tom Sharp, actually, you mentioned, and Guy Smith, last of the late breakers, just dives through past Michael Cullen on the inside at the old hairpin. You'd never have thought there was room to get a Cortina through that gap, but he managed to squeeze it through, so he's now on the back of the Mustang.
But how can you find the advantage of about 2.5 car lengths against a car that's being driven absolutely brilliantly, the Cullen car? The Cullen car number 96 is now back to being the second of the Ford Lotus Cortinas, and Guy Smith continues to get back onto the tail of Jack Riddell. Now, little and large, Mustang and Austin A35. The Austin A40 car number 199 is there also to be monstered, but then down the run from Coppice, it's just a power fest, and the Mustangs, obviously, that's their point of advantage. Tom Sharp in the Bluff-Nose Mustang, and Bauer weaving around, changing, trying not to change. Guy Smith, car 713. What a little tussle he's had, even between. At about 4 points in the corner, he was getting that number 713 Lotus Cortina a little bit sideways, bringing it back in line. Car was just diving into the background. Pit window is now open, and it's a black and white flag for the car right in front of Guy Smith, the number 119, fourth placed Mustang of Jack Riddell. So the warnings have been thrown out, and now the black and white warning flag.
And that's, I think, one more strike and he'll start to get time penalties. So he really needs to keep that car tidy, does Jack Riddell, number 119. Behind him is the fabulous Cortina battle, Lotus Cortinas, in for both Michael Cullen and Guy Smith. Michael Cullen tries to come up alongside. Let's take the shot up toward... in fact, Guy Smith got held up by an Alpha, unfortunately, in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think you'll find Michael Cullen ahead now in the Cortinas. Yes, and now Guy Smith gets caught behind one of the Minis. So he's just got the rub of the green slightly wrong there as they went up the hill. But he's still in touch, so he's still right behind Michael Cullen. Just unfortunate for Guy there. Twice he got caught, but he's come alongside Michael Cullen as they come out of Coppice. They're down the long straight, and of course the next corner is a right-hander, so Guy will try to hold the inside line so he can try and outbrake Michael Cullen, and that's exactly what he does, and takes the place back again.
Well, what a great battle, and luckily you got to say Michael Cullen names about 5 times, because I had mistakenly decided his father Vic had started the race. Getting very overcast. I just wonder if we might have a little bit of a flurry of rain coming through. Pit window is open, as we pointed out. The earliest pit stoppers are coming out, but as the racing goes on, we're going to have a bit more sorting out. But the 119 Mustang in the background, that will be handed over from Jack Riddell at the stop to Tom Ingram, British Touring Car champion in years quite recent, but he is definitely got to watch out, because when he goes on the track, they've already got their full requisite number of warnings for track limit excess anymore, and suddenly there will be penalties added to them. So that's going to be a little bit of a compromise for Tom Ingram. But our race leader, Nigel Greensall, 10.7 seconds to the good. And for Scott Mansell's worked really hard to play catch-up. Here's the mid-blue car, our race leader. Never since that brilliant opening lap, everyone else fought into the first corner, but already Nigel Greensall was in front. He'll have John Spears waiting to take over at some point, but with Nigel on clear track, so it seems, you might as well leave him out there as long as you can, because he's going to build more and more of an advantage. Fastest lap of the race is his. No one has got within 6/10 of that time, so that's the level of margin that Nigel has in this car across the start-finish line. Picking off one of the slower Ford Lotus Cortinas, and not too far ahead of him will be another gaggle of cars. But stay out as long as you can, Nigel. Build that lead.
But it's a 15-minute pit window, so he can stay out until 2/3 of the race is complete.
And Scott Mansell's come in from second place to the pit lane. He's followed the Jaguar XK120 down the pit lane, and he'll stop and hand over to Alex Brundle. So Alex will get plenty of this race. It's 45 minutes, and it's very much, by the time the pit stop is over, will be pretty much half-half shared between them. Whereas John Spears, he'll be waiting. I'm beginning to sense that it really has the feel of rain in the air. Our commentary box is a little bit tinted of window, but very dark clouds over on the lower part of the circuit. But the place the rain has struck in the last few days has been up at Coppice. May not have it yet, but keep a look out for windscreen wipers coming on.
And up to Coppice goes Nigel Greensall, the leader in John Spears' Ford Mustang, which has led from the get-go, and he slides the car through just to get through the inside of the Riley 1.5. He was lapping, and he'll be coming down to complete 14 laps, as those two cars you commentated on coming into the pit lane have come out together. The XK120 followed by that's the Mustang, isn't it, of number 6, which is Alex Brundle now on board, having been started by Scott Mansell. So Alex Brundle now on board the number 6 Mustang. That must be in with a shout of certainly a podium, and maybe even a win if Alex can really get that wound up. He's come out behind 119, which is the Riddell Ingram car. So that's Tom Ingram now on board the 119 car. So they came into the pit lane and went out in the same order, but I think Alex Brundle's a little bit closer to Tom Ingram than the car was before. Alex runs a little bit wide out over the curbing.
What's been just intriguing to me, since Guy Smith has had the cars around him largely dive into the pits, he's just set the second fastest lap of the race. He's suddenly improved his pace by a full half second. So it goes to show that while he was fighting against the Mustangs around him, they were slowing him down. And Guy Smith, of course, also has the advantage. He's doing the second part of the race as well. So we'll see where he can end up. But just remember, the front runners, about the first one to come in was this one, the number 6 Mustang. Scott Mansell brought it in, handed it over to Alex Brundle, and Brundle back out on the track, and we're just waiting to see what sort of pace he can settle into. But 119 is in front of him, Tom Ingram. So that changed around through the course of the pit stops, and that's certainly something to consider. But we'll see how they settle in. Studebaker-Lark in the middle of your shot, no match for the similar American muscle, the Ford Mustang, so much more developed. Look at the sweep, Alex Brundle down through the Craner curves, a little bit of adjustment at the bottom of the hill, and then setting the car up for the old hairpin. With no cars immediately around him, that should give him a clean run to chase off after Tom Ingram. They'll work their way back towards the front, but don't forget, Nigel Greensall still sailing off into the distance. Oh dear, the number 7 Ford Lotus Cortina at a standstill in the dirt side the track. Has that had a pit stop?
The number 7 car and the number 64 car, similar Lotus Cortina, is off as well.
So that was car number 7 was Chris Hayes, and was the other one 64? You
64,
said?
yes.
Simon Gustafson.
That's parked up. That's
pit exit.
Yes, so we should see that. Yes, there it is. Look out of the window, and there it is.
Oh, 3 Mustangs side by side. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't, and that suddenly means that. Well, number 16 is now got Matt Johnson on board, and that is suddenly getting right in the action, and Alex Brundle has just lost the position there. He in turn had just got ahead of Tom Ingram, and now it's all fighting back, so it's chopping and changing, and we're not complaining.
No, this is a very, very good battle indeed, and currently it's for places in the bottom end of the top 10, but of course they've done their pit stop, so things will change around when the cars ahead start to do their pit stops.
I think they're fighting over 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th position.
Yes, absolutely, yes, at the moment anyway, but that might change because we know that Nigel Greensall is quicker than John Spears. But how much quicker, because John has come on as a racing driver so much in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, just also need to see where Guy Smith will be when he's served that pit stop, come back out, because he in fact could be out in 2nd place. So this battle we're looking at 3rd, 4th, 5th, and it's safety car, flashing lights out around the circuit, probably because that number 64 Simon Gustafson Cortina needs to be moved away. It'll park just beyond pit out. Safety car will be coming out. Now who's going to gain in this? I'll tell you who might just be gaining in that will be John Spears and Nigel Greensall, because if they can serve their pit stop now, which is coming up very soon, pit window is still open, everyone else is going to be running at a bated pace.
Guy Smith's been in and out. That was a really quick stop from Guy Smith. Jonathan Mitchell, who came in at the same time as Guy Smith, still has the door open, so gosh, Guy Smith did a quick pit stop there, so he will definitely be advantaged, as will Jonathan Mitchell, who was running in 4th place. Same Jonathan Mitchell that won the last race, which is why I couldn't interview him on the podium, because he was sprinting down to get in his Lotus Cortina.
Yeah, sometimes the logistics of the race. Oh, now that's interesting. The Tom Sharp Ford Falcon has just dived straight out in front of some other cars that were ahead of it before the pit stop, or is he a lap down? Just trying to work that one out.
Leader in, Nigel Greensall.
Yeah, as per plan, safety car on track, people running at a slower pace than they would, so it's the ideal time to make your pit stop. So sometimes luck comes to you. I mean, there's no doubting the pace of Nigel Greensall. Built up the lead of best part of 15 seconds. As those behind him tussled, but he got clear on the opening lap, and that was that. But the big question to me is, where will Guy Smith be when that pit stop is completed? Where does he slot into the run of traffic?
John Spears getting into the 179 Mustang, and I was trying to think of a description of how Nigel Greensall got out of that car, and all I can think of is like toothpaste coming out of a tube. It was totally unflustered, came out, and in went John Spears. So very, very quick stop for the 179 Mustang. It's back out on track already. It was almost, you didn't notice it. It was so quick. In fact, it was 45.1 seconds total time. And let's have a look at the Mustang. What was that with Alex Brundle?
Right, John Spears in the car that was leading the race with Nigel Greensall, going through the old hairpin. He can run at fairly unabated pace because he's at the last car in the line, and the safety car, the Hyundai safety car, is only now halfway down the exhibition straight. There it is, down the slope towards the chicane. They've exited Coppice, and the field is line astern behind, and at any moment now going through McLean's. Getting on the back of the queue is Nigel Greensall's replacement, if you will, John Spears, having taken over the 179 Mustang, that mid-blue Mustang. And that was a very cheap pit stop for them.
It was, and they did their pit stop in 45 seconds under the safety car. Quicker than them was Guy Smith, as I thought. He was very quick, 44 seconds. But the Mustang, Alex Brundle, getting in to the from Scott Mansell, 55 seconds. So they lost 10 seconds in the pit stop. But, of course, one has to say it's all irrelevant because we're under a safety car, so they've all closed up again anyway. But it's track position as well, isn't it? Look, we can see there the 713 of Guy Smith near the front of the queue, so he's got good track position.
What we have on the time charts is 18 laps completed by John Spears and Nigel Greensall, everybody else on 17. But of course their Ford Mustang is at the back of this tail of cars, but it's effectively going to be 3/4 of a lap of clear track between them and the cars that set off from the front of the pack. And Guy Smith is in a very, very good position, but everyone, including the Cullens, it should now be in the hands of Vic Cullen. We've got Lotus Cortina's second and third, and they're going to be running pretty much a line astern. There's one other Lotus Cortina between them. They'll have their battle. The other Mustangs will start getting onto their tails and coming forward, and then we'll see what happens. But also, actually, we've got 3 Lotus Cortinas, second, third and fourth. Guy Smith, now Vic Cullen, Jonathan Mitchell, and then we saw that little move from the Ford Falcon. He'd fallen down to about 7th, but Tom Sharp came out ahead of the rest of the Mustangs with his Ford Falcon, so he'll have a battle. They'll attack the Lotus Cortinas, but at this stage in this race, of course, what's going to be happening? The heavier cars, their brakes won't be as good, and so maybe that will just allow the Lotus Cortinas to hold on to second, third and fourth. They're going to go racing again very soon indeed, because the Hyundai coming down. This is the safety car. The lights are off on the light bar on the roof, and it's Lotus Cortina from Lotus Cortina, but it's the second of the Lotus Cortinas that's second in the race, and then the best of the rest with V8 power are going to be blasting off. In the background of the shot, our race leader is right at the top of the picture, only now coming down the exhibition straight from Coppice, but he is effectively 3/4 of a lap ahead of the rest. Inspired timing to add to perfect pace.
And Guy Smith manages to get past the Mini going through the right-hander at Redgate, now going past the first of the Cortinas. It was his father who was right behind him actually in that safety car queue. 712 is Peter Smith, his father, but he's a lap down. It's the car we're watching is Vic Cullen, who's immediately behind Guy Smith. Look at Guy drifting that car through, as is Vic Cullen, as is in fact Peter Smith. There's Tom Sharp. Now he could be a dark horse in this little battle, but the whole thing is taking place somewhere in the region, as you say, Bruce, of 3/4 of a lap behind the leader, John Spears, who just worked the safety car to their advantage.
It sort of fell in their lap on the basis that they were going to keep Nigel Greensall out as long as they possibly could. The incident happened and they went, thank you very much, we'll take that. We were coming in anyhow. But of course, what's so good for them now in terms of pace, they're both very, very quick, Nigel Greensall and John Spears, but having the Lotus Cortina is a huge distance behind them, but as a buffer between them and the best of the rest. What Ford V8 power is going to show? Well, of course, the grunt you've got there in the Tom Sharp driven Ford Falcon. Into the chicane it goes. The next best of the Mustangs, 119, working very, very hard. Tom Ingram, not like a British touring car, not of current ones, but he's making it work, and he's got the Alex Brundle Mustang, blue with the white stripes, just in front, and in behind he's got Matt Johnson looking very busy indeed. The red Mustang with the gold roof. So they're picking their way past the Lotus Cortinas. There's Peter Smith again, father of Guy Smith. Must go, just attack me on one side, not on both. And again, that red Mustang is smoking away a little bit. I thought it was tyre rub, but no, it could be something that, well, let's hope it's not serious, but it's been going for quite a while with the same amount of puff out of Redgate, I think probably okay to go to the end of the race.
Interesting, Tom Ingram's style. He's quite aggressive with the car, isn't he? He was making it slide all the way down through the Craner curves, whereas the car ahead of him was taking a much smoother line, Alex Brundle, and then when they got to the old hairpin, Tom actually locked a brake as he went in, so he's being much more aggressive with that car, whereas the car ahead, Alex Brundle, much smoother. As we look at the leader, number 179, which is John Spears now on board. The gap between first and second was about 3/4 of a lap. We'll have a look when they're round next time, because we've still got nearly 15 minutes to go. So depending on what their relative lap times are, there could be a challenge for the lead, but I think it's unlikely.
I think it's very, very unlikely. And Guy Smith still waiting. 51 seconds is the margin that he's behind. And we're just hearing rain at Redgate. Oh, why not? Bring it on. But with that buffer of over 50 seconds, John Spears surely has got this one in the bag. But also, by dint of dropping the best of the rest of the Lotus Cortinas, finally in this race, Guy Smith has got a tiny bit of breathing space. He's second. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Vic Cullen. What is coming, though, to maybe challenge him, but maybe not if it's raining down at Redgate, it's the Ford Falcon of Tom Sharp. It's fourth, chasing after the Cullen car. Let's have a look. Field of cars coming down into the first corner of the lap. This is Redgate corner. Are they all going to keep it on the straight and narrow? It's very early days. It might be in the sky, but it's not really on the track as yet, the rain down there.
Well, John Spears' last lap time was 7 seconds slower than Guy Smith. And it's obviously very, very slippy down there at Redgate and Hollywood. In fact, there's an A40 about to rotate, I think, on that slippy surface, or is that McLean's actually, wasn't it? Lap time difference, Guy Smith to John Spears, 7 seconds. So that brings back into play a potential challenge for the lead from Guy Smith, because I think his confidence in the wet will be pretty good, having raced in long distance racing and won Le Mans.
Alex Brundle, the meat in the sandwich, the Falcon in front of Tom Sharp and Tom Ingram, all but rubbing the number plate off the tail. And Tom Sharp gets it wrong coming out of the chicane and suddenly loses 2 places. Actually may have a problem. He's really backed off down the start-finish straight. So suddenly the Falcon that was moving up the order is not. This is the most slippery part of the circuit. Slippery, slippery, slippery through Redgate. How soon do you put the power down? Alex Brundle is just choosing his moment. Don't go out over the curbing, because when the rain comes down, the stripes are very slippery indeed. So yes, all the cars are abating their pace. So still a margin of 48 seconds. Our race leader, the Falcon, pulls off, I'm afraid. So whatever it was coming out of the chicane, I thought it was a lurid moment. Couldn't get the power down because he wasn't fully on the grass. One of the little Alfa Romeos is deciding to possibly call it a day, coming to the pit stops. All the cars seem to be reaching for the windscreen wipers. You leave it as late as you can. You don't want to smear the screen if you can possibly get away with it. But if you're in the heat of the battle like Tom Ingram is, he comes up alongside in the black Mustang trying to unseat Alex Brundle. Alex has got the inside line covered. Metronomic action from the pair of them. Better exit from the old hairpin there. That's McLean's, I beg your pardon, further up the slope. And Tom Ingram is going to have to go to the inside line if he wants to get past. And where is he looking now? Up the inside line, but into Coppice. Alex Brundle has got things all fine. In the previous races, on a couple of occasions, the highest point of the circuit has had the rain. At the moment, it's not. It's at the first corner. Very dark clouds here over Donington Park. Just a little something to add another twist to the race here for the top hat cars. Guy Smith continues to just run very nicely. He's bringing the margin down to our race leader. But Nigel Greensall handed over with an advantage of about 50-odd seconds. It's now down to 45, but John Spears is hanging on. The team will have to be hanging out boards from the pit board, not saying it's wet at Redgate. It's got to be saying keep it cool, keep it calm. But those behind are now really, really on their tiptoes round Redgate.
Yes, and we're looking at the 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle, because the Vic Cullen Cortina is in 3rd place, has lost touch now with Guy Smith and is starting to come under pressure from Tom Ingram, and Alex Brundle, who's dropped behind Tom Ingram, is in 5th place. This is Vic Cullen in the... Oh, and he understeers wide. He just cannot get the car turned in on those slippery, that slippery wet surface, and we didn't see whether Tom Ingram managed to get through for 3rd place, but it looked as though he'd gone wide. Yes, we think he did get through up at the top end of the circuit. We'll pick that one up, but there he is. Yes, definitely Tom Ingram is ahead of Vic Cullen, and still behind Vic Cullen is Alex Brundle.
It's still bright at the top of the slope up at Coppice, but fans standing on the exit chicane, the umbrellas are up, so it's not just Redgate that it's wet, it's further corners. And where do you not want it to be wet? The chicane coming out, you run wide, and then consequence, it could be a loss of position, it could be you just simply can't put the power down. And Tom Ingram is looking for grip. The front end of his Mustang 119 as the windscreen wipers beat away, just washing away from him. And this is the point you almost feel chasing Lotus Cortina may have an opportunity to go by. The driver's very sensible. He and Alex Brundle stay off the curbing on the exit of the chicane. Alex Brundle down the pit wall side. The Lotus Cortina coming. That's Vic Cullen. He'll brake later into the first corner, into Redgate. Here he goes. He's trying to dive out the inside. Alex Brundle is taking the widest line he can. This is the point they'll go, oh, we have to get the braking done and also the cornering. So much to do.
Yes, and he tries to go tight through Redgate to come up alongside Tom Ingram, but not room there. Tom keeps the car in the right place. And noticed when Tom turned into the chicane, he actually turned the steering wheel quite aggressively to the right, just to try and test the grip and work out where he needed to start braking and turning in. And he does the same down at the old hairpin, runs a little bit wide there, perhaps an advantage to Alex Brundle, who looked a little bit quicker through the old hairpin. That may pay off further round the lap.
It may do. Frankly, looking at that manoeuvre, I thought it was more of a Scandinavian rally flick there. Of course, you'd have been doing that in your rally days, Alistair. But right now, it's just how hard can you push? I think the rain is maybe easing very slightly, but it's when you've got one part of the track, it's like a mini Nürburgring, isn't it? And now the move comes up the inside from Alex Brundle, but can he get the grip at the top of the hill? Remember, at Coppice, that is the dry part of the circuit. As soon as they come down the slope, chasing their way down, they get the wet patch, and Guy Smith is teetering around in second place. The gap to our race leader doesn't really matter because we've only got 8 minutes remaining in this race. There's no way he was going to find the best part of a minute, but he's got shaken everyone off his tail, which must become as a huge relief for Guy Smith. He's coming through in the background of the shot. Studebaker Lark coming in, still with that indicator flashing away, but it's who are coming through next. It's the 119 Mustang, still with Tom Ingram, still soaring away at the wheel. He's gained about a third of a second, but what he and Alex Brundle have done is drop that pesky aquamarine Lotus Cortina off their tail. Vic Cullen just can't keep up, but the Studebaker's in the way, but Alex Brundle dives up the inside. I really didn't expect him to catch Tom Ingram napping, but what we don't know from the outside is where Alex was going, how do I do the braking into the first corner? But it really is tiptoe stuff here at Donington Park, and then catching a wheel on the wet patch of the grass on the inside as you approach the crater curves. Oh, this is a race of consequence.
I think that was a British touring car line from Tom Ingram. He took a great big chunk of the inside curb, whereas Alex Brundle went much wider. They both understeer into the old hairpin, trying to coax the car around the corner, which doesn't really want to turn. So it's a mixture of throttle and steering input to try and get the car around the corner, as we look at Guy Smith, number 713, who is second place overall. He's got the gap to the leader down to around 40 seconds, but as Bruce said, he was never going to catch the best part of a minute, but he's making a good job of he was 4 seconds quicker than the leader last time around, so he's certainly going well, but just too far back.
Yeah, and what John Spears needs to do, he cannot relax, because we all know if you suddenly back it down to just 90%, and particularly on a track that's half wet, half slippery, actually that's the entire track, let's say half slippery and half dry, you know, that's when you can start to make mistakes. In all sports, it's best to play it as close to 100% as possible, because that's your natural gait, your natural attack. And John Spears races enough cars to understand that. And actually the last 2 laps he's lost a few more seconds, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure the pit boards are very clear to John Spears. Slow down a bit, but not too much. And now Tom Ingram, how he's gained so much over Alex Brundle. Last lap, remember Alex Brundle was trying to go up the inside, but let's see, can he get into Redgate in a relatively straight line? The car balance, yes he can. The Alfa staying on the outside. Little Austin A40 trying to have a go at all of them. Talk about a tiny car, a tiny engine, but it has the handling. But then again, as soon as the grunt comes on, of course it can't live with the Mustang. So tail wagging as he goes through Hollywood, then down the drop. Alex Brundle just not having the match of Tom Ingram now. And a lap ago is much, much closer. But Tom Ingram, is he going to give this a little Scandi flick? Can't quite see his hands from that point.
Yeah, well, both of them a little bit of understeer as they turn in until the car sort of says, OK, I'll go round to the right, as the Alfa has a quick spin on the exit of the old hairpin behind them. Number 110 it is who's had that little spin. Nick Pert and Stephen Robinson in the Juliet Super TI, running in one of the smaller car classes. As we see across the line, it's John Spears coming round to complete another lap, which is 26 laps completed for John Spears, number 179. turns into Redgate. How much is he sliding the car around? He doesn't really need to slide it very much, but he can't help it a little bit, but just keeping it nice and smooth.
Oh, the XK150, a much bigger wag of that one's tail, but John Spear has just really backed it off. I know he just has to be cautious. I still think he should be closer to the best pace, because the margin will, last lap, let's have a look, he lost another 4 seconds, but it doesn't matter, he's still got a cornucopia of time. He's got more than half a minute advantage. Into third place comes Tom Ingram again. Alex Brundle, no answers in the number 6 Mustang, just falling back a little behind. One of the minis keeping out of the way. Light brightening a little bit down at Redgate, but the track was made greasy by that very short flurry of rain. And it certainly led to yet more interesting lines down into the old hairpin. The track's a little drier down there, but certainly understeer is the order of the day. Little Riley has had a moment and is gathering pace.
Oh, that's the Leston family car, isn't it? Daddy-O on the side. Leston,
Les Leston
used to run that number plate on the side of on the back of his car.
And looking at track conditions right now, as it's drying out again, what's fastest? Not our race leader in his Mustang, that's John Spears being careful. Not Guy Smith in second place, we're looking at his Ford Lotus Cortina, but it's the 2 Mustangs giving chase. Suddenly they're the best part of 2 seconds faster, but they're not going to be close enough quite to catch Guy Smith. They're 4 seconds behind him. Or are they? Hold on, 4 minutes on the clock, that could be 3 laps. Oh, this could be consequential. Well spotted, Ian. Thanks very much for that. But Guy Smith is working the traffic very carefully, very cautiously, but he had a really good scrap early on with the Mustangs, with the Falcons, with Michael Cullen, also in a Lotus Cortina. And then after the restart, he found himself in a decent position. He's driving very nicely indeed. The Riley lights ablaze as it comes down to the chicane. Hopefully it's seen, well, in fact, the rather sort of gloomy colour in this half light, maybe slightly obscured there, the Lotus Cortina, but at least Guy Smith had a chance to exit. Maybe he thought he was being stealth-like without putting his headlights on. I'd say that was a bit of gamble. The Mustangs are a whole lot closer. They were 4 seconds off his tail, 2.5 seconds. Oh, this suddenly could be something. And for Guy Smith, there he is, turning that number 713 Lotus Cortina into the first corner. That's Redgate, followed by Tom Ingram, the 119 Mustang, and closer this time in 4th place is Alex Brundle. The Riley 1.5 is in front of them. Where they find it, where they reach it, could be of considerable impact in the shaping of the order of this race. And going down through the Craner curves, well, the driver who's obstructed is Tom Ingram. He tried to guess one way, suddenly couldn't go around the outside. Guy Smith sort of turns into the old hairpin, the confidence folder's gone, and again hooking the inside line, quick in. Not the ideal line, but importantly still going on the climb is Tom Ingram. So he's in that 3rd place and tucked in behind, but not quite close enough to make a move. I think that just actually bought the moment of space that's required from Guy Smith. Could be wrong.
Yes, it's so much dependent on traffic, isn't it? Guy Smith, I think, got the advantage through the chicane because he was ahead of those couple of Rileys. But now, with clear track around them, the Mustangs are closing in again. And it's the dark-coloured car of Tom Ingram ahead of the lighter blue with the white stripes of Alex Brundle following on behind Guy Smith. And where's Guy? There he is with the bright red rear light on. Meantime, the leader, John Spears, goes over the line. 2 minutes to go, lap times of around 1:45, so another lap after this one for John Spears to tiptoe his way round. The gap, by the way, down to Guy Smith was well below the 30-second mark now, so Guy is definitely closing in, as are Ingram and Brundle as well, but just too much.
What has changed, though, is the rain that was at Redgate has now reached Coppice. I noticed a little bit of spray coming out, and of course we see lots of cars. That's the place where they line up their potential passing manoeuvre for that run down the exhibition straight. Oh, John Smith, keep it going to the end of 50 minutes, and he sort of almost ran out of road there. He's got that wonderful buffer. Down to 23 seconds. It's been absolutely lacerated, but it was such a margin. He's just got to be smooth and clean. And he can take caution and just wait a moment to go past the back markers, but dipping a wheel in the gravel isn't the way to go. Guy Smith in 2nd place has a challenge from behind. I said he has no luxury, he has no cushion. And here the black Mustang is chasing on Tom Ingram. He'll have the scent of a 2nd place, and if he gets it wrong and they're both together, then certainly in behind Alex Brundle will be able to pounce. So Lotus Cortina Cortina, car 713, hanging on, but up the slope, more power, all the way up the slope they go, and dives past at McLean's, and then did it exit the corner cleanly. And certainly Alex Brundle is taking a look. From McLean's they go to Coppice, and the Lotus Cortina back into second place. That was a bold dive from Tom Ingram, but as I said, this battle could very much go to the third car in the group, to Alex Brundle, because where does the attack come? And then Guy Smith runs wide, going into Coppice, and he knows on the run down the hill he hasn't got the pace, but he can break later than that Black Mustang. The Black Mustang snaking as the power goes down from Tom Ingram. He's not used to this much power. Now he's got the line covered off, but there is still one further lap to go. So Guy Smith could have fought so valiantly, closing in on the race leader John Spears. Was second, is third, could end up in fourth. He could easily get back into third place, but as they accelerate away from the chicane, staying way off the curbing there, they don't want the risk spinning it around. The Mustangs, surprise, pull clear. The second of the Mustangs, Alex Brundle, is closing in. And Guy's father comes just across the track. It's like you can call him out of the pits when you need the cavalry call for them.
Yes, tactical team play there. Pete, I'm sure this isn't true, we're just joking really, but Pete Smith comes out right in front of this battle. Oh, in fact he is. A little bit of door-to-door contact there, Pete Smith to Tom Ingram, but that was, I'm certain, would be unintentional. Pete Smith, very clean driver, but it was interesting that he came out. He's now actually holding up his son Guy a little bit at the old hairpin, so what comes around goes around. Actually, Peter backs out completely, lets Guy go through. The gap had come down to under 19 seconds first to second, but we are now on the last lap, so not much opportunity really for the battling Mustangs second and third, and Guy Smith in fourth to catch John Spears.
Well, John Spears has got this under control, but you can't say that second place is certainly sorted, because at this moment suddenly it seems as though Alex Brundle's got a bit more grip. Tom Ingram in second place to the Black Mustang has been really on tippy toes, and Alex Brundle's looks just so much secure on the track. In the background, hoping for a consolation prize as our race winner comes out of the chicane, and a brilliant exit from Coppice. I think nails second place as John Spears crosses the start-finish line. Background of the shot, cleanly in second place into the chicane. Tom Ingram's kept it clean, stayed way off the curbing, so he'll take second place. Guy Smith will have to settle for fourth, with between them Alex Brundle. They'll all have had a real scream on that. The first few laps alone were some of the best racing I've seen in a very long time. And then there's a flurry of rain just to keep things very sharp indeed. Eventually, the margin of victory, only 13 seconds, but that was a case of John Spears doing all he needed to do and no more. He kept his concentration enough, didn't dip it off when there was nobody challenging him. Guy Smith gave his all, but eventually he just had to lose out to the power of those Mustangs at the end of the race in his Lotus Cortina. But for the 179 crew, for Nigel Greensall and John Spears, it's another race, it's another win. They really are the most phenomenal partnership.
And normally John will start the race, John Spears being the owner of the car, and Nigel takes over, but clearly they looked at the competition and thought, no, let's switch it around for this one. And actually John got the worst of the conditions, didn't he? And he did very well indeed to keep that car on a pace enough to win the race, but not too much that he lost control. So great drive from John Spears.
Yeah, what was remarkable there was we had the gift of 3/4 of a lap by dint of the fact that Nigel Greensall stayed out so long. But a race full of highlights. Let's take a look back at what went on in this most extraordinary race. And the start of the Top Hat Pre-66 touring car race was a real blast. A Falcon of Tom Sharp getting on the grass but gaining many positions. But from pole position, Nigel Greensall bang in the middle of the track. He was first into the opening corner in his blue Mustang. Guy Smith being pushed and shoved and getting that 713 Lotus Cortina around the outside, but unfortunately that meant the Falcon was coming, and this is a point where it was really charging, and Jack Riddell, the Black Mustang, edges him to the outside with far fewer horsepower is the 713 Lotus Cortina, but look how nimble, out of the chicane way quicker, and then the throttles went down, the V8s pulled away, battling with the other Lotus Cortinas, one of the Austin A40s, and as the race became a little bit greasy, they became in some ways the cars with the handling, but Nigel Greensall pressed on, and then by dint of a safety car period that gifted them a lap, he already had a huge margin. He handed over to his teammate John Spears, and in behind the racing was furious. It still was dry at this point in the race, and Guy Smith still battling away, cars around him sliding left and right, having more horsepower, but really It was just the most fantastic race. The Scott Mansell car went very well. Alex Brundle took it over. The light faded. The track became wet, first at Redgate and then all the way up to the slope. And on the final couple of laps, Guy Smith ceded second place, just couldn't live with the pace of Tom Ingram in that black Mustang. A little rotation from one of the Austin A40s. No damage done at all. But through at the end, John Spears built on the work. There is his blue Mustang. Nigel Greensall led away and brought through to victory by John Spears. With rain on the camera lenses up at Coppice, victory, as we look through the graphic, went to John Spears, who brought it home, and Nigel Greensall, who pulled clear at the start. And eventually Tom Ingram and Jack Riddell took second place as the Mustangs came through right at the end. And Scott Mansell and then Alex Brundle, they all eventually outmuscled the best of the Lotus Cortinas, with Guy Smith, Ben Mitchell coming home in his Lotus Cortina, just getting ahead of the Cullen family car. So 3 Lotus Cortinas, 4th, 5th and 6th. 7th place was Michael Whittaker Jr., who made an awful start and paid the price. And Matt Johnson, Robert Ross, 8th place for their Ford Mustang, and a couple more Lotus Cortinas. The Reynolds Quintero car and McGurk as well. But a race always interesting, the Top Hat Pre-66 touring cars. Interesting enough in the dry, even more interesting with a flurry of rain, just to spice things up that little bit more. And next up we have the Historic Touring Car Challenge. We're coming thick and fast. This will be the penultimate race of the Donington Historic Festival.
The Historic Touring Car Challenge. If you grew up watching touring cars in the 70s and 80s, this is the grid for you. From screaming BMW M3s to turbocharged Sierra RS Cosworths and even the mighty Skyline GTR, this is a proper touring car time machine. These cars move, they lean, they fight. This is touring car racing as it used to be. And with icons like the M3 and RS Cosworth celebrating 40 years, the history is just as powerful as the racing.
Here we have it, my friends. The rain is coming down here at Donington Park as I'm standing in the assembly area of proper crowd favourites. The Historic Touring Car boys are literally just about to go out. In pole position is Ashley Muldoon. He dominated yesterday and I have no doubt he will do the same today. Cars from the 70s, 80s, Beamers, Sierra Cosworth, big V8 machinery, and they race exactly how you'd expect. We saw yesterday just how good this grid is. Close, aggressive, unpredictable. This is where it really gets serious. So Ash Muldoon is your pole man. He's a regular front runner in HTC. He's very comfortable at the sharp end of the grid. Darren Fielding's P2, vast historic experience. Victor Cullen P3. All the way down P7 is Huffy in the Jaguar here, 2012 World Touring Car Champion. Something tells me that he might have been doing a rain dance. We know that he's very comfortable in the rain. It'll be really interesting to see what he can do in these conditions. Peter Moulsdale is beside him, also very experienced in powerful touring cars. A lot of these names on this grid are legendary icons. A little further down is Soper, Steve Soper, touring car legend. He had a bit of a tricky day yesterday, and this is going to be a bit of a redemption race for him. Don't be surprised though if he does come through, if he manages to not get another DNF. It's a proper mix of experience, a proper mix of cars. We've got world champions, it's wide open. These cars move around, they lean, they fight, and particularly around a track like the fast flowing, aggressive Donington, it's going to be very, very competitive and a real spectacular race to watch. A bit further down you'll see that pink Middlehurst car. We spoke to Chris earlier on, family run car. The livery is something else. I'm gonna try and have a quick word. Oh no, 1 second. Right, this is where Freddie and I are gonna have to stand right in the center and try not to get run over by these cars. You can just hear the power and the adrenaline. I feel very privileged to be standing right in the midst.
So in a flurry of noise and excitement down there, we're just getting ready for the historic Touring Car Challenge runners to come out. These were great cars. If you like your BMW E30 M3s, plenty of those. But the Nissan Skylines, it's almost like there was a sniper yesterday taking them out, but maybe today they'll have a chance with all their horsepower, all that boost. If you like your Ford Escorts, background of the shot, you see a couple of them, yellow and black, both of them ironically, a CSL, certainly. Fans of a certain age, and a Jaguar XJS for the second time today. We're getting that. Some of the epic European liveries there, the Monticello car that would have raced in the Italian Championship, and there's one of those Skyline GTRs. Rain on the lens, and the Middlehurst car, the silver and pink one in the background of the shot with the Axia sponsorship. That had its problems yesterday, but it's got a second chance of redemption. A glorious little 2002 TII, and the number 77 Ford Escort. Seb Perez is sharing that with Christian Glazel, but he's also doing double time duty, isn't he, Alistair?
Yes, he is. Very late change. Nick Whale is not sharing with son Harry as he normally does. He's actually sharing with Seb Perez. So I presume that's the same Seb Perez as is in his own car, number 77, because the time penalties for the elite drivers is the same for both. So it's the same Seb Perez. We know there are another two Seb Perezes here this weekend, who are cousin and uncle of Seb Perez.
Well, just looking down that grid, 5th place, the BMW CSL for Tom Roach. Tom Holbrook alongside in the more modern and ordinary M3. Rob Huff, Jaguar XJS, Damp Track, look for that coming forward. Peter Molesdale alongside him. Frank Guess, it's now the world of the Mark II Escorts, the RS2000 Frank Guess. Andrew Cahill alongside in his Mark II. Then Mike Whitaker, Rover, SDI, already seen that out in the earlier touring car race. Another Ford Escort, that's the one that Nick Whale and Seb Perez, as mentioned. Perez is also in the car immediately behind the car he's going to be in on 14th on the grid. Simo Arthur, one of the Nissan Skylines that was very much at the front yesterday. It was running up in second place, so look for a charge from him. And then the Wood family Ford Capri RS3100, that's a great car. Another Nissan, Nick Strong, starting way down the back. Partridge and Soper 19th. Remember that starting position. They're coming forward, and no doubt the Middlehurst family. We think it's Chris on board rather than Andy. And then right at the back, the Palmer Horrobin car. But some great liveries. The yellow and green nose means it's a Watson's water car from the Gear race in Macau. And waiting as the cars come round to the grid. It's a 40-minute race. And they're being led around for a further lap, a reconnaissance lap. Totally sensible, because we had the flurry of rain just before, so it's a chance for the drivers just to work out how wet. Look, the windscreen wipers are on all of them, pretty much, apart from the CSL in 5th place. You always try not to use your wipers if you can possibly get away with it, but once you've used them, and you've got to keep using them thereafter. So, pole position, Ash Muldoon.
It's a bit of a BMW fest at the front, isn't it? Well, there's lots of M3 E30s, but there's the CSL mixed in, and the first non-BMW is the Jaguar XJS.
Yeah, we had a Jaguar XJS in an earlier race, but that wasn't in the full I Raced at Bathurst livery in the James Hardy 1000 that we have it in the case of this one, and that is starting down, I think it's 7th place in the line. Yes, so it is, with sweeping down slowly through the Grainer curves, and it's Rob Huff will be at the wheel of that one.
Yeah, Rob driving solo in this race after, again, Richard Mines decided not to take part. He also pulled out of the car earlier on, and Rob drove solo.
Another driver who's not going to be running today is James Kellett, who had that really good run yesterday with Ash Muldoon. So Ash Muldoon starting on pole and knows he's got no one to change with. He's got the entire race. And you know what? When you're in mixed conditions, I think it's better if you just got one driver rather than two, because as soon as they've served their mandatory pit stop, they know what the track conditions are going to be, rather than someone else going out and having to sort of pussyfoot around for half a lap or even an entire lap to just see what the conditions are. But the shapes of touring cars, the change of touring cars, saloon cars, was thick and fast, but really the backbone of racing for a very long time. Once the BMW M3 was introduced, it hit the target big time, but then we've got other crowd favourites in this field as well. The Nissan Skyline, a whole host of those. I think we've got a quartet. They will have a huge amount of power to deliver the circuit, but actually in these conditions it might be a bit of an embarrassment.
I think we've lost the Rick Wood Capri that we so enjoyed looking at yesterday. He was supposed to be here in a Skyline, changed to the Capri, but that looks like it's not here after problems yesterday.
Yes, it was a pit visit during the race when pit visits weren't really required. So the safety car, the Hyundai, here is coming down into the chicane. The lights are off, so the drivers know it's going to pull into the pit lane. And on pole position, car number 44, Ash Muldoon, desperately trying to get a bit more heat into his tyres on the outside of the front row. It's Darren Fielding. He had another good race yesterday. Let's see what they could do. They're going to come out. The safety car is going to dive into the pit lane. Then the drivers will have to look at the lights on the starting gantry. 5 lights are there. 40 minutes of racing lies ahead. This is the Historic Touring Car Challenge. It's a long hold. It's BMW M3 in the top 4 positions. Tom Roach got a good run in his CSL, and in the middle of the pack in the green Jaguar, trying to gain a position or two. Rob Huff, he's picked off Tom Roach. He's moved up from 7th to 5th. BMW M3's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Sorry, 5th is the Jaguar XJS, as mentioned. The Escorts are a little bit further back, and the Watsons liveried BMW gains a position as losing a bit of ground was Ernie Graham in 161, but also gaining ground in the background. There it is. The giant XJS has gone from 7th to 6th to 5th to 4th now, and he's right on the tail of the Watsons liveried BMW, challenging that M3 for 3rd position. And with his grunt, he's going up the slope, and with his inability to take no for an answer, he's looking to push for the lead. But Darren Fielding leading the way in the BMW bank liveried BMW, then the more regular Mobil 1 livery car, Ash Muldoon. But the chase is on, and it's coming from the Jaguar XJS,
which is now up to 3rd place. So from 7th to 6th to 5th to 4th to 3rd in half a lap for Rob Huff. And didn't Alex say in the build-up to this race that Rob Huff, an absolute master in the wet? Well, he's showing it, isn't he, in the XJS. So he's now up to 3rd, although he's getting a challenge from the Watsons car of Vic Cullen, but that doesn't come off. So staying in 3rd place is Rob Huff. Across the line for the first time, we've got Darren Fielding leading. 2nd place, for the moment anyway, is Ash Muldoon.
The biggest gain up from the back of the grid to 5th place, Chris Middlehurst. Here he is, the silver and pink livery car. There it is, number 7. Started down. We've got 17 cars that started this race, and he's gained effectively 9 or 10 positions on the opening lap. But look how Darren Fielding is pulling clear. He's got about 2-second margin. And the big question is, can the Jaguar XJS that is being challenged, having worked his way from 7th to 3rd, back to 4th now, because Rob Huff could do nothing at all about Chris Middlehurst's pace in that number 7 Nissan.
Which is 4-wheel drive. So I think I mentioned yesterday, if we have a wet race, that's a huge advantage. It gets the traction on this wet, slippery surface. So he's gone through. He's now up into 2nd place. He's got past the Ash Muldoon BMW, and now he's going after the leader, the number 8 Darren Fielding BMW M3. Oh, and Ash Muldoon almost loses it going through. That's not Steve Soper. That's a car that Steve Soper drove, but it's Ash Muldoon at the wheel of number 44. Almost loses it up at Coppice, coming down into the chicane, and that slide from Ash Muldoon lost him pace, and that's allowed Rob Huff to close right in the big Jaguar.
In fact, I would suggest he actually slightly compromised. The change for the lead is going to happen before we get to Redgate, and there's absolutely nothing that Darren Fielding can do. He's quick on tiptoes, but with 4-wheel drive and even more horsepower, absolutely job done for Chris Middlehurst. And his lap there was 3 seconds faster than the driver who was leading on their 2nd flying lap. No longer leading Darren Fielding. He's just going to watch that Nissan Skyline go away. But if it's like yesterday, the Nissan seem to just all hit their problems. But maybe today it is recompense. The Axia livery car, well, he takes a different line because he's got 4-wheel drive. He knows he's got that extra grip, and it just looks so well balanced at the old hairpin. Gets the power down all the way from the apex of the corner, so immediately is pulling further clear of the BMW M3 of Darren Fielding.
Well, this car was built new for the Middlehurst family by Rick Wood, who is an expert at building these Nissans. So it's not an original car, but you can trace the Middlehursts and Nissans back many, many years. In fact, 30 years, when Andy Middlehurst, who we were told was starting, but I saw him buy the car, so I think he's taking over from Chris. Andy won the 1995 and 96 National Saloon Car Championship in a production version of this Nissan Skyline. And they've got the old band back together because Gary, who looked after the car for Andy in 96, is back looking after the car in 2026.
Well, that's a lovely story there, but now just looking at the advantage of our race leader, Chris Middlehurst. He started the last lap 0.4 of a second down. He's nearly 4 seconds ahead now, pulling ever further clear in his Nissan. 3rd place is the Jaguar there, Rob Huff, windscreen wipers going. 4th place is the Cullen family car, and they just have no answer for the pace of the Nissan that's gone to the front of the race. So Vic Cullen hanging on, and again it feels like you're going back to the mid 1980s to see the swoops of Donington Park. Have a green and white Jaguar sweeping around, and they were great days for touring car racing. But for Jaguar, it was a chance to really get back to the sharp end of the field. Of course, a while earlier they'd had the XJ12C that just never had so much promise when entered by Broadspeed, but so many retirements. And you're a good friend of John Fitzpatrick. He was one of the drivers who tried to make that work. But right now, anybody watching anywhere in the world as we live stream the Donington Historic Festival could just sit back and look at the advantage of a really, really well balanced four-wheel drive car in the rain. Horsepower galore. But what they have over all the rivals is grip as well.
Indeed, yes. And chatting with Chris on Thursday in testing, when they didn't really get many miles in at all, they had a hub failure, said what sort of power, and he said, well, it depends what boost we run, but around about 600 to 700 horsepower, depending on how far you turn the wheel to the right on the boost knob. They are limited in this series to how much boost they can run. But in period, when these were running by the Works Nissan team, they were pushing out well over 750 horsepower.
It is extraordinary. Of course, they're much heavier than Formula One cars, but bear in mind that for a long, long time in the 70s, 500 horsepower was ample in Formula One. Of course, that then ramped up when the turbo cars came in. But the flame-spitting Nissans, they are just so entertaining. The Taisan livery car, we just had a little flash of that one, flash being the operative word. But right now, lap times, only car below 20 seconds is our racing car. This is it, Chris Middlehurst, the number 7 Nissan, 1 minute 19.3. Best of the rest, 1 minute 22.8. So 3.5 seconds faster than anyone else has managed, and just looking so super comfortable. And just looking down through the classes, actually we've got all the runners who went out running at this point in the race, which is good, because I did fear we might lose some. The track conditions actually drying out a little bit. And Tom Roach there, the BMW CSL, running in 6th place. He's being challenged by Ernie Graham, so it's CSL, rather earlier car from the early 1970s, and Ernie Graham in the later 161 BMW M3, about to make a move. His car is from 1992, 20 years difference between the pair of them. And the gap between first and second, as we look at the CSL, still holding on to 6th place. The gap between first and second is best part of 10 seconds now, 9.6 seconds to be precise. But Darren Fielding, with every lap, there's nothing he can do about the pace of the number 7 Nissan, pulling ever further clear. But 2 decades apart, the CSL and in front, and the BMW M3. It is getting brighter, I must say, down as we have the look towards Hollywood and the drop down to the old hairpin. Tippy toes, that BMW CSL, what a good looking car that is.
Yes, known as the Batmobile, because it had all these little wings and barge boards and bits and pieces, one across the top of the roof as well. Looks a bit like a Batmobile, and that was what it was known as. But the Ford versus BMW battle in European touring cars was fierce for the first part of the 1970s, when these cars were in their pomp, and it was the BMW CSL, the L standing for lightweight, and the Ford Capri started off at 2.6 litres, went right up to 3.4 litres in an effort to challenge the BMWs.
And the BMW also went up to 3.5 litres, didn't it, at certain points as well? Right, yes. So it worked its way through, but the body shape didn't change. The wings, very, very spectacular on the cars, exactly as you say. Thus the Batmobile nomenclature. But the number 7 Nissan popping smoothly, just running around the track, still lapping actually incredibly close to its fastest time. It's done a 1 minute 19.3, followed by a 1 minute 19.3. Windscreen wipers still beating around. And now, as the track conditions, I sense, just drying out a little bit, we might start to see some even faster times. In fact, as I say that, last time around, about a third of the field set their fastest lap of the race. So things are drying out. There's the Monticello BMW M3 fighting very hard with another of the Nissan Skylines, the black and red. That's the colours of Yokohama and Taisan, long-time sponsor of the team in the Japanese Touring Car Championship.
Yes, known over here, I think, as Advan, or was it the other way around? Yokohama Advan was alternative names for that tyre manufacturer.
So another lap on the board. That's 7 laps completed, and I'd think by now Chris Middlehurst would be the best pass of getting 10 to 12 seconds clear. Just not spectacular at the moment because the other cars have to slip and slide, and with the four-wheel drive doesn't have to bother with any of that nonsense at all. Just simply has to point the car and just choose when to squirt away. And of course, with traction at all 4 corners, you can put the power down sooner. That's been the advantage. Oh, when I said he might be 12 seconds clear at the most, no, 15 seconds clear now. And Darren Fielding is equally comfortable in second place. He's not got anyone too close to him. Rob Huff holding down third place in the Jaguar XJS. He's 7 seconds further back, but for Rob Huff, he's got the Watson's Water number 69 BMW tucked in behind, a second down, but Vic Cullen doesn't have any answers either at the moment. He's running around in 4th place.
And good little battle going on between the Mark II Escorts a bit further down. Obviously they are completely outgunned in this field, but it's Seb Perez versus Seb Perez, or at least the co-driver of Seb Perez's car, because he will take over the Nick Whale 66, which is just ahead of the 77, which is currently driven by Seb Perez. He'll hop across into the yellow car in the pit stop, but those two running close together as the leader goes through again.
Yeah, more of an advantage with every single lap. He's gained another 2 seconds, our race leader Chris Middlehurst, pacing this race. And the race duration 40 minutes. We've got through the first 11 minutes, so still some distance before the pit window opens. Conditions are drying. Drivers becoming more and more accustomed. Actually, one of the closest battles, we look at it now, the battle for third place down the start-finish straight. Windscreen wipers beating on the Jaguar of the third place, Rob Huff, but in behind Vic Cullen in the Watson's Water livery car, the car that would have raced in those colours on the Gear street race around the tight and twisty street race at Macau. That's a special touring car race. He has a car that handles very beautifully, but Rob Huff very, very happy to handle the bigger, more powerful and certainly heavier Jaguar XJS. But because he's a driver who's raced a lot of historic stuff, and in fact started his racing career racing an MGB, he's used to having a car that has to slide around, and alongside his modern racing career he always kept racing the family MGB, and I think once he decided he'd going to do a lot of historic racing, it had just given him a really, really good foundation, because in these conditions you'd expect the BMW M3 to be the more nimble, but that's not proving the case because of Rob's expertise in keeping a car sideways, keeping it balanced.
Seb Perez in the number 77 Escort, which remarkably is the same car as he took to second place in the 2021 Roger Albert Clark rallies, and that's a proper forest rally over 5 days, so quite remarkable that car could be converted to an effective race car as well. Not too many changes. I said, surely you've done a lot of work. He said, no, not really. It's still pretty much a rally car. So he's doing well in that 77, and he'll hop across to the car just ahead of him in that little battle, midfield battle, as we watch Rob Huff in the beautiful XJS, which I know I've said it before, but it always amazes me that the regulations allowed Tom Walkinshaw to run that as a saloon or a touring car, as they're called, and quite strange that that could be classified as a touring car. I don't think there's much room in the back seats for anybody other than maybe a pair of dogs or a couple of small children.
Yeah, well, the 2+2 nomenclature certainly wasn't 2+2 normal-sized people, but the powers of persuasion of and the clout of a manufacturer certainly helped Tom Walkinshaw shoehorn that one through. And for XJS, it was something they needed. It wasn't a car that was selling in the numbers they wanted when it came through. Effectively, it was a replacement for the Jaguar E-Type, don't forget, that had such a long run. But in time, it suddenly, by being given a sporting connotation, it certainly added some popularity to the car, and in retrospect people look back at the XJS in road car trim and think it was a much better car than it was often thought of at the time. But I always enjoyed driving them, I must say, but I certainly couldn't drive them like Rob Huff.
And the number 19 BMW with Pierluigi Martini's name on the side, so maybe not the actual car, but certainly the livery of Pierluigi Martini's European car. The BMW gets past the Nick Whale Escort, the yellow car with a big broad black stripe, and that's now followed by the Seb Perez Escort Mark II. The BMW ahead of both.
Yeah, Pierluigi Martini would have. Monticello was the Italian shell importing agency, and he would have raced in the Italian Super Turismo series. Of course, France had their Super Tourism, Germany had their DTM, we had our British Touring Car Championship back in time. But it was a good scene down in Italy, actually. And several British drivers eventually in time would go down to race there. Gary Isles was racing a Works Peugeot there for quite a long time, and had a huge amount of fun. But for the European Touring Car Championship in the mid-80s, the Jaguar XJS was the car that really set the pace. And the drivers had an awful lot of fun. When I look at that car, I always think about the fact that one of the most extreme circuits they would have raced on was in what was then Czechoslovakia. It was the Brno circuit, known as the Masaryk circuit, and the famous shots of the cars snaking their way through houses at massive high speed. Basically had a street with high barriers either side, massive XJSs hurtling through. Subsequently, of course, that was trimmed, and the Brno circuit is lovely now, but it's a permanent circuit as opposed to one which was using the open road. And there was an awful time when a car went on the open road circuit, went cartwheeling into the open pit lane, which wasn't a good thing at all. But to win at Brno, as the Jaguars did, it certainly was a feather in their cap. And for the people that watched them, bear in mind, that was behind the Iron Curtain. It was a communist country back when they were racing there in the 80s. It was about 5 years until that all came to change. And I was at an event at Brno, and one of the Jaguar Works drivers at the time, Ron Dixon from Australia, said he had some people come and stare through the fence at their hospitality compound, and he said we couldn't work out what they were looking at. He said they were looking at the bananas in the fruit bowl because it wasn't something they got regularly, which was extraordinary. And these people came up to him many years later when we all went over there for A1GP. The person said, I came and looked at your bananas and you gave them to me. And Ron Dixon was just absolutely flabbergasted. No bananas today, but there may yet be some slip up over the banana skins, because with the racing circuit becoming wetter again now, it seemed to dry out a little bit. And what are you seeing down at Redgate through your binos there,
I was actually looking on the pit wall to see who was doing what with their pit boards, because there's no pit-to-car radios allowed in these in this series. Some of the races we've seen this weekend, they are allowed it, but not in this one. So everything that they want to tell the driver of the car is on the pit boards, on the pit wall. And what I was seeing, and you were saying about the rain, through my binoculars I could see the rain lashing down now, so it really has come on stronger as we've got the pit window open.
Yeah, and really weirdly, one of the cars, despite the rain becoming heavier, one of the other Nissans, it's the Taisan livery black and red Skyline with Nick Strong, has set its fastest lap of the race. But conditions, looking down the start-finish straight, there is so much more rain spray in the air. Don't know why the headlights aren't on Tom Roach's CSL, saving a bit of energy, but certainly it is very murky. And the car that's just set its fastest lap of the race, there it is, car number 12, working its way forward. Nick Strong, that's a 1999 Skyline against a 1972-73 BMW CSL. It has four-wheel drive, the CSL does not, so he's just being held up a little bit there. No complaints, Tom Roach is putting his car where he wants to, but Nick Strong, surely half a chance he'll go past and he'll power away.
Yeah, there's no complaints about showing a BMW CSL on your screen, is there? And
well, not from you.
That. No, definitely not. But yeah, still Nick Strong hasn't managed to find a way through, but I think he's being very cautious. He doesn't want to force his way through in these tricky conditions, but the next run up to Coppice might offer him an opportunity, or the run down to the chicane after Coppice. And it looks like he's going to wait perhaps for that straight at the end of this sequence of two apexes for Coppice. Now onto the straight. Will he power past, or will he yes, he does, he goes straight through. So Nick Strong was just simply waiting for an easy opportunity to get through, not wishing to push.
And that was very sensible out of Vic Cullen in to make his mandatory pit stop. That's the Watson's liveried BMW M3. Unfortunately, the little BMW 2002 TII has been parked up in the pit lane for a while, so that one, I'm afraid, out of the race. That's car 202 for James Palmer and Simon Horrobin. Conditions actually now, I think we can officially say, nasty. A few people on the infield starting to walk away, umbrellas over their heads. We'll stay right through to the end, and the Cullen family, doors open, doors closed, and this is the point where you're trying to keep the windscreen from steaming up as well. As soon as the cars come to a standstill, it can often be a little bit complicated for the driver afterwards, and often in a race like this, a little chamois leather on the end of a stick. It sounds absolutely ridiculously in Heath Robinson, but it's saved many a racing driver, because of course when they're strapped in, they can't reach forward, they can't touch the windscreen, something people don't think about until often it's a little bit too late. Really haven't talked too much about Ash Muldoon. He, remember, started on pole position. He got out-muscled. And that, just remember, the car that's leading the race came up from effectively stone last, which is the Andy Middlehurst, Chris Middlehurst Nissan, number 7, fastest lap of the race. To them, no surprise. Leading by 37 seconds. Bit of a big surprise, but as it gets wetter and wetter, four-wheel drive is absolutely the order you should have ticked on your options. But of course, most of these cars, long before four-wheel drive became a thing in road cars. Jensen tried it so cleverly with the Ferguson Formula car, but really in terms of other high-performance cars, it was a long while in the coming.
Leader coming down to the chicane, I think, turning right, yes, and left is Chris Middlehurst. I haven't spotted Andy on the pit wall or in the pit lane, but we'll find out when they change over whether I'm right in saying that I saw Andy Middlehurst standing by that car at the assembly area. Pretty sure I did.
Well, he's probably not wanting to be on the pit wall at the moment because it's so wet. He'll be in a pit garage, so just out of our line of sight from our position at the pit end from our commentary tower. But conditions chopping and changing, but so much more spray down the start-finish straight these days. And Chris Middlehurst pressing on up at the top end of the circuit. Now not as much spray, but definitely the wettest part is the lower half, and coming out of the chicane the drivers have to be very, very careful indeed. And then even at the highest part they've got to just position their cars. Two M3s very, very close together. Ash Muldoon has had his run early on, but it's the ones that are recovering, and it's the Cullen car that has dropped down the order a little bit, kind of at 69. And that's the Watson's water car. Now, oh, it suddenly looks a whole lot wetter. There's a full slick of water across the track. And then do not undercut. That's Tom Roach getting the signal from his pit crew in the CSL.
That was Rob Boston counting him down there. Rob Boston runs that car. And changeover for the Seb Perez and Seb Perez switching cars. So he should now be out in the yellow and black Nick Whale car, having handed over his blue number 77 Escort to Christian Gleisel.
Well, our race leading car now in the pit lane. There it is, the number 7 car, so binos on, and it's going to be immediately out of your sight. Or can you just see if we got a Middlehurst driver change?
Yes.
Behind you on the big screen,
that is
Alistair, we've got a driver change going on our screens. There is the car that came in from a very, very comfortable lead in the race, being able to lap frequently about 3-4 seconds faster than the very best of the rest, therefore so much faster than every other single person. Bonnet up, however, always temperamental, these Nissan Skyline GTRs. Many a race they show supreme form, but that's a very quick check. And it's Chris Middlehurst getting out and Andy Middlehurst getting on board. Confirmation, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Chris was getting out of the car, Andy just being strapped in. So the other way around to what we were originally told, but perhaps they decided that they'd like Chris in the car for the first section of the race, being the tricky conditions.
Well, they may well have thought that it's going to get worse through the race. They wanted Andy for the second half of the race when the conditions were worse, because do remember this race did start in the dry. Seems a while ago, but it really isn't. We've only just had 23 minutes of this race, so just past the halfway point. Rob Huff is in the Jaguar XGS. He'll be going back out because he does not have a teammate. Car sitting there, the giant doors wide open, the pit lane, top of your shot, the green and white Jaguar XJS in the background, lights off, doors will be closed soon. Minimum amount of dampness into the car is a very good idea, and the Whale Perez Escort just being cut across its path by the super fast. There it is. Of course, that's at full racing speed, whereas the Nissan's just going out. Andy Middlehurst just going, yeah, how wet is it? Oh, okay, actually quite properly wet, but what's quite handy in my number 7 Nissan Skyline is I have four-wheel drive, and I have maybe 700 horsepower to play with, and you use it quite sparingly in conditions like this. But he will settle down, get the feel of the car, and then he knows as soon as he gets to a straight bit.
I suspect they turned the boost knob right down for this race.
You do, don't you?
Yeah. I've just noticed that unfortunately the Whale Escort has a short pit stop. It's showing red on our timing screen, so that may well have a penalty coming towards the end of the race. Sadly, it's the only one. There's just the one car showing as red.
Okay, and the Darren Fielding, the Ash Muldoon car is now in the pit lane. That had risen right towards the front of the field, but Darren Fielding yet to come in. We've just seen sight of his car. This is Ash Muldoon's Mobile 1 BMW finance car. Steve Soper, actually pretty much so many of the cars that race in this category of racing have Steve Soper as a name on the window, because of course he did just fantastic things for many years as a works BMW driver when the M3 was such a class-winning car, such a class car, full stop.
And the XJS has done its pit stop, so Rob Huff back out on track again. Car number 9, the green and white livery of the XJS, running in 4th place, as he has been there or thereabouts throughout this race. The Middlehursts, of course, still not in the lead because they've done their pit stop and there are other cars ahead that are, in fact, here comes the last car. I think it's the last one. Yes, the last pit stopper is Darren Fielding, number 8. So once we get these laps, this lap out of the way, we'll start to see the order return to what we would expect to see.
What I want to see at the latter stage of the race is Andy Middlehurst taking over the number 7 Nissan, what sort of pace he can achieve. Fastest lap of the race, bear in mind it was very early on before the rain came, was 1 minute 19 seconds by his son Chris. But at the moment the fastest laps out on the track, I think we're looking more mid 1 minute 20s. And 1 minute 25 thereabouts.
The TSL timing screen tells us that Darren Fielding missed the pit window. Now it says pit window closed, and then Darren Fielding's in time comes after that. So that's another one to bear in mind for later in the race.
Very, very soggy here at Donington Park. We've had 3 fabulous days of sunshine. Thursday for testing, Friday for qualifying and racing, Saturday, tiny little smattering of rain in the last 5 minutes of racing yesterday evening for the Royal Automobile Club Pall Mall Cup, but nothing like we've got. We've had other tiny little flurries, but this is a properly slick, wet circuit, and the Seb Perez Escort splashing its way as it turns into the chicane, and then comes Ernie Graham, who's gaining more and more race experience, but actually for Ernie a rally driver through this part of his career. But I thought he should gain, but he's suddenly diving into the pit, so that's way after the pit window, and he has already served, unless he's got some penalty we haven't noticed, which I haven't noticed. Looks though he's pulling in. Is that him pulling out of the race? I was about to extol the version as a man who's done a lot of rallying, that this would be the sort of conditions that would suit him very nicely. But what have we got? I'm sensing we've possibly got... oh, let's have a look.
Oh, bonnet up.
Oh, I thought they were running out to replace a tyre, but nothing of the sort. Oh dear.
That's Tom Holbrook, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, that's Tom
yes.
Holbrook, not Fielding. Beg your pardon.
Tom Holbrook it is, who... They seem to have, whatever they've done, it was very quick. They're putting the bonnet back down again.
Yeah, apologies. I thought that was Ernie Graham's car that had started 4th on the grid. That was also black, white and red, also a BMW M3. But let's transfer the comment to Ernie Graham in his car. Should be going better now because conditions are very slippery, and anyone who comes from a rallying background certainly expects to go well. Little battle here, the BMW CSL. Here it is turning into Redgate in Tom Roach in 6th position, and behind him is Rob Huff in the Jaguar XJS. And bear in mind that Rob was running, 3rd in the early stages of the race, but as it got wetter, but then of course Rob Huff had a lot more time at a standstill in the pits, had 30 extra seconds, so he's sucked all those up, and now in the remaining 12 minutes or so he's got to see how well he can go. One car not going quite as well as the Escort of Frank Guest, and eventually finds the circuit again. I have fair confidence that won't be the last slip and slide in this race. Now here is the Ernie Graham car I was talking about but misidentifying, up into 5th place overall. Windows at the back all steamed up. There we are, that's proper period racing. In fact, it's proper contemporary racing. These little side windows open, those little hatches in the window to get a bit of air in the car, but unfortunately it's an ingestion of a bit of rain as well, so it's certainly getting quite steamy. You've got to keep going for another 12 minutes or so, but out front, the Middlehurst family car, they are sitting on a 16-second margin over Darren Fielding's car, but stretching clear with every lap. I wonder what sort of pace they could get down to in the full wet. I wonder if it was 1 minute 25 and almost 1 minute 25 on the nose by racing. A change of position as Rob Huff unwinds the stagger, the extra 30 seconds in the pit lane, dropped him down to 7. He's up to 6th. It looks like a challenging move of the Tysan Nissan, having a little look at Tom Roach as well, but Nick Strong has to tuck back down, hold on to 8th place. But now it is tippy-toe driving and particularly if you're the second driver, you didn't do the first half of the race, you're trying to gain experience of what's the track like. And in the background, we have two Nissans, one ahead of the other, but the one ahead is the black and red one in 8th place, and our race leader is in behind Andy Middlehurst, coming down the slope through the Craner curves down to the old hairpin, and he is appreciably faster, but he has no reason to take any risk in this one. He can pick his moment and then carry on past. So we've got 3 cars in a row fighting for position. Behind Tom Roach and Nick Strong is our race leader. There he is, the silver and pink car with the Axia race livery on its door. That's our race leader, Chris Middlehurst. No, handed over to Andy Middlehurst. Of course, Chris did the start of the race.
And Andy being very cautious with his overtaking as well, as we saw a few laps ago, that they're all being very cautious. Down in the pits, we've got somebody cautious. It's Alex.
It's chaos down here, but I'm lucky enough to have a chat to Chris. That first stint was insane.
Yeah, just carved the way through the pack like a knife through hot butter. So I'd say it's can only really be down to, first of all, the car. An incredible piece of engineering that Rick Wood's created. Obviously the 4-wheel drive system that's on the standard car and so on, and is an advantage in the wet, of course, versus the M3s. I'd say Cozzies, but there's none in the race. So yeah, just a joy to drive. Didn't want to go crazy. It might have seemed like it, obviously, because I was just gone, but I was trying to really conserve the car and just driving it. I mean, I haven't driven this car in the wet. I hadn't driven it till yesterday morning until I was on pole in qualifying. So just getting used to it, and all my experience of racing other stuff, including probably Formula Ford, which was saying to Phil, if Rick Wood, I was saying, obviously it's 3 times the weight of a Formula Ford at least, and it's 7 times more power, but being able to carry the speed into the corners, not upsetting the car, not getting on the curbs, squaring the car off, taking the wet lines, all stems from the raw motorsport. It's mechanical grip, isn't it? So yeah, fantastic. I really enjoyed it. Didn't want to get out of the car, but I had to let my dad have a go as well.
In that moment, I saw that you took the opportunity in those few seconds just to have a word in his ear, and I wondered what it was that you said to him.
So just saying to him, basically, it's third gear for every corner, because obviously you've got a lot of power and you've got a lot of torque, so you don't want to be doing too many down changes if you can help it, especially in the wet, because obviously, when you're changing down the gears, you need to be heel and toe in with your foot to match the revs to the the road speed, and so you're not locking up the wheels. So if you can do that for every corner, it saves you a gear change on the way down, a gear change on the way up, less likely to make a mistake, and you can just drive out the corner, as long as you can I was taking quite traditional sort of karting lines really off the racing line where there's no rubber, and it worked a treat. So just saying to him, third gear everywhere, shut the door, and it's like, let my dad crack on. He's got enough experience to know what he's doing. I don't want to, tell him too much information. He'll work it out for himself.
What was visibility like out there?
At the start, it was okay, but as the race went on, the heavens opened a little bit, and of course you're getting the spray when I was lapping the back markers, if you like. So yeah, that's challenging when you've not got the best wipers. And visibility was quite bad actually. So it's probably not great now. Worse than what I expected actually in terms of visibility,
Proper touring car stuff though, isn't it?
Yeah, I liked it, I mean, I relish the rain normally, because it's a challenge, isn't it? You either, you're up for the challenge or you're not. So it's definitely shows the drivers up a little bit more as well, and in fact actually it shows the car up as well, in terms of how good it is, how compliant it is. She's just beautiful. I want to watch my dad now, but I'm like, I want another go in there. But yeah, if anyone I would like to have in the car, it's my dad. We're a family business, father and son, racing together. My dad was doing this 30 years ago for Middlehurst Motorsport. Won the National Saloon Car Championship in an R32 GTR 30 years ago. Same family, father and son. We've got Gary, who used to work on the car, and we're doing it 30 years later as a family, so that's amazing.
It's really special, and I hope that we see you on that top step. I will let you go and concentrate on your dad's progression. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Great interview there with Chris Middlehurst. I loved his description of reduce the number of gear changes, keep it in third. Of course, he can say that it's got four-wheel drive to give him the grip. He's also got all that torque, all that power. Power almost an embarrassment, but a really clear element about keeping things simple, but with the balance. During that interview, as Father Andy pulls ever further clear, he's 17 seconds clear of Darren Fielding. Darren, however, has a storm cloud of his own. He was pitted, as we commented, just outside the pit window. It just closed before he came in. He's got a drive-through penalty. That will drop him back, but a drive-through penalty should only be about 15 seconds, just over 15, 16 seconds, and he's far enough ahead of Ash Muldoon to hold on to the second place, but the lap speeds at the moment are coming down and down. The track's drying about. Another car with a problem is car number 66. Their pit stop was too short. That's the Nick Wales Seb Perez Escort, so they will pick up a penalty of 13 seconds, and our drive-through is being served right now. The number 8 BMW M3 driving through the pit lane. He should be absolutely fine to come back out into second place. Yep, he's getting to pit exit. There he is coming out, but the cars that are going past are not ones that are going to knock him down the order. But nobody surely is going to be able to do anything about the number 7 family run Nissan. Chris Middlehurst started. Andy Middlehurst is going through to the end of the race. We've got only just under 5 minutes remaining. Light is suddenly a little bit brighter here. The track is drying out a tiny bit. We're seeing a few people getting closer to their best laps of the race. But just remember, this race only 40 minutes long. It seems ages ago that they kicked off when the track was dry, but the rain started first at Redgate and then it moved around the entirety of the circuit. The spray is being reduced at this point as a bit more of a dry line, a dry-ish line is appearing. But for the BMW M3s, it's very, very busy out there as they just try and complete the race without dropping it. And the number 8 second place BMW M3 has come out behind some cars that are a lap down other M3s, but certainly Darren Fielding has had a very, very good weekend, a very good run through the historic touring car challenges here at Donington Park in the Donington Historic Festival. We had sunshine for many days, a little smattering of rain late last night, but today it was good until lunchtime, still good, a little smattering of rain, and then for this race it really, the skies opened. But if you've got four-wheel drive like this Nissan Skyline has, that is the key to being on front. Four-wheel drive, but also Andy Middlehurst, and who's in the car now, and his father Chris, his son Chris. Andy was a British champion in Nissan Skylines, as Chris pointed out, 32 years ago. He's still got the touch, still got the knack, and is making it look very simple indeed. The turbo boost wound way down, too much power in the wet conditions, and it could suddenly be an embarrassment. You don't want wheel spin, you want just that power to come on smoothly. Out of the coppice he goes, not going anywhere near the curbs. Anybody who goes on the curbs is more than likely to have their cars spun around. Darren Fielding, second place. He's in that gaggle of cars. He's got a lap up on those who are around him, but he had that drive-through penalty. That's dropped him nearly the best part of 37, 38 seconds behind the race-leading car. Doesn't have the pace to match it. He's now, there he is blocked up behind the Monticello car. He's now going to find a way past. He's a lap ahead of them. Nothing he can do about the Middlehurst, but he'd like to get clear of other cars around him. Doesn't want to be interrupted by their particular pace and performance, or perhaps mishap. So getting clear is a good job for Darren Fielding there, a bit more relaxing when all he's got is clear track ahead of him. But still, on every lap, yes, the track conditions are gradually improving, but it's still very easy to make a mistake. Now a stop and go penalty for the number 66 Escort, the Whale car. The Whale Perez car is about to be served. That's flashing its lights. It's not just a time penalty, but it's a stop and go penalty, so you also incur the time you should be driving through the pits, which has been measured here as 15.3 seconds if you're running at the right pace for the pit limit, speed limit, which is 60 kilometers an hour. And what an array of cars from the Nissan Skylines of the early 1990s to this glorious BMW CSL of Tom Roach from the mid-1970s. The world moved on, and then of course BMW would move on towards the E30 BMW M3, and it really was a car that raced in huge number, notably in Germany, but all across the world, and very, very strong in the European Touring Car Championship that then moved on to become the World Touring Car Championship. Handled absolutely beautifully, super nimble car. But as we go towards the end of this race, a minute and a bit remains with a margin of, it'll be getting on towards, I would suggest, about 40 seconds, gaining 3 seconds with every lap. Andy Middlehurst is stroking home down through the Craner curves. If he backs it off, in fact, I think the checkered flag should be there to greet him. We've had a couple of races so far today where people have crossed the line with just a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds remaining in the race, and therefore have to do another lap at full racing speed. But for Andy Middlehurst, he's been there, seen it, done it. His car still flaming away when he backs it off as he goes down through the gears. But as we heard from son Chris, he's trying to just do all the corners in third gear, keep things simple, back it off, smooth delivery of power. Up to Coppice he goes, 32 seconds on the clock. This could be another one that comes through just before the end of the allotted time. The allotted time for this race, for the Historic Touring Car Challenge, is 40 seconds. No pit-to-car radio allowed. So down to the chicane he comes. Going to brake, keep it smooth, do it in a straight line. Turn in smoothly. He's going to come out and he's going to cross the line and have to do surely another lap. Under 10 seconds remaining, but no checkered flag coming out. And he crosses the line with 5-6 seconds to go, probably 5 seconds to go. So onto the final lap now goes the Middlehurst family car. Chris started it, Andy Middlehurst is finishing it, and he's going to have a couple of escorts to have in his sights, and the Watson's BMW M3 that's running in 4th place for Vic Cullen. Ash Muldoon is 3rd in another BMW 3, and Darren Fielding, despite having to serve a drive-through penalty for coming in just after the pit window closed, he's running in 2nd place. Rob Huff, well, maybe not the car to have, the big XJS. He is running in 6th place overall. He's been passed by Nick Strong in another of the 4x4 Nissan Skylines, but for a lot of the drivers, actually missing at the windows is going to be one of the biggest problems. But no real problems for the driver of this number 7 Nissan. Half a lap to go for them, and it looks as though their victory margin will be probably around 45 seconds. Four-wheel drive, plenty of performance, and no real requirement to overtake the cars ahead, but the little Escort RS 2000 looks tiny in comparison as it moves to one side. And here comes our race winner, splashing through the puddles at the chicane. Windscreen wipers on, a couple of cars in front, doesn't need to pass them. And in that ball of spray, the 3rd car in the line is the number 7 Nissan. Andy Middlehurst bringing it home, Chris Middlehurst, his son, starting the race. And then the long wait for the car in 2nd place, and it ought to be Darren Fielding. Will be very relieved if he gets 2nd, because he did have that drive-through penalty for coming in just after the pit window had closed. But such was his form, his excellence in the number 8 BMW Bank M3, that he should take that 2nd place. But a masterclass in a car that couldn't have been better suited to the conditions. The 4x4 Nissan Skyline GTR started way back down the grid, and blasted up so many positions to go from 16th on the grid all the way through to victory. Still waiting for the 2nd place car, and only now does that cross the line. 44 seconds it was back to Darren Fielding's BMW M3. That was the margin, and for everyone else, they really were just in the rain cloud behind them. Some really good scrapping all the way to the finish, but not in the case of challenging the Middlehurst family with their R32 Nissan Skyline GTR. And 3rd place is going to go to the driver of this car. He started on pole position, Ash Muldoon. He shared yesterday with James Kellett. Today he was not doing that, and he comes home in 3rd position, car 44. So it's Nissan Skyline GTR first, Nissan Skyline GTR coming home in 5th, but between them it's BMW M3s, Darren Fielding, Ash Muldoon and Vic Cullen as well. But it was about not getting a wheel on the really slippery stuff as the rain began to fall. Then the track became uniformly wet. It did begin to dry out, but trickling his way back down with a little puff of smoke. There is our race-winning car. Hopefully all is fine. Just Andy Middlehurst gathering his thoughts. Down to the chicane he comes, but the victory well and truly in the bag. And so that was most spectacular. Actually an embarrassment of horsepower. We're fairly sure the turbo boost was turned way down on this Nissan Skyline GTR, and just fantastic seeing some of the liveries it would have raced back at home in the Japanese Touring Car Championship. This car, a new build, many built by Rick Wood, but very much in the essence of the cars that competed there and all around the world. So the cars coming back in, and every one of the drivers will, I think, actually heave a sigh of relief, because that was very, very tricky out there on a very slippery surface. And we have to remember the race actually started in dry conditions. They didn't last for long. At first it was rain only down at Redgate, but then it moved around the circuit, and now it's beginning to lighten up. That's the penultimate race of the Donington Historic Festival. I can almost not bear the fact we're coming to the end. It's been a fantastic 3 days here at Donington Park. Great to have the live streaming so people can follow this wherever they are around the world. And what an array of cars, and what variety of cars we have covering just over a century of racing, but lots of cars with tops on. Sports cars, touring cars, saloon cars have certainly added to the occasion, and a very good turnout of fans here as well. But with the live streaming, of course, you can watch wherever you are in the world. The car clubs have been here in attendance in enormity as well. But through the arch, windows steamed up, but victory is theirs. First Chris Middlehurst, then Andy Middlehurst. Andy needs to bring it forward into Parc Fermé. Has to come through the gate, and there's the podium on the left-hand side. So crews being signalled to get in position, and Jake Yorath there from Motor Racing Legends pointing where he needs to go. Perhaps it's steamed up so much that Andy can't see. No, he's got the message now, and he's edging that Axia car forward with a little bit of steam just for good effect down there. And he needs to come forward to touch his board to allow space for the second and third place cars to come in. And down there, Andy Middlehurst, I don't think can see. Steam outside, steam inside. And I think we should go down to Alex Legui, who's going to find out all about it. That was fun.
Andy, do what you need to do. Talk about an entrance, my word. All right. Yeah. Redemption from yesterday's race. What an incredible race that was.
Yeah, Chris made it easy for me, but the car literally packed in on the last lap there, so it was misfiring and then it just stopped, so not sure what's gone wrong with it, but we got to the end anyway.
Wow, so one more lap and it would have been
one more lap, that would have been it, yeah.
No way.
Yeah, so a bit lucky really.
Oh, that's incredible. How special is it to have done this with your boy?
Yeah, very special. First time we've won together. Thanks for Keris and Luke and Gary that's looked after it all weekend, and Rick Wood for his advice.
It's been lovely from our perspective as well to have got, that family story, have a chat to you guys earlier, and then see you on the top step. It's an amazing result. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's head around here and have a chat to Darren, Mr. Consistent, P2 yet again today. Were you ever in contention to be able to give them a battle or not?
Not to the Nissan, no, it's far too quick. But I'm just happy to be the first BMW back. That was my priority. Obviously very slippy out there, but a lot of fun, so I'm really happy with that.
It's turned out to be a consistent weekend for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm happy, I'm really happy, yeah. I'm first BMW home today, second BMW home yesterday. Yeah, fantastic.
Good job. Well done you. And let's come round, have a chat to Ash. Boys, well done you.
Very good job.
Ash, talk about a comeback. My goodness me.
Yeah, that was mega.
Hang on, let's go under.
Yeah, that was mega. That was great fun. Get a bit slippery out there, but yeah, really enjoyed it.
It looked like when you came in, I saw the guys frantically drying off your screen, doing the best. Visibility looked horrendous.
Vision was terrible, but yeah, no, it was a great day. Really happy. Slippery, slidey. Makes it more of a challenge, right? Equals everyone up.
Proper touring car.
Yeah, exactly. It was proper. No, It was fabulous.
Good,
Thanks.
I'm glad. We loved it too.
Well, it was a race of extraordinary difficulty, and it was keeping it on the iron, and it became wetter and wetter, but the car to have was absolutely the Nissan Skyline GTR. Nick Strong had a good run in his, but the Middlehurst family car, first with Chris and then Father Andy, mastered the conditions, but they really became very, very difficult indeed. But four-wheel drive was very much an ingredient to have for the BMW fans. We had the CSL of Tom Roach and a whole phalanx of E30 BMW M3s, and they handled beautifully. But the dry track of the early part of the race was something that soon was instantly forgotten because the rain came down first at Redgate, first a few windscreen wipers came on, but the conditions became more and more tricky. The visibility became worse, the traction became incredibly difficult, but the Middlehurst family car just mastered the conditions, winding the boost down, didn't want an embarrassment of power, But with the windscreen wiper blazing, they got the job done. A few people had made mistakes and made their pit stops just too late. They picked up a driver penalty. That was Darren Fielding. He still came home in second place. But for the Middlehurst, first Chris, then Andrew, the victory was all theirs. And let's have a quick rundown through the results. We're just going to do the top three. The next race is about to start, but Andy Middlehurst, Chris Middlehurst, victory for them by a huge margin. Darren Fielding, he had the problem. We came in too late, but he still, with the penalty, came home in second place. Ash Muldoon, the second of the M3s, in third. That was the historic Touring Car Challenge. And the last race of the meeting is the HRD All-Stars with Classic Alpha Challenge. And it's two races in one, if you will. We've got about 8 Alfa Romeos, but then the All-Stars, it might as well be all sorts, because we have all sorts of cars. We've got little Elva Couriers, Austin Healey 100s, Austin Healey Speedwell Sprite, TVR Griffiths. Look out for them. They're the quickest cars in the pack. But Shaw wheelbase and 4.7 litre Ford engines, that is going to be a lot of grunt. We've got Mustangs in the mix. It is a real all sorts, and around the formation lap there is a little bit more rain blowing through, but for all these drivers, they would have been watching the screens beforehand in the previous race and going, oh, is this going to be as wet as it is for our race, or is it going to be worse? Looks like it's slightly better, but at least in some ways they're starting at a damp circuit rather than one that was dry and then suddenly becomes wet. So with these formation laps, they'll be able to just get a little bit of a feel, and for some of the drivers, they'll need to be told to turn their headlights on, because visibility is going to be poor. Not everybody has got them on. As you can see, little Alfa Romeos, as we pointed out, HRDC All-Stars with Classic Alpha Challenge, so they've got their own particular battle, but it's the two TVR Griffiths at the front of the field as we work around 2 green flag laps. The message just from the right hand side of your screen there from the starting gantry, and for all the drivers that have been told that before coming out, but sometimes drivers forget to turn on their headlights in some cases. But I tell you what, as I look down the order, there's an AC Cobra in the middle. I'm not sure that's the car I'd want to have in these conditions, but looking at the grid, we've got the best place of the Alfa Romeos. He's starting in 5th position overall, so look out for the Margulies family car. A couple of Ford Mustangs, Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud, so in fact the Alfa Romeos may have a bit of an advantage. They're smaller, lighter, and maybe have better handling when it comes to the wet stuff, whereas some of the cars like Matthew Moore's AC Cobra, there it is, starting 13th on the grid. Talk about yin and yang alongside little Mini Marcos. Elva Courier, tiny car, Ding Boston's car, that's starting down in 16th. But in this race, it's just going to be about precision and staying off the red and white curbing at the edge of the circuit. A little Mini alongside a Jaguar XK150. It really is an incredible array of cars here. And Alpha's pretty much all the way through. Little Austin A40, a Speedwell version of that, Mini Cooper S. They'll be rather good in the rain. They'll give away an awful lot of horsepower, but they will have the handling. But the ones that will not have the handling are the fastest cars. Here they are. Car 46 with the driver cleaning the windscreen at the moment, and that is going to be a little bit tricky. If you cannot see, and you've got all that power, that's Mike Whitaker, but he's had so much success in his metallic blue TVR Griffith, and John Spears, who's been driving a whole host of cars, is in the second of those. In terms of outright pace, they've got it, but they've just got to be so super precise in their cars, because one wheel up on the curb and it could become a whip around. And here we are, a half-hour race to conclude proceedings here at the 15th Donington Historic Festival. It's really been a cracking one this year, and changes all the way through the organisation. We had a Formula 1 demo both days running, and certainly plenty to go. A lot of car club action. And again, I keep wondering about headlights, but our first 2 cars are not bothering with them at all. The 2 TVR Griffiths, look at them. Their wheelbase is only marginally longer than the wheelbase is wide, and with 4.7 V8 power, it could be an embarrassment, but the drivers are both incredibly capable. Mike Whitaker has so many years of experience in his, and hopefully that will stand him in good stead to not have too many dramatic moments. His is the metallic pale blue one, car number 46. The black one with the silver stripe is John Spears on the outside of the front row. He's the side closer to the pit wall. And actually the little Lotus Elans, we've got a couple of those very close to the front. We've got Andrew Jameson and Andy Cahill. They could be very nice and nimble. And then the great sounding Alfa Romeo GTV 6, which is Jake Megales. He's the best of the HRDC Classic Alpha Challenge runners. He's starting from 5th on the grid, but effectively 4th, because we're missing the car that should be starting 4th, which is Andrew Cahill in the green Lotus Elan. As So Andrew Jamieson starting third on the grid, just waiting as everybody else. It is a really packed field of cars get into position. And as we saw from some of the cars driving around, they don't want to stop for very long because their windscreens could very easily be steaming up, which is not what the doctor ordered. 30 minutes of racing coming up, and some drivers spare a thought for those sitting with their head out in the open, including the Elva Courier, which is actually remarkably well up the grid. And that's Ding Boston, bright red car. He's starting about 15th place on the grid, but his head is out in the elements. He's got a tonneau cover over the passenger side of the car. We've had the 2 formation laps, and we've got everybody in position. 2 Lotuses on the second row, T2VRs on the front row, then an Alfa and another Lotus Elan on row number 3, a Mustang on row 4. So there's a bit more grunt in the middle of the pack, another Mustang further back down in pale yellow livery. But for a lot of the crews, just needing to get them into their grid positions, got a little Anglia at the back, an MGA, a real assortment of cars. And looking from front to back, waiting for the flag to be waved at the very rear of the grid to say that all is fine, all is clear, and we can go racing. The last Alfa Romeo just being wheeled into position. 30 minutes of racing coming up, both for the HRDC All-Stars, but also the Classic Alpha Challenge. 2 for the price of 1, and to bring the Donington Historic Festival to a conclusion. Windscreen wipers beating on some, not on others. And in fact, the second place car has got its nose in front, hasn't quite lined up in grid position. Really good blast off, and John Spears on the side close to the pit wall, he gets better traction away from the line, and Mike Whittaker is actually being passed by one of the Lotus Elans. It's the Dark 3 car of Andrew Jamieson, who goes past both the TVRs, will break later, and the leading Alpha goes into third place overall. And for Margulies, that is a really good start. Jake Margulies, how are they all going to manage? Are they going to get through Redgate without mishap? The very tail end of the field shows that they have just managed that precisely. So the TVR Griffiths were a little bit cautious about putting all their power down, and they've dropped from the front row of the grid. They've gone down to third and fourth positions. But now, as they get out of Redgate, suddenly John Spears gets that power back all over again. And it's the second of the TVRs that's down in fourth position. That's our pole starter, Mike Whittaker. AC Cobra being cautious in the middle of the pack, but certainly there was that really good charge. But basically the Lotus Elan that took the charge to the front ran out of horsepower, as you'd expect. And the car certainly not running out of horsepower is the number 14 John Spears car. But a really, really good attacking start from the GTV6 Alfa Romeo of Jake Margulies. And he tucks up the inside because he's got more handling, puts it in front. The Alfisti are going crazy, just imagine it if you will. And the TVR drops back into second place, the TVR of John Spears. And just had Alistair Douglas running back into the box. How wet is it outside? You've just done a podium ceremony. Is it raining?
It wasn't as bad as it was during the race. It's eased off a little, but it's sort of a light drizzle now. Not very nice. I don't think the track's drying out at all, because there's still enough water falling out of the sky.
We're just having changes all around. We've got 2 Alfa Romeos in the top 3 positions because the orange Alfa Sud has moved up with, well, Ben Colburn. You expect him to propel cars forward. But I think the early laps of this race, it's a half-hour race. It's going to be about just getting a feel for how damp the track is. We had 2 laps, 2 formation laps, green flag laps, call them what you will, to get the feel. But of course, they're now at full racing pace. And at the moment, the performance potential of the TVR Griffiths is just being kept in check because they have not got the grip. They've got the power, not the grip.
Yes, short wheelbase, lightweight plastic body, 4.7 litres. What's not to love? And a wet track as well.
You know, in many ways they'll absolutely love it, but if there weren't other cars that have, you know, less amounts of power but better handling, you know, they'll have their moment. But the TVRs will come good, but we are still with the TVR right at the sharp end of the field. But at the moment, Jake Margulies is the driver doing the leading. But some of the Lotus Elans, I expected them to go a little bit better, but they're settling into the race, settling down. And Michael Whittaker, he's a little bit further back from father, but he's in one of the Mustangs. I expect that to work its way forward. His is the white car with the black stripe up the middle, just behind those 2 different shades of green of the Lotus Elans. The 177 is Andrew Jamieson, and tucked in behind it, well, standing out, almost day-glow, lime green version of Andrew Cahill.
Gavin Watson chasing Michael Whittaker around in one of the Alfa Romeos, and there is another of the Alfa Romeos challenging Mike Whittaker in his 4.7 litre TVR Griffith. So he's got the grunt down the straight, but maybe into the corner the Alfa will close up again, and it's the 116 Alfa of James Colburn, so Ben's brother James in 5th place.
Oh, and Ben
Colburn goes into the lead.
Goes into the lead, or almost. He goes into the lead, but the GTV6 Alfa Romeo, the blue and white car of Jake Margales, has just that little bit more grunt, but then Ben Colburn will sweep around the outside, surely in that little Alfa Sud sprint. Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. He makes the move, but the TVRs are waiting for the track to dry out. They're running in third and fourth positions. John Spears, then Mike Whittaker. In fact, Mike Whittaker's about to be deposed by James Colburn. We've seen him in the third of the Alfa Romeos. But right now it's Ben Colburn, looking a little bit brighter down at the old hairpin, or maybe that's just because his car is orange and stands out.
It's reflecting off his car, yes. As the earlier little Alfa Sud Sprint, isn't it? The one that Ben Colburn's driving. And number 36. Alfa Sud Sprint, exactly. So that's the smaller of these two cars, the Alfas at the head, 991 being Jake Margales in the blue and white ICS livery. That's definitely an Andy Rouse livery on that car.
Yeah, that was Pete Tool's company, Industrial Cleaning Services, and they were with him for a very, very long time. And of course, Pete's son Stuart Hall, Stewie as he's known in motor racing, a tip-top historic racer and also a champion in contemporary cars when he was racing in European sports car scene. Oh dear, 1, 2, 3. Well, it's not as easy as all that, but it's Richard Hall Griffin in his SLR Triumph TR4. And just looking around to see if that's one that's going to cause any problems. Driver off the track. And how did it happen? Oh, well, I tell you what, it was coming out of the old hairpin and was given a push. Quite an unusual place to have a car. So the old hairpin is off the right-hand side of the screen, but a push from behind when the car was unweighted on a damp trap and round whipped the number 1, 2, 3 Triumph TR4 SLR. So really unfortunate. That would be one of the cars that would be actually quite nice in a race like this in damp conditions.
And Michael Whittaker being challenged still by the 99 Alfa Romeo of Gavin Watson. Gavin Watson, a regular Alfa Romeo driver, and he's challenging that big 4.7 litre Mustang just ahead, drifting its way down through the Craner curves. The Alfa with its wide wheel arches and wider wheels looking very purposeful indeed. And just ahead of both of them is the lime green Lotus Elan, which is who's in that one?
Andrew Cahill.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry, I haven't got my eye in yet with who's where in this race, having just rushed up from the podium.
No, it's always incredibly difficult, and also because the start of this race in very wet conditions, the whole order was shuffled at the front, so all natural logic. But the basic story at this point, with Ben Colburn taking the lead of the race from Jake Margales, two of the cars from the much smaller Alfa Romeo class. And this is our race leader in the orange Alfa Sud Sprint, car number 36, Beta livery. Of course, that was on the works Alfa Romeos in period. Beta, a tool-making company, and the Brambilla name would often be on the flank of those cars.
Did you see down the side it said Vittorio?
Vittorio, exactly.
Exactly, Brambilla, yes. Of the two Brambilla brothers, perhaps the more successful.
Oh, well, good. At least the Triumph SLR will get a chance to go back in the race, and I would say that was a no-fault incident for the driver of that one, but another car snapped around, just caught him, and when your car's unweighted on a wet track, you don't have many options. Right, the story of this race is the fact we expected the TVR Griffiths on the first two positions on the grid to rocket clear. They, times in practice, were 3 seconds clear of the best of the rest. However, with a really wet track, they couldn't get the traction down at the front. I still thought they'd lead to the first corner, not a bit of it, but James Colburn, Ben Colburn, Jake Margales have all gone past. So John Spears and Mike Whittaker, they started second and first respectively on the grid. They're running in fourth and fifth position, but we have time of plenty, more than 20 minutes in the race. The track conditions, I reckon they're getting a little bit less damp, and their time will come. They've just got to not make a mistake between now and when it is properly dry.
Well, John Spears, of course, has just finished a race in a very similar sort of car. Same engine, but rather heavier body. But the Mustang that he's just finished a race in and winning in similar conditions, so he's got a slight advantage perhaps over some of these drivers. He knows where the slippery parts are. As Andrew Cahill comes under pressure from number 49, Michael Whittaker, he gets alongside on the run up to Coppice, but he won't be able to turn in. Andrew Cahill taking the inside line, but this might offer an opportunity to Gavin Watson actually just behind, and in fact on the long right-hander it's Michael Whittaker who's come out first, sliding beautifully in that Ford Mustang as they get onto the straight. But the little Elan is still nipping at his heels.
And I tell you what, everybody's starting to do faster laps than they have earlier in the race, so I think it is beginning to dry. It's all relative. It was very, very wet when they started this race, and whatever they learnt in the 2 formation laps, the green flag laps about the track surface, it became wetter after that. And then, of course, at that point, they were then at full racing speed. So you're trying to get out of the spray thrown up by the car in front. You're trying not to drop it. Let's talk about the front of the race. So this is a battle for 6th place. But up the front of the race, it's not a runaway for Ben Coburn. Oh, here's a little Elva Courier. That's great to see. The only driver who's really getting a face full of the rain, the spray going of the little screen there. That's Ding Boston, Oxford University Motor Federation, or Fellowship. I quite like Federation.
Federation,
sounds
yes,
a little more important, I think.
Yes, and the Elva was built by a chap called Frank Nichols, and he thought, what shall I call my cars? And he said, French for she goes, Elva.
Bastardization, but a very funny one. So track conditions improving. 3/4 of the field improved on their last lap, so we are getting faster. The fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 35.199 seconds from our race leader Ben Coburn, the orange Alfa Sud Sprint, and he's sitting on a lead of 1.7 seconds. But Jake Margalis, who started in the best place of the Alfa, started 5th on the grid in his GTV6, fallen back a little bit, but still looks good, still sounds great, still has an opportunity. So when are we getting to get to the point when the cars in 4th and 5th positions, the 2 TVRs, start to come forward? At the moment, their lap times are about 2 to 3 seconds away from the pace the car's going away from them. But if it continues to dry, expect them to come back into it. But every lap it stays relatively damp. The smaller engine cars up front are buying time, they're building time into their lead.
And there's still this 3-car battle going on between the Elan, the Mustang and the Alfa, and at the moment the Mustang is giving best to both of the little cars, because Andrew Cahill got himself back ahead of Michael Whittaker last time around, as we see
the AC Cobra, the car, yes. Matthew Moore's car, that I did say before the race, I'm sure that's the one I'd least like to be driving in these conditions. And clearly coming into the chicane, he's had contact with someone else, front right-hand corner of his car, a little bit dented. Now that car may need to be moved, and that could be to the advantage of those who are trying to play catch-up. I was talking about the pace of the TVRs. They're lapping 5 seconds slower than the 3 cars ahead of them, so they've got to have track conditions dry an awful lot before they can have a sprint. Here's Gavin Watson, car number 99. He's running in 7th position overall, but the little Mini Marcos is also facing where he doesn't want to be, facing backwards.
That's the same place as the Matthew Moore, isn't it? Oh no. And here's Matthew Moore's moment. It was contact between him and another car. I don't think Matthew could slow down enough for the chicane, and actually the Mini Marcos is off at Redgate, so that's in a different place.
Yeah, clean ahead for the drivers, but okay, we've got flashing yellow lights. That's subordinate driving. It's getting harder in this murk to see the waved yellow flags, but the signal is clear, and now I reckon pretty much everyone has been past that stranded Mini Marcos down there, and the marshal's already there with the cars to hopefully get it back on the track. Marshals, they work hard enough, and we thoroughly applaud their support, but when they've been standing out in the rain at the end of 3 days, suddenly it's not quite so much fun. But they do a fantastic job, and not quite got that Mini Marcos clear yet, but at least everybody going down there sees the yellow flashing warning lights, and here comes the field backing up a little bit. The Triumph TR4 SLR going past the number 46 Mike Whittaker driven TVR, tucked in behind. Gavin Watson tucked in behind him. John Spears in the better place TVRs a little bit further ahead. As soon as they go away from the yellow flag, we can see Mike Whittaker going thank you and moving ahead of that Triumph. Had to just wait until he got through the yellow flag zone.
Given that James Colburn in 3rd place is about a second a lap, or was last time around, than Jake Margulies, I wonder if we'll get a Ben Colburn, James Colburn 1-2. That would be nice, wouldn't it? The 2 brothers.
Certainly would be, certainly could be. Well, let's wait and find out. It is becoming a little bit brighter, said the eternal optimist in the camp.
You've said that once or twice now.
I have.
I'll start to believe you soon.
And then it gets darker again. Hey, it keeps me in check, but nothing's keeping our race leader Ben Colburn in check in that Peter Utensili liveried bright orange Alfa Sud Sprint coming down the start-finish straight. He's going to the right-hand side of the lone Ford Escort in the race, but he's waiting. He can't overtake because it's yellow flags still flashing away, still waiting for that Marcos to be removed. And certainly the gaps coming down. James Coburn is getting closer to Jake Margales, so it could be a Coburn family 1 and 2. And as soon as they leave the second part of Redgate, you can start overtaking any cars ahead of you. The green flashing light saying, go for it. But with the yellow flashing light still covering the clear up of the Marcos, which now is almost off the track. Things are looking good. Second and third, it's very tight. The blue and white Alpha of Jake Margales, little slip. Well, nothing wrong with that when you're going down the hill that the crane occurs. But 116 tucked in behind. It's James Coburn looking for his moment. Where's he going to come? He's similar speed. The more powerful GTV6 motor powers Jake Margales to hold on to second place in this Alpha battle. 3 Alphas in the first 3 positions in this race.
And he's done it. James Colburn's got past Jake Margales, so it's Colburn 1-2. Younger brother Ben ahead of older brother James. Unfortunately, I don't think we got Richard Colburn in this one. They were all 3 in an earlier race, but Richard probably looking after the pit for this one.
Well, conditions still tricky, but the drivers have been in damp conditions since the start of the race. Are they getting brighter? Are they getting worse? Really hard to tell. So in the gathering gloom, the murk of an early evening here at Donington Park, what a mix of cars. We've got, look, in one shot, when you've got some glorious little Alphas like this one, now into second place for James Colburn, the lovely Julia GTA in the background. You had a Ford Escort, you've got a Mini in front, you've got a Jaguar XK 150C. What a mixture of cars, and what fun to bring the Historic Festival here at Donington toward its conclusion. Little Lotus Elans in the mix as well, but nobody is doing anything about this orange car with Ben Colburn at the wheel. He's pulling ever further clear. 5.3 seconds to the good now. In fact, that was a slower lap for him, but he had traffic, he had the yellow lights down at Redgate. It's brightening up, it's been cleared up, that incident for the no incident, just a beached Mini Marcos, but caution is required. Has the car I'm passing seen me? I'll tell you what, if I was Ben Colburn, I'd stick my headlights on to warn people I'm coming down the hill. And just remember, if you're looking on the live stream anywhere in the world, you notice it actually looks brighter than it really is. The TV cameras always apply more light and colour to the picture, but in reality, for all the drivers sitting down low, face full of spray, I think the spray is slightly less than it would have been at the start of the race. Probably a 2-car width racing line appears to have opened up a little bit. And just looking, Jake Margales obviously dropped from second to third, and Gavin Watson has moved up in number 99 in his Alfa Romeo. So we've got Alfa Romeo's first, second, third and fourth, and the best of the TVRs. Now, still John Spears, but he's down to 5th place overall.
And that's a really good drive so far from John Spears, because to be ahead of Mike Whittaker, who is an acknowledged TVR Griffith expert, and John has stayed ahead of him all the way through this race so far. John Spears number 14 in the dark with a white stripe, the dark green with a white stripe, and then Mike Whittaker with the light blue TVR Griffith just behind him.
Yeah, and they've really fallen away. They're lapping 5 to 6 seconds a lap slower, the fastest cars in the field. They have so much more horsepower, but they just don't have the handling. Here comes John Spears down to the chicane, windscreen wipers off, and that on into the chicane he goes. He's got a margin of a couple of seconds, I think, over Mike Whittaker, which, as you say, is very impressive. But the first 3 Alfa Romeos, Ben Colburn, James Coburn and Jake Margales, are way clear. They're the best part of 40 seconds ahead of John Spears, and John started on the front row with ample performance to spare. And likewise, the number 46 TVR, there it is, of Mike Whittaker. Nothing he could do about the more nimble, less powerful cars in these damp conditions, just to prove the point suddenly. And this is a driver, Mike Whittaker, who knows the TVR Griffith incredibly well. A twitch, as he wants to put the power down, but if you put it down just too soon, the tail comes out, everything slows down, you might even slide off.
And just behind Mike Whittaker is that pesky lime green Elan of Andrew Cahill, which has been bobbing around the top few for the whole of this race, and he's not too far behind Mike Whittaker.
Yeah, he started in 4th position, he's fallen to 7th. He's got Michael Whittaker, which is Whittaker Jr., in the Ford Mustang behind him, so too much horsepower is definitely an embarrassment. Here is our race leader, Ben Colburn, stretching his advantage. He has the fastest lap of the race, he's stretching his margin. It's going to be, I don't know, 7 seconds, 8.8 seconds back to brother James Colburn. And then the third Alfa 156 is 56 having its own little run, but James Colburn in the 116 Alpha Julia. That's one of the red sprints, and unfortunately the car that started stone last on the grid, which is Tom Shepard's little Giulietta TI from the late 1950s, in the pit lane, bonnet up, and even though the sky is brightening, we're counting down towards the final minutes. We have 11.5 minutes remaining in the race, and even if it does dry up very quickly indeed, the cars that should be faster are not yet having a track that's dry enough for them to do it. So that's the TVR Griffiths. Here come the pair of them, the Elva Couriers, a little red car, a little Mini having the lowest of low-speed rotations, and that's hopefully, well, it's facing the wrong way, but hopefully that can get going all over again. Car number 27. And that's Jim Ailing in a Mini Cooper S.
And I said earlier that James Colburn and Ben Colburn, first and second in this race, didn't have their father with him racing. I'm completely wrong, because number 21 is Richard Colburn, their father, in the Morris Cooper S, in third in his class, number 21. And so we do have all three Colburns out in this race.
Well, you never want to be left out, that's for sure, in life. Gap between first and second, 8.8 seconds, and I'm sure it could be controlled by Ben Colburn from here. We saw him working his way up the order. He started not at the sharp end of the grid, he started down in 8th place, but clearly had the grip, had the handling, or maybe no grip at all, but more handling, more powerful cars in the wet conditions. It is drying out, but for the more powerful cars, it can't dry out fast enough or soon enough. 10 minutes remain.
And the little number 42, Nicola Burnside, in her MG Midget, but known as an Ashley Midget, because as in common with a number of other companies, Ashley produced a little plastic bodywork for the top of the car that was a bit more aerodynamic, a little bit different. Ben Colburn making his way past the 600 of John Tordoff, who's in 10th place, so Ben Colburn has lapped everybody up to 10th place now, and goes on his way in. It's not a car I've seen him out in before. It's very nice indeed. It's lovely in that, as you say, the Beta Utenzili colours, the orange which appeared on Vittorio Brambilla's March in Formula One racing.
Well, it's rather fitting, of course, that this is a wet race and a Beta Utenzili car is leading, because the only race that Vittorio Brambilla won was in hugely wet conditions at what was then the Österreich in Austria, the Austrian Grand Prix. So delighted was he threw up his hands as he crossed the finish line, lost control, slammed the cars off into the ball, but in many ways that just encapsulated the career of Vittorio Brambilla, full of brio and passion, and actually quite a few accidents as well.
Known affectionately as Brambles.
Or the Monza Gorilla, depending who you were talking to.
Brambles was a nicer name for it.
He took no prisoners. And for March at the time, remember, they burst into Formula One, sort of filling the front row of the grid on their first appearance in 1970 in South Africa, but it was hand to mouth. It always was with March, and that win they thought would stabilise them and take them back to the top, but it was a flash in the pan, alas.
We've got 8.25 minutes remaining. Ben Colburn extending his lead further over his elder brother James, now out to 13.2 seconds. Jake Margoley is still in third place in the third of the Alfa Romeos. They're running in the Alfa Challenge part of this race, a classic Alfa Challenge, but it's another Alfa in fourth place, that of Gavin Watson. And it isn't until we get to fifth place, John Spears, number 14, that we get an All-Stars car. So quite a turnaround. Not normally, this is not normally the way they run, with the more powerful cars in the All-Stars section.
And now the pace is starting to improve for the TVRs, but it's too late. What's on the clock? 7.5 minutes. They've suddenly gained a second and a half, but they still need to they're still losing 5 seconds a lap. So others ahead of them are also improving their pace. The light is coming back here at Donington at the end of the Donington Historic Festival, and it's about, for the drivers now, it must almost feel dry in comparison to conditions they had early in the race. Oh, yes, of course it does. Ben Colburn, new fastest lap of the race. It's just taunting the others. 1 minute 34.3 seconds. And he will be north of 10 seconds clear of the best of the rest, which is brother James. And James running the glorious Julia Sprint GT. But here comes down through the Craner curves, neat and tidy, that bright orange Alfa Sud Sprint, down to the old hairpin. The single windscreen wiper moving. One of him's supposed to have 2 and the other one's just lying down. I think that could be the case, but he's in front of the driver, so that's all fine. Fortunately for him, it's a right-hand drive Alpha, not a left-hand drive one, so the beating wiper is in front of his part of the screen, in front of his face. 15 seconds the good, and stretching that advantage all the time over elder brother James. Nice thrum of that Alpha engine note picked up by the TV camera there, and really it's a case of stroking it home. 15-second margin, plus the ability to be faster than anybody else in the race. So for Ben Colburn, what a lovely way to end his Donington Historic Festival with a victory. Not there yet, though. We have had slips between Cup and Lip, and remember the Middlehurst car that just won the previous race, Historic Touring Car Challenge. Andy Middlehurst got out and suggested it may not have lasted another lap. It was suddenly fine, and we saw it puffing and slowing on its in-lap. And so really one shouldn't just stand here in the commentary box and say, well, there we are, the job is so nearly done that we can just start writing the results on our pages. No, we can't. Here's the second place car, the Julia Sprint GT. That's James Colburn, then a little bit of a gap, and Jake Magales will be in the background of the shot, and there he is in the ICS GTV6, and one of the cars I really fancied early in the race has fallen back down. I thought the Lotus Elan's would be good, but 177, which is Andrew Jameson, he started third, made a challenge for the lead on the opening lap of the race. He's a lap down. It's extraordinary. So a great deal of commitment from the Alpha drivers, actually, to be honest, and for Ben and James Colburn, you know, they will enjoy this because they've shown great form, the confidence they have in their cars. And though it is drying and the lap times are improving, there's no way the TVRs, we expected to dominate this race, are going to improve. John Spears is in the better place of those, in 5th place overall, but he is a good half lap down, I suggest, on our race leader, Ben Colburn, and that's not what they'd have expected. But when the rain came down before their race, they must have thought that's going to be difficult.
2 TVRs are closer together, so Mike Gardner is closing in on John Spears as we get a rotation from, I think that's Mark Gordon, isn't it? Yeah, Mark Gordon in his XK150. Thankfully, he stays out of the gravel, selects first gear, gets going again, but that was right in front of John Spears, so John will have had to have slowed up there. In fact, yes, we can see Mike Gardner just behind him, so he slowed up as well, so perhaps no advantage to Mike Gardner in that incident, but they're coming down to the old hairpin.
Yeah, but what has happened on the previous lap, Mike Gardner halved the gap between them. So now as it's drying out, he's just set his fastest lap, and maybe he thinks, okay, I can't win this race, we've only got a few moments left. What I've got to do at least is go back to where I was on the grid, be the front car in the queue. So John Spears, the black TVR Griffith, headlights are blazing with the silver stripe up the middle. He's trying to hang on to 5th place, not something he'd have thought he'd hear from a commentator, with the car that started on pole in 6th. But Mike Whittaker, car number 46, is gaining all the time.
But this is actually the battle for the lead of the All-Stars, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Because we've got 2 races in one here. So the All-Stars lead is John Spears, and second is Mike Whittaker, and they're battling on track. So if we didn't have the Alphas here, this would be the battle for the lead. But the Alphas have certainly been the better cars for these tricky conditions, as Ben Colburn makes his way past Rob Burdett in the little Austin A40, and here is John Spears making his way through and still ahead of Mike Whittaker.
But of course there's an age discrepancy. The race leading car is from 1981, whereas those TVR Griffiths that lead the All-Stars 1965, of course, would be a huge change, but it was a much smaller capacity car, so you'd expect that might even it out. But the thing that tipped the balance entirely was the rain, the spray, and just the lack of ability to get the power down from the TVR Griffiths. Ample power, an embarrassment of power, and even as the track dries out, another car with lots of power, the yellow Mustang, getting a little bit slippery and slidey as it tried to get the power down through Redgate. Put the pedal down too soon, the tail will come round.
Down the hill they go, and probably the better of that overtaking move in terms of lapping was for John Spears, because he was able to get through. Although he turns the wheel to the right, the car says, no, I'm not going to the right, I want to go straight on, and but he manages to get it all round the corner before the car runs off the road. But it would seem, I think, looking at the attitude of these 2 cars, John Spears is struggling more with the handling of his number 14 car than Mike Gardner is with the 46 light blue car. Mike seems to be able to place the car in the corners a little bit more accurately. Having said that, John is ahead, so that's the important thing for him.
Yeah, John is ahead, but Mike's been racing TVR Griffiths for a lot longer, and so he would have done more events that will be wet, and it's a totally different equation with these cars. I spoke before about the short wheelbase nature, just what you don't want. A little longer wheelbase would certainly give you better balance, but John Spears will never knowingly back out of anything, so he's still hanging on. Got a minute and a half remaining in this race. Top of the All-Stars group, absolutely these two TVRs, but something I didn't think I would see. I did start to wonder if Elans would go past, but it's 4 Alfa Romeos that work their way through. They've got their own battle, and they have absolutely seized it with both hands.
And the leader, it's a minute and a quarter to go. The leader coming through the chicane, Ben Colburn, so he will start his last lap and completes lap 18, goes on to the final lap for Ben Colburn in the Alfa Sud Sprint. Extended his lead over his elder brother, James Colburn.
Yeah, he's gaining 3 seconds a lap in the lead, or pulling clear by 3 seconds, so he's completely comfortable. As we go on to this final lap, the TVR battle really seems to have been sorted for John Spears, because he had a far better end to that last lap. I don't know if traffic slightly delayed Mike Whittaker. Suddenly the gap between them went out by 2.5 seconds, 2.6 seconds. So you'd suggest that John Spears will be able to hold on to that. His best lap of the race was last time around, and it really has helped him.
Ben Colburn down at the bottom end of the circuit, through the old hairpin, the lowest point, and then starts to climb up through Schwantz Curve up towards McLean's for the last time. He's got, by the looks of it, Michael Whittaker ahead of him in the 49 Mustang. Yes, he has, who's still battling with Andrew Cahill, and it looks like Mike Whittaker has lost the place on this final lap to Andrew Cahill. Yes, he has. The little Elan is ahead, and Ben Colburn trying to make his way through as well.
Well, there you go. That has chopped and changed. It went Cahill, Whittaker, Whittaker, Cahill, and Cahill in the little green Lotus Elan has got through, but our race leader doesn't really need any traffic around it, but such has been his performance in this race, into and out of the chicane for the final time, splashing through the puddles, going around the outside of the much older Jaguar, actually being edged towards the edge of the circuit, probably the closer he had to disaster in the race. And a car that was lapped has gone back through, but victory, not only winning the Classic Alpha Challenge, but the race outright by a margin. It's going to be about 25, maybe close to 30 seconds over his brother. Here comes his brother. Here's James. Windscreen wipers going from the middle to the outside of his Julia Sprint. He will take second place, number 116 Alfa Romeo. Bit of traffic for him at the end. It'll be maybe closer to 30 seconds, but it matters not. The Colburn family first and second, and 25 seconds it is on the nose, and father Richard is a little bit further down the order in 12th place overall, but into third place in the Alpha Challenge and the outright race is Jake Magales in the GTV6, blue and white, but with the arm out of the window. He drove really well in unbelievably difficult conditions, but the Ben Colburn driven car worked its way forward and forward. It started in 8th place and in fairly short order got to the front. Conditions just not conducive to power going down for the TVRs that lead the All-Star class, the All-Stars class, but as it dried out they went faster and faster, and it's actually going to be quite close running through to the end of the race for a couple of the Lotus Elans, but John Tordoff just failing to overhaul Andrew Jameson. They fell down the order, but now we have John Spears. He had a 2.6 second lead coming onto the last lap, but right at the end it's come down to about 0.6 of a second as Mike Whittaker fought back. The gap between them in the end, 0.4 of a second, 0.369, let's call it a third of a second. But John Spears held on to win the HRDC All-Stars class, waiting for the third car in class to come through, which will be car number 299. Just waiting for that one to come through at the end. And that's Andrew Cahill, makes it stick just ahead of Michael Whittaker in the Mustang.
No, Michael Whittaker hasn't come through.
Oh, that was the other Mustang.
No, he was lapped.
Yes,
so
he
took the flag last time around. Yes, he didn't.
There he is, actually in the background of the shot.
Yeah, so Andrew Cahill had pretty much got it done because he got through before the flag went out. So he finished ahead of Michael Whittaker.
So that is the last of race of 3 days here at the Donington Historic Festival, from sunshine to damp, but it didn't dampen the racing at all. Still interesting from start to finish, and so much to digest. And for me, the race I almost enjoyed the most for the sheer emotion of everybody involved was the Generations Trophy, where you have family members competing together in identical pre-1966 MGBs, but so much to consider, some fabulous cars. And the last of the race winners, here he comes, Ben Colburn. Brother James will follow him in at a distance, but it stood out in the gloom, not just because of the bright orange Beta livery, but also for the way it was driven, and considerable aplomb and balance there from that 1981 Alfa Sud Sprint. And Ben Colburn, he'll get out and he'll go, and I really enjoyed that in an annoying way that people do when they just want to race in the wet. You look on from the sidelines, go, I couldn't do it. Well, I seriously couldn't, but he absolutely could. Yeah, so the top 3 runners coming into Parc Fermé, and James Colburn comes in from 3rd place. Jake McGarlis, he's had a really good meeting, and that GTV6 going through there to stop in 3rd place. So doors open, and Ben... the laughter from brother James, well, that's good to hear. He's had fun too. So a Colburn family 1-2, and Father Richard coming home in 12th place, a lap down. But Jake McGarlis straight across to say, well done, that was fun. Let's get an Alfa Romeo. It's raining. We don't have the power, but we have the balance. And Ben Colburn smiles around. James hauling himself out. They had a great deal of fun there, and a huge amount of respect. They're going, where's Dad? Yeah, he was 12. That's fine. That's how it should be. But... survival was the key, and let's go down to someone who survived all meeting, Alex Legui.
Ben, James, congratulations, you dominated. You left your dad for dust. I love it.
Yes, I know, yeah, well, we've got the right tyres on, that was the main thing, but it shows actually top 3 cars are all Alfa Romeos, so they can be reliable.
Yeah, what turns, that's a big turnout, isn't it? Well done, Ben. James, you just couldn't catch him, could you?
No, he's really upped his game a lot, and he's doing really well at the moment. So he did his first good with racing a single seater. He did amazing and came fifth in his first ever single seater race, and he's really flourished over his last 2 years, and I'm really proud of what he's doing at the moment.
Brilliantly done. What a way to round out the weekend here. Jake, you can't run away when you're ready for a P3 interview. Nicely done.
Yeah. I just was trying to keep it on the track, to be honest. I couldn't see for half the race. The windscreen just steamed up when I was wiping it. I was just trying to see through one area. I couldn't keep James here behind me, but I thought if I can just keep it going, and it was hard, but it was so much fun, honestly. Yeah, it was really fun race.
Good job, a race to remember. Well done, Jake.
So the final race of the Donington Historic Festival was for the HRDC All-Stars with the Classic Alpha Challenge, and what happened at the front was the 2 TVRs had an embarrassment of power on a track that was very wet indeed. They tried to hold station at the front. Jake McGarlis challenging John Spears on the opening lap, but sooner the rain got heavier and heavier, and the cars with less horsepower but better balance came through. Jake McGarlis, the blue-white Alfa Romeo, eventually wasn't the top Alfa Romeo, because around the outside in the little Alfa Sud Sprint went Ben Colburn, and he was heading off to what we thought at that point was going to be race victory, but we didn't know if it was going to start drying out. It dried out a little bit, but a few bits of contact, very tricky down at the old hairpin. And again, like the TVR Griffiths, the Mustang really struggled. Too much power, not enough grip, and the little Alphas and the Lotus Elans look far more wieldy cars to have in the wet conditions. Other drivers really struggled to see through their windscreens as they steamed up, but didn't seem to slow the pace of Ben Colburn in his Alfa Sud GTV Sprint. And the track conditions did improve late on, but again, it was still about handling, still about power, and then a bit of contact going to chicane, and we lost the Cobra, we lost the little Mini Marcos, but through at the end to take victory in the middle of the pack is the bright orange Alfa for Ben Colburn. So the last race of the meeting, and it was a Colburn 1-2 with Ben ahead of James and 4 Alfa Romeos from their challenge coming out top, and then the best of the rest, the best of the All-Stars, the TVR Griffiths, 5th and 6th overall, just couldn't put their power down in the wet. Andrew Cahill in his Lotus Elan came home 3rd in their class, and Mike Whitaker in a Ford Mustang 4th, and a couple more Elans, Jameson and Tordoff, but really honours to the Alfa Stars at the front, Ben Colburn, James Colburn, Jake McGarlis and Gavin Watson, who had a good run as well. But really, in that final race of the meeting, it was a case of survival in very, very tricky conditions. And I must say the driving standards were fantastic. And I can honestly say a lot of the drivers come home with more of a thrill when you've survived a wet race. You have more stories to tell. It's like skiing on ice. You get away with it, you can have a good smile on your face. But there we have it. And that is the end of the meeting for us. But let's go down to the podium ceremony with Alex.
Alistair, what an incredible day it's been, and what a weekend. Thank you all out there for joining us on the live stream. We have loved every second. Suffice to say that Donington Historic Festival has dished out all of the goods. We've had all of the weather conditions. We've had some of the best racing I have seen in the world of historics, and I cannot wait for the next one, which is of course at Brands Hatch. The London Historic Festival is the 19th to the 21st of June. Once again, we will be live streaming it, so please make sure you come and join us for some more incredible racing. From us all at Motor Racing Legends, thank you all for joining us. That is a wrap. I need a hot coffee to warm up. Goodbye, folks.